In her previous life, Xu Yihuan had forsaken her opportunity for guaranteed admission to Nan University due to a promise made with Zhou Yanze. Consequently, she found herself facing the ignominy of scoring 0 on the college entrance examination, a fact she only discovered after her demise. The reason for her abysmal score was that Qingqing had bound herself to a great exchange system. In this new existence, she resolved not to attend Nan University, nor would she relinquish her admission quota to anyone else. Eventually, Xu Yihuan fulfilled her aspiration of enrolling in Beijing University. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanze appeared pitiable, akin to an unwanted puppy, as he called her with reddened eyes, questioning Huanhuan. "Do you truly no longer want me?" At that moment, Zhixu, on the other end of the line, gently pinched Xu Yihuan, whispering possessively in her ear, "Darling, tell him to leave." Xu Yihuan smiled with satisfaction, rising on her toes to press her warm lips against the red mole on Zhixu's brow, replying, "All right." Chapter 1. Confirmation of Admission Quota. Xu Yihuan, I detest those who seek to benefit without effort. If you truly fill out that form, do not expect to find me later. The slender, pale fingers of Lin Ji casually twirled a pen, showing no inclination to sign. Lin Ji approached, carrying a freshly brewed cup of coffee. "Yihuan, this opportunity is rare. You must understand that we have only a limited number of guaranteed admission spots. If you refuse it, someone else will gladly accept. Why forfeit such a splendid chance for the sake of a boy?" Xu Yihuan's pursuit of Zhou Yanze had become a well-known fact among the school's faculty and students. However, due to both Xu Yihuan and Zhou Yanze's commendable academic performance, no one intervened in their affairs. Listening intently to Lin Ji's words, a bittersweet smile graced Xu Yihuan's lips. In her former self, she would have been unable to bear any criticism of Zhou Yanze, but now things were different. In her past life, she had relinquished her admission spot to Qingqing, solely because she had heeded Zhou Yanze's words, intending to take the entrance exam together for Nan University. Yet Zhou Yanze had not attended their agreed-upon university, instead opting for Beijing University, where he and Qingqing became the envy of all as a couple. Refusing to study abroad, she had no choice but to repeat the year and, upon hearing of Zhou Yanze and Qingqing's relationship, had ventured to the capital alone to find them, only to meet with a tragic accident that claimed her life en route. It was only after her death that she learned Qingqing had bound herself to the examination score exchange system. Even if the admission quota was not awarded to her, Qingqing could leverage her own scores to gain entry to a prestigious institution. Not to mention Beijing University, Nan University would undoubtedly be within reach. In this life, she vowed not to allow her admission quota to fall into Qingqing's hands again, nor would she permit her hard-earned good grades to benefit others. Pushing the form aside, she looked up at Lin Ji. "Teacher, is this the qualification confirmation form? Why does the title suggest a forfeiture of the spot?" Lin Ji, just sipping her coffee, nearly choked at the unexpected words. "What did you say?" Lin Ji's voice rose sharply, filled with disbelief, drawing the attention of everyone in the office. With a few awkward chuckles, Lin Ji apologized. "Sorry, my mistake." Then she turned to Xu Yihuan, unable to suppress her grin. "What do you mean? Have you finally agreed to accept this admission quota?" "Indeed, teacher." Xu Yihuan gazed earnestly at Lin Ji, her demeanor unusually serious. "However, I have one request." Lin Ji immediately felt a sense of foreboding. After a brief pause, she waved her hand dismissively. "No, I cannot agree." Xu Yihuan was taken aback. "But teacher, I haven't even stated my request yet." Lin Ji shot her a look of exasperation. "I know you too well. You simply wish to bring Zhou Yanze along, right? Let me tell you, that is not permissible. To be frank, this admission quota was awarded to you because of your previous gold medal in the English competition, where a professor from Beijing University was on the judging panel and personally advocated for your spot. It cannot be transferred or shared." Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan was astounded. If that were the case, why had the admission quota in her previous life been transferable? But now is not the time for such inquiries. "That's not it, teacher. I meant to ask if you could please keep this admission matter confidential," Xu Yihuan explained slowly. After a pause, she added, "I do not wish for others to know that I was granted admission to Beijing University." Lin Ji, initially puzzled, suddenly understood upon hearing Xu Yihuan's explanation. Teasingly, she remarked, "Ah, so you don't want Zhou Yanze to find out." Xu Yihuan recognized the misunderstanding, but simply smiled without elaborating. As long as her objective was achieved, that was sufficient. Lin Ji waved her hand. "All right, no problem. As long as you all study diligently, you may proceed as you wish. Rest assured, I will bear the pressure from the grade director. The last remark was uttered in a hushed tone, as if she were sharing a secret. Xu Yihuan could not help but smile. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Ji casually nodded and began to search for the qualification confirmation form. After locating it, she placed it before Xu Yihuan. Unlike other regions, Yin City required students to estimate their scores and fill out their university applications before the exam results were released. A miscalculation could easily lead to a disastrous outcome. Thus, for students, an admission quota was a safety net. "Teacher, I will call my father and have him sign it right here with you," Xu Yihuan suggested. Lin Ji readily agreed, acknowledging that the quota was indeed well-deserved. After making the call, Xu Yihuan's father signed at the designated spot, solidifying her future destination. Lin Ji gazed at the form with satisfaction. However, Xu Yihuan's expression faltered. Mathematics was her weakest subject, resulting in an antagonistic relationship with her mathematics teacher. Lin Ji was well aware of this, hence her earlier caution. Xu Yihuan rushed toward her classroom, but she was still a moment too late. The mathematics teacher was already waiting inside. With only 30 days remaining until the college entrance examination, every second counted. Thus, when Xu Yihuan appeared at the door, she successfully interrupted the teacher's enthusiastic lecture. All eyes turned toward Xu Yihuan, who leaned against the doorframe, breathless. Re-reporting, the mathematics teacher irritably set aside the exercise book. "Oh, it's you, Xu Yihuan again. As students, your primary goal is the college entrance exam. With only 30 days left, why are you not putting in the effort?" The teacher stood at the podium, casting a disdainful glance at Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan pursed her lips. "I apologize, teacher. I went to buy water and was inadvertently delayed." The mathematics teacher waved her off impatiently. "I do not care to hear your excuses. The rule is that you cannot be late to my class. Am I to delay the entire class's progress for you?" Xu Yihuan fell silent, unwilling to continue the argument. Qingqing observed Xu Yihuan's predicament with a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. It was surprising to see the usually proud Xu Yihuan in such a situation. The mathematics teacher shot Xu Yihuan another exasperated glare. "All right, hurry up and come in. Chapter 2. Why didn't you serve me food?" Upon reaching her seat, Xu Yihuan inadvertently locked eyes with Qingqing. "Huanhuan, next time, please refrain from arguing with the mathematics teacher. After all, the college entrance exam is imminent that if you continue this way, it will surely reach Yinja's ears, and he will criticize you again." Xu Yihuan had always been the one trying to please him, especially considering that she currently resided in the Zhou family home. She was a sponsored student from a poor background, fortunate enough to gain admission to Yuncheng Yizhong during the high school entrance examination. Zhou's parents, kind-hearted as they were, welcomed her into their home to keep their son Zhou Yanze company. This companionship lasted for 3 years. Xu Yihuan did not spare a single glance at Qingqing, who still believed she could leverage Zhou Yanze against her. Immersed in her own thoughts, Xu Yihuan picked up her test paper and focused intently on the blackboard, utterly disregarding Qingqing, who was left feeling completely ignored. Just as Qingqing was about to utter something to provoke Xu Yihuan, she recalled her own system and decided against it. Perhaps it was for the best that Xu Yihuan was studying. The more she studied, the higher her exam scores would be. A smug smile crept across Qingqing's face, which took on a rather sinister aspect. The bell rang, signaling the end of class and the arrival of lunchtime. At Yuncheng Yizhong, the teaching method was semi-closed, mandating that meals be taken in the cafeteria. As the bell chimed, Xu Yihuan gracefully made her way to the cafeteria. Qingqing had intended to remind Xu Yihuan about what dishes to choose, since Xu Yihuan usually ordered for them. However, upon turning around, she discovered Xu Yihuan had vanished. Qingqing shrugged it off, assuming Xu Yihuan had left early, perhaps to secure some delicious food before it ran out. Once she gathered her belongings, Qingqing took a moment to check her reflection in a mirror. She let down her neatly tied ponytail and flashed a perfect smile at her reflection. With her mathematics workbook in hand, she headed straight to the adjacent classroom, which housed the key science class 1. At that moment, the once bustling classroom was now occupied solely by Zhou Yanze. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, he sat alone by the window, his posture straight and his expression cool and aloof. A ray of sunlight illuminated him, softening his demeanor considerably. A hint of infatuation flickered in Qingqing's eyes as she approached, donning her most enchanting smile, and took a seat at the desk in front of him. "Yanze, I didn't grasp a few questions during class. Could you possibly help me?" Her voice was as sweet as honey. Zhou Yanze lifted his gaze towards Qingqing, his brow slightly furrowing in a barely perceptible manner. His tone was indifferent as he replied, "Is it just you? The abruptness of his statement caused Wu Qingqing's smile to falter momentarily. Yaizedo, Huanhuan went to the cafeteria. First, perhaps, it's because there are too many people today. She left class quite hurriedly, and when I called for her to wait, she didn't hear me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanze's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and his tone became a touch gentler. Let's look at the questions. Wu Qingqing, accustomed to Zhou Yanze's presence, felt no surprise. It wasn't until most of the class had arrived that they finished explaining the questions before heading to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was filled with students, some balancing their textbooks in one hand while holding their spoons in the other. Among them was Xu Yihuan, standing out with her straight posture, a striking figure amidst the crowd. Zhou Yanze's gaze immediately fell upon Xu Yihuan, who was already in the midst of packing her things. He came to a halt in front of her, silently observing her without uttering a word. A shadow fell over Xu Yihuan, making it somewhat difficult for her to read the words in her textbook. Furrowing her brows, she looked up to meet Zhou Yanze's gaze. "Classmate, you're blocking my light." Zhou Yanze maintained a cold expression, yet a hint of grievance could be discerned in his eyes. "Xu Yihuan, where's my food?" Xu Yihuan found his query perplexing. "What do you mean, your food? Your meal is with the cafeteria lady. What does that have to do with me?" Wu Qingqing had not anticipated that Xu Yihuan would have gone ahead to eat alone, leaving them without their meals. Her stomach grumbled audibly from hunger as she stood beside Zhou Yanze, feigning indignation. "Huanhuan, we didn't mean to come so late. You know my grades aren't particularly stellar. We were delayed simply because Yanze helped me with a couple of questions. With the imminent college entrance examination, I must seize every moment." Wu Qingqing's pitiful demeanor and reasonable words seemed to tug at the heartstrings. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanze remained fixed on Xu Yihuan, fully aware that her sentiments echoed his own. Xu Yihuan, however, remained unfazed, methodically wiping her mouth. "Oh, why should that concern me? Just a friendly reminder you all might miss out on even the soup if you don't hurry to get your food." Xu Yihuan tilted her head toward the cafeteria lady, who was already beginning to pack up. Students were typically expected to finish their meals within 40 minutes, so the cafeteria staff was accustomed to tidying up at that hour, never anticipating someone would arrive just as they were closing. Wu Qingqing shot Xu Yihuan an anxious glare before rushing toward the cafeteria lady. "Andy, wait. Please don't clean up yet." The cafeteria lady paused her actions. "Oh dear, why didn't you say something sooner? There's hardly anything left but a bit of soup." Xu Yihuan couldn't help but chuckle at Wu Qingqing's flustered state, and her laughter seemed to affirm Zhou Yanze's inner thoughts. "Xu Yihuan, you are upset," he remarked, though it sounded more like a statement than a question. Xu Yihuan stifled her smile and fell silent, resuming her task of clearing the table. In this new life, she realized just how imposing Zhou Yanze's presence truly was. "Are you upset because I advised you against filling out the forms, or is it because I assisted Qingqing with her questions? If it's the former, I believe I've clarified my stance quite thoroughly. I do not favor those who expect to reap rewards without effort based on your abilities. You can achieve whatever you desire, and I would never look down on you. However, if you truly feel indebted for this assistance, then I would genuinely lose respect for you." Xu Yihuan kept her head down, hastening her movements as she listened to Zhou Yanze's words, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. The admission quota earned through merit had, in his words, been reduced to mere charity. Zhou Yanze appeared oblivious to Xu Yihuan's reaction and continued his tirade. "If it's the latter, Qingqing is someone I have nurtured. Is it unreasonable for me to assist her? Why must you be so petty? Is this the upbringing you received?" Xu Yihuan was unfazed by his earlier remarks, but the final statement struck a nerve. Her expression turned icy as she seized her empty plate and forcefully splashed the remaining soup onto Zhou Yanze's face. Chapter 3. "You can leave if you wish." The world seemed to freeze at the moment Xu Yihuan spilled her belongings. Her voice was frigid enough to chill. "What kind of upbringing do I have? I do not require your judgment. Did your upbringing not teach you to speak respectfully in public, lest you invite trouble?" Xu Yihuan's dark, piercing gaze fixed coldly upon Zhou Yanze. The remnants of food on the plate had splattered onto her pristine white uniform, leaving unsightly brown stains. Greasy soup clung to her hair, some even dripping down, rendering her quite a sight. Many classmates turned their heads at the commotion, gasping at Zhou Yanze's disheveled appearance, yet they dared not make a sound. Zhou Yanze, in disbelief, looked up and glared at Xu Yihuan, gritting his teeth and enunciating each word. "Xu Yihuan." Xu Yihuan provocatively met his gaze. "What do you want?" The sound of the plate crashing to the floor echoed in the air. Wu Qingqing, witnessing Zhou Yanze's predicament, dropped her own plate in shock. Yanze, are you all right? Xu Yihuan, how could you bully him like this? Wu Qingqing exclaimed, hastily grabbing a napkin to help Zhou Yanze. Xu Yihuan said little more, dusting off imaginary specks from her English vocabulary book and gracefully turning to leave. Once she departed, the cafeteria's stifled atmosphere seemed to lift, and chatter ensued. After a midday break, classes resumed. Upon returning, Xu Yihuan still bore her innocent facade. The anger that had previously marred her expression had mysteriously vanished. A caring older sister demeanor emerged as she sat beside Xu Yihuan. Huanhuan, do you know that your actions at noon caused Yanze to take the afternoon off? Xu Yihuan casually twirled her pen. How significant is that? Wu Qingqing paused, momentarily taken aback, then sighed. In any case, please don't be so willful next time. You must understand that such a headstrong attitude will not endear you to others outside. It is merely our shared history that allows us to overlook your faults. Xu Yihuan remained silent, inwardly scoffing. If she were still the naive girl she once was, she might take such words to heart. However, if she could not discern the truth now, it would be a true waste of her life. With only 30 days left in their final year, evening study sessions were canceled. Observing this, Wu Qingqing smirked, her eyes glimmering with derision, and began to leisurely pack her bag without a hint of urgency. As Xu Yihuan stepped outside, a familiar Volkswagen was parked at the entrance. She opened the car door and settled in, yet the driver showed no signs of starting the engine. Uncle Lu chuckled awkwardly. I was just waiting for young Master Zhou and Miss Wu. I usually take them together. Xu Yihuan frowned. We're not waiting for them today, and we want tea in the future. Drive. Uncle Lu was about to launch into another lengthy explanation when he suddenly spotted Wu Qingqing exiting the school gates, his eyes lighting up. He was no fool. He knew whom to please given Xu Yihuan's eagerness to win Zhou Yanze's favor. Uncle Lu leaned out of the window, waving energetically. Miss Qingqing, hurry over. Wu Qingqing, seeing Uncle Lu waiting, couldn't suppress her smug smile as she approached the car, feigning innocence. Uncle Lu, Huanhuan, were you waiting for me? She smiled as she opened the door to enter. Xu Yihuan, seated in the back, coldly observed the scene. Just as Wu Qingqing's hand grasped the door handle, Xu Yihuan swiftly opened the door and exited the vehicle. Uncle Lu, witnessing Xu Yihuan's sudden departure, wore an expression of impatience. Miss Xu, could you please not be so willful? Come back inside. Madam is waiting for you to have dinner. Xu Yihuan remained unmoved. You may leave. I am not heading in your direction. Uncle Lu, weary of her stubbornness, pressed the accelerator and drove away. Xu Yihuan stood at the school entrance, watching the exhaust fumes dissipate, cold laughter escaping her lips. In her previous life, she had only later discovered that Uncle Lu was actually Wu Qingqing's distant relative, and the grading system's efficacy was intricately linked to her cousin. Tired of standing, Xu Yihuan squatted down and dialed number. 5 minutes later, a Maybach came to a halt before her. A man in a suit and white gloves emerged, walking directly to Xu Yihuan and taking her backpack. He opened a rear door for her. Miss, please. Xu Yihuan smiled and nodded. Steward Zhang had originally been assigned as her personal driver by her father. However, due to Wu Qingqing's recommendation, coupled with Zhou Yanze's tacit approval, she had switched to Uncle Lu in her attempt to curry favor with Zhou Yanze. She had traded the opulence of a Maybach for the simplicity of a Volkswagen. Uncle Lu drove around the block, while Wu Qingqing sat in the car, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Uncle, will this really work? Uncle Lu chuckled. Qingqing, rest assured, I know Xu Yihuan's character. She is soft-hearted. Listening to Uncle Lu's confident words, Wu Qingqing felt a slight relief wash over her. The two exchanged light banter as they circled the area around the school, until dusk painted the horizon, at which point they returned to the spot where they had departed. Wu Qingqing and Uncle Lu glanced out the window, confident that Xu Yihuan would be waiting for them. Yet, a gust of wind swept through the street, revealing an empty space where Xu Yihuan should have stood. Chapter 4. Blocked at the gate as evening descended, the school grounds were nearly deserted. Only a few stragglers remained along the streets, and Xu Yihuan was not among them. Uncle Lu and Wu Qingqing exchanged bewildered looks. If Xu Yihuan was not here waiting for them, where could she possibly be? A sense of foreboding crept into Wu Qingqing's heart. Didn't you say Xu Yihuan would be waiting for us here? Where is she? Uncle Lu swallowed hard, his heart racing, but he feigned calmness as he got out of the car, circling around in search of Xu Yihuan. Finding no sign of her, he reluctantly returned to the vehicle. That girl has no idea where she has run off to. Lu Changyuan muttered irritably as he prepared to shift gears and leave. Wu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Are we just leaving? Don't forget, the thing I want is still in Xu Yihuan's hands. Panic surged within Wu Qingqing. They could not abandon Xu Yihuan at this moment. After all, she was the key to activating the grading system. Lu Changyuan was evidently aware of this as well. Hearing Wu Qingqing's words, his mustache bristled with tension. It's all right, Qingqing, he reassured, trying to comfort them both. Everything will be fine. With a decisive motion, he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Wu Qingqing felt the thrust of acceleration, gripping the car's armrest tightly. As the scenery outside rushed past, she could only reassure herself that Lu Changyuan was correct. The Maybach had entered the Lishui Bay Villa district early. Steward Zhang smoothly drove the car to the front door. Xu Yihuan stepped out, casually glancing next door. That was Zhou Yanze's home. Today marked her first visit directly to his doorstep. Noticing that the familiar Volkswagen was absent, Xu Yihuan raised an eyebrow and dialed out a number. The house was empty save for the cooking aunt. In the past, Xu Yihuan would have clung to Zhou Yanze's home for a free meal in such a situation, often bringing her homework along, seeking his assistance. Ultimately, she would end up appearing as though she had no home of her own. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, she finally comprehended how shameless she had been. Sitting at her desk, she retrieved an original English novel from the small bookshelf. Inside the novel lay a blue academic charm, one her mother had procured for her from Puji Temple, after consulting a master to calculate her fortune based on her birth date. The master had even consecrated it specifically. In her previous life, this charm had mysteriously vanished. Back then, she had dismissed the existence of deities and thus paid it no heed. In hindsight, perhaps Wu Qingqing had relied on this very charm to achieve her remarkable academic turnaround, which had resulted in Xu Yihuan scoring 0 in her college entrance examinations. Xu Yihuan's slender, fair fingers picked up the blue charm and gazed at it for 2 silent seconds before releasing it, allowing it to fall into the hidden compartment of her backpack, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Subsequently, she extracted a similarly sized item from her school uniform pocket and slid it into the same spot. Upon closer inspection, it was a sachet gifted by a vendor. Xu Yihuan then placed the original English novel prominently in the center of her desk, making it exceedingly conspicuous. After completing her tasks, she gently patted her bag, feigning nonchalance, and prepared to descend the stairs. Just then, her phone rang, the unexpected sound piercing through the tranquil atmosphere. Glancing at the contact name, Xu Yihuan's eyes curved with mirth before she decisively ended the call. The call had been directed to the property management. At the entrance of Lishui Bay Villa District, a sleek black Volkswagen was stationed at the gate. Despite the incessant honking, the barrier remained steadfast. The security guard, growing impatient, waved them off. Since you're not residents here, kindly leave at once. We cannot permit unknown vehicles to enter. Lu Changyuan was taken aback. How could this be? I pick up the young lady from school every day without issue. How could there be a problem now? As he spoke, Lu Changyuan seemed to realize something. Gritting his teeth, he added, Did Xu Yihuan tell you not to let us in? That little wretch. She wasn't even at the gate waiting for us. Now she is making things difficult for us, simply because she thinks we are easy to bully due to our lack of influence. He warned, I advise you to let me in quickly, or I shall lodge a complaint against you. You might lose your job. The security guard had a vague recollection of the man. He frequently transported young Master Zhou and young Miss Su to and from school, presumably serving as the Zhou family chauffeur. Upon hearing the man's foul language, the guard furrowed his brow. Such vulgarity deserved dismissal. Adopting a fierce demeanor, he shouted at Lu Changyuan. However, refusing to back down, he issued a stern warning. You will regret this. Xu Yihuan was fiercely protective of her own, and once informed, she would undoubtedly assist in filing a complaint against this guard. Uncle Lu's expression turned menacing as he turned to call Xu Yihuan. After nearly a minute of ringing, the call ended automatically. Unwilling to accept defeat, he dialed again, only to find it had gone straight to voicemail. Furrowing his brow, he stared at his phone, puzzled. Was it malfunctioning? In the back seat, Wu Qingqing seemed to grasp the situation as well. After waiting so long, her impatience began to show. Uncle, are you done yet? If we delay any longer, I fear we won't make it in time for dinner at the Zhou household. They certainly won't be gracious enough to save us a meal. Lu Changyuan tossed his phone into the passenger seat, suppressing his irritation as his mustache bristled in anger. I suggest you call the homeowner. I can lift the barrier for you. The security guard, unable to wait any longer, observed the car lingering without turning around. Unable to restrain himself, he offered a suggestion. Lu Changyuan's anger flared even more. Did he think they were unaware of how to contact the homeowner? The problem was that Xu Yihuan, that little wretch, was currently refusing to answer her phone. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lu Changyuan smacked the steering wheel, exhaling forcefully. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned towards the back seat, his gaze settling on Wu Qingqing's face with a hint of trepidation. Qingqing, why don't you call the Zhou family? I've heard that both Mr. and Mrs. Zhou hold you in high regard. If you call, they will surely allow us entry. Besides, you still need to obtain Xu Yihuan's academic charm, don't you? If we cannot get in, you will certainly miss your chance. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing's expression flickered with anxiety. She knew well enough that the Zhou couple was primarily motivated by self-interest, treating only those who could benefit them favorably, such as the influential Xu Yihuan or their son Zhou Yanze, who excelled in the advanced class. As for inviting her to their residence, it was merely a facade of kindness. Biting her lip, Wu Qingqing recognized the truth in Uncle Lu's words. Only by acquiring Xu Yihuan's academic charm could she fully achieve her academic transformation and truly turn her life around. Hesitating momentarily, she ultimately dialed the number. The summer night was still bright, the sun hanging low in the sky, casting a fiery glow across the horizon. As Xu Yihuan sat at the table enjoying her dinner, the doorbell rang. She had an inkling of who it might be. Pulling out a napkin, she leisurely wiped her mouth before making her way to the door. Her gaze fell upon the visitor. At the entrance stood Zhou Yanze, clad in a black shirt. Undeniably, Zhou Yanze possessed striking good looks, embodying the essence of a stoic male deity. With a prominent nose and cool, innocent eyes, his tousled hair framed his forehead, illuminated by the golden hues of dusk, making him appear radiant, devoid of the disheveled look he wore in the cafeteria. However, at that moment, Xu Yihuan had no desire to admire him. "What do you want?" she asked, crossing her arms and leaning against the doorframe, regarding Zhou Yanze with a casual demeanor. Noticing her nonchalant attitude, Zhou Yanze instinctively frowned. He was not fond of her demeanor. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it and simply stated, "Why didn't you let Qingqing and the others in? I want to hold today as event against you, but you must inform the property management to allow their vehicle entry." Xu Yihuan paused momentarily, then promptly attempted to shut the door. She had encountered a fool. Seeing her actions, Zhou Yanze quickly braced his hand against the door. "Xu Yihuan, how long are you going to continue being willful? I've already heard from Qingqing about what happened. You left without waiting for them. Why are you throwing a tantrum now? You cannot expect everyone to bear the consequences of your whims and mistakes." Zhou Yanze spoke calmly, his tone reminiscent of a wise elder addressing a child. The absurdity of his words caused Xu Yihuan to burst into laughter. "You're so compassionate. There's a mountain in Sichuan with a Buddha. Why don't you summon it down and take its place?" Zhou Yanze, though not particularly adept at verbal exchanges, found his expression darkening at her retort. He had never been articulate, and now, faced with Xu Yihuan's mockery, he was at a loss for words. His lips pressed tightly together as he stared intently at her. In the end, with a sense of resignation akin to compromise, her delicate lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, gently parted. "Speak. What must you do to allow them entry?" Wu Qingqing had committed no wrong. She had merely assisted in solving a few problems. If this displeased Xu Yihuan, the consequences should not fall upon Wu Qingqing. Xu Yihuan's interest was piqued. Although her initial intention was to put Wu Qingqing and Lu Changyuan on the same level, merely to keep Lu Changyuan at a distance, she realized that if they were allowed to acquire the academic symbol so easily again, it would be utterly unamusing. Zhou Yanze, surprised by how genuinely he cared for Wu Qingqing, going to such lengths for her. Earlier in the cafeteria, he had just been humiliated by her. Typically, he would sulk for a while. Yet now, for her sake, he was willing to humiliate himself by pleading with her. Intriguing. Clearing her throat, Xu Yihuan focused her gaze on Zhou Yanze. She required nothing more than this. "How about you plead with me a little? Having lived 2 lifetimes. Xu Yihuan discerned that Zhou Yanze placed immense value on his pride, more than anything else. The likelihood of him uttering the phrase, "I beg you," was far less probable than him inflicting harm upon himself. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yanze's pale cheeks flushed with a hue of crimson. leaving one to wonder if it was the sunset's glow or the natural color of his skin. As if caught in a clandestine affair, his hands, hanging at his sides, clenched into fists. He pressed his lips together tightly. And despite engaging in an internal struggle for quite some time, no sound escaped his lips. Xu Yihuan felt as though she had been observing Zhou Yanze for an eternity. Long enough for the sun to descend and the sky to darken. Zhou Yanze still did not utter those two words. Finally, Xu Yihuan averted her gaze, pouting slightly, muttering two words, boring. Fine, I will let them in, just wait a moment. With that, Xu Yihuan promptly shut the door. Caught off guard, Zhou Yanze found himself locked outside. This lock would last for an entire evening. Yet, something felt decidedly amiss with Xu Yihuan today. Yanze, thank you. I truly appreciate your help today. I never expected that Huanhuan would be so willful, leaving without waiting for us to pick her up, and even having the security stop us at the community gate. I wonder when she developed such a stubborn character. Qingqing spoke with a tone laced with frustration, her words reaching Zhou Yanze's ears without fail. In the past, he would have readily agreed with such sentiments. However, for reasons unknown, an uncomfortable feeling surged within him. He lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at Qingqing. Don't speak of her like that in the future, he remarked lightly before departing. Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the implication behind Zhou Yanze's words, her face twisted in anger. What did he mean by that? Just today, Xu Yihuan had humiliated him in the cafeteria, yet now he was defending her? As she had suspected, no matter what, he would always side with Xu Yihuan. At that moment, Qingqing received another phone call. Her anger still simmering, she spoke with agitation. Hello, what did you say? How dare Xu Yihuan? Upon hearing Uncle Lu had been dismissed due to today's events, Qingqing was so enraged that she hurled her phone away. Clenching her fists, her expression darkened. Xu Yihuan, I will not let you off easily. However, there was a more pressing issue at hand. Uncle Lu absolutely could not be dismissed. If he were, who could help her obtain the academic symbol from Xu Yihuan? Qingqing forced herself to suppress her indignation and turned toward Zhou Yanze's room. At this moment, Xu Yihuan sat at her desk, diligently working on her English translation exercises. In her past life, she had failed her college entrance examination, missing the chance to realize her dreams. This time, she would strive to fulfill those aspirations and become the most exceptional translator in Yuncheng and even throughout the entire Hua country. Footsteps approached the door, followed by a knock. Gumin, it was her father. Dressed in casual loungewear, Su's father entered, carrying a bowl of fruit. Seeing Xu Yihuan so earnestly engaged in her work, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Haven't you secured a recommendation? Why put in so much effort? Xu Yihuan looked up at her father with a serious demeanor. What if I don't study and end up expelled from university? Can you use your connections to help me? Upon hearing this, Su's father seemed to recall something, his expression shifting as he fervently shook his head. You are my only connection at Beijing University. Xu Yihuan chuckled lightly. Su's father smiled, his eyes softening. The bowl contained cherries flown in from Chile, which he eagerly devoured. What about Lu Changyuan? Is he dismissed? Su's father was already aware of today's events. Lu Changyuan had previously taken it upon himself to drive Xu Yihuan to and from school, often bringing along the two children from next door. He thought it was harmless, especially since his daughter seemed fond of that boy. However, he could not fathom the idea of Lu Changyuan abandoning his daughter halfway. He dared not imagine how distressed Xu Yihuan would be if she had no phone or if he hadn't provided her with a driver. Alone at the school gate, how utterly wrong she would feel. Zhou Yanze had even called Lu Changyuan, pleading for leniency, hoping he wouldn't be dismissed. It seemed that Xu Yihuan's grievances were not considered grievances at all. The more Su's father thought about it, the angrier he became. Crushing the cherry he was about to eat in his hand, the red juice dripped onto his palm, but he remained oblivious, lost in thoughts of how to deal with Lu Changyuan. Yet he needed to consider his daughter's feelings as well. After all, his daughter was so fond of that boy next door. If he were to dismiss him without consulting her, who knew how Xu Yihuan would react? Hearing her father's words, Xu Yihuan shook her head. If he is dismissed, how will he approach me for the academic symbol? Just don't dismiss him. Isn't Uncle Zhang still in need of help? Su's father grasped her meaning, pausing in his action of picking cherries. You want to go feed the pigs? Xu Yihuan nodded slowly, her expression calm yet obedient, though a flicker of defiance in her gaze betrayed that she was not merely a docile child. Su's father couldn't help but chuckle. Truly my daughter. How cunning. Xu Yihuan lazily lifted her eyelids. Did you come just to ask me this? At her words, Su's father slapped his forehead, shaking his head. Xu Yihuan fell silent. If memory served, in her past life, Pei Yuli had shown far more affection for Wu Qingqing than for his own sister. After Su's father finished speaking, he left, leaving Xu Yihuan alone, idly spinning a pen, her thoughts wandering aimlessly. The next day, upon arriving at school, Xu Yihuan noticed a zongzi hanging at the classroom entrance. Each student, upon entering, would reach up to touch it, symbolizing their journey through high school. As she stepped inside, the sound of her classmates engaged in fervent discussion filled the air. However, it was evident that their chatter was not about the zongzi. They appeared to be debating the issue of recommendation quotas. Have you heard? The student from Class 1, Xin Yinping, has secured a recommendation to Beijing University. I know. I believe she filled out the confirmation yesterday. How many spots does our school have? With less than 20 days until the college entrance exam, why are they just now announcing the recommendation quotas? Not quite sure, maybe 2 or 3. The incessant chatter filled the entire morning self-study session, in which Lin Ji was absent. Wu Qingqing entered the classroom halfway through, and it was immediately apparent that her complexion was far from favorable. In fact, it could be described as quite poor. Dark circles hung beneath her eyes, and her hair clung to her forehead, damp with sweat, presenting an image of exhaustion. Today, she had come to school on her own. After walking a full 3 kilometers from Lishui Bay Villa, she finally located a bus stop and then endured a lengthy and bumpy bus ride to arrive at school. Usually, Uncle Lu would accompany them, but after his reassignment, the Zhou family's driver no longer brought her along. Consequently, her arduous journey to school today had left her utterly fatigued. Upon setting down her backpack, Wu Qingqing's first action was to express her grievances to Xu Yihuan. Huanhuan, why didn't you ask Uncle Lu to pick us up today? I almost arrived late with Yanze. In reality, only she had almost been late. Xu Yihuan feigen in no sen. Really? Didn't Uncle Lu mention it? I've had him reassigned. Wu Qingqing was fully aware of this situation. Her question was merely a ploy to elicit a confession from Xu Yihuan, allowing her to rebuke her more naturally. As anticipated, Wu Qingqing pretended to be astonished. What? He has been reassigned? What did you send Uncle Lu? He has been taking care of us for so long. How can you just reassign him without consulting us? Her tone bore a hint of reproach, tempered with a touch of indulgence, as if she were addressing a petulant child, much like Zhou Yanze. Xu Yihuan raised an eyebrow. Isn't he your uncle? I thought he would have informed you. Xu Yihuan's tone was remarkably casual, as if she had known about this all along and was simply mentioning it offhandedly. Wu Qingqing's expression stiffened, her heart racing with anxiety. How could Xu Yihuan be aware of this? Who told you? Wu Qingqing continued. Actually, P.S. just a distant relative. He only came to us after I started high school, claiming to be my uncle. You know, I don't have many relatives in Yunqing. Uncle Lu is one of my closest connections. Wu Qingqing's words dripped with pity. Yet the last sentence was nearly bitten off in frustration. To show weakness in front of someone she despised, even if it was an act, made her feel nauseous. After all, she still needed Uncle Lu's assistance to obtain that academic symbol. Xu Yihuan tilted her head, her high ponytail swaying adorably to one side. It is precisely because I know he is your uncle that I merely had him reassigned instead of dismissed. To be honest, you should be thanking me. Qingqing. The way she said Qingqing was particularly endearing, as if they were truly good friends. In Chapter 7, titled Together to Nanda, Wu Qingqing was taken aback by Xu Yihuan's remarks. Her faux pitiful expression faltered. Oh, fine. Wu Qingqing initially intended to let the matter rest. But under Xu Yihuan's fervent gaze, she forced a smile and said softly, "Then I'll treat you to a meal next time." Xu Yihuan nodded in satisfaction. All right. Wu Qingqing could barely muster a smile, realizing she had been caught in her own trap. It was surprising how resolute Xu Yihuan had become. Shouldn't she have been more accommodating to her requests? At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Lin Ji, entered the classroom. This mock exam is not just for our school, but a joint examination for all of Yunqing. The rankings will be released, so everyone should pay attention. This will be of significant help when estimating scores for college applications after the college entrance examination. As Lin Ji finished speaking, the classroom erupted into lively discussions. Yet, very few paid attention to her mention of the parent-teacher meeting. Most were absorbed in the upcoming exam. After all, Someone from the adjacent class had just received a guaranteed admission spot, inciting envy among students. Coincidentally, as Lin Ji concluded her statement, the class bell rang, amplifying the fervor of the discussions. Wu Qingqing caught the key phrase, guaranteed admission? Who is being guaranteed admission? Xu Yihuan, come with me, Lin Ji called out. At this pivotal moment, Wu Qingqing, more sensitive than Xu Yihuan, lifted her head. Xu Yihuan, unaware of the underlying reason, stood and followed Lin Ji. A sense of impending crisis flashed through Wu Qingqing's mind. Was Xu Yihuan being called to receive a guaranteed admission spot? That was absolutely unacceptable. What would happen to her if Xu Yihuan received it? Instinctively, Wu Qingqing grasped Xu Yihuan's sleeve. Huanhuan, she pleaded softly. Xu Yihuan gently pried Wu Qingqing's hand away. It's all right, Qingqing, I'll be right back. Wu Qingqing watched Xu Yihuan's departing figure, biting her lip, and turned to seek Zhou Yanze. Regardless of the situation, Zhou Yanze could always manage to rein in Xu Yihuan. If Zhou Yanze suggested heading east, Xu Yihuan would not dare to go west. Following Xu Yihuan into the office, Lin Ji sat down on her chair and retrieved a stack of neatly organized papers from her desk. You'll help me distribute these papers later. Xu Yihuan accepted the papers, nodding in agreement. Then may I leave now? Lin Ji had no further instructions, and Xu Yihuan was about to depart when Lin Ji interjected. Wait a moment. I need your assistance with something. Lin Ji picked up a report card from her desk. This is the English report from the previous 8-province joint examination. I oversee the English classes for Class 1 and Class 2 in the science stream. There's a student in Class 1 named Zhixu who struggles a bit. I was hoping you could tutor him since you're relatively free these days. Lin Ji handed the report card to Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan glanced at the name ranked second with a score of 102 in English. After a brief silence, she recalled hearing of Zhixu, who was known for his excellent grades and often delivered speeches under the national flag and was also quite handsome. However, if she agreed to tutor Zhixu, she feared Zhou Yanze might suspect something. After all, Zhou Yanze had always known she had a guaranteed admission spot, but thought she hadn't signed up. If he found out, then Wu Qingqing would also know. How could her plans proceed from there? With that thought, a hint of regret crossed Xu Yihuan's face. I'm sorry, teacher, but I don't have time to tutor other boys. If it were Zhou Yanze, I might consider it. Her words were laced with the unmistakable aroma of infatuation, lacking any attempt at concealment. Lin Ji pressed her forehead in exasperation. No, Zhou Yanze's English scores don't require tutoring. All right then, could you lend him your notes? Without a doubt, Xu Yihuan's notes would be invaluable to Zhixu. This was a minor issue, and Xu Yihuan readily agreed. Lin Ji waved her hand dismissively. Xu Yihuan nodded, and, as she turned to leave, she nearly collided with two boys entering the room. One was Zhou Yanze, and the other was even more handsome than Zhou Yanze, with rosy lips, white teeth, and a small red mole between his brows, exuding an air of casual elegance. Xu Yihuan did not know him, but couldn't help stealing a few glances. Only when she exited did she hear Lin Ji greet. Zhixu, Zhou Yanze, you're here too? She had intended to introduce Zhixu to Xu Yihuan, but Xu Yihuan had declined. It was unclear how much either of them had overheard. Zhixu, usually quite laid back, displayed no discernible emotion at that moment, while Zhou Yanze's icy demeanor seemed to radiate a sense of delight. Observing this, Lin Ji could only sigh in resignation. From this perspective, she resembles the deity Wang Mu Nyang Nyang, who famously separated the cowherd and the weaver girl. Zhixu was summoned by her, initially intending to introduce Zhixu to Xu Yihuan. However, since Xu Yihuan expressed her reluctance, the matter was dismissed. Yet, it was perplexing to see Zhou Yanze's presence as well. Are you here to see the teacher for some reason? Lin Ji inquired, observing Zhou Yanze, whose eyes betrayed an unmistakable delight. Initially, it was Wu Qingqing who had informed him that Lin Ji might bestow the recommendation quota for Jingde upon Xu Yihuan. Yet, it now appeared that this was mere hearsay. Xu Yihuan would never attend Jingde. Her affection for him was too profound. She would undoubtedly accompany him to Nanda. Consequently, Zhou Yanze shook his head. A subtle twitch of Lin Ji's lips indicated her skepticism. Is that all? Wu Qingqing, upon catching sight of Xu Yihuan, eagerly approached her. What is the matter, Huanhuan? Why did the teacher call for you? Wu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Xu Yihuan glanced at the examination paper in her hand with a hint of resignation. Here, I brought today's English homework with me. Wu Qingqing lowered her gaze to the paper, feeling a slight sense of relief. I see. Xu Yihuan regarded Wu Qingqing, seemingly aware of her unspoken thoughts, and added with a teasing smile, and, true to form, Wu Qingqing's interest was piqued once more. What is it? Xu Yihuan set the paper down and casually remarked, It's nothing significant. Just a question about which university I plan to apply to afterward. With the third mock exam approaching, I'm rather clueless. And perhaps the teacher fears I might struggle with filling out my preferences. She feigned a light-hearted punch to her head, adopting an expression of feigned foolishness. Wu Qingqing's lips twitched in response. All right then. By the way, Huanhuan, which school do you wish to attend? Chapter 8. Self-delusion. When Wu Qingqing posed this question, her heart raced with anticipation. The choice of school was intricately linked to Xu Yihuan's potential examination scores. And naturally, it bore significance for her as well, as her own scores would ultimately reflect Xu Yihuan's. Xu Yihuan casually flipped through a practice book on the desk. Nanda, I made a pact with Zhe to attend Nanda together. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing initially relaxed. Nanda was acceptable. She was not overly greedy, and she was content with the admission standards of Nanda. Why should Xu Yihuan be able to make such an agreement with Zhou Yanze, earning his affection, while she, who lived under the same roof as him, remained overlooked? If it weren't for the fact that she was a beneficiary of their family's support, she wouldn't even have this slim opportunity to be near him. Jealousy began to creep into Wu Qingqing's heart, but was quickly suppressed. What did it matter if Xu Yihuan stood beside Zhou Yanze now? She was bound to a score exchange system, which proved she was favored by fate. Once the system took effect, it would be her going to Jingda alongside Zhou Yanze. The one who would remain by his side would only be her. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan could only clutch her meager 0 scores, faced with either repeating the year or studying abroad. Excitement filled Wu Qingqing's eyes as she envisioned her bright future. Xu Yihuan did not miss Wu Qingqing's reaction and smirked coldly. So elated? Let us see who ultimately outdoes whom. Zhou Yanze's evident joy was apparent to any observant individuals. Xu Yihuan found it quite curious. When had Zhou Yanze, the young master, ever displayed such overt emotions? What is this? Did you receive a recommendation quota? So happy. Zhou Yanze shook his head. No, the recommendation quota is for Jingda. I intend to go to Nanda. Oh, I see. Our Zhou Xiao is different from others. He has a little green plum to accompany him. Xu Yihuan jested, although his expression, coupled with his small eyes, made the sentiment somewhat uncomfortable. When will your little green plum bring you breakfast today, Zhou Xiao? The brothers are still hungry. Xu Yihuan seemed to recall this, and continued, laughing heartily along with their classmates. After all the breakfast that Xu Yihuan had previously brought to Zhou Yanze had ended up in their stomachs. Zhou Yanze had no fondness for Xu Yihuan's food. Rather, it was Wu Qingqing who sometimes brought him treats, which he accepted without hesitation. Initially, some friends had even asked Zhou Yanze if they could eat what Wu Qingqing brought, and although the tone was not particularly aggressive, everyone soon understood whose offerings were acceptable and whose were not. Perhaps due to his good mood, Zhou Yanze took no offense at such remarks. You have no food today. Zhou Yanze's voice was calm, yet it carried a noticeable difference from his usual tone. Xu Yihuan, being perceptive, easily grasped the underlying meaning of Zhou Yanze's words. Understood. Zhou Xiao has to eat the food brought by his little green plum himself today. He can't bear to share. Zhou Yanze cast a sidelong glance at him. Mind your tongue. Yet, the smile at the corner of his lips refused to fade. Although Xu Yihuan had assigned Lu Shu to tend to the pigs yesterday, considering how fond she was of him, such minor errors could be forgiven. He believed one should not scold her. After all, a girl's dignity is quite important. Zhou Yanze thought to himself, convinced of his own thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Tanji Su and a group of others sat just across the aisle from Zhou Yanze, their expressions complex as they observed the raucous group. Seriously, discussing a girl so loudly in class is quite distasteful, Tanji Su's deskmate, Qiu Tianyi, remarked, spinning a basketball on his finger and regarding Zhou Yanze and his companions with an incredulous expression. I agree. If my sister were spoken of like that, I would surely confront them. Qiu Tianyi's classmate chimed in, disdainfully snatching the ball from Qiu Tianyi's hands to play with it himself. Zhixu doodled on a blank sheet of paper, idly sketching the outline of a girl, which was beginning to take form. It was evident that she possessed a certain charm. Speaking of sisters, someone in the vicinity recalled. Peiyuli, the research prodigy? Yes, I believe there's a welcome banquet for him this weekend. My family received an invitation. Xiu Tian tossed the basketball into the air, casually remarking. The main issue is that this Peiyuli is rather shrewd, and I heard he has a sister. I wonder who is unfortunate enough to be her sibling. The surname Pei? I haven't heard much about her. Xiu Tian, he seemed to know everything. It's because Peiyuli's parents divorced. He lives with his mother. Zhixu paused momentarily in her drawing. Just as everyone was about to continue their discussion, a figure appeared at the door, igniting an even greater buzz. The noise crescendoed, compelling everyone to instinctively glance toward the entrance. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, both acquaintances and strangers alike became animated. Xu Yihuan, with her clear complexion and well-proportioned figure, stood at the door, peering inside while clad in a blue and white school uniform. Her high ponytail swayed with her movements. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to her. The moment Xiu Tian spotted Xu Yihuan, he nearly toppled off his desk. No way, she actually came? Surely she isn't here to deliver breakfast to that dog Zhou Yanze. Xiu Tian muttered, his gaze filled with exasperation. After all, they had all grown up in the same courtyard. They initially enjoyed each other's company, but later, upon meeting Zhou Yanze, they insisted on being with him instead. Their disdain for Zhou Yanze's pretentious demeanor gradually led to their estrangement. Zhixu, having overheard this conversation, set down his pen, his long eyelashes fluttering gently. He raised his gaze toward Xu Yihuan. He had heard this morning that she had declined teacher Lin Ji's offer for tutoring, yet mentioned that if it were Zhou Yanze, she would consider it. Zhixu's thin lips involuntarily pursed together, maintaining an outwardly nonchalant demeanor. Had she truly taken such a liking to Zhou Yanze? Chapter 9. Seeking Zhixu, could it be? Xu Yihuan actually came. Xu Yihuan was equally surprised, laughing at the unexpected arrival. It was common knowledge that during breaks, Xu Yihuan always sought out Zhou Ge. What had she brought this time? Zhou Ge must feel ecstatic. I wish I had girls delivering gifts to me every day. Envious remarks echoed in Zhou Yanze's ears. Although his expression remained taut, he felt a growing sense of pride amidst the flattery. Yet, in front of so many classmates, Zhou Yanze pretended to scold them lightly. Don't speak nonsense. His reprimand lacked any authority, only inciting more cheers. Oh, Zhou Ge, you should go out. That girl has been waiting outside for ages. Indeed, Zhou Ge, Xu Yihuan comes daily. It's time to show her some courtesy. This suggestion, while ostensibly in Xu Yihuan's favor, conveniently provided Zhou Yanze with a good excuse to exit. As expected, Zhou Yanze paused his work and, influenced by the coaxing, reluctantly decided to acknowledge Xu Yihuan. He slowly stood up and walked towards the door. Xiu Tian watched Zhou Yanze's proud figure, feeling exasperated. How could Zhou Yanze be so insufferably smug? It infuriated him that Xu Yihuan couldn't be a little more assertive. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan remained oblivious to his thoughts, quietly standing at the door, witnessing the commotion among her classmates as Zhou Yanze emerged. Her gaze flitted around the classroom, not once landing on Zhou Yanze, who approached her. Zhou Yanze noticed Xu Yihuan's distraction and mistakenly assumed she had finally grown shy, suppressing a smirk. What was she pretending for? As he stepped through the podium and out the door, he stood there, his expression devoid of warmth, displaying a hint of irritation. Whether genuine or feigned was unclear. Although he acknowledged that Xu Yihuan's affection compelled her to seek him out, her daily visits had indeed become a disturbance to his routine. Zhou Yanze looked down at Xu Yihuan, inquiring, "Why have you come to see me?" Upon hearing his voice, Xu Yihuan seemed to realize that he had emerged because of her presence, asking in confusion, "Oh, why are you out here?" Zhou Yanze halted, his pupils constricting. The words he intended to speak caught in his throat. Not only him, but Xu Yihuan's question rendered the entire class silent. After her inquiry, she ignored Zhou Yanze's reaction and continued to peer into the classroom. "Is Zhixu here?" Xu Yihuan's voice was soft yet distinctly audible in the hushed atmosphere. Her words struck like thunder, catching everyone off guard. "Wait, why isn't the love-struck girl looking for Zhou Yanze today? No way. Isn't she always seeking him out? Why is she asking for Zhixu? Could it be she switched her affections? Zhixu isn't any less appealing." In fact, compared to the aloof Zhou Yanze, I prefer Tan Zhixu's fiery personality. Xu Yihuan has good taste. Discussions buzzed around Zhou Yanze, whose expression darkened, a hint of indignation crossing his pale face. Was she not there to see him? Why didn't she call him out? Zhou Yanze seemed to forget that it was Xu Yihuan who stood there, prompting him to come out. Watching her, as she continued to overlook him, peering into the classroom, he felt an unanticipated wave of panic. What did she need Tan Zhixu for? Even so, did she have to pursue Tan Zhixu? Did she not realize that her actions would upset him? Unable to restrain himself, Zhou Yanze grasped her wrist. What do you need him for? His usually aloof face now bore a hint of anger, a flush creeping to his eyes, revealing traces of hurt. Xu Yihuan forcefully shook off his grip. What is it to you? Is Tan Zhixu here? The English teacher asked me to deliver my notes to him. She called out again towards the classroom. The classmates exchanged glances, then instinctively directed their attention towards Tan Zhixu. The ball Qiu Tianyi had been spinning fell from his hands, and he, in shock, began nudging Tan Zhixu's shoulder. I can't believe it. Tan Fei. She is really looking for you. Tan Zhixu lifted his gaze, his striking eyes glimmering with warmth. A casual smile lingered on his lips. Yet there was something different about it today. I know, he replied slowly, then stood up, hands in his pockets, leisurely making his way towards the door. Tall and upright, he wore his loose school jacket with an air of nonchalance, hinting at his fair collarbone beneath. Xu Yihuan felt a flicker of admiration. So this was Tan Zhixu. She had only caught a fleeting glimpse of him in the office, and now she truly comprehended his allure, carefree and rebellious. Zhou Yanze stood in front of Xu Yihuan, yet Tan Zhixu managed to brush past him, wedging himself between them. Zhou Yanze stumbled back a step, looking even more awkward. Xu Yihuan extended her hand, offering her pink notebook to Tan Zhixu. The scent of citrus wafted through the air as she presented the notebook before him. Zhou Yanze's gaze trailed Xu Yihuan until her silhouette disappeared from view. His eyes fell upon the pink notebook in Tan Zhixu's hands, and a sense of relief washed over him. If she had come merely to deliver her English notes, there was nothing more to be said. After all, he had heard in the office that Lin Ji had sent Xu Yihuan to deliver them. Lin Ji was a teacher, and it was only natural that Xu Yihuan couldn't refuse. Besides, she had been pursuing him for years. With the impending graduation, how could she possibly give up now? With this thought, Zhou Yanze's earlier agitation subsided. He cast a casual glance at Tan Zhixu, his eyes revealing disdain but tinged with caution. Although Xu Yihuan had no ulterior motives, Tan Zhixu remained unaware of that. Chapter 10. Sheng Yuhai Wu Qingqing knew that Xu Yihuan had just sought out Zhou Yanze, assuming, as usual, that she had gone to deliver breakfast. She didn't press for further details. Wu Qingqing's demeanor was casual, as if she had forgotten all previous conflicts. This examination was an opportunity for her to assess Xu Yihuan's current capabilities. Xu Yihuan glanced at Wu Qingqing. She had thought that Wu Qingqing would continue to create a scene, but to her surprise, Wu Qingqing proved to be quite patient. Xu Yihuan's eyes reflected a hint of contemplation. With Uncle Lu reassigned, their actions could not possibly mirror those of the previous life. It was no wonder that Wu Qingqing's attitude had suddenly improved. Today was Friday. The full-scale mock college entrance examination spanned 3 days, from Wednesday to Friday, with the weekend reserved for teachers to grade papers while students relaxed. Xu Yihuan settled into her seat and glanced over the form. Unlike the past, where seating was arranged according to grades, this time the placements were randomly scrambled, rendering her position less significant. She was number 20 in Class 5 of the second year. Logically, it should hold some importance. However, since she had already secured her spot, the significance had diminished. Rather than focusing on her own performance, she was more eager to witness Wu Qingqing's reaction to her declining grades. It would surely be entertaining. Perhaps Wu Qingqing would even resort to daily concoctions of chicken soup for her brain. Wu Qingqing clutched the form, her eyes repeatedly darting towards Xu Yihuan, her heart racing with anxiety. With Uncle Lu's reassignment, tonight marked the last evening he could stay at Sue's home. They had to act decisively and successfully tonight. Otherwise, finding another opportunity would be exceedingly difficult. Wu Qingqing cast anxious glances at Xu Yihuan, who seemed wholly absorbed and oblivious to her gaze. However, Xu Yihuan was already certain that Wu Qingqing would take action tonight. In her previous life, the night Uncle Lu had made his move, she had been invited by Zhou Yanze to buy practice books and had dined out. During their absence, Lu Huanhuan had quietly accessed her study and thoroughly searched it, ultimately retrieving the academic talisman hidden within her novel folder. The thought filled Xu Yihuan's beautiful eyes with an uncontrollable hatred. It was precisely because of this that she had met with such a tragic fate in her past life. The evening of Friday was bustling, as many students gathered to dine out together. Xu Yihuan packed her bag and prepared to leave. Wu Qingqing, sharp-eyed, noticed Xu Yihuan's intent to depart and immediately grasped her hand. On the surface, Wu Qingqing appeared calm, but the grip on Xu Yihuan's arm was quite forceful, nearly leaving a red mark on her fair wrist. Xu Yihuan pulled Wu Qingqing's hand away, ready to leave. As Xu Yihuan genuinely prepared to walk away, Wu Qingqing began to panic. Her mind raced. Huanhuan. Wu Qingqing called out loudly to Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan turned her head. Wu Qingqing displayed a flattering smile. Yanze said he would accompany us. Don't you want to cherish this rare opportunity? Wu Qingqing deliberately mentioned Zhou Yanze, confident that Xu Yihuan would be reluctant to miss the chance to be in his company. Rare opportunity? Indeed, it was quite rare. Wasn't it because Wu Qingqing wanted to go that Zhou Yanze agreed to accompany her? She had not forgotten how, after they had gone to Jingda together, the romantic tale of their destined pairing had spread throughout Yuncheng, captivating everyone. The golden boy and the jade girl, a real-life Cinderella and prince. In an instant, the entire student body of Yuncheng had heard of their story. How enviable. A sarcastic smile involuntarily crept onto Xu Yihuan's lips. Wu Qingqing desired to go, and Zhou Yanze would undoubtedly accompany her like a gentleman. Sure enough, the very next moment, a clear voice rang out beside her. Since Qingqing wants you to accompany her, then you should go with her. Zhou Yanze had entered their classroom without her noticing. With a clean appearance and a melodious voice, his words were, unfortunately, not particularly agreeable. Xu Yihuan cast a casual glance at Zhou Yanze, shouldering her bag. Who said I was free? I still want to study. Xu Yihuan Mumbai. Her casual remark leaving both Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing momentarily speechless. With the college entrance exam approaching, shouldn't you be consolidating your foundational knowledge instead of buying practice books? Don't you find that absurd? After speaking, Xu Yihuan took long strides towards the exit, her ponytail bouncing energetically with her movements. Exiting the door, Xu Yihuan glanced at her watch. It was only 5:30. Lu Huanhuan had likely just left not long ago. Today, she needed to give him some time to prepare. Otherwise, how would she catch him in the act? Xu Yihuan began to search for a place to eat. The next moment, a voice called out Xu Yihuan. The tone was bright and youthful, carrying the distinctive spirit of a young man. Xu Yihuan instinctively turned her head. A tall figure came into view. The boy had deep blue hair, dressed in a black shirt and cargo pants, adorned with a silver necklace. His trendy outfit seemed out of place amidst the vibrant school uniforms of youth. The moment Xu Yihuan met the boy's gaze, her eyes sparkled with delight. She was genuinely happy. Xu Yuhai could be considered one of her few good friends from her previous life. An art student, he had been training outside since the second year. The days they spent together could be counted on one hand. Yet in her past life, Xu Yuhai had missed the opportunity to attend a master calligrapher's apprentice banquet in the capital for her sake. That had been the day after her college entrance exam scores were re-evaluated, still a 0. Unable to accept the outcome, she had hidden away alone. It was Xu Yuhai who had searched for her tirelessly, seizing every opportunity to find her. What she did not know was that day had been the apprentice banquet of the renowned calligrapher Meng Jian in the capital. Due to Xu Yuhai's relentless search for her, he too had missed this banquet. It was rumored that Meng Jian's favorite apprentice was Xu Yuhai. Yet, ironically, Xu Yuhai had not attended. Consequently, Meng Jian had taken another apprentice instead, none other than Xu Yuhai's arch-rival, Jiang Jinan. The thought of Jiang Jinan filled Xu Yihuan's eyes with complexity. As she pondered these matters, her fists instinctively clenched tightly. Since she had been granted a second chance at life, she would not allow the tragedies of her previous existence to repeat themselves. Have you eaten yet? Xu Yuhai asked, seemingly unconcerned. Let us go. I know a place nearby that serves particularly delicious rice noodles. Their conversation was soft, but two intense gazes from behind remained fixated on Xu Yihuan, unable to divert their attention. Wu Qingqing cautiously glanced at Zhou Yanze's expression, which darkened. Wu Qingqing hesitantly suggested, how about we forget it, Yanze? I want to buy those materials after all. Huanhuan has a point, with the college entrance exam approaching. Buying these materials would be futile. Wu Qingqing's tone carried a hint of disappointment, sounding quite pitiful. Observing Zhou Yanze's reaction, Wu Qingqing was pleased to see his expression sour. After a pause, she added, I wonder who that boy was. He seemed to have a close relationship with Huanhuan. Upon hearing Wu Qingqing's words, Zhou Yanze's expression darkened immediately. Wu Qingqing may not know Xu Yihuan, but he certainly did. Xu Yihuan had always been at odds with him, yet he shared a close bond with Xu Yihuan. It was only after Xu Yihuan went away for training that the connection between him and Xu Yihuan had gradually faded. No wonder Xu Yihuan's attitude toward him had shifted so dramatically lately. Xu Yihuan's influence was undoubtedly a factor. The more Zhou Yanze contemplated, the more displeased he became. Wu Qingqing cautiously yet audaciously interjected, expressing her envy for Huanhuan, remarking on the kindness showered upon her. Zhou Yanze offered a derisive chuckle, questioning her sentiment. Even someone as emotionally obtuse as Wu Qingqing could discern his affection for Xu Yihuan. Yet, paradoxically, Xu Yihuan remained indifferent, truly a case of good intentions being cast aside. Wu Qingqing refrained from further commentary, biting her lip as her gaze lingered on Xu Yihuan's departing figure. It was evident that Zhou Yanze harbored feelings for Xu Yihuan. But what merit did she possess? Was it merely her unreasonable, spoiled demeanor? Clenching her fists, an ember of resentment flickered in her eyes. Let's go by the textbooks. I shall accompany you and assist in the selection. Since she was unconcerned, she would bear no regrets. Zhou Yanze's voice resonated, his long lashes casting shadows that concealed his emotions, yet his tone bore a noticeable chill. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing's expression brightened. She turned her head, her gaze falling upon Zhou Yanze's handsome profile. Before she could indulge in her admiration any longer, Zhou Yanze had already taken the lead with long strides, showing no inclination to wait for her. Wu Qingqing suppressed her burgeoning joy and hurried to keep pace with him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Class 1, two individuals were also watching Xu Yihuan depart. Zhixu stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze following Xu Yihuan's silhouette. Beside him, Tianyi was idly spinning a worn basketball. Upon spotting the familiar figure, he momentarily halted, nearly dropping the ball onto his fair visage. Do you know her? Zhixu's indifferent glance fell on Tianyi. Without hesitation, Tianyi began to vent his frustrations. Of course, we've grown up together. That little green tea is quite bothersome. Every time we hang out, he gets into trouble and shifts the blame onto me, acting all pitiful when it's really him who drags me along. His indignation was palpable as he recounted the past. Amidst Tianyi's complaints, Zhixu keenly seized upon a key phrase. Suddenly turning to Tianyi, he inquired, He's a green tea? Tianyi, still engrossed in his basketball, paused momentarily. Did I just call him a green tea? Although Xu Yihuan often feigned ignorance and defamed himself, it was difficult to categorize him as such. Zhixu shot him a look of disdain before striding ahead. It was evident that Tianyi had a tendency to blurt out whatever came to mind. Scratching his head, Tianyi appeared oblivious to his misstep. Watching Zhixu depart, he promptly followed, determined to be the most loyal sidekick to his brother. Hey, Tinga, what are you having for dinner? Rice noodles. Tianyi scratched his head in confusion. Rice noodles? That sounds familiar. I think I just heard it somewhere. The Guoqiao Rice Noodles restaurant was particularly bustling that evening, especially since it was Friday, with many students gathering there for a meal. Seated across from each other, Xu Yihuan and Xu Yihuan locked eyes, his striking visage capturing her attention. An inexplicable warmth enveloped her, as she reflected that if it weren't for him in her previous life, she might never have found closure. Likely unable to confront Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing. After placing their order, Xu Yihuan casually glanced around, only to be startled by Xu Yihuan's gaze. Hey, Xu Yihuan, what are you doing? I haven't bullied you, so don't give me that look. Once he finished speaking, Xu Yihuan observed her closely, realizing she showed no signs of retreating, which genuinely alarmed him. Xu Yihuan, are you planning to revert to your old ways? Wanting me to take the fall for your misdeeds? Let me tell you, that won't work anymore. Xu Yihuan, ever resourceful, had a knack for orchestrating mischief while letting others bear the consequences. Whenever their group went out, she would direct from the rear, allowing her friends to face the repercussions while she faded into the background. However, she was clever enough to shift the blame onto Tianyi, who never defended himself, leaving him to shoulder the punishment alone. This cycle led to Tianyi vowing to sever ties, yet he never truly followed through. It was only after Xu Yihuan developed feelings for Zhou Yanze that their relationship began to drift apart. Xu Yihuan shook her head. No, I just miss you all. Indeed, it was all of them. Xu Yihuan was taken aback. At that moment, the owner of the rice noodle shop approached with a smile. Hello, handsome and beautiful. We are short on space here. These two students have no seats. May I ask if you would be willing to share a table? The owner spoke politely. Xu Yihuan turned to see that the individuals accompanying the owner were none other than Xiu Tianyi and Zhixu. Xu Yihuan looked up and locked eyes with Zhixu. The red mole on his forehead appeared somewhat dim under the warm light, yet it possessed an inexplicable allure. Xu Yihuan's heart fluttered. Chapter 12. Xiu Tianyi is dismissed. Zhixu stood before Xu Yihuan, his slightly condescending gaze not exuding arrogance. Xu Yihuan instinctively averted her eyes, about to respond when Xu Yihuan chuckled. Just when I was about to mention this unfortunate soul, here he is. Xiu Tianyi immediately erupted, seizing Xu Yihuan by the throat from behind. You deadbeat, did I ask for your input? The burdens I've borne for you over the years don't even equate to sharing a table. Xiu Tianyi was infuriated. Xu Yihuan, struggling for breath, retorted defiantly. If you want to share a table, you'll need to pay a table fee. The owner, recognizing the familiarity among the group, chose not to intervene, merely standing by with a smile. At that moment, two familiar figures entered the door. Qingqing stood at the entrance, exasperated, her face paling as she stifled her frustration. Who had suggested they go buy practice books, only to meander into this shabby place for rice noodles? Zhou Yanze remained composed. The shop was filled with students, many donning the uniform of Yincheng No. 1 High School. Amidst the crowd, Xu Yihuan, with her high ponytail and striking appearance, stood out prominently. Qingqing followed Zhou Yanze's gaze, her heart lifting as she spotted the familiar figure. What luck it was to encounter Xu Yihuan here, significantly increasing their chances of finding the academic talisman. Qingqing suppressed her delight and turned to Zhou Yanze. Yanze, it seems there are no seats available here. Why don't we join Huanhuan? I see she has 2 spots open. One could only admire Qingqing's keen eyesight, even from 5 meters away. She had noticed Xu Yihuan, although she failed to see the 2 individuals by her side. Zhou Yanze seemed equally oblivious. Upon hearing Qingqing's suggestion, a subtle smile graced his lips as he turned, hands in pockets, and began to walk over. Let us go then. The 2 approached Xu Yihuan, while Xiu Tianyi had successfully persuaded Xu Yihuan to take a seat. A table could comfortably accommodate 4, and their group fit perfectly. Adding another would require squeezing in extra chairs. Zhou Yanze ambled over, seemingly convinced that Xu Yihuan would readily make room for him. Standing beside their table, he remained silent, while Qingqing, with a radiant smile, gently inquired, Huanhuan, may we share a table with you? The business at the restaurant was thriving, and they had found themselves without seats. Xu Yihuan had not yet found the opportunity to speak when Xiu Tianyi interjected. It's not like you're the eldest sister. You know this establishment is bustling with business. Why didn't you arrive earlier? Can't you see that this table is already full? If you wish to sit, perhaps you should find someone else to share with. Xiu Tianyi was quite exasperated. As a member of Class 1 in the sciences, he was certainly aware of the girl, Qingqing. She was always seeking out Zhou Yanze. Moreover, Zhou Yanze was hardly a saint. He was someone to be utterly despised. Upon hearing this, Qingqing's previously smiling face suddenly froze. She looked up at Zhou Yanze, her eyes shimmering with tears, appearing woefully pitiful. Zhou Yanze stepped slightly in front of Qingqing, shielding her behind him. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he exuded an air of calmness. Gazing at Xiu Tianyi with a frown, as a grown man, do you take pleasure in bullying a girl? Zhou Yanze's voice was tranquil, lacking the fervor of a protector for Qingqing. It seemed more like a simple disapproval of Xiu Tianyi's behavior. Xiu Tianyi rolled his eyes. What do you care? If you think it's shameful for a man to bully a girl, then why not reserve an entire venue for yourselves? The Yipinggu is just next door, yet I see no attempt to take them there. Yipinggu was a renowned members-only establishment in Yuncheng, and without membership, one could not even enter, let alone reserve the entire place. Zhou Yanze's expression faltered momentarily, but soon returned to normal. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, I find it pointless to engage in conversation with you. Discussing this with Xiu Tianyi is the least wise course of action. Besides, we are merely here to dine today. The table's occupants are not us, and speaking further to Xiu Tianyi is futile. Contemplating this, Zhou Yanze redirected his gaze towards Xu Yihuan. What difference does it make that you arrived first? Shouldn't one inquire about the original occupant's opinions before claiming a table? Wouldn't you agree, Huanhuan? Xu Yihuan, harboring feelings for him, could hardly let this opportunity to dine together slip away. Zhou Yanze's eyes brimmed with confidence and a sense of inevitability. As for Qiu Tianyi and Tan Zhixu, they would have to either find another companion to share a table with or seek an alternative dining venue. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianyi became immediately agitated, angrily denouncing Zhou Yanze's lack of shame, who was unaware that Xu Yihuan harbored affections for Zhou Yanze. Such a splendid opportunity granted to Xu Yihuan was not one she would relinquish easily. Qiu Tianyi contemplated pulling Tan Zhixu up to leave, reasoning that departing on their own accord would be more dignified than being chased away. However, no matter how Qiu Tianyi gestured to Tan Zhixu, the latter remained oblivious, sitting steadfastly in place. Xu Yihuan noted Qiu Tianyi's reaction and curiously turned his gaze toward Zhou Yanze. He had only heard about Xu Yihuan's feelings for Zhou Yanze, but had yet to witness it firsthand. Observing Qiu Tianyi's reaction, he mused, could it be that Xu Xiaohuan is so infatuated that she has lost her sense of reason? Surely not, for he is merely an unremarkable fellow. Each individual, at that moment, held their own thoughts, yet all were inevitably focused on Xu Yihuan's response. Xu Yihuan lightly raised her eyelids, her gaze resting on Zhou Yanze and Qingqing. The once boisterous rice noodle shop had inexplicably fallen silent, with all eyes fixed upon Xu Yihuan's countenance, akin to a courtroom awaiting the verdict from a presiding judge. Qingqing, feeling the weight of Xu Yihuan's gaze, grew somewhat anxious. Her heart raced inexplicably, and a forced smile tugged at her lips. Finally, under the scrutiny of all, Xu Yihuan softly uttered an Zhou Yanze, who had been pressing his lips together, relaxed. His burdened heart lightened. A gentle smile graced his lips, radiating an air of tranquility. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, Qingqing's typically feigned, gentle demeanor betrayed a hint of triumph. Did you hear that? Huanhuan has asked you to find another spot. I already informed you that our relationship with Huanhuan is not something everyone can compare to. If you insist on staying, aren't you simply inviting humiliation? Qingqing sighed, feigning helplessness. Qiu Tianyi's spirits plummeted. His already poor complexion crumbled entirely. He rose slowly, his voice heavy with gloom. Let us go, Tango. It seems we are fated to part ways with rice noodles today. Chapter 13. A slap in the face and embarrassment. Qingqing, upon hearing this, scanned the room and, upon noticing the attention they had garnered, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It would have been better to do this earlier. Qiu Tianyi, weary of further debate with Qingqing, pulled Tan Zhixu to leave. But after 2 seconds of pulling, he found himself unable to budge. Earlier, when Xu Yihuan had remained silent, they could deceive themselves into thinking she still sided with them. Yet now that she had explicitly issued an eviction order, lingering would only make them appear foolish. Qiu Tianyi looked at Tan Zhixu in confusion. Tan Zhixu maintained his unruffled demeanor. Xu Yihuan was witnessing Qiu Tianyi, the little tyrant, suffer embarrassment at the hands of others for the first time, and he found it quite novel. He glanced at Qiu Tianyi, then back at Xu Yihuan. Zhou Yanze, observing Tan Zhixu's immovable posture, felt a surge of annoyance. They had never gotten along in school, and now Tan Zhixu's obstinacy only fueled his disdain. Just as Qingqing was about to speak again to drive them away, Xu Yihuan finally made her voice heard. With a smile gracing her lips, she spoke leisurely. Yes, first come, first served. Since you too arrived later, I kindly ask that you find another place to dine. This table is already at capacity. It was absurd to think she would want to dine with Zhou Yanze, especially given Qingqing's intentions. She could never allow that to happen. After all, Lu Chuanyuan was likely to take action tonight, and Qingqing's attachment to her was probably an attempt to keep close tabs on her. There was no way she would grant her that satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianyi's eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily forgetting his original intent. He proudly placed his hands on his hips, glaring defiantly at Zhou Yanze and Qingqing. Did you hear that? You are to leave. Just now, with your overconfidence, I genuinely thought you were going to kick us out. It seems our Xu Xiaohuan is still capable of discerning right from wrong. Zhou Yanze and Qingqing's expressions soured simultaneously upon hearing Xu Yihuan's words. Zhou Yanze still believed that Xu Yihuan was merely throwing a tantrum or that Tan Zhixu had said something to her. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan, Are you certain you wish to proceed down this path? I do not know if someone has influenced your thoughts, but you must understand that opportunities to dine together with me, Zhou Yanze, are exceedingly rare. You would do well not to be ungrateful. Xu Yihuan, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of indescribable complexity. How had she never noticed before how confident Zhou Yanze was? The commotion had already drawn the attention of many onlookers, who began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Voices began to filter in. What is happening here? Is there a seat dispute? Indeed, I thought that boy knew that girl. It turns out it was merely one-sided affection. I recognize those individuals. R&T, they from the key class? Oh, now that you mention it. R&T, they the infamous simpering couple in our grade? Honestly, just look at how shameless they are. I can't fathom how Xu Yihuan ever fell for Zhou Yanze. I concur, but does the aloof school prince really behave this narcissistically outside of school? Perhaps his aloofness is merely a school attribute. Regardless of the occasion, gossip spreads the quickest. With this disturbance, all attention gravitated toward them. Zhou Yanze's face was painted with alternating shades of blue and white due to their words. Yet, Zhou Yanze stubbornly kept his gaze fixed. Noticing that Xu Yihuan had yet to speak, he immediately cast a look of disappointment upon her, expressing, "You have truly let me down, Huanhuan." Qiu Tianyi waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. All right. You all should leave quickly and avoid embarrassing yourselves here." The boss, meanwhile, began to perform a quirky dance, stepping forward and backward in a whimsical manner. For a moment, they were uncertain whether to approach. Fortunately, the indecision did not linger long, as Zhou Yanze, fueled by indignation, turned and departed. The humiliation he suffered would not be easily forgiven by him this time. Qingqing stood behind Zhou Yanze, mimicking the boss's peculiar dance. Torn between following Zhou Yanze out and staying to observe Xu Yihuan, she pondered that perhaps watching Xu Yihuan could buy Qingqing some time. After a mental tussle, her logical side prevailed, and she followed Zhou Yanze out the door, believing that with so many people around Xu Yihuan, she wouldn't leave too hastily. Besides, what were the chances of encountering Qingqing just at that moment? If they did cross paths, she could simply deny it. After all, was there a name inscribed on that academic talisman? With this self-reassurance, Qingqing finally felt at ease following Zhou Yanze. Once they were gone, Xu Yihuan slurped the nearly cold noodles. Who was that girl? He wondered. He knew Zhou Yanze, but this girl was a stranger to him, and she did not seem very impressive. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tianyi became animated, immediately launching into gossip with Xu Yihuan, momentarily forgetting that Xu Yihuan was his sworn rival. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan and Zhixu sat together for a meal, yet a palpable sense of unfamiliarity lingered between them. It wasn't until Xu Yihuan was nearly finished with her bowl of rice noodles that she glanced at her watch, realizing it was already 7:30. If she returned now, she might just catch Qingqing in the act of stealing. With this thought, a cunning glint sparkled in Xu Yihuan's beautiful peach blossom eyes, filled with vivacity. Xu Yihuan and Qiu Tianyi, momentarily bewildered, lifted their heads from their bowls. After completing their conversation, they returned to devouring their food ravenously. They had wasted so much time gossiping that they had barely eaten anything and were now famished. Xu Yihuan paid them no heed as she exited the door, while Zhixu wiped his mouth with a napkin and followed suit. At the doorway, just as Xu Yihuan was about to enter the car, Butler Zhang pulled up the Maybach right at that moment. As she opened the car door, she caught a glimpse of Zhixu standing not far from her, clad in neat blue and white school trousers, a pure black shirt, and holding his blue and white jacket in his hands. He appeared to be a very clean-cut young man, standing there with a blank expression, his head slightly bowed, emanating an air of despondence and vulnerability. Xu Yihuan recalled some rumors circulating in school, suggesting that he was a left-behind child living with his grandparents, that his family was impoverished, and that he only had a few sets of uniforms to wear, his shoes being unbranded and inconspicuous. Chapter 14. Could Xu Yihuan have also sponsored a needy student? Just then, Zhixu unexpectedly raised his head. Their gazes collided unexpectedly. The small red mole on his forehead seemed to pierce directly into Xu Yihuan's heart. Clenching her teeth, Xu Yihuan approached Zhixu. He appeared surprised that she would come to speak with him, his head slightly bowed as he fixated on the floor and casually remarked, "Let us take a taxi." His tone remained consistent with his usual demeanor. Yet, Xu Yihuan inexplicably detected a trace of loneliness in his voice. It seemed the rumors from school were indeed true. Tan Zhixu had been holding up bravely, but it must have worn him down. Xu Yihuan's thoughts were a whirlwind. The Maybach stood at the roadside before her, its hazard lights flashing. There was merely an arm's length between Xu Yihuan and Tan Zhixu, neither too close nor too far. The two stood on the sidewalk. A cool breeze swept by, ruffling Xu Yihuan's bangs and obscuring her eyes. Tan Zhixu gazed deeply at Xu Yihuan, suddenly reminded of a summer many years ago when she had also sported a high ponytail while delivering a speech under the national flag. Clad in the blue and white uniform of Qingqing No. 1 High School, she radiated youthful vigor and exuberance. That was the first year he had arrived in Qingqing. "All right," Tan Zhixu drawled lazily, his voice trailing off slightly. Xu Yihuan couldn't see his face, but could vividly imagine his expression, causing her cheeks to flush. She hastily brushed the hair from her eyes, only to meet Tan Zhixu's smiling gaze as she looked up. Xu Yihuan found herself momentarily taken aback. It must be said that Tan Zhixu's countenance possessed a beguiling charm, were it not for Zhou Yanze's more affluent background. The title of school heartthrob might well have been his. As Xu Yihuan gazed at Tan Zhixu's face, she couldn't help but reminisce about her previous life. In her former existence, Tan Zhixu had ultimately attended Nan University, a choice that had puzzled many, as his grades would have sufficed for Huanhuan. It had been a topic of discussion among teachers for quite some time, filled with regret. "So, when shall we leave?" Tan Zhixu asked Xu Yihuan slowly. Approaching the Maybach with its flashing hazard lights, he politely opened the door and gestured, "After you." Tan Zhixu showed no embarrassment in having a girl assist him with the door, smoothly taking a seat inside. Xu Yihuan followed suit, closing the door as the Maybach drove away. At that moment, Qiu Tianyi and Sheng Yuhai emerged from the establishment. The area where they had been standing was now empty, with only the faint glow of the Maybach's taillights visible in the distance. A cool breeze swept past, prompting Qiu Tianyi and Sheng Yuhai to exchange glances. Whereas Tan Zhixu, inside the car, Xu Yihuan frequently glanced at her watch, noting that it was nearly 8 o'clock. Butler Zhang observed Xu Yihuan's anxiety and pressed the accelerator, merging onto the highway. "Where do you live?" Xu Yihuan suddenly realized she had yet to inquire about Tan Zhixu's destination. Tan Zhixu fiddled with his phone and casually replied, "Gangwon Avenue." Xu Yihuan paused. Gangwon Avenue was in the east, while Lishui Bay was in the west. It would take at least an hour to traverse the distance, even at top speed. By then, the situation might have cooled down. Xu Yihuan tightened her grip on her phone, although there were cameras at home. Checking the footage was nowhere near as thrilling as catching someone in the act. Tan Zhixu raised his brows slightly, as though sensing Xu Yihuan's urgency. He leaned back lazily against the seat, closing his eyes. Xu Yihuan gritted her teeth, thinking that she could always treat Tan Zhixu to a meal next time. Her voice was clear and quick, betraying her anxiety. "Dan Zhixu's bro wisha." Even without opening his eyes, he could almost visualize the vivid expression on her face. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Maybach finally came to a halt at the entrance of Lishui Bay. Xu Yihuan opened the car door and stepped out, with Tan Zhixu following closely behind. Tan Zhixu, with a black backpack slung over one shoulder, paired with a light-colored school uniform, his dark hair slightly falling over his forehead, and the red mole on his brow partially obscured, appeared less rebellious. The streetlight above cast a warm white glow upon him, creating an atmosphere of gentle warmth. Xu Yihuan was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, she had always believed that her ideal type was someone like Zhou Yanze, a man of aloof elegance and a cool demeanor. However, at this moment, she realized that perhaps her preferences were evolving. Suddenly, the charms of a person like Zhu Shaji appeared rather appealing. Xu Yihuan glanced at her wristwatch, noting that, despite Zhang Guanjia's rapid driving, she had arrived home a full 10 minutes earlier than anticipated. There was no need for haste, as the person she sought was already within the house. With a polite demeanor, Xu Yihuan inquired, "Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" "Sure, sounds good," she began to respond, but sensing something amiss, she looked up at Tan Zhixu. Tan Zhixu raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips, and asked, "What's the matter?" Xu Yihuan walked ahead, while Tan Zhixu trailed closely beside her. They entered the villa together. Meanwhile, behind them, a car had come to a halt in front of the neighboring villa. Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing emerged from the vehicle in succession. Feeling a sense of discomfort due to Xu Yihuan's earlier actions, Zhou Yanze was reluctant to linger outside. As they exited the car, Their gazes instinctively fell upon the neighboring Maybach, its headlights still illuminated. Following the path, they noticed the silhouettes of Xu Yihuan and Zhixu entering the villa. Zhou Yanze's expression darkened. Xu Yihuan had been acting strangely recently, which was quite vexing. Qingqing glanced at Zhou Yanze's expression and casually remarked, "Could it be that Huanhuan is sponsoring a less fortunate student?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanze's countenance darkened immediately. He himself was supporting a student in need and understood precisely what that entailed. The mere thought of someone accompanying Xu Yihuan for meals, attending school with her, and even assisting her with homework stirred a wave of discomfort in his heart. Impossible. Zhou Yanze raised his voice, firmly denying Qingqing's suggestion. Qingqing, taken aback by Zhou Yanze's outburst, felt somewhat embarrassed. She had merely mentioned it offhandedly, never anticipating such a strong reaction from him. "Oh, I was just joking," she continued. "After all, Huanhuan wouldn't sponsor a student during her senior year. If she were going to do so, she would have done it long ago. Besides, with you around, it's unlikely she would even consider such an idea." Her soft voice pierced through Zhou Yanze's heart. Upon hearing her words, he gradually exhaled in relief. Indeed, as she suggested, with his presence, Xu Yihuan would hardly entertain thoughts of supporting a needy student. The car had been parked for quite some time without a sign of anyone emerging. Contemplating his mother, whose controlling nature was quite formidable, Zhou Yanze's gaze lowered slightly. He responded softly, "All right." Instantly, he quickened his pace to match Zhou Yanze's. After a few steps, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the neighboring villa. At this moment, the Maybach remained parked at the entrance, but Xu Yihuan and Zhixu had already vanished from sight. Watching the bright lights of the neighboring villa, Qingqing felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. She was uncertain whether her uncle had succeeded in his endeavor. No, she would need to find an opportunity to check next door. To facilitate Liu Changyuan's actions, she had left only Wang Ma at home, as her father was working late. Xu Yihuan cast a glance at the spiral staircase, a chilling thought entering her mind. Liu Changyuan was currently upstairs stealing something. A cold glimmer flashed in her eyes. Wang Ma, clad in a coat, emerged from the adjacent room and paused upon seeing Zhixu. She had frequently encountered Zhou Yanze and Xu Yihuan, but had never seen such an extraordinarily handsome young man. A radiant smile spread across her face as she exclaimed, "Miss, who is this?" Having never encountered such a striking boy, she found him even more attractive than their own young master. "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall head upstairs for a moment and be back shortly." Wang Ma's smile was as bright as a flower, and she eagerly agreed. Zhixu casually surveyed the interior of the house, which featured a cream-colored duplex design adorned with antique paintings, exuding understated luxury. Meanwhile, Wang Ma had already prepared fruit for him and began engaging him in conversation. On the other side, Xu Yihuan nonchalantly ascended the stairs, her footsteps neither hurried nor slow, echoing softly against the solid wood flooring, almost as if treading upon someone's heart. Just as Xu Yihuan anticipated, Liu Changyuan was stealthily lurking in her study. He had heard from Qingqing that Xu Yihuan had a habit of concealing important items within her books. Presumably, this talisman of academic success would also be hidden in the study. Liu Changyuan rummaged through the study, searching desperately for the desired item, but found no trace of it. Just as despair began to set in, his eyes brightened suddenly. His gaze landed upon a book resting prominently on the desk, while the other books were neatly stacked. This particular volume was placed squarely in the center, as if showcasing its recent usage and care. The slight bulge suggested that something was concealed within. Liu Changyuan was astonished that Xu Yihuan had so boldly left her treasure on the table. A sense of excitement spread across his face. If it contained the academic talisman, it would be splendid. With that, Qingqing could smoothly gain admission to Nanda University, earning the Zhou family's esteem. Perhaps she might even marry Zhou Yanze and become Madame Zhou. In such a scenario, Liu Changyuan's own status would undoubtedly rise as well. Overwhelmed by his own aspirations, Liu Changyuan's hands trembled with anticipation. He cautiously approached the desk, ready to pick up the book and flip through its pages. Just then, a series of footsteps approached the doorway, initially heavy but gradually becoming lighter. Liu Changyuan's pupils constricted in alarm as he abruptly turned his gaze toward the entrance. The door had not been fully closed, leaving a significant gap. No wonder the sounds had penetrated the room. However, it was merely a little past 8 o'clock. Gritting his teeth, Liu Changyuan resolved to seize the book from the desk. As the footsteps grew louder, his heart raced in tandem. Fortunately, the academic talisman was not large and could be easily located within the book. With each passing moment, Lu Changyuan's heart pounded and his movements quickened. Finally, the footsteps halted at the threshold. Xu Yihuan paused momentarily before grasping the doorknob and pushing the door open. A chaotic scene greeted her in the study. The books on the desk were in disarray, and those on the shelves were strewn about haphazardly. Xu Yihuan stood frozen, a surge of anger rising within her. Gritting her teeth, she spoke in a voice loud enough for the entire room to hear. Xu Yihuan approached the desk, shaking the books in her hands. The fragrant sachet she had casually placed there was now missing. A flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes. Where had her academic talisman gone? Who had tampered with it? Xu Yihuan shouted in frustration, her demeanor somewhat unbecoming, resembling a shrew, if one disregarded her otherwise composed expression. She circled the study twice, initially intending to catch the intruder in the act. However, despite searching every conceivable hiding spot, there was no sign of Lu Changyuan. She had initially thought he was merely hiding, but now it seemed he might have truly fled. Xu Yihuan pressed her forehead in frustration. This was a disaster. Everything had gone awry. Nevertheless, she glanced at the newly installed surveillance camera in the corner of the study. If he had escaped, then so be it. It was not a grave matter. Chapter 16. Wu Qingqing arrives seated in a chair. Xu Yihuan surveyed the chaotic tabletop, her mood increasingly unsettled. Stealing is one thing. But why leave her room in such disarray? After a brief respite, Xu Yihuan inhaled deeply, donned an expression of indignation, and hurriedly descended the stairs. Wing Ma, did you disturb my study today? Her tone was stern, laced with an accusatory edge, devoid of any regard for the elder's feelings. Wang Ma, who had been seated, sprang up at the sound of Xu Yihuan's voice. What happened? My study seems to have been ransacked, and the academic talisman my mother procured for me is also missing. Xu Yihuan asserted. Wang Ma's heart sank. The talisman had been sought for Xu Yihuan when she first entered high school. She was well aware of its significance to the young lady, and the thought of it disappearing right under her nose was alarming. How could this be? It seems no one went up today. Let me think. Wink Ma pondered deeply. All the servants had been given the day off by Xu Yihuan, save for the driver who was to be reassigned. He had not been allowed to leave, citing the need to pack. Could it be him? A thoughtful expression crossed Wang Ma's face as she glanced at Xu Yihuan, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Given Xu Yihuan's apparent leniency towards Lu Changyuan, it was likely she would not believe any accusations against him. Xu Yihuan understood Wang Ma's apprehensions. This was precisely the seed of suspicion she intended to plant, ensuring that whatever transpired henceforth would seem justified. Casting a casual glance, Xu Yihuan realized that the spot where Zhixu had been seated was now vacant. Where is Zhixu? Xu Yihuan blurted out before she could even process her words. Even if he had left, she should have been informed. Wang Ma opened her mouth to explain, but was interrupted by a frantic ringing at the door. Both Xu Yihuan and Wang Ma turned their attention towards the entrance. The ringing was erratic and insistent, an unrelenting wave of sound. Such an impatient chime was reminiscent of past encounters, often associated with a singular individual. Xu Yihuan's heart raced at the ominous premonition that coursed through her. Even the faux anger she had just exhibited faltered for a moment. Could be today. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before striding towards the door. Standing at the threshold, the surveillance screen revealed Wu Qingqing waiting outside, clutching a workbook, her expression fraught with anxiety. After ringing the bell for some time without any response, she contemplated pressing it again. Upon recognizing Wu Qingqing, Xu Yihuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, it was not that harbinger of doom. Yet, what could Wu Qingqing possibly want at this hour? Or could it be that Lu Changyuan had not truly left, but was instead lurking somewhere within her home? What brings you here? Xu Yihuan inquired, opening the door with a glare that lacked warmth. Wu Qingqing, taken aback, replied, This is your practice book. I accidentally took it by mistake today and came to return it. Her soft-spoken demeanor starkly contrasted with Xu Yihuan's brusque attitude. Xu Yihuan carelessly accepted the book and tossed it onto the sofa. Noted, Wu Qingqing, undeterred by the tension, followed suit, sensing the palpable awkwardness. What is wrong with you? Huanhuan, you don't seem very happy. Xu Yihuan remained silent, but Wang Ma let out a sigh. The academic talisman that misplaced in her study has gone missing, and we are unsure which thief might have entered her study to steal it. Wu Qingqing's heart raced at the news. Surely, Lu Huanhuan must have successfully taken a talisman. This was splendid news. It would make her own entrance to Nanda much easier. Xu Yihuan, despite her loss, would soon find that her grades would not hold up either. It was better to be upset now than to suffer later. Wu Qingqing struggled to suppress a smile, adopting a mock, angry expression, and exclaimed, "This is utterly unacceptable. How could anyone be so malicious? We must investigate thoroughly to uncover who stole the academic talisman." Her tone was resolute, almost like an oath. Xu Yihuan cast a perplexed glance at her. Wu Qingqing could certainly put on a show. Huanhuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are currently preparing to review the surveillance footage. Wang Ma's casual statement caused Wu Qingqing's expression to freeze. Xu Yihuan internally reveled in the unexpected cleverness of Wang Ma's words. "Surveillance?" Wu Qingqing exclaimed in shock. "Isn't there no surveillance in your study?" She inquired instinctively. Xu Yihuan's demeanor gradually shifted to one of skepticism as she regarded Wu Qingqing. "What do you mean? There is no surveillance in my study. How do you know that?" Her words sharpened. Wu Qingqing was taken aback, her mind racing. Eventually, she managed to stammer, "You told me before, remember?" Her gaze remained cautious, wary of Xu Yihuan's disbelief. Xu Yihuan nodded, uncertain if she believed her. "So that is how it is. I understand now." Wu Qingqing's smile appeared slightly forced. "It was installed a couple of days ago. I tend to leave various items scattered about the study and can never find them, so my father suggested putting in a camera." As she explained, Xu Yihuan ascended the stairs. "Let us go, Wang Ma. We must check the footage. It seems it may prove useful after all. Let us see where that academic talisman has vanished." She turned to Wu Qingqing. "Would you like to join us?" Wang Ma agreed and followed Xu Yihuan closely. Wu Qingqing felt conflicted, unsure whether to accompany them or not. Ultimately, she steeled herself, devising a compromise. If discovered, she could easily distance herself from Lu Huanhuan. His theft had nothing to do with her. She was merely an innocent bystander, after all. Besides, she and Xu Yihuan were desk mates. With that thought, Wu Qingqing felt somewhat reassured. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward to follow Xu Yihuan. Just then, the doorbell rang again, this time in a rhythmic, unhurried manner, alternating between pauses and chimes, never ceasing. Xu Yihuan halted in her tracks. Chapter 17. Pei Yuli returns on the electronic surveillance screen. Two familiar figures stood at the door, one gripping the other. One was the recently departed Zhixu, while the other was the elusive Lu Huanhuan. Lu Huanhuan, held by Zhixu, stood at the entrance, his face contorted in rage, hurling threats. "Let go of me. Do you know who I am to treat me this way? Beware, or I'll have someone deal with you." Lu Huanhuan continued to threaten, but Zhixu feigned ignorance, leisurely pressing the doorbell. Upon seeing the two, Xu Yihuan was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such a scenario. Zhixu had not left. Lu Huanhuan was still here. Both she and Wu Qingqing witnessed this scene unfold, and Wu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands clenched in a fist at her sides. How could this be? Lu Huanhuan was not supposed to be here. He should have taken what he wanted and departed. Who was that beside him? The figure looked so familiar, clad in the uniform of Yun Cheng Yizhong. In the span of a second, Wu Qingqing's mind raced with countless thoughts. As Wu Qingqing was engrossed in her brainstorming session, Xu Yihuan unexpectedly swung open the door. Wu Qingqing instinctively extended her hand, but before she could intervene, the two individuals who had just been on the screen appeared right before her eyes. Uncle Lu paused momentarily upon seeing Wu Qingqing, clearly surprised by her presence. Xu Yihuan, observing the reactions of the two, began to form her own conclusions. The only one remaining blissfully unaware of the situation was Wang Ma. It was only upon seeing Zhixu that Wang Ma remembered something she had forgotten. Suddenly, she clapped her hands. "Oh, I remember now, miss. I meant to mention that Tan classmate hasn't left. He said he was just taking a stroll outside." Wang Ma expressed her joy upon seeing Zhixu, as she had always held a fondness for this young boy. Xu Yihuan nearly burst into laughter at Wang Ma's words, her puzzled expression barely contained. It seemed Lu Huanhuan had been fleeing when he fortuitously encountered Zhixu outside, who had apprehended him. This was fortuitous indeed. She no longer needed to review the surveillance footage, having caught him red-handed, aligning perfectly with her initial expectations. Xu Yihuan's expression momentarily reflected a fitting bewilderment. Zhixu released his grip on Lu Huanhuan, casually placing his hands in his pockets. I was just about to take a walk in your backyard when I stumbled upon this fellow acting suspiciously, so I brought him along," he remarked, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Xu Yihuan smiled slightly. "This is our former driver. I doubt he would engage in any nefarious activities. Please, do come in and take a seat." Lu Changyuan, appearing defiant and stubborn, mistook Xu Yihuan's words for a defense of him and immediately began lamenting. "Miss Xu, I'm leaving tomorrow, yet here I am, being bullied today. My life is truly tragic." Xu Yihuan, with her gentle nature, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing his cries, perhaps even feeling hesitant to send him away. A look of concern surfaced on Xu Yihuan's face as she subtly redirected the conversation. "Uncle Lu, what brings you to the backyard at this hour?" Lu Changyuan froze momentarily, his expression of despair pausing, clearly caught off guard by Xu Yihuan's sudden inquiry. He stammered, glancing instinctively at Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing, noticing Lu Changyuan's gaze, shot him a fierce glare. This scoundrel, having already made a blunder, was now scrutinizing himself? Fortunately, the plan had succeeded. Once the objective was achieved, after the college entrance examination concluded, she would see how Xu Yihuan continued to act so arrogantly. Wu Qingqing grasped Xu Yihuan's hand. "Oh, I asked Uncle Lu to help me find something. I lost a bracelet during my last visit. I thought it wouldn't disturb the servants if we searched this evening." Wu Qingqing felt a twinge of anxiety, but feigned calmness. Xu Yihuan tilted her head slightly. "Is that so?" Wu Qingqing forced a smile, her lips twitching. "Of course." Zhixu, hands still in his pockets, stood nearby, contemplating Xu Yihuan. "Xu Yihuan not dead." "Very well, let's check the surveillance footage. My academic token is quite important. It cannot simply vanish." As her words fell, both Wu Qingqing and Lu Changyuan felt their hearts race. The study was rather small, and Xu Yihuan's item lay prominently on the desk. The surveillance would undoubtedly have captured everything clearly. Could your academic token have fallen elsewhere? Perhaps we should search a bit more thoroughly to avoid wasting time? Wu Qingqing's voice trembled with anxiety as she clutched Xu Yihuan's hand. Xu Yihuan, growing impatient, shook off Wu Qingqing's grasp. "Oh, come on. The surveillance is installed precisely to help me find things. Why not use this convenient option?" Wu Qingqing nervously licked her lips, realizing there was no turning back. She had to relinquish her reliance on Uncle Lu for her protection. As for her academic token, if she truly couldn't retrieve it this time, there would certainly be future opportunities. Thus, Wu Qingqing forced a chuckle, echoing Xu Yihuan's sentiments. "You're right. It is indeed wise of you, Huanhuan." Xu Yihuan, uninterested in her flattery, stood up and began to ascend the stairs. At that moment, the sound of a revving engine resonated outside. The vehicle's performance was unmistakably impressive, the roar interrupting Xu Yihuan's ascent. This time, the door to the house remained open, and Xu Yihuan, feeling apathetic, leaned against the sofa, lazily glancing towards the entrance. Was it yet another ally summoned by Wu Qingqing? She hadn't anticipated Wu Qingqing's connections were so extensive. However, it was a misunderstanding, for Wu Qingqing did not recognize the visitor either. A glance at Uncle Lu revealed him shaking his head subtly, indicating his ignorance as well. Xu Yihuan fixed her gaze on the entrance. Soon, a tall figure entered her line of sight. Clad in a complete suit, he towered over the surrounding school uniforms, exuding an aura of authority. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xu Yihuan instinctively tightened her grip on the armrest of the sofa, her expression growing tense. It was Pei Yuli. Chapter 18. What on earth is happening? The moment Pei Yuli appeared, the expressions of everyone varied. Xu Yihuan's countenance darkened, sensing trouble. Uncle Lu, unfamiliar with Zhixu, wore a perplexed look. Zhixu, studying Pei Yuli's visage, felt a flicker of unusual emotion in his gaze. Wu Qingqing's eyes immediately sparkled upon seeing Pei Yuli. After all, he was quite fond of her. With him around, even if she created a mess, he would be there to help her clean it up. This was Pei Yuli's exact words. Wu Qingqing approached Pei Yuli with a beaming expression, playfully tugging at his attire, her demeanor affectionate. "It's been so long. I missed you." A hint of a smile graced Pei Yuli's typically cold features. His voice, while crisp and detached, held an almost imperceptible warmth, akin to how one would speak to a beloved sister. Ironically, his actual sister remained sidelined. Huanhuan had already donned a smile the moment Pei Yuli entered, having watched him grow up, viewing him much like her own son. However, upon witnessing Pei Yuli's reaction, Wang Ma instinctively glanced cautiously at Xu Yihuan. A strange wave of discomfort surged through Xu Yihuan, rendering her complexion somewhat pallid. She bit her lip, attempting to suppress the sensation. Calculating the days, she reasoned that her menstrual cycle was approaching. Yet, the others were unaware of this. Wang Ma, misinterpreting Xu Yihuan's reaction as jealousy, could only silently lament the situation. These two siblings had somehow ended up in such a predicament today. Pei Yuli, catching a glimpse of Xu Yihuan's response from the corner of his eye, allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips, though his eyes reflected a complex emotion. Wang Ma, forcing a smile, tactfully shifted the topic. How about I prepare a bowl of tomato and egg noodles? Thank you, Wang Ma. Pei Yuli echoed her suggestion casually, only to realize afterward that tomato and egg noodles were Xu Yihuan's favorite dish. A fleeting stiffness crossed Pei Yuli's face as he subtly turned his head to gauge Xu Yihuan's reaction. Xu Yihuan maintained a neutral expression, seemingly oblivious. Pei Yuli's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing again. His gaze swept the room before finally settling on Xu Yihuan, who remained seated on the sofa. He strolled languidly towards Xu Yihuan, who had provoked his sister this time. Why such a commotion? Pil's voice was gentle, laced with concern. Yet it lacked the tenderness he had shown to Qingqing, instead conveying a sense of detachment. Xu Yihuan felt a heaviness in her heart. As her father had said, her relationship with Pi had been remarkably close during their childhood. He had no other sister, and their parents were perpetually busy. Thus, she could confidently say that Pi had raised her. She had been tethered to him like a shadow, accompanying him everywhere, fearful of being lost. He would always ensure that she received the finest things first. However, ever since their parents' divorce, Pi had transformed into a different person. His demeanor towards her gradually became distant. Initially, she had eagerly followed him, but after being scolded a few times, she understood that her brother no longer cherished her. The proud young lady, Xu Yihuan, naturally ceased to shadow him daily. Instead, she devoted her attention to Zhou Yanze, for he, no matter how impatient, would never raise his voice at her. Things changed further when Qingqing was taken to live with the Zhixu family. When she introduced Qingqing to Pil, she distinctly recalled his reaction. Momentary astonishment followed by uncontainable joy. She understood her brother well enough to discern that. Yet by that time, her heart was already wholly captivated by Zhou Yanze. Regardless of how well Pil treated Qingqing, she felt indifferent. Now, however, circumstances had shifted. With Pil present, her plans would likely not unfold as smoothly. Xu Yihuan wore a solemn expression, pursing her lips. Reluctant to say more, she redirected the conversation. Upon sensing her unfamiliarity, a flicker of coldness passed through Pil's clear, beautiful eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. He lowered his gaze slightly, saying, Huanhuan, doesn't he even wish to call me brother anymore? That truly saddens me. Xu Yihuan's lips twitched slightly. When did Pil begin to care about such things? Oh, indeed, there had been one occasion, when their parents were away on business. Pil had taken her out to play. She had sweetly charmed several of his friends. She had proudly boasted to Pil about her irresistible allure. He had merely scratched his head in frustration before lifting her up, asking, Huanhuan, can you only call me brother next time? But now it was different. Now, Pil regarded her as if she were a foe. Would he still care? Despite her confusion, Xu Yihuan did not wish to oppose Pil at this juncture. She compromised, asking, aren't you going to rest, brother? Pil seemed satisfied with this. Why the hurry? I haven't yet discerned the nature of this performance. Do tell, what is the matter? Pil leaned back against the sofa, crossing his legs, exuding an elegant yet commanding air. Uncle Li, having observed for some time, had managed to grasp Pil's status. Upon hearing this, he immediately burst into tears like Ngn. Master X, you must stand up for me. I was merely helping Miss Qingqing search for her lost bracelet outside when I was wrongfully accused of stealing Miss X's belongings. I am truly innocent. Uncle Li lamented for a long while. Zhixu reclined casually on the sofa, arms crossed. Hearing this, he lightly nudged Uncle Li with his toes. You looked suspicious from the moment I saw you. I thought you were sneaking around trimming plants in the dead of night. Pil's attention was immediately drawn to Zhixu, and he did not pursue the matter of Uncle Li misnaming someone. He regarded TNZHX with keen interest. Upon entering, he had noticed this individual. With a noble demeanor and striking appearance, his features seemed vaguely familiar. Despite not wearing any notable brands, he exuded the air of a young aristocrat. It was surprising to discover such a person hailed from Qingqing. Who are you? PIL raised an eyebrow, looking up at TNZHX. Brother, this is my classmate TNZHX. After a pause, Xu Yihuan added, please do not bully him. She stared directly at PIL, her gaze laced with vigilance. PIL observed Xu Yihuan's defense of TNZHX, lowering his gaze to conceal the icy glint in his eyes. Chapter 19. The Academic Dilemma. After a moment, PIL chuckled softly. In Huanhuan's eyes, is brother truly such an unreasonable person? Xu Yihuan was taken aback by PIL's words. Not exactly. PIL lifted his gaze, fixing it on Li Zhixu. Upon seeing this, Xu Yihuan's heart sank. She feared PIL would once again defend Qingqing. Li Zhixu immediately grinned, as if given a command. Tonight, Miss Qingqing mentioned that her bracelet went missing, possibly lost during her last visit to the ex-residence. If I had the chance, she asked me to help find it. Who knew that shortly after I began searching, I was accused of stealing something from Miss X? Li Zhixu had initially intended to maintain a facade of politeness, but the mention of both Xu Yihuan and Qingqing had thoroughly exposed him. Qingqing chimed in, looking aggrieved. Yes. The bracelet I lost was the one you gifted me for my last birthday. PIL, who had been relaxed moments before, suddenly stiffened, his gaze locking on Qingqing. You lost the bracelet I gifted you last time? His voice was calm, but the cadence carried an underlying menace. Qingqing had not anticipated that PIL would focus on this detail. Hearing his tone, she felt a surge of fear and quickened her speech. While it was true that the bracelet was lost, it was false that it had been misplaced at Xu Yihuan's place. Things were lost, but how was she to know where they had gone? PIL's expression was inscrutable, making it difficult to ascertain whether he accepted her explanation. He then turned his attention back to Xu Yihuan. Sister, what have you lost? Now, hearing PIL's question, she felt even less inclined to be cordial. What is it to you what I've lost? Even if it's just a piece of paper, I will find it. Is that unacceptable? Qu'elle posed. And then a flicker of amusement sparked in his eyes. Very well, of course, it is acceptable. Then he stole my belongings. I wish to check the surveillance footage. Is that not permissible? Xu Yihuan pointed at Li Zhixu, her gaze steady as she looked at PIL. This scoundrel clearly appeared to be in a good mood today, so she seized the opportunity to speak up. Otherwise, given PIL's unpredictable temperament, he might toss Li Zhixu out at any moment, rendering her efforts for the day utterly futile. Li Zhixu sensed trouble and hastily protested. It wasn't me. I swear, I've said it countless times. I never went upstairs, nor did I take anything from Xu Yihuan. Upon hearing PIL's words, Qingqing felt her heart drop again. Indeed, I believe Uncle Woon T do such a thing. Qingqing said cautiously, glancing at PIL's expression. She could only take a gamble now, hoping that even if PI had discerned the truth, he would still choose to defend her at Xu Yihuan's expense. Uncle? Sure enough, upon hearing this, PIL lifted his eyes to scrutinize Li Zhixu. Li Zhixu quickly nodded. Indeed, I am Qingqing's uncle, and Qingqing. We are all each other has. My dear Qingqing is truly unfortunate. Even assisting her in retrieving an item can lead others to suspect thievery. Though our family may be impoverished, we would never resort to such actions. As anticipated, PIL's gaze fell upon Xu Yihuan, who knew in. Perhaps we should let it go. Since the lost item is not of great value, its loss is inconsequential. If you desire it, brother shall simply procure another for you. PIL casually remarked. Xu Yihuan felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, a bitter smile escaping her lips. PIL remained steadfastly aligned with Qingqing. Xu Yihuan resolutely shook her head. No. PIL's expression darkened. Be good, listen. Since it is not particularly important, let it be lost. His tone was still gentle, yet Xu Yihuan could discern his growing displeasure. She pressed her lips together, choosing silence. Although the item taken by Li Zhixu was merely a small sachet, her plans had been thoroughly disrupted by PIL. Li Zhixu was oblivious to the tension between the two. At that moment, he continued to wail pitifully, unable to tolerate it any longer. Tianzhx delivered a swift kick, sending Li Zhixu sprawling to the ground. "Help! Murder!" he cried out. Upon hearing this, Pil's expression flickered with impatience. Xu Yihuan also turned to look. Li Zhixu propped himself up with his hands, his body askew. Just then, a blue object tumbled from his pocket. Qingqing gasped, instinctively reaching out to cover it. Yet, under the scrutiny of many, she refrained from acting. Despite the tense atmosphere, Tianzhix was undeterred. His gaze fell upon the blue object, recalling having seen Li Zhixu examining it in the garden. What on earth could it be? He squatted down, picking it up with his slender fingers for a closer inspection. To his disappointment, he could not discern its nature. Rarely purchasing items online, he was unfamiliar with such gifts. He casually handed it to Xu Yihuan, who felt a surge of joy within. How splendid! This truly came without effort. However, she maintained an expression of shock. "Isn't this my academic talisman? Why is it with you?" Xu Yihuan chastised, exuding an air of an unreasonable young lady. "Did you deliberately steal my academic talisman, wishing for my poor performance in the college entrance examination?" Li Zhixu sat on the ground, his heart racing in fear. Qingqing had only instructed him to steal, not what to do if caught. Thus, he resigned himself to his fate, adopting a defiant demeanor and remaining silent. Tianzhix obediently returned the item to Xu Yihuan, who quickly tucked it into her pocket, as if fearful of being seen. Pil raised an eyebrow at the sight. "Wait, who knew in? May I see your academic talisman?" He emphasized the word academic talisman with weight. Xu Yihuan's heart tightened. It was not a true academic talisman. How could she show it to Pil? Upon hearing his words, Xu Yihuan's lips twitched slightly as she firmly covered her pocket with her hand, her gaze darting nervously. "Isn't it inappropriate, brother? After all, this is a consecrated item, touched by others. What if it loses its efficacy?" Pil observed her reaction and understood. He turned his head and chuckled lightly. "It's all right, brother's not a stranger. Come now, hand it over." His gentle voice felt like a warm breeze, yet to Xu Yihuan, it sounded perilous. She knew her brother well, regardless of her refusals. He was determined to see it today. With a resigned sigh, Xu Yihuan retrieved the talisman from her pocket and handed it to Pil, lowering her head in contemplation. Pil inspected the talisman closely, then chuckled. "Sister, if your eyesight is poor, brother can take you to get glasses. However, to slander someone, that is your wrongdoing." At this, all eyes turned to him. Qingqing and Li Zhixu were both bewildered. This was indeed the academic talisman. How could Li Zhixu not know what he had taken? What was Pil implying? Xu Yihuan's hand, hanging at her side, clenched her clothing nervously. She feigned calmness and met Pil's gaze, innocently asking, "What do you mean by that, brother?" Pil tossed the sachet casually, and it landed on the ground, striking the hearts of those present. "Isn't this merely a sachet? How can you claim it to be an academic talisman?" His pace of speech was neither hurried nor slow, yet it left everyone astonished. "What? This is not an academic talisman? It's a sachet," the three exclaimed in unison. Only Tianzhix leaned back on the sofa, his gaze shifting between Qingqing and Li Zhixu, as if he had discerned something but chose to remain silent. He glared fiercely at Li Zhixu. "What do you mean? Where is my academic talisman? I warn you, if you do not return it, and I catch you, the consequences will not be trivial." Li Zhixu was utterly confused. He himself did not understand how the academic talisman had transformed into a sachet. Feeling wronged, he cast a pleading glance at Qingqing. Surely she, being clever, would have a solution. Qingqing, noticing his gaze, revealed a hint of urgency in her eyes. Who knew when such an opportunity would arise again? She shot Li Zhixu a warning glare before smiling and saying, "Who knew in? If that is the case, then you have slandered your uncle. Is it possible that this sachet truly belongs to him, merely resembling your academic talisman? Your academic talisman is lost. Shall we help you look for it together?" Receiving Qingqing's signal, Li Zhixu quickly nodded. Yes, Miss X. This sachet is one I purchased a few days ago from street vendor because it was attractive. Even if I have offended you, please do not slander me." His words conveyed the helplessness of a worker. Qingqing listened, offering him an appreciative glance. Pil's attention shifted to Li Ch and Zhu N, while Xu Yihuan could not help but smirk inwardly. Qingqing was indeed a master strategist, successfully exonerating Li Ch and N while finding a way to search for Xu Yihuan's academic talisman again, if they found it. Quietly taking it for themselves and claiming they had not found it was entirely plausible. Why had she never noticed such cunning during their school days? With her spirits dampened, Xu Yihuan sighed in resignation. Well, it seems my academic talisman is indeed lost. Perhaps it is simply my lack of fortune. If it is found, then good. If not, so be it. Her words drew the attention of everyone present. After all, her previous demeanor suggested she guarded her talisman closely. How could she now appear so dejected and willing to give up? Yet Qingqing, too eager, failed to notice Xu Yihuan's anomaly. No. Qingqing interjected sharply. If she ceased her search, they would have no chance to obtain the academic talisman. How could her plan for grade manipulation succeed? This was absolutely unacceptable. She had only gained admission to YNCH and YZH by sheer luck. At Yuncheng No. 1 High School, she could only rank in the lower tier. Even if she performed exceptionally well in her exams, she could merely gain admission to a non-prestigious first-tier institution. However, Xu Yihuan was different. From a young age, she had been inundated with various resources, making her acceptance into a reputable university like Nan University a certainty. She absolutely could not afford to relinquish such a promising opportunity. The gaze of the crowd shifted back to Wu Qingqing, filled with curiosity and confusion. It was evident that the matter pertained to Xu Yihuan, yet Wu Qingqing appeared even more anxious than Xu Yihuan herself. Wu Qingqing met their inquisitive stares, her heart racing with anxiety. She mustered the courage to explain, "No, it's because I previously heard Huanhuan mention that this academic talisman was personally requested by my aunt on her behalf. If it were to be lost, wouldn't that mean losing my aunt's heartfelt intentions as well? I do not have a mother as wonderful, and I genuinely wish for Huanhuan to embrace such maternal love." With reddened eyes, Wu Qingqing's words dripped with sincerity and anguish. Unfortunately, everyone present was astute enough to see through her act. The only one who might have been deceived was Uncle Lu, who was aware of the truth. Lu Changyuan looked at Wu Qingqing with admiration, recognizing her remarkable talent for performance. It would be a shame for her not to pursue acting. Xu Yihuan feigned impatience. "I've said it countless times. I've not wished to search for it. What does this have to do with you? Is my lack of maternal love my fault?" Xu Yihuan had always been headstrong and sharp-toned, but she had never directed such words at Wu Qingqing, as she had previously aimed to please her. Now, however, with Xu Yihuan's remark, Wu Qingqing's feigned grievance transformed into genuine dismay, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Pei Yuli's expression darkened momentarily. Xu Yihuan pouted, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Zhixu observed the unfolding drama with detached amusement, letting out a soft scoff that pierced the hushed atmosphere. Even Xu Yihuan, who usually played the role of a headstrong young lady, could not resist glancing at him. Was he deliberately adding fuel to the fire? Her conniving brother would certainly not let him off easily. As expected, Pei Yuli cast a cool glance at Zhixu. "What are you laughing at, Tan?" Zhixu's lips curled, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Nothing, just reminded me of a dog we used to have at home. No matter how hard we tried to train it, it would always bark at its owner." And then, Xu Yihuan, adhering to her principle of ensuring that no words were left unaddressed, inquired casually. "It was beaten to death." Xu Yihuan and the others exchanged looks of alarm, instinctively glancing at Pei Yuli, their hearts racing. Those with a modicum of intelligence could discern that this was a veiled jab at Pei Yuli. In the 21st chapter, taking your sister to the banquet, Pei Yuli's expression remained inscrutable, as if he did not comprehend Zhixu's words. "Is that so? Then it is truly regrettable. Since it has come to this, Qingqing, you may accompany Xu Yihuan. If she chooses not to search, then there is no need to concern yourself with her." Pei Yuli, uninterested in maintaining his previously gentle demeanor, casually dismissed the matter with those two sentences. Wu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Pei Yuli's words. A forced smile emerged on her face, one that was even more disheartening than tears. "You are right, Yuli Ge." Pei Yuli truly had a knack for unintentionally causing trouble. If Xu Yihuan did not want to search, could she simply turn a blind eye? Pei Yuli nodded slightly. Xu Yihuan, appearing indifferent, lifted her head at the mention of his name. Rising to her feet, she grabbed Zhixu and began to head outside. Zhixu followed her at a leisurely pace. Pei Yuli's gaze darkened once more. "Stop, I need to speak with you." Upon hearing Pei Yuli's words, Xu Yihuan quickened her pace. "I will not." She stubbornly pulled Zhixu into the car. Zhangguanjia Drive to Gangwan Avenue. She reveled in doing anything that would irritate Pei Yuli. Finally, she recalled why Lin Ji had mentioned that the recommendation quota could not be transferred, yet it had been given to Wu Qingqing in her previous life. The key lay with Pei Yuli. As a professor at Beijing University, he had his own laboratory. With the financial backing of the Pei family and their support for Pei Yuli, his research funding was undoubtedly substantial, which had elevated his status at Beijing University. This quota had been procured by the professor for himself, but under Pei Yuli's influence, it might very well be allocated to Wu Qingqing. With this realization, Xu Yihuan felt a sense of relief. Now that she understood the reason, she had a clearer direction for her subsequent actions. On Saturday evening at the Lishui Bay Villa, the Xu family gathered around the dining table. "I heard you will be hosting a welcome banquet at home tomorrow," Xu's father inquired, his tone serious and his brows furrowed. After swallowing his food, he leisurely added, "Make sure to bring Huanhuan along." Xu Yihuan, who was diligently eating, looked up in confusion. She was not particularly eager to attend Pei Yuli's welcome banquet. Had it been her brother from before, she would have certainly not missed it. Yet now, with Pei Yuli harboring such disdain for her, following him would only invite contempt. She had no desire to do so. Thus, Xu Yihuan promptly declined. No, Dev. I have plans tomorrow evening. I cannot attend Yuli Ji's welcome banquet." Upon hearing her words, Pei Yuli's previously gentle countenance grew subtly colder. "How delightful, Yuli go." Before, when we were not at odds, she always followed closely behind, affectionately calling you brother. "Very well." Pei Yuli turned his gaze to Xu's father, his voice crisp and clear. "Many of my sister's classmates will also be attending. They are all acquainted and may find common ground." Pei Yuli reverted to his charming demeanor, directly agreeing to Xu's father's request while bypassing Xu Yihuan entirely. Xu's father initially anticipated needing more time to persuade Pei Yuli, but was pleasantly surprised by how easily he acquiesced. In an instant, he regarded his son with newfound affection. This is how it should be. You two siblings are indeed one entity, sharing the same blood. Pei Yuli nodded earnestly, though was uncertain whether he truly internalized the sentiment. Xu Yihuan, however, rolled her eyes in disbelief. How could there possibly be a gathering of my classmates? It is clearly to pave the way for Wu Qingqing. Her father was truly gullible. Pei Yuli spoke with an unsettling ease. Despite his evident disdain for her, he insisted on pretending to act in her best interest. She could almost predict his intentions. Pei Yuli wanted her there, undoubtedly seeking an opportunity to embarrass her. Did he really think she did not understand him? Recalling her past life, she had once harbored innocent thoughts. After all, they were at least siblings. No matter how tumultuous their relationship became, they would not act rashly in critical moments. Therefore, when it came time to choose her major, she had considered reaching out to Pei Yuli to gauge her options. She had called him, and the phone rang for an eternity, leading her to believe he would not answer. Yet when he finally picked up, his voice was laced with impatience. When he asked what was wrong, she was caught off guard and fell silent for a moment. On the other end, she could hear Pei Yuli's gentle tone. He was not speaking to her, but she could discern that he was advising Wu Qingqing on her course selections. Even then, she had already secured her recommendation quota and was aware of her future school. Yet they still engaged in a futile game, constructing an alternate blueprint that would never come to fruition. As Xu Yihuan contemplated this, her heart ached with a tinge of bitterness. The bond forged through years of growing up together would ultimately fade away, bit by bit. However, this life is different. She will no longer humiliate herself by seeking out Pei Yuli. The shared bloodline, the kinship, holds no significance for Pei Yuli whatsoever. Xu Yihuan felt a heaviness in her heart. After idly pushing her food around on the plate, she set down her chopsticks. "Dad, I'm full. I'll head upstairs first." She closed herself behind her bedroom door, seated herself at her vanity, and restlessly turned in her chair. With a swift kick, she nudged the chair closer to the table. Her fair, delicate hand reached for a sachet from the makeup table. Since attending the welcoming banquet had become an unavoidable reality, she might as well make the most of this rare opportunity. Xu Yihuan thought to herself as she opened the bottom drawer of the vanity. Inside lay various necklaces and jewelry, some gathering a hint of dust due to disuse. She casually pulled out a long silver chain and placed it on the table. The academic talisman must be delivered to Qingqing. This role as the victim is one she must embrace. The following day, numerous attendees were expected at the welcoming banquet. Pei Yuli had already reserved a table at Huanhuan, the largest hotel in Yuncheng. Even though it was tea and members-only establishment, everyone knew that those who could enter were either affluent or noble. On Sunday afternoon, Pei Yuli knocked on Xu Yihuan's door, his voice warm and gentle. "Are you ready?" Despite the sweltering summer heat, he wore a long-sleeved white shirt. Xu Yihuan, still in her pajamas, showed no inclination to move. Hearing Pei Yuli's voice, she merely responded lazily, "Oh, I'm coming." After saying this, she hastily donned a white tee, layered a black windbreaker over it, and slipped into loose cargo pants. The jacket remained unzipped, with the silver chain adorning her neck. Complemented by her high ponytail, she looked both cool and stylish. However, for such a formal occasion, her attire was somewhat incongruous. Xu Yihuan took the blue academic talisman and casually tucked it in her pocket. Chapter 22. The Amethyst Crown for Qingqing. A saccharine voice interrupted her thoughts. Xu Yihuan paused as she reached for the car door, a flicker of irony coursing through her. Without hesitation, she opened the door and settled into the back seat. Qingqing, clad in a pure white gown, exuded elegance and purity, perfectly poised without overshadowing others. From her vantage point outside the window, Xu Yihuan noticed another figure standing beside Qingqing. Zhou Yanze wore a simple white shirt, buttoned all the way to the top, exuding an aura of restraint and aloofness. Standing next to Qingqing in her white dress, they appeared somewhat well-matched. In the past, Zhou Yanze's cool demeanor had captivated Xu Yihuan. Yet now, she kept her gaze lowered, engrossed in a game on her phone. Zhou Yanze caught a glimpse of the girl in the back seat, absorbed in her device, and felt an unusual sensation. Qingqing approached the car door, bending down to greet Pei Yuli with a sweet smile. "Yuli go. Thank you for bringing us along." Pei Yuli smiled warmly. "No worries, hop in." As she spoke, Qingqing attempted to enter the back seat. Pei Yuli promptly halted her. "Why don't you sit in the front? I recall you tend to get car sick." Hearing this, Qingqing smiled gently, a hint of guilt flickering across her face. She certainly wasn't the one prone to motion sickness. That was Xu Yihuan. During their previous outing, she had merely lied, claiming she would get car sick to prevent Xu Yihuan from sitting in the front. Nevertheless, since Pei Yuli had suggested it, sitting in the front didn't seem so bad. After all, she could witness Xu Yihuan's distress if she did get sick. It would be quite amusing if she ended up feeling nauseous. Yet unbeknownst to Qingqing, Xu Yihuan did indeed suffer from motion sickness. But that was a remnant of her past life. This time, her wishes would not come to fruition. After Qingqing entered the car, Zhou Yanze slid into the seat beside her. "Thank you, Yuli go." Zhou Yanze's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, his eyes straight ahead, as if indifferent to the company beside him. Initially, he had no intention of attending Pei Yuli's welcoming banquet. Given Xu Yihuan's nature, he anticipated her clinging to him throughout the event. Unfortunately, their parents had found out and insisted he attend, even compelling him to share Pei Yuli's ride despite having a driver at home. As Zhou Yanze assumed Xu Yihuan would be glued to him, she remained silent, solely focused on her game. "It's on my way," Pei Yuli remarked, glancing at the two in the back through the rearview mirror as he began steering the vehicle. The car was enveloped in silence, driving straight to Huanhuan. The hotel was a lavish spectacle on the 28th floor. As the host, Pei Yuli arrived early and casually chose a corner to sit. The welcoming banquet was rather mundane. Xu Yihuan kept her hands in her pockets, fiddling with the academic talisman, contemplating how to present it to Qingqing. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Huanhuan lifted hergaze. Beneath the dazzling crystal chandelier, Qingqing wore a crown adorned with gleaming amethyst gemstones. At its center, a teardrop-shaped deep purple crystal held prominence, surrounded by smaller purple diamonds that complemented rather than overshadowed the main jewel. The crystals refracted the light from the chandelier above, making Qingqing appear radiant. This original stone had garnered headlines at an auction for fetching an astounding 8 million. Now transformed into a crown and embellished with numerous diamonds, its value had undoubtedly soared beyond that. Xu Yihuan had always been fond of purple accessories, including this amethyst. She had intended to bid for it, but missed out due to a scheduling clash with an English competition. Little did she know it had ultimately been acquired by Pei Yuli. She admired the crown atop Qingqing's head. One must admit, Pei Yuli's taste was consistently impeccable. The crown was truly exquisite. Xu Yihuan sighed from her seat, reaching for a glass of champagne on the nearby table. As she did, the sleeves of her windbreaker slid up, revealing a slender, pale arm. On her wrist hung a simple strand of amethyst beads. The shade was a pale purple, so subtle that one might overlook its color. The quality paled in comparison to the crown atop Qingqing's head. The bracelet fit her wrist perfectly, yet Xu Yihuan could sense it was beginning to feel snug. It had been a souvenir from her childhood travels in Europe, purchased at a boutique when her parents were absent, with only Pei Yuli accompanying her. He had spent all his pocket money to buy her this bracelet. Amethyst was said to bring good fortune. At that time, she was superstitious and wore it constantly, never taking it off. As she grew, the bracelet adjusted from slightly large to a perfect fit, and now it had become too small. Given its current size, there was no longer a need to keep it. Xu Yihuan removed the bracelet from her wrist, revealing faint impressions left by the tight fit. Not finding a trash can in sight, she discreetly tucked it into her pocket. Pei Yuli observed the crown on Qingqing's head, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Qingqing, however, seemed a bit flustered, hastily adjusting the crown as if to remove it. Yuli ji, this is too precious, I cannot accept it. Pei Yuli reached out to halt her movement, his voice smooth as jade. There is nothing you cannot accept. Consider this crown a gift from your brother to celebrate your coming of age. It is quite lovely. If you do not believe me, you may ask Yanze. Zhou Yanze was also nearby, yet for some reason, he appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze wandering. Upon hearing Pei Yuli's words, he merely lifted his head with indifference. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, his singular thought being that this crown would surely delight Xu Yihuan. What do you think? Azze, is it beautiful? Qingqing gazed at Zhou Yanze with eager anticipation. Yes, it is beautiful and suits you well. Pei Yuli smiled, see? I told you I wasn't deceiving you. As he spoke, he slightly turned his head, his gaze accurately capturing Xu Yihuan sitting in the corner. Upon meeting her eyes, which were directed above Qingqing's head, a rare flicker of joy crossed Pei Yuli's eyes. It remained until he observed Xu Yihuan reaching for the champagne. His pupils dilated as he witnessed her remove the amethyst from her hand. Chapter 23. Have you been unkind to Huanhuan? Huanhuan. Pei Yuli instinctively called out her name, drawing the attention of everyone present. He did not mind, his gaze fixed on Xu Yihuan, startled by his loud voice. Xu Yihuan stood up abruptly, shaking her head for a moment before finally spotting Pei Yuli. Fearing he might shout again, she reluctantly approached him. What? Do you need something from me? Huanhuan fronit, displaying an impatient demeanor. She had to uphold her capricious young lady persona. Please assist me backstage. This disc contains photos of Qingqing and me. Could you project them onto the large screen? Pei Yuli spoke deliberately, extending the disc towards Xu Yihuan. A surge of delight filled her, yet she refrained from taking it, muttering in protest. Pei Yuli, am I your servant? Do I have to do whatever you say? Listening to her impolite remarks, Pei Yuli remained unperturbed, a helpless smile gracing his lips, filled with indulgence. No, I cannot trust anyone else. You are my dear sister. After all, his words carried a palpable affection. Xu Yihuan felt increasingly vexed. Why not ask Qingqing to do it? Do you not want to show her your photos? Xu Yihuan continued to evade, and many began to perceive her actions as overly dramatic. They trusted her enough to hand over the disc. Otherwise, they would not have given it to her. Yet, no one dared to speak up. Zhou Yanze could no longer hold his tongue. He stepped forward, his voice coolly admonishing, Xu Yihuan, this is not a complicated task. Must you continue to refuse? His tone contained a subtle reproach. Everyone present was taken aback. After all, Xu Yihuan was the well-known young lady of the Xu family, notorious for her temper. Pei Yuli's leniency stemmed from being her brother, but Zhou Yanze's audacity was astonishing. All eyes were now on Xu Yihuan, anticipating her reaction. Stunned by Zhou Yanze's words, Xu Yihuan's eyes brimmed with tears as if she had been wronged. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? With that, she forcefully snatched the disc from Pei Yuli's hand and hurried toward the backstage. Everyone watched her retreating figure, feeling a mix of sympathy and surprise. The typically spoiled young lady of the Xu family seemed to have been subdued by Zhou Yanze. Several of Pei Yuli's childhood friends arrived shortly after, witnessing the unfolding scene, exchanging puzzled glances. When had Pei Yuli ever tolerated someone speaking to Xu Yihuan in such a manner? He had previously been reluctant to even raise his voice at her. What was this situation? They exchanged bewildered looks, struggling to comprehend. As Xu Yihuan clutched the disc and reached backstage, she pressed her arm in discomfort, pulling back her sleeve to reveal an unmistakable bruise. The dark mark contrasted sharply against her fair skin. Lowering her sleeve, she turned to glance at the event hall. Setting aside other matters, she had indeed seized this opportunity. There were few staff members backstage, and Xu Yihuan was tasked with operating the screen. She connected the disc to the computer, revealing the photos in full view. Perhaps Pei Yuli intended to introduce connections to Qingqing, for the disc predominantly contained photos of Pei Yuli and Qingqing, rather than the expected images of him. Anticipating this moment, Xu Yihuan felt little emotional impact. As she navigated with the mouse, the screen soon began to loop through the images, illuminating the entire banquet hall. Many attendees instinctively turned to the large screen. Liu Xiaoran arrived fashionably late. Upon entering, he spotted the photographs on display and cheerfully draped his arm over Pei Yuli's shoulder. Ali, still so indulgent towards your sister? You're even showcasing her photos at your welcoming banquet? Other friends who had witnessed the entire exchange remained silent, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Qingqing blushed, while Pei Yuli merely smiled, saying nothing. Liu Xiaoran remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, stroking his chin as he pondered aloud. Your sister does look quite different from before. Pei Yuli, have you been unkind to her? His words were veiled, yet the implication was clear to those present. So could not contain their laughter. Qingqing's smile faltered momentarily, and she bit her lip, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. Pei Yuli maintained his gentle demeanor, unfazed, and simply clarified, Xiaoran, you are mistaken. This is not Xu Yihuan, this is Qingqing. Come, Qingqing, greet brother Xiaoran. Pei Yuuzlabia li stapatacida. Allowing Qingqing to present herself fully to Liu Xiaoran. Qingqing shyly smiled. Hello, brother Xiaoran, I am Qingqing. Liu Xiaoran's gaze fell upon her, casually assessing her before his eyes widened in realization. The crown. His movements stilled as he glanced down at Qingqing. Then back at the screen. Trouble. Even if he were dim-witted, he could discern that she was indeed the one displayed on the large screen, not Xu Yihuan. Wait, have they not reconciled after all this time? Liu Xiaoran chuckled awkwardly. My apologies, sister. It is my first time meeting you, and I mistook you for someone else. Please forgive me. Having grown up alongside Pei Yuli, Liu Xiaoran shared a brotherly bond with him. Qingqing, naturally, would not make things difficult for him. Although her face maintained a look of grievance, she reassured him, it's all right. Liu Xiaoran hesitated, then commented, at least you have a commendable character, unlike some others. Backstage, after completing her task, Xu Yihuan did not rush to leave. She surveyed her surroundings before retrieving her phone, lightly tapping the screen with one hand while typing with the other. The silver necklace around her neck subtly flickered with a red light. Within seconds, it returned to calmness, as if it had never stirred. Completing her task, Xu Yihuan pinched her thigh, wincing in pain, yet relieved it had worked, her eyes immediately reddening. Seizing the moment while tears lingered, she turned and exited backstage. Outside, aside from Zhou Yanze, who had stepped away to take a call, many guests had already arrived. Xu Yihuan's casual attire rendered her an unusual yet striking presence amidst the crowd. The moment she emerged, all eyes were inevitably drawn to her, with her eyes slightly reddened. It was unclear whether it was due to the earlier incident or something else entirely. Upon spotting Xu Yihuan, Liu Xiaoran's lips curled into a smile as he intended to greet her, yet she seemed oblivious to his presence. She merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before turning to walk away. In Chapter 24, This is My Academic Charm. Qingqing initially harbored resentment towards Xu Yihuan for capturing everyone's attention. However, upon noticing Xu Yihuan's reddened eyes, she was momentarily taken aback, only to be soon engulfed by a sense of elation and pride. Could it be that Xu Yihuan was finally envious of her? Qingqing was convinced that Xu Yihuan must be jealous, envious of her amethyst crown and the affection bestowed upon her by Pei Yuli. A smile crept onto Wu Qingqing's lips as she entertained the thought of Xu Yihuan discovering that she would score 0 on her exams, while she herself would gain admission to Nan University. Surely, that revelation would send Xu Yihuan into despair. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she could hardly contain her excitement. Observing Xu Yihuan preparing to leave, Wu Qingqing hurriedly lifted her dress and pursued her, determined to seize the opportunity to witness Xu Yihuan in such a vulnerable state. Xu Yihuan, noticing Wu Qingqing's movements from the corner of her eye, quickened her pace upon realizing she had taken the bait. As she headed towards the restroom, Wu Qingqing leisurely advanced, fully aware that the restroom was the sole route to her destination. Upon arriving at the restroom entrance, Xu Yihuan casually tilted her head, noticing Wu Qingqing lurking around the corner. Slowing her pace, she slipped her hands into her pockets. As she did so, an object fell from her pocket, unbeknownst to her. She hastened her steps and entered the restroom. The restroom was spacious, filled with bright lights that created an unexpectedly flattering ambience. Xu Yihuan did not enter a stall. Instead, she approached the sink. Her reflection revealed her small face and the beautiful peach blossom eyes that now bore no trace of redness. A sigh escaped her lips as she lamented the fleeting nature of her tears, realizing that such a state could not persist. She needed to devise a more effective strategy. Though she pondered these thoughts, her circumstances did not permit it. Xu Yihuan pressed her lips together, gazing at her reflection for a moment before lightly touching the pendant hanging from her neck. The pendant flickered with a glimmer of red light. She cupped her hands under the faucet, splashed water on her face, and pinched the inside of her thigh, eliciting a sharp pain that brought forth genuine tears. Her nose reddened, rendering her appearance pitiful. Casting a glance outside, she speculated that Wu Qingqing would soon arrive. After hastily drying her face, she stepped outside, only to find that Wu Qingqing had just reached the academic charm. However, to her surprise, a familiar string of amethyst lay beside it. Xu Yihuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The crystal bracelet she had inadvertently dropped had followed her out. Yet, she soon felt it was fate. She had planned to dispose of the items anyway, and now they had fortuitously come into her possession. Was this not a twist of destiny? Wu Qingqing, upon spotting Xu Yihuan, immediately smiled and elegantly approached her, aware that she had yet to claim the items. Even in mockery, she couldn't be too overt. "Why are you alone in the restroom, Huanhuan?" Xu Yihuan's lips twitched slightly. "I feared I might startle you if I were not alone." Wu Qingqing feigned shock for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Huanhuan, you truly have a knack for humor. You could have called me to accompany you, for being alone is quite dull, wouldn't you agree?" As she spoke, she edged closer to Xu Yihuan, the items lying just at her feet. Wu Qingqing had seen them fall and, glancing down, raised her foot, intending to step on them. Though the items appeared worthless, they were Xu Yihuan's belongings. She hadn't noticed. What harm would it do? With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Qingqing lifted her leg, prepared to step on the items, but Xu Yihuan's voice cut through the air, tinged with anxiety and tremors. "Qingqing, wait. Don't move." Ignoring her, Wu Qingqing pretended not to hear and stepped down, even playfully grinding her foot into the ground. Xu Yihuan watched in disbelief, internally admiring Wu Qingqing's audacity. If the roles were reversed, she doubted she could act so naturally under similar circumstances. Yet, Xu Yihuan's face remained a mask of concern. "I told you not to move. Why can't you hear me? Now look, my things are all dirty." Her words brimmed with distress, yet she did not bend down to retrieve them. Wu Qingqing acted as if she had only just heard Xu Yihuan, covering her mouth in feigned surprise. "What? These are your belongings, Huanhuan?" Xu Yihuan, confused, replied. "What is wrong? I thought it was some trash that had fallen on the ground." Wu Qingqing scoffed, bending to pick up the items, her fingers pinching the amethyst bracelet and the academic charm with disdain. She had expected something more significant than mere plastic. "Huanhuan, we are still students. Being overly vain is not wise. If you admire the crown I wear, I can lend it to you. No need to buy such trivial crystals. Aren't you worried about how it might affect your health? Just look at this crystal. It has lost its color and feels so light. You might have been deceived. It's likely just plastic." With a sigh, she adopted a tone of concern for Xu Yihuan's well-being. Xu Yihuan, gazing at the items in Wu Qingqing's hands, felt a surge of urgency. "You're talking nonsense. This crystal is not plastic. Get it back to me." She stepped forward, ready to protest. Seeing this, Wu Qingqing's lips curled into a smirk as she retreated a step, raising the items high. And this charm, isn't it the one that Uncle Lou mistakenly took yesterday? It will lose its scent if worn for too long. Perhaps I should help you dispose of it. No need to thank me." Though uncertain why Xu Yihuan cherished these items so deeply, Wu Qingqing resolved not to relinquish them easily. As she tightened her grip around the two items, she no longer appeared to disdain their dirtiness. Coincidentally, a trash bin stood nearby, and Wu Qingqing reached to toss the items away. "Wait!" Xu Yihuan cried out, her voice rising. "You cannot throw it away. That is my academic charm. My mother had it specially made for me." Xu Yihuan's voice rang out, nearly a shout. Wu Qingqing halted, her mind blank. "What? This is an academic charm?" she exclaimed, frantically inspecting the charm in her hands. Indeed, the academic talisman possessed two sides. One inscribed with the word Shui Yi, and the other displaying Pu Ji Si. The deep blue talisman, adorned with delicate golden threads, was crafted with exquisite precision. It was immediately evident that it originated from Pu Ji Si. Wu Qingqing suppressed her excitement within. This was truly the academic talisman from Pu Ji Si. In Chapter 25, titled Throw Away the Bracelet, she unexpectedly discovered the item that had previously eluded her, having inadvertently dropped it herself. It seemed that fortune had favored her without effort. Now that the item was in her possession, there was no way she would return it. After pondering, Wu Qingqing lifted her gaze towards Xu Yihuan. "You are mistaken. This is not your academic talisman. It bears the inscription of a Ping talisman, and it is from Lingyin Si, not Pu Ji Si." As she spoke, Wu Qingqing clutched the item tightly in her palm, resolutely refusing to part with it. Upon hearing her words, Xu Yihuan's expression wavered momentarily. "Is that so?" Wu Qingqing felt a surge of happiness upon acquiring the item, leading her to regard Xu Yihuan with newfound favor. "Of course, would I deceive you?" Xu Yihuan scrutinized the object in Wu Qingqing's hand, her expression hesitant as she cautiously stepped forward to discern its details. Wu Qingqing, noticing Xu Yihuan's actions, retreated a couple of steps, concealing the item behind her, determined to keep it hidden. Xu Yihuan frowned, insisting, "But that bracelet, it's undoubtedly my amethyst." Wu Qingqing glanced at the cheap bracelet in her possession, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. The academic talisman was sufficient. She had no need for such a bracelet. Logically, returning it to Xu Yihuan would not be out of the question. However, if she did so, it would imply that the academic talisman also belonged to her. Observing Xu Yihuan's concern, Wu Qingqing feigned a glance at the object in her hand. Then, with a decisive motion, she tossed it into the trash bin without hesitation. "You are mistaken. This is not amethyst. It is quartz. It likely does not belong to you. If your bracelet is lost, perhaps you should search for it again." With that, Wu Qingqing turned on her heel and departed. "I must inform Brother Yu Li to review the surveillance footage and return it to its rightful owner. I can only imagine how distressed the person who lost it must be." Wu Qingqing spoke with an air of righteousness. Having finally obtained the academic talisman, she could not afford any missteps. Even if the crystal truly belonged to Xu Yihuan, what of it? Could she rummage through the trash to retrieve it? It would only lead to her downfall. With a smug smile gracing her lips, Wu Qingqing sauntered away. Xu Yihuan observed her retreating figure, crossing her arms against the wall, her anxious expression transforming into a placid calm. A hint of mockery glimmered in her upturned peach blossom eyes. "Wu Qingqing, my belongings are not so easily taken. Yet, having placed them in your hands, I trust you can hold on to them firmly." Xu Yihuan straightened her posture, instinctively touching the necklace at her chest. Completely unaware that a young man was emerging from around the corner. Dressed in black attire, he appeared relaxed, hands tucked into his pockets. At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to Xu Yihuan. His gaze followed her as she walked away, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he leisurely pursued her. The red mole between his brows accentuated his allure. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, guests arrived in droves, making the spacious venue feel somewhat crowded. Most of Pei Yuli's invitations were extended to contemporaries, including childhood friends and classmates of Xu Yihuan and Wu Qingqing, as well as numerous colleagues from the capital. Many were merely aware that Pei Yuli had a sister, but were unaware of her identity. Upon seeing the photographs displayed at the back of the hall, they engaged in lively discussions. Surrounded by elegantly dressed individuals in suits, Wu Qingqing seized the opportunity to introduce herself. Unlike Xu Yihuan, who squandered her resources, she intended to make the most of this occasion. As she approached, she was almost instantly enveloped by admirers. Pei Yuli stood protectively beside her, a gentle smile illuminating his demeanor, revealing his relaxed state in the presence of Wu Qingqing and his friends. Xu Yihuan remained seated in the corner, observing the photographs on the large screen with a tilt of her head. They were indeed splendid images, though they would soon vanish. Now, she awaited the unfolding drama. "Professor Pei, this must be your sister," remarked a peer, his smile bright. "She indeed resembles you." The man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of refinement. Wu Qingqing's expression faltered momentarily, her smile fading. Pei Yuli noticed and was about to speak when a voice interrupted him. Lu Zhaoran, appearing somewhat inebriated, squinted his eyes. "Oh, you clearly do not frequent Yuncheng. You cannot compare her to Ali. Once you see Huanhuan, you'll understand how much she resembles Ali. That little nose, those small eyes, they're practically cut from the same mold." Having known Pei Yuli since childhood, his words carried weight. Pei Yuli frowned slightly at Lu Zhaoran's remarks. Although he had not spoken incorrectly, such comments in this setting seemed dismissive of Qingqing's feelings. Glancing at Wu Qingqing, he noticed her expression of hurt, which pricked at his heart, causing his demeanor to grow colder. "Although she's not my biological sister, I have always held Qingqing in higher regard than a real sister. I hope everyone can look out for her and ensure she is not bullied." Pei Yuli's voice remained gentle, but carried an undeniable authoritative undertone. His intention in inviting them was to pave a path for Wu Qingqing. He was determined to craft a promising future for her. Yet he could not attend to every detail. The more individuals who supported Qingqing, the better. Those who worked alongside Pei Yuli were undoubtedly astute. Upon hearing his words, they readily agreed. "Of course, we can see your affection for her from the crystal crown atop her head. If I am not mistaken, that crown was fashioned from the 8 million yuan amethyst sold at auction, a gem coveted by many wealthy merchants, yet it ultimately found its way into your hands. Miss Qingqing is indeed fortunate. Considering the crown's material, it must be worth far more than 8 million, perhaps even over 10 million. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she frequently glanced at Pei Yuli. His handsome countenance, with its chiseled features, captivated her. Her heart raced as she instinctively lowered her gaze. The notion of a crown worth over 10 million being gifted so casually suggested her significance in Pei Yuli's heart. Pei Yuli remained silent at his colleague's remarks, offering no reply. Wu Qingqing hesitated, intending to downplay her worth, only to be interrupted again by Lu Zhaoran, who appeared tipsy. "Ah, you don't understand. Now that Ali is wealthy, a mere 10 million is like pocket change to him. Yet back when he was a student, he would gladly part with all his pocket money just to secure that amethyst for Huanhuan." Chapter 26. Lost items and surveillance footage in attendance were individuals of affluence, who evidently had never encountered the notion that someone might deplete their entire fortune for a mere purchase. "Surely not. When has Ali ever been impoverished? You must be jesting," one remarked. "Indeed, since Ali arrived at Jingda, he has never lacked for research funds. He is hardly a person short of money. Not to mention the illustrious Pei family in the capital. Even the Su family is renowned for their wealth. How could Ali possibly lack for funds?" The colleagues from afar merely chuckled at Lu Zhaoran's words. Observing their indifference, Lu Zhaoran felt a surge of frustration. "Do you not believe me? Ali, tell them about that time in Europe when you bought Huanhuan a purple crystal bracelet. You borrowed money from me afterward because you were short." Lu Zhaoran, slightly tipsy, spoke with fervor. The onlookers exchanged glances, their hearts racing with disbelief. Could it be true? Pei Yuli, who appeared gentle yet was distant, stood silently. The students in the laboratory often remarked that Pei Yuli hid a certain aloofness behind his smile, but it was surprising to witness this passionate side of him. All eyes turned to Pei Yuli, who raised his glass and smiled softly. "I was young and naive, and since my sister liked it, I bought it." His words subtly confirmed Lu Zhaoran's claim. Upon witnessing this, the colleagues shared knowing glances, acknowledging the truth of the matter. However, Pei Yuli had long since dismissed it from his mind, summarizing the incident with a casual remark about youth and folly. The attendees hesitated to continue the conversation, except for Lu Zhaoran, who seemed oblivious to the underlying tones, quickly interjecting, "Ali, you just admitted it." The crowd chuckled, but no one engaged further. Standing to the side, Wu Qingqing held her wine glass, her expression tinged with jealousy upon hearing this revelation. Pei Yuli's sister must be Xu Yihuan, and it seemed he had shown her great affection. What then did her own crown signify? Though worth over 10 million, it was something Pei Yuli could easily afford. Indeed, it seemed that those who were not blood relatives could not compare. However, a strange thought crossed Wu Qingqing's mind. Purple crystal? That sounded familiar. As if she had overlooked something significant. Her expression grew slightly pale, and her grip tightened around her wine glass. The others noticed her change in demeanor and attempted to ease the atmosphere. Oh, look at what you're saying. Professor Pei clearly favors Miss Wu more. Just look at the large screen behind us. It displays photos of Miss Wu, not Miss Huan. One silver-tongued individual chimed in, and the crowd followed his gaze, murmuring in agreement. Wu Qingqing turned to the screen and, upon seeing her own photo with Pei Yuli, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. A smile crept onto her lips. Indeed, how could Xu Yihuan compare to her? Now, she had even lost the one achievement she could take pride in. As Wu Qingqing pondered, her hand instinctively brushed against her bag, reassuring herself with its contents. Meanwhile, Pei Yuli's peripheral vision caught sight of Xu Yihuan sitting in a corner, dressed casually and seemingly lost in thought, no longer engaged in her previous game. To Pei Yuli, her demeanor suggested that his kindness toward Wu Qingqing had cast a shadow over Xu Yihuan, which was precisely what he desired. He wanted her to witness his affection for another, to regret her past actions. A crimson hue began to form at the corners of Pei Yuli's eyes, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze as he held his glass, his hand trembling slightly. In the corner, Xu Yihuan was deep in contemplation, strategizing how to release the video for optimal effect. If she revealed it directly, it would be too obvious that she was scheming. But what excuse could she use? As she pondered, she inadvertently locked eyes with Pei Yuli, momentarily startled by the intensity of his gaze. Just as she sought to discern his expression, a languid figure stepped in her line of sight, blocking her view completely. Zhixu, with his back to Xu Yihuan, approached Pei Yuli directly. Pei Yuli smiled. Thank you. Onlookers briefly paused, struck by Zhixu's resemblance to a certain lady from the capital, known to be from Yuncheng, but seldom seen. Even those raised in the capital had only glimpsed her a few years prior, yet that fleeting glimpse remained etched in their memory. It was no wonder such an esteemed individual would choose to marry her. However, the lady's child was rumored to be frail. Zhixu, in contrast, appeared robust. Without further ado, Zhixu addressed Pei Yuli. Mr. Pei, I believe I lost a family heirloom bracelet while in the restroom. Could you assist me in checking the surveillance footage? He spoke nonchalantly, casually swirling the champagne sent by the waiter, as if it were a mere afterthought. Pei Yuli paused momentarily before replying, Of course, no problem at all. Huanhuan will take you to the back to check the footage. His words were unremarkable, and Zhixu did not contest them, readily agreeing. Pei Yuli signaled for Xu Yihuan to come over. Since spotting Zhixu, Xu Yihuan had not diverted her gaze. She could almost predict what was to come. She wondered about Zhixu's background, having heard tales of his humble beginnings. In this formal setting, his attire seemed out of place, much like her own. Therefore, upon being called by Pei Yuli, she hastened to approach, determined to look out for Zhixu. What is the matter? Xu Yihuan inquired, glancing between Pei Yuli and Zhixu. This young student claims he has lost something. Can you help him check the surveillance? The attendees recognized Xu Yihuan immediately as the sister of Pei Yuli, whom Lu Zhaoran had mentioned earlier. Indeed, the resemblance was striking. As the crowd recalled the previous incident where Pei Yuli and another peer had been voted as the most handsome at Jingde, they remembered the ensuing debate over who would be more beautiful if transformed into a female. Pei Yuli had decisively won, much to their disbelief, as they viewed him as a charming enigma, suspecting he could only transform into a femme fatale. However, upon seeing Pei Yuli's sister, they realized the public's perception was indeed sharp. Xu Yihuan's features bore a strong resemblance to Pei Yuli, her emotions vividly expressed in her eyes, exuding allure and gentleness. When Pei Yuli spoke, their admiration momentarily faltered. Shouldn't checking the surveillance footage fall under the purview of the staff? Unsure of how to respond, some instinctively wished to defend Xu Yihuan. But before they could speak, she brightly replied, All right, I'll go. My apologies, I became too excited to contain myself, she added, a hint of laughter in her voice. After all, it's my first time witnessing someone doze off and be offered a pillow. Yet, Xu Yihuan quickly regained her composure. Leading Zhixu, they walked toward the backstage. Follow me, he said. What have you lost? Xu Yihuan inquired as they walked. A perpe el cristal bracelet, tan fixu replaiv casually, not intending to conceal anything. Chapter 27. Video. Xu Yihuan halted momentarily, understanding immediately that he had witnessed the earlier incident. The manipulation of the surveillance was deliberate on his part. He was assisting himself. Xu Yihuan found it difficult to articulate her feelings. It was a novel experience. After all this time, it was her first encounter with a stranger coming to her aid. Thus, she nodded in affirmation, yes, it exists. They bypassed the monitoring area and directly approached the computer that had controlled the screen moments ago. Xu Yihuan leaned down, casually clicking the mouse a few times, causing the images on the large screen outside to shift. By the time the crowd realized what was happening, Pei Yuli's photograph had vanished. A familiar scene materialized before their eyes. The mirror at the entrance of the women's restroom in the banquet hall. Some individuals began to stir with excitement. What's going on? Is this the restroom? Has the surveillance connected? Yet the angle seemed odd. Was it a covert recording? Surely not. Who could be so indecent? In the banquet hall, guests buzzed with chatter. Just then, Xu Yihuan's face appeared on the screen. The sight of her familiar visage sent shockwaves through the crowd. No way. ISNT, that's Xu Yihuan? What's she doing here? Why is she crying? Who has wronged her? Soon, the Xu Yihuan on the screen began to move. Walking towards the exit, the angle of the shot inexplicably heightened the tension in the room. Everyone held their breath. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. The figure wore a dazzling purple crystal crown that refracted light beautifully, unmistakably recognizable. The crowd gasped in unison. Most of the attendees were students from Yuncheng, one high school or friends of Pei Yuli, all familiar with the two. They were as excited as children in a watermelon patch, eager to uncover the truth. Qingqing, don't move. A familiar voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Even Pei Yuli gradually lifted his gaze. What had Xu Yihuan done? Why was Qingqing here? Pei Yuli furrowed his brow, perplexed. At that moment, Xu Yihuan sat in a corner, observing the reactions of others with a detached demeanor. She merely needed to wait for the opportune moment to emerge and play the victim. She was quite clever. Zhixu held a glass of wine, lazily leaning against the back counter, his tone laced with indifference. Xu Yihuan clinked her glass against his. Thank you, she said, her gaze fixed on the event. In the opulent banquet hall, only Wu Qingqing was seen bouncing around, trying to turn off the video. Upon seeing her own reflection, she sensed something was amiss. As the video played, memories of her actions in the corridor flooded back, draining color from her face. Stop watching. Everyone, stop looking. This is all a face swap. Where are the staff? Why are they just standing there? Hurry, turn off the video. It is in the nature of the onlookers to indulge in gossip. None acknowledged Wu Qingqing's plea, their eyes glued to the screen. Her actions appeared on the monitor, revealing her clear hesitation before she forcefully stepped on something on the floor. The audience gasped collectively. My goodness, was that intentional? Even after being told to stop, she still trampled on it. This is outright bullying. The whispers of the guests reached Wu Qingqing's ears. Her face turned pale. She ceased speaking and turned to flee towards the backstage. It must be turned off. It has to be stopped. If this continues, everything will be ruined. Pei Yuli remained silent, yet his usually gentle expression had darkened significantly. Many esteemed guests were invited from the capital. Such a disturbance could tarnish his reputation in the city. Meanwhile, the video continued to play. What? No way, Huanhuan, is this your stuff? What happened? I thought it was someone else's trash that accidentally fell. Huanhuan, we're still students. Vanity is not good. If you like the crown I'm wearing, I can lend it to you. No need to buy such cheap plastic crystals. Aren't you afraid of damaging your health? Wu Qingqing's voice echoed persistently. With such remarks, the crowd exchanged glances, unable to contain their disdain, yet hesitant to speak out due to Pei Yuli's earlier attention to Wu Qingqing. Frustration simmered within them. Is Wu Qingqing even sane? Even if she wears fine things, she shouldn't speak of others in such a manner. What a lack of decorum. At last, some could no longer bear it and began to leave. I need to pick up my dad's son from school, so I'll take my leave. Farewells echoed throughout the space. Such high society drama was best left for them to digest alone. Those truly acquainted with Pei Yuli lacked the courage to depart, having already retreated to a corner, trembling. They dare not speak of the crystal bracelet, yet they recognized it as the one Pei Yuli had previously given Xu Yihuan. A delicate lavender adorned with 2 golden beads. There was no mistaking it. However, no one dared voice this thought, fearing ill fortune. Suddenly, the video on the big screen came to a halt. Wu Qingqing slowly emerged from backstage, her face pale, unable to meet Pei Yuli's gaze. She had sensed something was amiss. Indeed, the purple crystal bracelet she had found at the restroom door was eerily coincidental. Pei Yuli maintained a strained smile, his grip tightening around the wine glass. With a sudden crash, he crushed the glass in his hand. The red liquid mingled with the wine, staining the white cuffs of his shirt. The sound pierced the hearts of those present. A collective gasp echoed through the banquet hall, plunging it into silence. Lu Xiaoran, appearing slightly inebriated with a faint flush on his cheeks, widened his eyes in sudden realization. Hey, Pei Yuli, what happened to your hand? You broke that sturdy glass? Get it treated quickly. Huanhuan, hurry, take your brother to deal with this. Lu Xiaoran waved at Xu Yihuan, signaling her to come over and, incidentally, put an end to this farce. Although the cost was steep, given the injury, it would be a waste not to leverage it. If this farce did not conclude soon, Pei Yuli risked becoming the laughingstock of the wealthy circle in Yuncheng. Upon hearing this, Pei Yuli's friends beckoned Xu Yihuan to join them. No one dared mention Wu Qingqing again. Wu Qingqing stood aside, her expression grim, yet she remained silent. Xu Yihuan glanced toward them and, complying with their wishes, approached. Her steps were measured, yet she commanded the attention of the entire room. Pei Yuli watched her approach, a flicker of emotion stirring within him as his previously hardened demeanor softened, filled with an inexplicable anticipation. Chapter 28. The crown shattered, yet she stubbornly turned her head away. Her lips set in defiance. It's fine, you don't need to. The words had barely escaped her lips when she saw Xu Yihuan stride past him, heading toward Wu Qingqing. The final word lodged painfully in her throat. Wu Qingqing, what do you mean? Did you not claim that what you found was not my academic talisman, but rather a fragrant pouch? Xu Yihuan's voice was cold and sharp, her gaze directed at Wu Qingqing with an intensity that resembled not looking at a living being. As she spoke, she advanced relentlessly. What does that video signify? It is evident that you picked up my lost item. Why do you deceive me? Wu Qingqing was startled by Xu Yihuan's demeanor, retreating step by step under her relentless approach, her eyes growing redder. Tears welled up, rendering her pitiful. I did not. How could I know if what you said was true? What if you were deceiving me? Instinctively, Wu Qingqing retreated further until she found herself behind Pei Yuli. Cautiously, she tugged at his sleeve. Yuli, among all present, he was her only refuge. After all, he would not abandon her, would he? Over the past 2 or 3 years, he had pampered her. What did it matter if she had made a mistake? As long as the protagonist protected her, what could others do? Yet, Wu Qingqing was indeed not mistaken. Pei Yuli sighed as he regarded Xu Yihuan, instinctively shielding Wu Qingqing behind him. Huanhuan, what are you doing? Xu Yihuan raised her gaze, her fiery glare burning into Pei Yuli, causing him to take a step back. Can you not see? I merely wish for her to return what is mine. Xu Yihuan, do not cause a scene. How can you be certain that the lost item is yours? Pei Yuli's tone was gentle. Xu Yihuan furrowed her brow. Can you not see? She told me it was a fragrant pouch. Does that resemble a fragrant pouch in any way? Pei Yuli sighed again. I believe you are confused. You mistook the fragrant pouch for an academic talisman due to the incident a few days ago. As Pei Yuli spoke, his stance became clear, and the crowd echoed his sentiments. Yes, that looks just like a fragrant pouch. My sister loves to buy such pouches to keep at home. I agree. It clearly resembles a fragrant pouch, not an academic talisman at all. Hearing their voices, the tension in Pei Yuli's brow eased. You see, everyone thinks so. Huanhuan, you must be exhausted lately, or perhaps, after losing something, your eagerness to retrieve it has clouded your judgment. Pei Yuli's voice was clear, his light brown eyes fixed intently on Xu Yihuan, carrying a hint of persuasion. Xu Yihuan seemed swayed, lowering her head gently, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering. In a hidden moment, she pinched the flesh of her thigh with force, tears instantly pooling in her eyes, her voice slightly choked. It truly hurts. However, since I have already pinched, I shall not waste it. Thus, Xu Yihuan spoke hoarsely. Is that so? But brother, do you not remember? That bracelet. You bought that bracelet in Europe with all your savings because I wanted it. I wore it from childhood to adulthood. Even though it has become too small for me now, I still wear it every day. How could I not know what it looks like? Xu Yihuan's words pierced the hearts of all present who had siblings. Most of them came from families with inheritances, rarely being only children. Upon hearing Xu Yihuan's statement, they felt a deep resonance. If the items they gifted their younger siblings could be cherished so dearly, they would be delighted. Thus, the crowd, usually filled with banter, fell into an unusual silence. If this truly was a gift from Pei Yuli to Xu Yihuan, what about the protective charm that accompanied it? It was evident that it too belonged to Xu Yihuan. Pei Yuli felt a pang in his throat, but continued, Huanhuan, do you not cherish that bracelet? How about this? You each take a step back. Let Qingqing give you the crown, and you shall not pursue the matter of the bracelet any further. All right? Xu Yihuan's Gop Gun Li. What about the academic talisman? Pei Yuli, you know this is a gift from our mother. You must understand that Pujizi has no academic talismans available this year. Since last year, Pujizi has gradually ceased to sell various charms. Indeed, the academic talisman was among the last batch discontinued, and that was this year. As she spoke, Xu Yihuan's eyes were filled with determination, tinged with a hint of crimson, yet devoid of tears. Pei Yuli watched her, feeling a slight ache in his heart. I will compensate you. Whatever amount you desire, I can provide. This cannot be. Wu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She immediately turned to Pei Yuli. Yuli, you. Pei Yuli pressed his lips together, unwilling to spare Wu Qingqing another glance. The others present had little reaction. In their circle, money was abundant. Matters that could be resolved with money were not considered significant. All eyes remained fixed on Xu Yihuan's reaction. If she was not foolish, she should know that such a condition was unacceptable, for who among them lacked wealth? Xu Yihuan's family was quite affluent as well. Thankfully, as expected, Xu Yihuan rejected Pei Yuli's proposal. Biting her lip, she stubbornly stated, I do not want money. After a pause, she added, I want you to agree to one condition. Is that acceptable? Xu Yihuan gazed at Pei Yuli, her expression earnest. Pei Yuli did not expect Xu Yihuan to present such a simple request. He recalled that in the past, when they were at home, all she needed to do to ask for something was to act cute. Pei Yuli's expression softened once more. It seemed Xu Yihuan was still a little girl, easily satisfied. Her words stirred a hidden joy within Pei Yuli, one that made the pain in his still bleeding hand fade. He cleared his throat lightly. Very well. Upon hearing Pei Yuli's words, Xu Yihuan's anxious heart finally settled. Wonderful. She was fearful he would refuse. However, this was an unexpected delight. Had he not been indulgent toward Wu Qingqing, perhaps she would have found it hard to negotiate such favorable terms. A smile touched the corners of Xu Yihuan's lips, subtle yet present. Pei Yuli observed her, pursing his lips, taking a step back. This is merely your condition. As compensation, I will give you this crown today. Qingqing. Pei Yuli gestured for Wu Qingqing to present the crown atop her head to Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan did not anticipate Pei Yuli's action. She raised an eyebrow, looking at Wu Qingqing. Earlier in the restroom, she had boasted about this crown as if it were unparalleled. Would she truly part with such a splendid item? Xu Yihuan was correct. Wu Qingqing was indeed reluctant. Yet, reluctance was futile. Wu Qingqing moved as if operating at 0.5 speed, slowly removing the crown from her head and begrudgingly extending it to Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan did not accept it, her gaze fixed intently on Pei Yuli. Were your words genuine? You promised me one condition, no matter what. Pei Yuli could not help but smile. Of course. Xu Yihuan nodded. That is good. She then extended her hand, eager to accept the crown from Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing slowly offered the crown, but just as it was about to be placed in Xu Yihuan's hands, she suddenly released her grip. The crown fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The crystal, valued at 8 million, was not particularly resilient. With a sudden crash, the object shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 29, The Retrieval. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene before them. Was it truly shattered so easily? Did Xu Yihuan's hands possess such a slippery quality? That was an amount of 10 million. Xu Yihuan, what have you done? Wu Qingqing gazed at the crystal shards scattered on the ground, along with the fallen glimmering diamonds, her heart aching as she could not help but shout. With her objective achieved, Xu Yihuan no longer felt the need to conceal her true nature. Provocatively glancing at Wu Qingqing, she spoke with utmost seriousness. I apologize. My hand slipped, and I was unable to catch it. You should have held on tighter. Wu Qingqing gritted her teeth. How was I to know whether you were unwell? Xu Yihuan disregarded her further, scanning the crowd before gracefully turning to leave. Lu Zhaoran observed Xu Yihuan's retreating figure, incredulous. My goodness. Huanhuan truly hasn't restrained her temper as a young lady at all. She has always been this way since childhood. Although Lu Zhaoran was astonished, He had watched Xu Yihuan grow up. In his eyes, Xu Yihuan was no different from a younger sister. Xu Yihuan had always been domineering, but they had indulged her, and it had long since become a habit. To him, Xu Yihuan's act of throwing 10 million worth of crown onto the ground, while bold, was not entirely unacceptable. Pei Yuli observed Xu Yihuan's departing silhouette, his emotions rebounding sharply. What had once been a turbulent heart became tranquil instead, lingering until Xu Yihuan vanished from sight. Thank you all for attending. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality today. I shall personally extend my apologies on another occasion. Pei Yuli's tone remained even, revealing little remorse, but unmistakably conveying a sense of urgency to disperse the crowd. This grand spectacle had drawn to a close. Then we shall take our leave. Indeed, President Pei, we shall gather again when the opportunity arises. Brother Pei, do invite us out for drinks next time. Pei Yuli paid no heed to the pain in his hand, still smiling as he bid them farewell. Certainly, take care. Wu Qingqing stood silently beside Pei Yuli, her head bowed as she accompanied him in seeing off the guests, until a figure, incongruous in attire compared to the well-dressed guests, caught her eye. Zhixu, hands in pockets, wore a teasing smile, deridingly commenting, "Mr. Pei, did you invite me today merely for my amusement?" Pei Yuli's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He had anticipated this. Tan Zhixu's mention of seeking something was deliberate. Even today's events were inextricably linked to him. Tan Zhixu scoffed, indifferently fixing his gaze on the amethyst nearby. Pei Yuli understood the implied meaning, his expression subtly shifting as his smile faded. Zhixu, perturbed, began to stride away, but paused after a couple of steps, recalling something. He halted beside Pei Yuli and quietly spoke. Actually, it's quite simple to ascertain whether that is Xu Yihuan's academic talisman. The Puji Temple's academic talisman is surrounded by a circle of golden threads. If you unravel them, you will find the two small characters denoting the temple's name. No ordinary person would go to such lengths. It's too troublesome. Why not ask Wu Qingqing if she dares to let anyone see it? Having said this, Tan Zhixu walked away. Pei Yuli's pupils constricted, his smile faltering completely, freezing on his face. Wu Qingqing vaguely heard the term academic talisman, seemingly related to her. Anxiously lifting her head, she called out, "Yuli go." Pei Yuli took a deep breath, a smile resurfacing on his face. "Why are you still standing there?" "Qingqing." "What?" Wu Qingqing was utterly bewildered. What else could she do now? Did you not hear what classmate Tan said just now? Pei Yuli spoke in a calm and cultured manner. Wu Qingqing incredulously replied, "Are you suggesting I go rummage through the trash? There's all sorts of filth in the trash. How could I possibly do that? The banquet hall is filled with all kinds of people. Just the thought of possibly touching someone else's spit in the trash made her feel nauseous." Pei Yuli lowered his gaze, glancing at Wu Qingqing with an emotionless tone. "Then how did you throw Xu Yihuan's bracelet into the trash?" After uttering this, Pei Yuli did not wait for Wu Qingqing to respond and turned to leave. Wu Qingqing gritted her teeth, finally realizing Pei Yuli was avenging Xu Yihuan. With so many guests present, he had refrained from saying anything. Now that everyone had departed, his true nature was exposed. Indeed, Pei Yuli was not genuinely kind to her. Wretched people, they are all wretched. Wu Qingqing glared with rage at Pei Yuli's vanishing back. With no chance for a turnaround, she resigned herself to heading toward the restroom. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan rushed out, covering her mouth, fearing that she might laugh uncontrollably. After all, crafting herself into a victim was quite amusing. She was determined to deliver the academic talisman to Wu Qingqing. Not only had she succeeded, but she also tarnished a part of Wu Qingqing's reputation, garnering sympathy for herself. What a delightful outcome. Xu Yihuan leisurely descended the elevator. A refreshing breeze greeted her at the entrance, invigorating her spirit. With only about 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination, aside from mock exam and 1 week of review, she had just 1 week left at school. Xu Yihuan felt hopeful about life. There remained an important matter. She must guard against Pei Yuli. In her previous life, the opportunity had likely fallen into Wu Qingqing's hands due to Pei Yuli's machinations. In this life, her qualification confirmation form was already filled out. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the opportunity would be hers. However, Pei Yuli could easily become that unforeseen circumstance. This was precisely why she had caused such a scene today, to secure a favor from Pei Yuli. While Pei Yuli might be despicable, he was quite trustworthy. After all, so many witnessed the event, He would not go back on his word. Thus, if the time came, at the very least, there would be a means of check and balance. Xu Yihuan breathed in the air of Yun City, seated by the roadside, savoring the bustling street life. She had become the sole tranquility amidst the clamor. Xu Yihuan did not feel lonely at all, finding a stone stump to sit upon. She opened a casual game and began to play, showing no trace of her earlier sorrow. Zhixu emerged and was greeted by this scene. He stood silently for 2 seconds, initially believing Xu Yihuan had been bullied to the point of snapping. It turned out she had been acting all along. He suddenly burst into laughter. The little girl was quite the deceiver. Zhixu unzipped his jacket, revealing a white shirt beneath. The collar of the shirt was loose, exposing his fair collarbone to the wind, which caused it to blush slightly. Zhixu approached Xu Yihuan. Chapter 30. Are you out of your mind? I've helped you. Should you be grateful? Zhixu, without a hint of a rogue demeanor, maintained his elevated stance, staring intently at Xu Yihuan. Although Zhixu's voice was melodious and soothing to the core, Xu Yihuan was still startled. The phone trembled in her hand as if it were scalding, nearly slipping from her grasp, but ultimately landing steadily in her palm. Xu Yihuan raised her head to meet Zhixu's gaze. After much effort, she managed to utter, "Great kindness requires no thanks." Zhixu could not help but tilt his head and chuckle, exasperated. He had thought himself shameless enough, yet here was someone even more audacious than him. Zhixu lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes fluttering. Her crimson lips parted slightly to utter a few words. "No, I want you to thank me." Xu Yihuan, feeling helpless, pondered for a few moments before naturally putting away her phone. She was the first to rise from the stone stool. "All right then, let us go for barbecue," she declared as she realized her own hunger. She hadn't even had a chance to eat at that dreadful banquet earlier. Zhixu, upon hearing her words, smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. He fell back a half-step, trailing closely behind Xu Yihuan. The living room was cloaked in darkness, enveloped in silence. Xu Yihuan fumbled to open the door. Upon switching on the light, she found Pei Yuli sitting squarely on the sofa, his obsidian eyes dim and unfocused, lost in thought. Pei Yuli retained his gentle and courteous demeanor, as if nothing had transpired that day. "Did you go out to play with your classmates?" he inquired, fixing his gaze directly on Xu Yihuan. She shivered under his penetrating stare. "What does that concern you?" "Mind your own business," she retorted, preparing to ascend the staircase. Xu Yihuan paused, evidently intrigued by the topic. She turned and approached Pei Yuli. Observing her reaction, a flicker of joy passed through his heart as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a familiar pale purple crystal bracelet. He extended it towards her. Xu Yihuan accepted it, glancing at it twice before bursting into laughter. "Hey, it really is mine. I suppose Wu Qingqing must have had a tough time scavenging for it." However, such a trivial item held no value for her, and she was not particularly keen on keeping it. Seeing the smile on Xu Yihuan's lips, Pei Yuli mistakenly assumed she was pleased. His own lips instinctively curled upwards, only to witness Xu Yihuan toss the bracelet into the trash bin. "What a pity, brother. This is worthless. If you had brought me the shattered amethyst instead, I might have considered keeping it," she said, offering him a polite smile before turning and ascending the stairs without a hint of remorse. Pei Yuli's smile froze on his face as he watched her retreating figure. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sigh escaped his lips. "Forget it, after all. We are not destined to be siblings." Within moments, his expression of warmth and indifference returned. The mock examination was scheduled for Wednesday. By Tuesday afternoon, all students were required to clear their desks, including those in the first and second years, who would be collaborating with the third-year students for this examination. Unfortunately, they would not enjoy an extended 5-day break. Rather, they would have a weekend adjustment. Nevertheless, everyone was still cheerfully packing their belongings in anticipation of the upcoming 3-day holiday. As Xu Yihuan was loading the last pile of items into the car, she overheard a chorus of astonished exclamations from classmates at the entrance. "Who is that? So handsome. Who else but Wu Qingqing's brother? He's heading right towards her. Wait, are you saying that Wu Qingqing, who could easily blend into a crowd, has such a handsome brother? Is that even possible? Well, what else could it be? Surely he isn't her boyfriend." Xu Yihuan listened to the growing chatter, her brows instinctively knitting together, an ominous premonition stirring within her. It seemed they were all referring to one person. Reluctant to enter, Xu Yihuan realized her backpack remained in the classroom. Just then, a soft, melodious voice broke the air. Wu Qingqing, her tone sweet and coaxing, had been coerced by Pei Yuli to rummage through the trash bin. Even after retrieving the bracelet, he had ignored her. Fortunately, she had been astute enough to apologize to Xu Yihuan a few days prior, drawing Pei Yuli's attention. Indeed, he soon approached her, offering assistance with her exam preparations. Boys, after all, tend to be drawn to more delicate girls, as it stirs their protective instincts. Pei Yuli's voice was gentle as he stood beside Wu Qingqing, observing her pack without offering help, his gaze wandering off into the distance. Since their dispute, Xu Yihuan had not seen him at home for several days. Where her father inquired about Pei Yuli, she could only reply that she did not know. She had not anticipated encountering him here. Listening to their uninterrupted conversation, Xu Yihuan decided she could no longer wait and steeled herself to enter the classroom. She made no effort to focus on the two, merely clutching her backpack and turning to leave. Xu Yihuan's eyes were cast down, her expression impassive, which Wu Qingqing misinterpreted as a deeper sorrow. After all, Pei Yuli was her biological brother. Despite publicly defaming her at the banquet, he now came to assist her with her belongings. A smug satisfaction danced in Wu Qingqing's eyes. What did it matter if Xu Yihuan was a young lady of privilege? The person she adored, her own brother, still revolved around her. Huanhuan, Wu Qingqing said cheerfully. Yuli, let us take Huanhuan's things with us as well. Pei Yuli stood tall and regarded Wu Qingqing with admiration. It seemed he had not misjudged her. She was indeed kind-hearted and aligned with his thoughts. Clearing his throat, he turned his attention to Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan shot a disdainful glance at the two of them, her thoughts racing. Are you out of your mind? Do I not have my own driver? Why would I hitch a ride with you? You're nothing significant. Chapter 31. Pei Yuli's inaction. Xu Yihuan glared at Pei Yuli, her words cutting, the dialect of Yuncheng flowing effortlessly from her lips. After delivering her retort, she turned and walked away with her backpack. Pei Yuli's expression froze momentarily. Yet, having grown up in Yuncheng, he certainly understood her words. He had not expected his sister to possess such a fiery temperament. As he watched Xu Yihuan depart, a chuckle escaped him. Wu Qingqing, puzzled, turned to them. Huh? Why did Huanhuan leave? Pei Yuli shoved his hands into his pockets, showing no intention of helping Wu Qingqing. Her things are already packed. Of course. She would leave. No worries, Qingqing. Take your time. I'll wait for you downstairs. With that, he leisurely followed Xu Yihuan down the stairs. Wu Qingqing halted in her movements, her lips twitching in disbelief. Wait, are you serious? I didn't bring anything down because I was waiting for him to help. As she watched Pei Yuli's figure grow distant, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her, seeing the stacks of books cluttering the drawers and cabinets. Yuli, she called after him, but Pei Yuli did not break his stride. Be good, Qingqing, I'll wait for you at the entrance. His voice remained as gentle as ever, yet detached. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qingqing resigned herself to the labor of moving her belongings. In the adjacent classroom, Tan Zhixu and his peers were also packing up. Tan Zhixu casually stuffed books into a transparent plastic shopping bag. Upon hearing a comment, he waved his hand dismissively. No thanks, I've nearly finished, just a bit left. His blue and white school uniform jacket hung open, sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing the veins beneath. Qiu Tianyi said nothing, merely nodded and departed. Xu Yihuan, ever the provocateur, chuckled mockingly. Our illustrious Tan is using a plastic bag for his books? Aren't you worried they'll tear? Naturally, Xu Yihuan seized the opportunity to ridicule Tan Zhixu. Given their ongoing rivalry, Tan Zhixu did not lift his head. Do you enjoy playing the Good Samaritan? There's a mountain in Sichuan with a Buddha. Go calm down and take his place. You, Xu Yihuan retorted, infuriated. Zhou Yanze's expression, usually indifferent, stiffened upon hearing those familiar words. He spoke in a detached tone, but the agitation in his cold brows and eyes was unmistakable. Perhaps sensing Zhou Yanze's unusual demeanor, Xu Yihuan chose not to elaborate further and merely said with a hint of arrogance, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Don Zhixu was bent over, tidying up the contents of his drawer. A casual glance revealed a pink notebook, and he paused imperceptibly before taking it out and placing it carefully aside. Xu Yihuan was constantly observant of Tan Zhixu. His gaze fell upon the notebook, which struck him as familiar. With a sudden realization, he exclaimed, Hey, isn't that the one Xu Yihuan gave Tan Zhixu the last time she visited our class? Xu Yihuan's eyes fixated on Xu Yihuan's notebook, motionless with intrigue. After Zhixu finished organizing his belongings and stacked everything neatly, he placed the notebook on top before slinging his backpack over one shoulder, clutching his books, and turning to leave the classroom. However, unbeknownst to him, as he walked away, a pink envelope slipped out from the notebook. Upon spotting the envelope, Xu Yihuan's narrowed eyes gleamed with excitement. If he wasn't mistaken, it had fallen from Xu Yihuan's notebook. It was evident that the contents encased in that pink envelope were surely a love letter. The thought thrilled Xu Yihuan, and he was determined to uncover what secrets lay within. Surveying his surroundings, he cautiously maneuvered closer to Zhixu's previous position. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he deftly stepped on the envelope. Just as he was about to bend down to retrieve it, a chilling voice interrupted him. "What are you doing? Step aside." Zhou Yanze, devoid of any expression, cast a glance at Xu Yihuan. Feeling uneasy, Xu Yihuan straightened up abruptly, forcing a laugh. In nothing. Zhou Yanze raised an eyebrow, but did not inquire further, merely moving past him with his books. It was only after Zhou Yanze had left that Xu Yihuan bent down to pick up the envelope. Holding the fragrant pink envelope in his hands, Xu Yihuan's excitement surged. This had to be a love letter from Xu Yihuan. But to whom was it addressed? Could it be for Zhixu? After all, the notebook had been lent to him. Could it be that she intended to seize this opportunity to confess? Yet that didn't quite add up, as Xu Yihuan had previously shown a clear affection for Zhou Yanze. Xu Yihuan felt he was on the brink of uncovering a sensational secret, his anticipation growing with each passing moment. He could hardly wait to tear open the envelope and reveal its contents. Just then, a voice rang out from the entrance. "Xu Yihuan, what are you dawdling about? I've been waiting for you downstairs forever." A girl dressed in an oversized top and wide-leg pants stood at the door, balancing a cup of coffee in her hands. She appeared to be in her 20s, her hair casually held up with a sharp clip, and a pair of glasses perched on her nose. Though her attire seemed casual, it was undeniably fashionable. She pushed her sunglasses up on her head, leaning against the doorframe with evident impatience as she gazed at Xu Yihuan. Upon hearing her, the envelope in Xu Yihuan's hands felt as if it had caught fire. He turned to Qingqing, his face a mask of ingratiation. "Sure thing, sis, I'll be right there." He urged her to hurry, then leaned against the wall to play with his phone. Despite his bravado at school, he dared not defy his sister's wishes. With a reluctance to examine the envelope any further, he tucked it away haphazardly into his book, hastily gathering his things and making his way out. The towering stack of books obscured his vision, yet he rushed toward the exit, calling out, "Sis, let us go." The following day marked the mock examination. Xu Yihuan was assigned to room 20 of Class 2, Grade 2. She arrived just in time for the exam. After passing through security and entering the classroom, she found herself seated at the last desk in the 4th row. With the seating arrangement shuffled, she hardly recognized any familiar faces. It was then that Xu Yihuan's eyes fell upon Zhixu, who was leaning on one hand, idly spinning a pen, his gaze unfocused. His desk was impeccably tidy, holding only a few necessary pens and an eraser, suggesting he was not particularly anxious about the upcoming test. Xu Yihuan often marveled at Zhixu's composure. It was a mystery how he managed to excel in Class 1 with such an attitude. After a moment's pause, Xu Yihuan's gaze moved on. Unbeknownst to her, Xu Yihuan was also present in the same examination room, trying to glean any hint of intrigue between the two. After all, he had just discovered the pink envelope concealed within Xu Yihuan's assignment paper. Now, he was eager to ascertain to whom it truly belonged. Was it for Zhixu or Zhou Yanze? With bated breath, Xu Yihuan focused intently on the pair, his heart racing with anticipation. Unfortunately, even as the invigilator began distributing the papers, he could not discern any additional details. The Chinese language test passed quietly. With only one subject to tackle that day, the air in May was already stifling, and many students shielded themselves from the sun with umbrellas. As Xu Yihuan exited the examination room, she happened to catch sight of two familiar figures, Zhou Yanze and Qingqing. The two emerged side by side from a classroom near the first-floor staircase. The stairwell led around the corner, and down that path lay the school gate. To put it simply, the classrooms were located on the 2nd floor. To leave, Xu Yihuan had to pass by them. Both wore unmistakable smiles on their faces. Qingqing retrieved an umbrella from her bag, shielding both of them. Her gaze clearly landed on Xu Yihuan, and she waved cheerfully, clearly elated. After all, She had successfully secured her qualifications for grade adjustment and had every reason to be in high spirits. Huanhuan, come over and share the umbrella with us. The sun is blazing. Xu Yihuan glanced at the tiny umbrella that could hardly cover the two of them and walked past them without stopping. Qingqing, noticing Xu Yihuan's reaction, felt a surge of pride, though her smile faltered slightly as she looked up at Zhou Yanze. Aze, it seems Huanhuan is upset. What should we do? Should I go apologize to her? Zhou Yanze furrowed his brow, puzzled. Is she really angry? Angry about what? Is it because I'm sharing an umbrella with Qingqing? He did not understand, his gaze lingering on Xu Yihuan's retreating figure. Had she begun to act capriciously again? In the next moment, a tall figure appeared beside Xu Yihuan. The broad shadow enveloped her completely under the cool shade of the umbrella. Zhixu lazily pressed the umbrella handle into Xu Yihuan's hand. Could you hold the umbrella for me? Thank you, classmate Tan. His voice was languid, trailing off with a hint of playfulness. Yet, one could not deny that the umbrella proved quite useful. In just a short while, the sweat that had accumulated on Xu Yihuan's neck from the sun began to evaporate in the breeze, bringing a refreshing coolness. Thus, out of appreciation for the umbrella, she decided to endure the moment. All right, classmate Tan. Zhixu chuckled softly upon hearing her compliance, the red mark on his brow dancing alluringly. Zhou Yanze and Qingqing remained rooted in place, silently observing Xu Yihuan's retreating form. Just then, Xu Yihuan exited the examination room. The moment he spotted Zhou Yanze, a triumphant smile spread across his face. After watching the two of them interact in such an awkward manner for so long, it was clear to him that the love letter was undoubtedly meant for Zhou Yanze. He must certainly inform Zhou Yanze about the love letter that Xu Yihuan penned for her. Zhou Yanze, Xu Yihuan called out to Zhou Yanze. Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Yanze instinctively halted his steps and turned around. Both Zhou Yanze and Qingqing simultaneously cast their gazes toward Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his lips could not suppress a smile, brimming with eagerness. "Aze, do you know what I just found?" Xu Yihuan always had a peculiar way about him. Yet, he often spoke grandly without substantial follow-through. Zhou Yanze had grown accustomed to it, and casually replied, "What? A love letter? A love letter written by Xu Yihuan." Xu Yihuan, still in possession of his wits, cautiously surveyed his surroundings before continuing. Zhou Yanze froze, slowly shifting his gaze to Xu Yihuan. His throat inexplicably felt dry, and his voice involuntarily rose a notch. What love letter? Who did Xu Yihuan write a love letter to? Xu Yihuan was taken aback. Immediately placing a finger to his lips, "Shu, keep your voice down, can't you?" Zhou Yanze frowned. "How do you know? Did you guess?" Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan proudly placed his hands on his hips, speaking in a conspiratorial manner. "Of course, I have my evidence. Just wait until class in a couple of days, and I will show you. Moreover, I must tell you, this love letter is definitely written for you. I have observed closely." Zhou Yanze's heart trembled at this revelation. A wave of secret joy mingled with satisfaction surged within him, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. However, he soon furrowed his brows, wondering why Xu Yihuan only shared half the story. Zhou Yanze opened his mouth, intending to inquire further, but Xu Yihuan was determined to keep the suspense alive and dashed away before he could speak. Zhou Yanze and Qingqing exchanged glances, their expressions complex. After a moment, Qingqing feigned innocence and asked, "Aze, do you think what Xu Yihuan said is true or false?" She sought to gauge Zhou Yanze's reaction. Looking up, she was greeted by the sight of Zhou Yanze wearing a faint, enigmatic smile. Qingqing's lips twitched. She seemed to have already discerned the answer. Xu Yihuan, Julie, had written him a love letter and carelessly discarded it, only for it to be picked up by Xu Yihuan. The thought of Xu Yihuan reading those sweet nothings penned by Xu Yihuan made Zhou Yanze's ears subtly flush with crimson. "How would I know? Perhaps it's just hearsay," he replied, observing Zhou Yanze's demeanor. Qingqing could not suppress a twinge of jealousy. It was evident that Zhou Yanze not only believed that Xu Yihuan had written the letter, but also felt that it was intended for him. However, she had not anticipated that Zhou Yanze would be so delighted. After pondering for a while, Qingqing's expression began to drift. Zhou Yanze, holding an umbrella, took a few steps ahead, inadvertently leaving Qingqing exposed to the sun for a few moments, prompting her to hurriedly catch up. Chapter 33. Relentlessly waiting for a meal, Xu Yihuan and Zhixu parted ways at the school gate. The language exam had not posed much difficulty today, but she had not completed her essay, not due to a lack of time, but simply because her hand had grown weary from writing. This was the final mock exam for the third year, the closest simulation to the impending college entrance examination. The outcome of this exam would surely astonish someone's youth once again. The mere thought of Wu Qingqing's potential reaction made Xu Yihuan smile, though her expressive peach blossom eyes revealed no trace of emotion. The remaining exams passed swiftly. Xu Yihuan had chosen the science track, and her last subject was biology, which concluded around 6 in the evening. Fortunately, in May, darkness fell slowly, and it was still somewhat bright at that hour. Xu Yihuan, with her backpack in tow, exited the school and did not encounter Zhou Yanze again. Instead, she ran into Xu Yihuan. The sight of Xu Yihuan always reminded her of events from her previous life. If she recalled correctly, Xu Yihuan had aspired to attend Central Academy of Fine Arts, but had missed the cutoff by a few points and ended up at National Academy of Fine Arts. However, if he eventually became a disciple of Master Meng, the choice of school would matter little, as resources would flow abundantly. It was a pity that Master Meng's disciple ultimately became Jiang Jinan. Xu Yihuan paused for a moment before casually engaging in conversation. This chemistry exam seemed remarkably easy. I finished with 20 minutes to spare for review. Xu Yihuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Easy? I couldn't solve a single problem. Xu Yihuan raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at Xu Yihuan. You should practice more. Xu Yihuan was incensed by Xu Yihuan's look. Just wait. I won't do poorly in chemistry. Xu Yihuan couldn't help but smile at Xu Yihuan's reaction. In her past life, his chemistry skills were considered a strong point among art students. Yet, inexplicably, he had faltered when the results were revealed. This time, regardless of Master Meng's influence, she would not allow him to harbor any regrets. Higher grades would grant him the freedom of choice. After all, he could go wherever he wished. However, she also knew not to push him too hard. Clearing her throat, Xu Yihuan shifted the topic. At this hour, would you like to join me for dinner at my house? My dad isn't home, and Aunt Wang has made salted egg yolk rice dumplings. Don't you adore Aunt Wang's dumplings? You can take some home afterward, saving me the trouble of delivering them. In the past, they often visited each other for meals. Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan's eyes lit up. Sure, the food Aunt Sue makes is delicious, and her dumplings are exceptional. He resembled a little puppy, wagging his tail as if following someone with a bone. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of two familiar figures seated on the sofa, while Aunt Wang stood nearby, attending to the guests. The sound of the door opening drew the attention of Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing, who simultaneously turned to look. Upon seeing Xu Yihuan at the door, Zhou Yanze's expression momentarily brightened, only to darken upon noticing Xu Yihuan. Aunt Wang, spotting Xu Yihuan, finally exhaled with relief. Zhou Yanze and the others had been there for quite some time, and though unspoken, it was evident they had been waiting for her. She, an elder, could hardly cater to such young ones. Aunt Wang approached the door, and behind Xu Yihuan, Xu Yihuan chimed in cheerfully. Aunt Wang, I'm here too. Hearing his voice, Aunt Wang's eyes sparkled. She had always favored Xu Yihuan for his youthful spirit and innocence. Every meal was filled with his gleeful chatter. Young Master Sheng, oh, it has been ages since I last saw you. You've lost weight. Come in quickly. The food is just ready. Her tone was devoid of the formality she had shown toward Zhou Yanze and the others, filled instead with familiarity. In contrast, Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing, left standing aside, appeared somewhat awkward. Xu Yihuan's gaze fell upon Zhou Yanze. Aunt Wang immediately understood and smiled, offering an explanation. Zhou Yanze stood up, intending to greet Xu Yihuan, but his words took an unexpected turn. Xu Yihuan raised an eyebrow at his comment, her tone indifferent, clearly showing little interest in the dumplings they had brought. Wu Qingqing and Zhou Yanze's expressions grew uncomfortable at her response. Zhou Yanze took a deep breath, recalling Chun's words, and forcefully suppressed his irritation. Focusing on the task at hand, he redirected the conversation. While Zhou Yanze spoke of Xu Yihuan, his eyes remained fixed on Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan, surprised to find himself included, pointed to himself in astonishment. As he spoke, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Xu Yihuan wore a look of innocence and confusion. Zhou Yanze's expression darkened, enveloped in an air of discontent. Unbeknownst to others, Wu Qingqing was well aware. They came here to deliver items. all at the behest of Zhou Mu, who had instructed them before leaving. Wu Qingqing had initially been reluctant to join, but Zhou Mu had specifically called for her. Qingqing, since you and Huanhuan are desk mates, why not accompany Ace? It would help cultivate your camaraderie. Zhou Mu would never forsake any potential connections. Wu Qingqing bit her lip, recalling Zhou Mu's hypocritical facade, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. Yet, she swallowed her disgust and timidly spoke, Huanhuan, you're aware of my background. How could he deliberately insult me like that? As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Perhaps we are overly polite, feeling that it is inappropriate to arrive empty-handed at someone else's home, and thus we endure humiliation when speaking. Oh, Huanhuan, we do not blame you after all. Everyone is your guest, and I can understand your position. As she spoke, Wu Qingqing cast a suggestive glance at Xu Yihuan, while Zhou Yanze remained silent, his expression indifferent, his gaze fixated on Xu Yihuan. Nevertheless, it seemed he concurred with Wu Qingqing's words. Upon receiving the signal, Xu Yihuan erupted, What? Are you insane? Does my visiting you to eat and drink have anything to do with you? Have I offended you? Let me tell you, not only did I come empty-handed, but I also intend to take something back. Xu Yihuan placed his hands on his hips, continuing his tirade. You two, one after another. Was it not enough embarrassment when you scrambled for seats at the restaurant? Now you have followed me home? How shameless can you be? And gifts? Are a few zongzi considered a gift? Have you never tasted anything better? Huanhuan, have someone come to my house later. I will send you my father's moutai buried in the ground. Wu Qingqing's face flushed with indignation. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced at Xu Yihuan. How could she remain silent while this man behaved so outrageously? In the past, if anyone dared to speak like this in front of Xu Yihuan, they would have already been scolded and thrown out. Chapter 34. Zhou Mu's predicament, however, at that moment, Xu Yihuan sat on the sofa, observing the scene like an outsider watching a farce, a smile playing on her lips. Wu Qingqing found herself at a disadvantage against Xu Yihuan's fierce demeanor. She turned her gaze towards Zhou Yanze, her eyes filled with uncertainty. After being berated so harshly, surely he would say something, wouldn't he? Zhou Yanze had already grown cold during Xu Yihuan's barrage of insults, fixating his gaze on Xu Yihuan. Under the weight of so many stares, Xu Yihuan could not remain passive. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her chin with impatience. Do not let me drink that extravagant moutai of yours, lest Uncle Sheng come hunting for me at home. Now, wash your hands and prepare to eat. Our guests have arrived, and it would be unthinkable not to feed you. With that, Xu Yihuan stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Miss Huanhuan, Wang Ma called out to her, her expression turning troubled. Xu Yihuan had that? What is it? Wang Ma nervously rubbed her hands together, speaking in a stammer. I'm going to cook now. Please wait a moment. Just as Xu Yihuan was about to nod in agreement, a clear, crisp voice interrupted. Zhou Yanze, with his eyelids half lowered and an indifferent demeanor, spoke. Wu Qingqing turned abruptly, incredulous at Zhou Yanze's words. Going back. Yet, Zhou Yanze seemed oblivious to her gaze, continuing, We merely came to drop off some items today. The items are delivered, and we should take our leave. Wishing you a peaceful Duanwu festival. After all, Xu Yihuan was fond of her own company. She could always return later after receiving the love letter that Xu Yihuan had mentioned. Moreover, the thought of Zhou Mu's order added to his growing irritation. A strange impulse surged within him, a desire to defy Zhou Mu. Xu Yihuan immediately responded, All right, then I shan't see you off. Zhou Yanze paid no heed to her reaction, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave with Wu Qingqing. As Zhou Yanze's figure vanished from sight, Xu Yihuan quickly approached the dining table, calling Xu Yihuan over to sit beside her. Although Xu Yihuan complied, his enthusiasm appeared somewhat dampened. He genuinely appreciated Wang Ma's culinary skills, yet he feared he might not enjoy them today. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Wang Ma emerged from the kitchen, bringing out dish after dish of prepared food, no fewer than 10 in total. Xu Yihuan was left speechless. Xu Yihuan, seemingly unfazed, encouraged him, Eat up, eat up. Wang Ma, beaming with warmth, added, Isn't today the day you all just finished your exams? This meal is a celebration for Miss Huanhuan. After Zhou Yanze exited, Wu Qingqing watched him with concern. Given Zhou Mu's temperament, she felt uneasy. Zhou Yanze furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. It's fine. Let us go. They found Zhou Mu already seated at the table, enjoying her meal. Zhou Mu, with her ample figure clad in silk and adorned in jewels, cast a casual glance toward the two at the door. That gaze bore an immense weight. Wu Qingqing instinctively took a step back, startled. Zhou Yanze shook his head, as though anticipating Zhou Mu's intent. He spoke first. No, Huanhuan's family is not home today. Huanma didn't prepare much food, so waiting there serves no purpose. Zhou Yanze pressed his lips together, his eyes flickering briefly before he leaned in to whisper something to Zhou Mu. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu raised her gaze lightly. Are you serious? Her voice was calm, yet laced with pressure. Wu Qingqing felt cold sweat break out, her heart racing uncontrollably. Zhou Yanze met her gaze unflinchingly. Yes, it's true. His steady gaze convinced Zhou Mu, who nodded slightly. All right, this time will be the last. You may eat. With that, Zhou Mu turned and left the table, never sparing a word for Wu Qingqing. Zhou Mu's journey to becoming Madame Zhou had been fraught with complications. In recognizing Zhou Yanze's worth, she would unhesitatingly exploit his contributions. However, Zhou Yanze had long grown accustomed to such treatment. In truth, he was not lying. After all, Xu Yihuan had already penned the love letter. Thus, it was inevitable they would be together eventually, and there was no need to rush. As Zhou Yanze observed Zhou Mu ascend the stairs, he finally felt his tense nerves relax. It's fine now, let us eat, he told Wu Qingqing before taking a seat at the dining table. Zhou Mu had a small appetite. The dishes remained largely untouched. Wu Qingqing gazed at Zhou Yanze's back, her heart swelling with sympathy. How could such a wonderful Zhou Yanze be taken by Xu Yihuan? Nonetheless, she found solace in the fact that she had secured her own grades. Once she obtained Xu Yihuan's results and joined Zhou Yanze at Nanda, they could escape Zhou Mu and the chaos of Yunqing, free to be together without burdens. After bidding farewell to Sheng Yuhai, perhaps feeling overly content, Xu Yihuan had the nagging sensation that she had forgotten something of great importance. Yet, before she could ponder further, fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep. The weekend passed swiftly. On Monday, the once quiet school buzzed back to life. The students in grades 1 and 2 had already resumed classes for 2 days. Logically, their grievances should have exceeded that of someone who had consumed 10 servings of a cursed dish. However, for some unknown reason, upon entering the school gate, Xu Yihuan could distinctly hear lively conversations emanating from the opposite building. She shouldered her backpack and entered the classroom, where she immediately overheard her classmates chatting. Xu Yihuan, do you know what happened over there? Once upon a time, Xu Yihuan was renowned in her class for her insatiable curiosity and was often the go-to source for information. However, that was a mere reflection of her past self. Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan was taken aback, exclaiming, What? What happened? Duan Qing, with a look of surprise, replied, Huh, you don't know? I'm not entirely sure either, but I heard that a student from the opposite class, either in the first or second year, was caught in a romantic entanglement. Su Zihuan budding get pulled out. Was it during their weekend remedial classes? Duan Qing's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Yes. I heard that a boy wrote a love letter to a girl and folded it into a paper airplane to throw it during class. As the saying goes, the first-year students come and go like flowing water, but the talented ones are as steadfast as iron. Yet, this talented individual was notoriously oblivious, ignoring every incident that transpired during his lessons. This was precisely why the students felt emboldened to engage in such audacious behavior. Unfortunately, they never anticipated being caught by the supervising teacher, which was indeed a considerable misfortune. In Chapter 35, Xu Yihuan, are you looking for this? Xu Yihuan retrieved her English textbook for the morning study session. Oh, really? As her gaze fell upon the textbook, her eyes widened in shock. Wait, speaking of love letters, it seemed she had a recollection. She had written a love letter previously and tucked it into her English notebook, intending to give it to Zhou Yanze later. However, she hadn't had the chance to write their names. She had only penned the main text. In her previous life, after completing the love letter, she handed it to Zhou Yanze, who responded with indifference, merely advising her to focus on her studies and not to think about frivolities. At least he did not discard the letter in front of her. But what about this life? She had lent her English notebook to Tan Zhixu. What would happen to that love letter now? Panic surged through Xu Yihuan as she immediately stood up. The veins on her forehead throbbed, signaling her burgeoning distress. Just as she took a few steps, Wu Qingqing rushed in, panting. Seeing Xu Yihuan's intent to leave, she inquired, Huanhuan, where are you going? The teacher is about to arrive. Fortunately, The class was engrossed in conversation, and few noticed Xu Yihuan's movements. However, as she reached the door, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Ji, who had come to check on their morning study. Lin Ji grasped Xu Yihuan's arm. "Where do you think you're going? Class is starting. If there's something to address, do it after class." Xu Yihuan froze, unable to move. She had already spotted Zhou Yanze, the homeroom teacher of the adjacent class, passing by. It would be inconvenient for her to enter and find Zhixu now. Lin Ji, puzzled by Xu Yihuan's demeanor, patted her shoulder. "What's wrong? Do you need to use the restroom?" Xu Yihuan shook her head, explaining, "It's nothing, teacher. I just felt a bit fatigued from yesterday's review." Lin Ji sighed. "You should take a break if you need it. Don't push yourself too hard. Your health is of utmost importance." Xu Yihuan glanced at Lin Ji, who winked at her. Lin Ji was the only one aware of Xu Yihuan's special admission, hence she was not overly strict with her. In response to Lin Ji's caring gaze, Xu Yihuan mustered a faint smile, distractedly replying, "All right, teacher, I understand." It seemed she would have to wait until after class to seek him out. Meanwhile, the adjacent class was engaged in their morning study as well. Evidently, the gossip circulating among the first and second-year students had yet to reach the pivotal third-year class. However, it was also possible that the students in the advanced class were simply uninterested. No one was discussing the incident. Upon entering the classroom, Zhou Yanze observed a scene filled with eager and diligent students. Even Xu Yihuan was unusually engrossed in his studies, meticulously correcting his mistakes marked in red ink. He had been scolded by Zhixu for a considerable time over this. He was well aware that there was a parent-teacher meeting this Wednesday, and if his parents attended, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. However, if Zhixu came instead, a mere scolding would suffice. Besides, how lovely Zhixu was. It would be quite a point of pride if she attended the meeting on his behalf. Yet, she had stipulated that he must memorize the text before she would come to the meeting. Thus, he was determined to commit it to memory, no matter the cost. Thus, Zhou Yanze witnessed a remarkable scene. Huanhuan was diligently reciting the English text, even the most challenging piece. It was worth noting that Xu Yihuan had shown no inclination to study even into his third year. He had relied on his father's generous donation of a building to the school to maintain his privileged status. Who would have thought that he would actually engage in earnest study in his lifetime? Zhou Yanze surveyed the room, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, when the disruptive elements are removed, the whole class flourishes. Meanwhile, Huanhuan was fervently reciting the text, while Zhou Yanze began to lose focus. His gaze frequently drifted toward Huanhuan, pondering if he had indeed taken Xu Yihuan's love letter as he had claimed. Where's the letter? Had he consumed it? It was supposed to be an English reading class, yet Zhou Yanze had not even opened his textbook. His lips moved as if reciting the text, though it was unclear what he was actually saying. Zhou Yanze noticed Zhou Yanze's distracted state and, as the college entrance examination approached, felt a twinge of concern. Was it possible that the mock exam questions had been too challenging? Yet, Zhou Yanze had performed admirably on this occasion. He should have no issues with hucking Jingda or Nandafuda. What could possibly be troubling him? Zhou Yanze approached Zhou Yanze's desk and gently tapped it. Zhou Yanze jolted upright. "What is it, teacher?" Zhou Yanze, known for his patience with students, softly inquired. "What is the matter? Why are you so distracted during morning study? Is there an issue at home?" Zhou Yanze realized his own lapse in concentration and managed an apologetic smile. "No, teacher." Zhou Yanze nodded, still feeling uneasy. Nevertheless, seeing that Zhou Yanze appeared to have refocused, he took his leave. After responding, Zhou Yanze's attention returned to his textbook. He seemed concentrated, but his mind was racing with thoughts. Since Xu Yihuan had mentioned finding Xu Yihuan's love letter, why hadn't he produced it? Or had Xu Yihuan preemptively retrieved it? Was she intending to confess her feelings? Zhou Yanze bit his lip, feeling an unspoken anticipation swell within him. As he pondered this, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Zhou Yanze immediately glanced at Xu Yihuan. Was he merely waiting for the appropriate moment to give it to him after class? Rising, he prepared to head to the restroom. Upon turning, he was met with Zhou Yanze's forlorn gaze, causing Xu Yihuan to startle. "What's wrong, bro? Why do you look like I betrayed you?" Xu Yihuan could not help but chuckle. Zhou Yanze shook his head. "It's nothing." Since Xu Yihuan had forgotten, there was little he could do. After all, it was improbable for him to ask directly. Zhou Yanze lowered his gaze, suppressing his disappointment. Xu Yihuan was oblivious to Zhou Yanze's silent temper. He simply had no time to indulge him. He needed to use the restroom before class began. Xu Yihuan maneuvered past Zhou Yanze. Just as he was about to exit, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the doorway. Xu Yihuan was skillfully positioned at the entrance of the science class 1, peering inside. Upon seeing this, Xu Yihuan immediately turned to call out, "Zhou Yanze, someone else looking for you." Zhou Yanze lifted his head, and upon catching sight of Xu Yihuan, his eyes brightened. Xu Yihuan, hearing this, quickly retreated a couple of steps, fervently shaking her head to indicate that she was not the person Xu Yihuan was referring to. Subsequently, a voice rang out, "Zhixu, come over here. I need to discuss something with you." The familiar scene unfolded once more, igniting Xu Yihuan's curiosity. Had he forgotten something? Ah, yes, that love letter, the one that had fallen from Xu Yihuan's notebook. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urgency, abandoning even his trip to the restroom. He rummaged through a drawer, overturning a pile of books, inspecting each one thoroughly. Finally, a physics workbook tumbled over, revealing the pink love letter. A grin spread across Xu Yihuan's face as he held the letter aloft. "Xu Yihuan, is this what you were looking for?" In Chapter 36, The Love Letter Discovered, Xu Yihuan's voice resonated loudly. The entire classroom turned their attention to him, specifically fixated on the love letter in his grasp. What was happening? A love letter? Could it possibly belong to Xu Yihuan? No way. Had Xu Yihuan evolved to the point of writing love letters to Zhou Yanze? This was absurd. Did no one consider how this letter ended up in Xu Yihuan's possession? The absurdity had everyone in fits of laughter. "Come on, Xu Yihuan, read out loud for us." Indeed, with the pressures of their final year, many were eager for a distraction. Xiao Tianyi, who had been engaged in conversation with Zhixu, turned his attention towards Xu Yihuan upon hearing her voice. Suddenly, he was taken aback by Xu Yihuan's announcement. Upon grasping the situation, Xiao Tianyi tumbled from his chair. "I told you, how could Xu Yihuan be so quiet all of a sudden? She wrote a love letter but didn't hide it properly, and now it's in Xu Yihuan's hands, and she's bound to be ridiculed." Xiao Tianyi lamented, pounding his chest in despair. Zhixu glanced at Xiao Tianyi and then at the girl standing at the door, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Oh, is that so? It seems to differ from what you just said." As soon as he spoke, Xu Yihuan's gaze landed squarely on him. "Could you step out for a moment and bring me my notebook?" Her previous bold request for notes had already caught the attention of many in the class. Now, hearing her words, no one felt perplexed. At the doorway, Xu Yihuan's gaze shifted steadily towards Xu Yihuan. "What did you say?" Her expression seemed calm, but inside, she was a tempest of anxiety. She had never anticipated that the love letter she had penned would end up in Xu Yihuan's possession. What an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. Yet, she knew she could not confess to it. Xu Yihuan was immensely grateful that she had not signed her name, wishing to create a unique nickname instead. Xu Yihuan observed Xu Yihuan's reaction, furrowing his brow in confusion. Could it be that this love letter isn't actually hers? He quickly tore open the envelope. Xu Yihuan's gaze darted away from Xu Yihuan and directly to Zhixu, who casually strolled over, his school uniform open, revealing only blue and white colors, creating a slight dissonance in appearance. However, Zhixu seemed entirely oblivious. As he approached Xu Yihuan with her notebook, Xu Yihuan hastened to read the letter. Upon unveiling its contents, he felt a surge of joy. It was indeed a love letter, although the handwriting appeared somewhat awkward and uneven. He couldn't quite determine if it belonged to Xu Yihuan. Fortunately, Zhou Yanze, her childhood companion, sat nearby. Without hesitation, Xu Yihuan handed the letter to Zhou Yanze. "Ace, please take a look and tell me if this is Xu Yihuan's handwriting." Zhou Yanze, having grown up alongside Xu Yihuan, should surely recognize her script. He reluctantly accepted the letter, glancing at it casually. Upon recognizing the writing, his eyes widened in surprise. This is indeed Xu Yihuan's handwriting. Sitting up straight, he scrutinized the contents intently. Xu Yihuan watched as Zhixu was about to pass the notebook to Xu Yihuan. If this continued, she would leave. In a moment of panic, he snatched the love letter back from Zhou Yanze. "Ahem, do you know the difference between you and a star? The stars are in the sky, while you are in my heart." Zhou Yanze, feeling the sudden emptiness in his hand, instinctively frowned and looked up at Xu Yihuan. Before he could process the situation, Xu Yihuan's voice boomed again. Having just read the letter, Zhou Yanze's face flushed crimson upon hearing it read aloud. This is Xu Yihuan's fault. Why write something so mushy? If she wanted to write it, She should have just given it to herself instead of letting it fall into Xu Yihuan's hands. Zhou Yanze felt an uncontrollable embarrassment rising within him. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan continued to read the love letter with fervor, leaving the others in a state of stunned silence. Was he confessing? It sounded as if he was reciting a love letter. To whom could he be declaring his feelings? No one had ever heard of him having a crush on anyone. The classroom's gaze shifted towards Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan, present and listening, felt an overwhelming sense of shame but had to maintain her composure, pretending nothing had occurred as she focused intently on her notebook, jotting down notes. After a lengthy recitation, the protagonist remained unresponsive. Just as Xu Yihuan was about to question the situation, a familiar, authoritative voice interrupted. "Xu Yihuan, what are you doing? Publicly confessing?" As the words echoed, Linji appeared at the classroom's entrance, clutching an English textbook and a stack of test papers. Clearly, she had come for class. Xu Yihuan halted mid-sentence, taken aback. "What confession? I'm merely reading Xu Yihuan's love letter. It's not mine." The eyes of everyone in the room turned towards him, and for the first time, he felt the weight of so many gazes upon him, causing a blush to creep onto his cheeks. The letter in his hands felt unbearably hot as he fumbled with it, only to regain his grip. "No, teacher, I wasn't confessing. This is Xu Yihuan's love letter, and I just happened to find it." In Chapter 37, The Burden of Proof, Lin Ji frowned, casting a skeptical glance at Xu Yihuan, her eyes silently questioning. "Is this truly yours?" Xu Yihuan calmly shook her head. "Does it have my name written on it?" Xu Yihuan glanced at the content of the love letter and shook his head honestly. "No, I didn't write it. How do you know it was me?" Xu Yihuan calmly retorted. As long as she was unaware, there must be no issue. The gaze of the crowd shifted to Xu Yihuan once more, aware that Xu Yihuan was infatuated with Zhou Yanze, yet found Xu Yihuan repugnant. It was not entirely implausible for Xu Yihuan to randomly claim something as Xu Yihuan's. The disdainful looks directed at Xu Yihuan were palpable. He found himself at a loss for words. Lin Ji's expression turned stern. "Enough of this. Both of you, come with me to the office." Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in excitement. If Lin Ji took them to the office, there would be no one left in class. Oh yeah, in the face of their personal interests, everyone seemed to have forgotten what Xu Yihuan had done. Lin Ji sighed as she looked at the group of students. "It's fortunate that this is a key class. I have noted what I require, and here are your notes for now." With that, Xu Yihuan followed Lin Ji out. Zhixu, with his light brown eyes sparkling, tilted his head slightly as he watched Xu Yihuan's departing figure. Xu Yihuan, no longer feeling the need to go to the restroom, snorted coldly and followed behind the two, as class time had already arrived. The office was quiet with only a few teachers present. Xu Yihuan held the pink love letter, his face a mix of pride and smugness. "Teacher, I want to report Xu Yihuan for early romance." Lin Ji's eyes widened. Early romance at least requires one to be in a relationship first, right? If I recall correctly, isn't Xu Yihuan a one-sided admirer? Why do you say that? Lin Ji inquired of Xu Yihuan. He handed the love letter to Lin Ji. "This is evidence." Xu Yihuan remained silent. Lin Ji took the letter, glanced at it, and was immediately taken aback by the cheesy lines it contained. "Did you write this?" Lin Ji asked Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan shook her head. "Teacher, I did not write this. I have no idea why Chen classmate would accuse me with an anonymous love letter. If I had written it, why wouldn't I just give it directly to the person involved rather than hiding it in my English notes? Moreover, it is well known that I lent my English notes to Zhixu, so why would I not retrieve the letter before lending them?" Xu Yihuan articulated her defense with clarity. "If Chen classmate insists that I wrote this letter for Zhou classmate, then I kindly ask him to provide evidence." Xu Yihuan was taken aback by Xu Yihuan's refusal to acknowledge it. "What further evidence do you need? This letter is something I found on my own. Where am I supposed to find evidence for you?" Xu Yihuan was infuriated. Zhou Yanze has already stated that the handwriting is definitely Xu Yihuan's. If you don't believe it, just compare the handwriting. Xu Yihuan sighed and replied helplessly, not to mention that handwriting can be imitated in this day and age of advanced technology. If you took my notebook and had someone replicate my handwriting, it could easily be mistaken for genuine. Lin Ji, upon hearing this, looked up and admired her, not for the content, but for her reasoning. Whoever asserts must provide proof. Without evidence, all claims shall be deemed slander. Xu Yihuan, agitated, found himself speechless. "You." Observing their reactions, Lin Ji lightly cleared her throat and began to address the situation seriously. All right, enough of this. I won't intervene in your affairs any further. However, you both must be aware of the recent suspensions in the first-year class for early romance, correct? As Lin Ji spoke, a serious tone crept into her voice. The school had recently intensified its scrutiny on early relationships, and the class teachers had been specifically briefed about it. Hence, regardless of the truth of this matter, it could not be permitted to manifest as real under her watch. This love letter, regardless of who wrote it, or if it was written, Xu Yihuan, you cannot bring it up in class, let alone casually accuse Xu Yihuan of writing it. Disturbing classroom order and tarnishing a classmate's reputation is unacceptable. Xu Yihuan, do you wish for me to have a thorough discussion with your parents during the parent-teacher meeting? Lin Ji regarded Xu Yihuan, her authority as a long-serving class teacher evident. At her words, Xu Yihuan felt a jolt of anxiety. The teachers in the office had fallen silent, and the atmosphere was so still that one could almost hear the heartbeat of several individuals. Xu Yihuan swallowed hard, gazing at Lin Ji, his heart racing, completely forgetting about the love letter, consumed with the thought of parental involvement. Teacher, can you not inform my parents? Lin Ji sighed. Then you must apologize to Xu Yihuan and write a 3,000-word reflection for me by tomorrow. Just say that this love letter was something you found, not Xu Yihuan's. Do you understand? Xu Yihuan's expression revealed his struggle. Writing the reflection was trivial, but apologizing to Xu Yihuan posed a significant challenge. He was concerned about his pride. Having previously mocked Xu Yihuan, now he was suddenly expected to apologize to her. However, failing to do so would mean involving his parents. Reluctantly, he cast a swift glance at Xu Yihuan and mumbled sorry. Xu Yihuan, Lin Ji, what are you mumbling? I can't hear you. Xu Yihuan, frustrated and guilty, glanced nervously at Lin Ji, who was looking at him with a gentle expression, yet clearly not letting him off the hook. With a sigh, he finally relented. I'm sorry. I was wrong to read this aloud in front of everyone, causing misunderstandings about you. It won't happen again. Xu Yihuan nodded with a smile. All right, I forgive you. As Xu Yihuan watched Xu Yihuan's retreating figure, she casually caught the envelope, shrugged her shoulders, and proceeded to open it. She then stuffed the thin love letter from Lin Ji's desk inside, smoothing it out carefully before placing it back on Lin Ji's desk. Teacher, I'm leaving. Chapter 38. Zhou Yanze steps up. Lin Ji shot her a disapproving glance. Go on, I'll accompany you. She still had to teach the neighboring class. Our science class 1 has many promising students. Did she really think she wouldn't recognize the handwriting or the 2,000 yuan stationery? Xu Yihuan glanced back at her, suddenly adopting a similar expression. Oh, your science class 1. All right then, class 1 is yours, while our class 2 is nothing, ultimately a misplaced investment. Hey you. Lin Ji reached out, intending to give Xu Yihuan a playful punch, but Xu Yihuan cleverly dodged. Hee, goodbye, teacher, I'm off to class now. With that, Xu Yihuan skipped away, feeling victorious. She was thrilled, having won a small battle, and the language teacher was gentle, maintaining a good relationship with Lin Ji, not making things difficult for Xu Yihuan. Just as Xu Yihuan settled into her seat, Wu Qingqing approached her curiously. What were you up to just now? Wu Qingqing asked Xu Yihuan, intrigued. Why does it feel like you've been late so often lately, both in language and math classes? Xu Yihuan pursed her lips, remaining silent and appearing somewhat downcast. Nothing. Xu Yihuan's voice was very low. Wu Qingqing grew anxious. What's wrong? You must tell me. This is a critical period for the college entrance exam. You can't keep it bottled up. Xu Yihuan's eyes flickered slightly. No wonder she was suddenly acting so sympathetic. It turned out she had ulterior motives. Just what? Wu Qingqing hadn't had the chance to press for further details when a gentle, yet stern voice interrupted her. Qingqing, Yihuan, we are currently discussing the exam paper. Please be quiet. Xu Yihuan glanced at the question. It was about analyzing the author's emotions. Huanhuan possesses a certain adeptness with this type of question, responding with remarkable fluency. The Chinese language teacher nodded in approval, asking, why did you only score 90 points this time, given your capability? The teacher's gaze was filled with curiosity as it turned towards Huanhuan. She bit her lip, appearing somewhat troubled. I didn't finish. I felt rushed. To be fair, this particular exam was not exceedingly difficult, and considering Huanhuan's usual performance, a score of 100 or perhaps 103 should have been within reach. All right, do pay attention to time management next time, the teacher advised. Xu nodded, affirmatively replying, "Yes, teacher, I will." Following this exchange, the teacher resumed the lesson, but Xu mind began to wander again. Qingqing's expression shifted from surprise to disbelief. What happened? Xu only scored 90? That's a significant 30-point difference from perfect score. Anxiously, she turned to Xu Huanhuan, "What's wrong? With the college entrance examination approaching, how could you suddenly falter in your performance?" Upon hearing Qingqing's tone, Xu reverted to her usual haughty demeanor, asserting it was merely an accident. "I assure you I will perform better next time. Qingqing, could you please fetch me a cup of hot water after class?" Without much thought, Qingqing agreed, prioritizing Xu's needs above all. Xu smiled subtly, considering this the first step in a compliance test. If she desired better grades, it was only reasonable to ask for assistance. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the science class 1 was rather subdued. 20 minutes earlier, Zhixu entered the classroom looking utterly dejected. A group of onlookers, eager to gather some gossip, found themselves at a loss, unable to approach him as they suppressed their curiosity. New York observed Zhixu's demeanor and could not resist nudging Zhix, saying, "Look at Zhixu. He appears as if he has lost his parents. This is hilarious. He must have been scolded by teacher LN." New York couldn't help but revel in his misfortune. Zhix glanced over but felt compelled to comment. "Do you think Zhixu is unwell? Regardless of whether Xu wrote that letter, is it necessary for him to be so delighted?" He found it unbearable and thought, "I should write him a love letter and slip it into his drawer, claiming it's from someone else." Upon hearing New York's last remark, Zhix stifled a laugh. "Aren't you worried he might take pleasure in that?" He mused. "Now that you mention it, given Zhu's level of narcissism, he might just kiss your hand for a mere slap." Notice Zhu's condition and, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "What happened? Why did teacher LN summon you?" Zhu rested his head on the desk, lacking any energy. "Nothing much. I was just punished to write a 3,000-word reflection." S expression grew serious. "A reflection, you say?" Zhu replied. "Yes, it's due tomorrow." He was taken aback to learn that Xu had been punished to write a 3,000-word reflection for writing him a love letter. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over him, especially considering that Xu had previously brought him breakfast every day without stirring such feelings. Hearing Zhu's words, widened his eyes in disbelief. "No way. I thought you were maligning Xu. How could she be punished for writing a love letter?" Zhix's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Is that so?" Zhu's voice was not loud, yet nearby classmates could overhear. The discussion intensified until Zhix entered the room, prompting a pause. Zhu's expression of woe nearly overflowed upon seeing Zhix. As the bell rang for class to end, the students remained engaged in conversation. After finishing her remarks, Zhix turned to leave the classroom. Noticing this, pressed his lips together, picked up an assignment notebook to cover his test paper, and followed Zhix out. Zhix hesitated briefly, then leisurely trailed behind her. Zhu glanced at the departing figure, assuming he was headed to the restroom, and thought nothing more of it, drifting off to sleep at his desk. In the office, followed Zh to her desk. "Teacher, what's the matter?" Zh inquired, puzzled as she removed a small charm from her attire. His head lowered and lips pressed together, wore a grave expression, seemingly lost in thought. Zh did not press him, taking her time to pour herself a glass of water, slowly sipping to soothe her throat, which felt strained from teaching for an extended period. After a moment, finally spoke, as if he had made a momentous decision. "Teacher, I have come to admit my fault. Regarding Xu, I too share some responsibility." Chapter 39. Zhix learns of Xu's recommendation for admission. Zh's mind was still occupied with the English questions from earlier class, particularly one regarding relative clauses that had sparked some debate. Suddenly, she was taken aback by his admission. What? Assumed Zh wished to spare Xu from embarrassment. "You need not cover for her anymore. I am fully aware of the situation. Her belongings are still on your desk." Following his gaze, exhaled in relief. realizing he was referring to the love letter. She had thought he and Xu Yihuan were embroiled in some other affair, which startled her. "Oh, you mean that? That was brought over by Zhixu this morning," interrupted Zhixu's explanation, his brow furrowing in discontent. "Please, teacher, don't say any more, I understand. The reason Xu Yihuan wrote that love letter is due to my influence, while she is at fault for causing a scene in front of others. The root of the issue lies with me. I also heard that you punished her to write a reflection. Would it be possible for me to take her place and write instead?" As he spoke, he lifted his head and gazed earnestly at Zhixu. Upon meeting sincere gaze, Zhixu felt a lump form in her throat. She understood that he had misunderstood the situation, but was at a loss as to how to clarify it. After a brief pause to collect her thoughts, she smiled faintly and looked at, "Why do you believe I punished Xu Yihuan?" Zhixu remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently sold out as he lay resting on his desk. Zhixu pressed her lips together, attempting to explain. "The truth is, that love letter was not written by Xu Yihuan. This matter does not directly involve her. If there is any connection, it is merely that Zhixu's target was Xu Yihuan. The 3,000-word reflection was assigned to Zhixu, not Xu Yihuan." Initially, listened intently, but as Zhixu spoke, he grew increasingly perplexed. This version of events did not align with what he had learned. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, "Teacher, are you sure you are not mistaken? The handwriting on that love letter. Having observed Xu Yihuan's writing for 18 years, he was certain of her penmanship. It unmistakably belongs to her." Zhixu's gaze faltered, her fingers subconsciously tapping the desk, indicating a realization. She seemed to have discovered something. Perhaps Xu Yihuan would not remain single much longer. Clearing her throat, Zhixu continued, "Indeed, Zhixu has explicitly claimed that he found the letter. As for the similarity in handwriting, I believe it could simply be a coincidence, an act of imitation, or perhaps a creative endeavor. Would you agree?" Zhixu's insinuation was glaringly evident, placing the words at the tip of his tongue, yet appeared entirely oblivious to Zhixu's meaning, furrowing his brow as he contemplated further remarks. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the next teacher entered the office. The office is becoming increasingly crowded. Lin Ji calmly interrupted Zhou Yanze, stating that if such matters were to be disseminated indiscriminately, it could significantly tarnish Xu Yihuan's reputation. The teacher wishes for this matter to be refrained from discussion until sufficient evidence is presented, does she not? Lin Ji's voice, though gentle, carried an undeniable firmness. Zhou Yanze seemed to just realize his own thoughts, a flush creeping across his pale face. What good teacher? Observing Zhou Yanze's expression softened Lin Ji's tone as well. It was only upon hearing Lin Ji's words that Zhou Yanze recalled what he had said under the sway of emotion. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, and his ears flushed crimson. An inexplicable sense of shame surged within him, accompanied by a wave of irritation. He was unsure whom to be angry with. It was all Xu Yihuan's fault for informing him without clarity. And what of Xu Yihuan? If she did not write it, could she not clarify it? Was it amusing to see him humiliated? With a mechanical motion, Zhou Yanze rose and walked outside, a sense of inexplicable anxiety swirling within him. Something felt amiss. This situation should not be unfolding in this manner. Until he exited the door, Zhou Yanze failed to notice Zhixu leaning against the wall by the entrance. Only after Zhou Yanze had completely departed did Zhixu saunter over to Lin Ji. He opened his mouth, prepared to speak, but Lin Ji seemed to anticipate his words. Weary, she lifted her gaze, and before he could finish, interrupted him. "Are you here to plead for Xu Yihuan as well?" Taken aback, Zhixu quickly shook his head and declared with conviction, "No, that love letter was not written by Xu Yihuan. It was penned by me. You can ask Xu Yihuan. It fell out of my book." Lin Ji fixed her gaze on Zhixu for 2 seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. For this was the first time she had encountered such a rationale. Xu Yihuan had been her class representative for 3 years. She could recognize her handwriting even if others could not. However, having been stirred by Huanhuan's earlier commotion, Lin Ji lacked the energy to feign ignorance with Zhixu. She waved her hand dismissively. "All right, enough of your pretense. I can still recognize Xu Yihuan's handwriting." Zhixu, undeterred by the exposure, remained composed in his stance, I merely fear that Xu Yihuan will be adversely affected by this incident, which may impact her college entrance examination. Lin Ji chuckled, waving her hand. She will not be affected, even if you are. With that thought, Lin Ji shook her head, glancing at those nearby. Mysteriously, she beckoned to Tan Zhixu. Lowering her voice, I might as well inform you that she has already secured a recommendation spot at Jingda. Regardless, she will be attending Jingda. Upon hearing this, the smile lingering on Tan Zhixu's lips faltered for half a second before deepening. Are you serious? Lin Ji waved her hand. Of course, I would not deceive you. Therefore, you must study diligently. The English scores of Jingda's prodigy are in your hands. If you do not achieve at least 130 in the English section of the college entrance examination, it would be indefensible. Tan Zhixu's gaze was unfocused, lost in thought, as he absorbed not a single word of Lin Ji's discourse. Lin Ji furrowed her brow. Tan Zhixu? With a slight arch in her brow and a playful glint in her eye, she remarked, Given Xu Yihuan's assistance, I believe I can still salvage my situation. Thank you, teacher. I shall take my leave now. The delight in his voice was unmistakable, although Lin Ji was unaware of the source of his joy. Having spoken, Tan Zhixu turned and left with eagerness. Jingda, how fortuitous, as he too intended to attend Jingda. What a serendipitous coincidence. They truly are destined. As for Nan University, Zhou Yanze could attend alone. Just a few steps away, Tan Zhixu seemed to recall something, picking up the pink envelope from Lin Ji's desk. Chapter 40. Let your brother attend the parent-teacher conference, teacher. I just heard Xu Yihuan recite this, and I found it exceptionally eloquent. Lin Ji hardly had time to intervene, watching Tan Zhixu's retreating figure with a bemused shake of her head. Tan Zhixu's merits were many, yet his personality was rather flamboyant. On Tuesday, as the college entrance examination approached, the students in Class 2 of the science stream were engrossed in their morning reading. Lin Ji entered, clutching the score report, and the first thing she did was hand it to Xu Yihuan. This is the ranking list for this examination, which also indicates the positions for advancement and retreat. Xu Yihuan received the report, but before she could warm it in her hands, it was snatched away by Qingqing. Her first glance did not fall upon her own ranking. Instead, her eyes immediately landed on Xu Yihuan's total score ranking. Gazing at the string of figures, Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Xu Yihuan's score drop so drastically? This was far from her usual prowess. This is a disaster. How could she possibly accompany Zhou Yanze to Nan University with such results? The score report had been released, and Lin Ji instructed, After class, Xu Yihuan, you will post this on the wall at the back for classmates who wish to view it. Upon hearing Lin Ji's words, Xu Yihuan obediently replied, Okay, teacher. Lin Ji nodded and continued. The parent-teacher conference will take place the day after tomorrow. Xu Yihuan, please come to my office afterward to prepare your score reports to distribute. These reports are necessary for the parents to review during the conference, and those who have seen a decline in their scores must take heed. This is the final parent-teacher conference of this semester, as well as the last of your high school career, and all parents must be present. During the conference, I will also discuss the importance of filling out your college preferences, which is akin to a second college entrance examination. Everyone must take it seriously. Lin Ji, who usually mingled easily with her students, suddenly adopted a serious tone. The students recognized the gravity of the situation. No one disrupted the silence, patiently awaiting Lin Ji to finish her address. Once she concluded, the classroom buzzed back to life. The parent-teacher conference primarily revolved around who would attend. Xu Yihuan absent-mindedly twirled her pen. It should be my father, I suppose. I am not certain. If Xu's father is unavailable, it is likely that Wang Ma will attend. Upon hearing this, Duanqing's eyes immediately sparkled. She had long heard that Xu Yihuan came from a well-off family. However, Xu Yihuan was exceedingly low-key, revealing little. Moreover, with the surname Xu, there was only one affluent family of that name in Yuncheng, although their family was also relatively well-off. They had never encountered someone who could make it to the financial news. Duanqing then redirected the conversation to Qingqing. And what about you, Qingqing? Qingqing licked her lips and broke into a smile. I'm not sure either. It depends on who is available. Duanqing nodded in understanding, as she shared the same sentiment. Whoever is free will attend the conference. Xu Yihuan, upon hearing this, instinctively paused her pen-twirling motion. She was well aware of Zhou Yanze's family. It was impossible for them to attend the parent-teacher conference, which meant that in her previous life, it was Pei Yuli who attended Qingqing's conference. Then in this life, wait, Pei Yuli is attending the parent-teacher conference? It seems she has just realized when her recommendation spot was lost in her past life. The recommendation spot was directly submitted to the homeroom teacher. In her previous life, she had never quarreled with Pei Yuli, and she had naturally been aware of his whereabouts. There had been no opportunity to converse with her homeroom teacher. Only once, during the parent-teacher conference, he had come to attend Qingqing's conference. If memory serves, he remained for half an hour afterward, under the pretense of discussing the student situations with teacher Lin. Perhaps it was during that half hour, within that brief period, Pei Yuli had transferred the spot that rightfully belonged to her to Qingqing. Xu Yihuan's expression involuntarily turned grave, her teeth biting down on her lower lip, eyebrows furrowing deeply. If this is indeed the case, at this moment in Science Class 1, Zhou is announcing the details of the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. The steady academic performance of Zhixu, consistently ranking among the top 3, does not seem to stir any emotion regarding the meeting. In previous parent-teacher meetings, his seat has always remained empty. With his parents absent, he resides with his grandparents. This rumor is in fact true. Zhou generally understands the situation, yet this time feels particularly significant. Zhou hesitates, casting a glance at Zhixu, before ultimately advising him, Zhixu, if your parents can make it, it would be best for them to attend. Zhixu nods, seemingly indifferent to the suggestion. Xu Yihuan, overhearing this exchange, scoffs derisively. Who doesn't know that Zhixu lives with his grandparents? Are you suggesting he should bring someone? His comment elicits laughter from those around him. Zhou, hearing the mockery, promptly slams his hand on the desk. Xu Yihuan, you should be quiet. Teacher Lin next door has already informed me. Would you also like to be left behind with your parents during the meeting? Xu Yihuan immediately silences, realizing the potential consequences of being reprimanded by Zhou Yanze in front of their parents, not to mention the reduction in his allowance. He falls silent. Zhou Yanze glances at Zhixu, pondering the fact that he has never seen Zhixu's parents attend a parent-teacher meeting. Thus, the school's claim of him being a left-behind child appears to be accurate. Coincidentally, Su Fu is not working late at the company today, and Pei Yuli is nowhere to be found. At the dining table, Xu Yihuan clears her throat, bringing up the parent-teacher meeting with Su Fu. He pauses momentarily. I have a dinner engagement tomorrow. Can your brother go instead? Xu Yihuan hesitates before declining. No, it's better for Wang Ma to go. Although Wang Ma's education is limited, she is certainly more acceptable than the harsh Pei Yuli. Thinking of the discord between her son and daughter, Su Fu feels a pang of guilt. However, he cannot help it. Tomorrow's work is of utmost importance. If successful, the company's profits could increase by 3 percentage points, allowing him to provide a better life for Huanhuan. What time is it tomorrow? The negotiations start at 2 in the afternoon and should conclude around 4. Su Fu realizes that by that time, his daughter may have already finished, but he still hopes to inquire. What if he hurries and arrives just in time? In Chapter 41, Pei Yuli attends the parent-teacher meeting for Qingqing. Su Fu, fearing he won't manage to make it, refrains from sharing his plans with Xu Yihuan, simply stating, I'll speak to Wang Ma shortly. Xu Yihuan nods in agreement. In truth, this parent-teacher meeting is not particularly significant for her, as her attendance at school has become inconsequential. Nevertheless, she must maintain appearances. Otherwise, how could she enjoy herself later? While Su Fu eats, he outwardly agrees, but inwardly contemplates notifying Pei Yuli to attend the meeting, hoping it might strengthen their bond. After all, Huanhuan is soon to head to the capital for university, and being far away in Yin City, he wishes to protect her, which is no easy feat moreover. The Pei family holds a respectable position in the capital, and their support could ease Huanhuan's path. Su Fu reflects on this. Meanwhile, at Zhou Yanze's home, the discussion continues. Zhou Mu, Shen Yanjin, sits at the dining table, delicately wiping her mouth with a tissue. I just saw in your class group that there's a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow afternoon. Zhou Yanze nods affirmatively. Yes, at 3:30. Well, I will attend to represent you, she states, her tone carrying an undeniable assertiveness. Zhou Yanze does not refuse, managing a smile in acquiescence. Zhou Mu continues. Will Xu Yihuan's father be attending again this year? Zhou Yanze hesitates, unsure of the situation, chewing his food slowly. I'm not sure. I suppose so. Historically, Su Fu has always attended Xu Yihuan's parent-teacher meetings. Zhou Mu, upon hearing this, shoots Zhou Yanze a disapproving glance. How can you not know these things? What do you do at school all day? Merely bury yourself in books without any adaptability. Before Zhou Yanze can respond, Zhou Mu sighs, "I should have known better than to depend on you." With that, she turns and ascends the stairs. Zhou Yanze tightens his grip on the chopsticks, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his eyes. He then places the chopsticks down, saying nothing as he heads upstairs, leaving Wu Qingqing seated alone. Their conversation has completely overlooked her concerns about the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. A rare look of confusion crosses Wu Qingqing's eyes. If she were to send a servant, it would be far too embarrassing. How could she, Wu Qingqing, have a servant represent her? Yet, aside from servant, whom else could she ask? In a moment of realization, Wu Qingqing's eyes brighten. Yes, there is Pei Yuli. Surely he would not refuse such a small favor. However, she feels a twinge of anxiety about asking him. Returning to her room, Wu Qingqing picks up her phone and dials his familiar number. The call connects quickly, revealing Pei Yuli's cool, magnetic voice on the other end. "Hello, Qingqing, what's the matter?" Wu Qingqing bites her lip, uncertain of how to begin. In the dimly lit private room, Pei Yuli lounges in a corner, casually reclined on a leather sofa. "Hello, Qingqing. What's wrong? The parent-teacher meeting? Tomorrow?" Pei Yuli lightly brushes off the ash from his cigarette. The crimson ember flares momentarily before dimming. Hearing something amusing, Pei Yuli chuckles softly. "Well, I haven't refused you, so why are you upset? All right, just send me the detailed time and address later. Don't cry, be good." Pei Yuli hangs up the phone, takes a drag from the remaining half of his cigarette, and extinguishes it in the ashtray. With a smirk, he rises and walks over. The table is in disarray, colorful lights and the haze of alcohol creating an atmosphere of ambiguity and indulgence. Lu Zicheng observes Pei Yuli with curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Pei Yuli seems to recall something. He casually picks up a die from the table and shakes it. Not yet, but it will be soon. Lu Zicheng's remark prompts Pei Yuli to remember another matter for his visit to the capital. Tomorrow, he will attend the parent-teacher meeting for Qingqing and, in the process, seek out her homeroom teacher. Contemplating this, Pei Yuli opens the lid of the die container. The result, 3 4s and 2 1s. Wow, Pei Ji's skills remain as impressive as ever. Who can forget that when our Pei Gu was in high school, he didn't even engage in this at all? Lu Zicheng expresses genuine admiration. If he possessed Pei Yuli's skills, he would have already been thriving in the bar scene. Pei Yuli's previously smiling demeanor straightens upon hearing Lu Zicheng's last comment. Those nearby notice his reaction and quickly nudge Lu Zicheng. Everyone knows that Pei Yuli's high school past is a taboo topic. Lu Zicheng, evidently recalling something, hurriedly clarifies, "No, Pei Gu, that's not what I meant." He attempts to explain further, but at that moment, Pei Yuli's phone rings. Pei Yuli raises a hand to halt Lu Zicheng's words, glancing at the incoming call. The caller is Su Fu. Pei Yuli steps aside to answer the call. "Hello, what is it?" A serious voice responds from the other end. "If you have no plans tomorrow, go help your sister with the parent-teacher meeting." Pei Yuli was initially taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile, asking, "Why don't you go yourself?" This little old man had never missed any event concerning Xu Yihuan. Su's father retorted fiercely, "What do you know? If I had the time, I would go myself. Are you going or not?" Hearing the old man's reaction, Pei Yuli couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm sorry, Dad, but I have something to attend to tomorrow and won't be able to go." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't have time to elaborate further before the call ended abruptly. Pei Yuli stared at his phone, which had fallen into silence. He raised an eyebrow. "Pei Yi, who was that? Don't answer the phone. Come and play with us." Pei Yuli acknowledged with a nod, casually putting away his phone and rejoining the crowd. The next day, at Yunqing No. 1 High School, the senior parent-teacher meeting took place. With only 2 weeks remaining until the college entrance examination, and one of those weeks designated for study leave, it meant that the actual time left for the students at school was merely 1 week. The entire campus was enveloped in an inexplicable tension, which even affected the first and second-year students next door. As the clock approached 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with just 5 minutes left until class dismissed, the students had nearly lost their focus on the lesson, instead whispering and glancing at the score reports pinned to their desks. "Is your mom or dad coming this afternoon?" "My dad. I wish it were my mom. My grades have slipped again, and I'll probably get scolded." "Same here." Duan Qing's desk mate was a boy, and she was not fond of chatting with boys. So she nudged Xu Yihuan back. "Huanhuan, right? I asked you last time, and you said your dad would come." After nudging Xu Yihuan, she turned to Wu Qingqing. "Qingqing, who is coming from your family for the meeting?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing pressed her lips together, a shy smile gracing her face. "It should be my brother." Duan Qing nodded in understanding. Having a brother or sister come is acceptable. Wu Qingqing managed a strained smile, her grip on her pen tightening unconsciously. It's really unfair. Why does that young lady get to score 550 points without lifting a finger? I work my hardest and can only manage 530 points. Isn't it all a result of family support? If I had access to those resources, I would undoubtedly score higher than them. Wu Qingqing's breath quickened, a hint of crimson appearing at the corners of her eyes. However, she reassured herself, relieved that she was still fortunate. Once the college entrance exams were over and the score adjustment system was implemented, it would be her turn to shine with high marks. Wu Qingqing thought to herself, a smile creeping onto her lips. It's fine. You've worked very hard, right? The exams are just around the corner. And I believe Annie won't scold you. Duanqing immediately lamented. If only I were like you and didn't have to study. My mom wouldn't have such high expectations of me. I'm stuck with these mediocre grades. Upon hearing Duanqing's words, Wu Qingqing struggled to maintain her smile, nearly revealing a grim expression as she clenched her fist. When the exam results come out, I'll show her who the real underachiever is. Xu Yihuan, overhearing, couldn't help but smile. The group engaged in conversation remained oblivious to a girl sitting diagonally behind them, intently listening to their dialogue, her expression somewhat unsettling. At that moment, the dismissal bell rang, and everyone immediately began to pack their belongings with remarkable speed. Xu Yihuan also prepared to head downstairs to meet Wang Ma. Although she had already sent the time and location to her yesterday, she still worried that Wang Ma might struggle to find her way, considering how large Yincheng High School was. Descending the stairs, Xu Yihuan walked a couple of steps toward the entrance, but did not see Wang Ma. Instead, she noticed several familiar faces passing by, all clad in suits and ties, most of whom were her father's business associates. Xu Yihuan greeted each one. At that moment, a raspy voice called out from behind her, "Hello, student. Do you know where class 1 of the science stream is headed?" Xu Yihuan turned to the source of the voice and saw an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit standing behind her, his eyes sparkling with vitality as he smiled. Xu Yihuan was momentarily taken aback. The old man had a prominent nose and pronounced brow bones, hinting at his youthful handsomeness. Yet, she felt a strange familiarity, although she could not place where she had seen him before. The science building is just behind the Mingda building. You can take the stairs from here and walk straight ahead. The third building in front is the one you need. Class 1 is on the 6th floor, and there's no elevator, so you'll have to walk up, and it's at the end of the corridor. Xu Yihuan spoke softly, slightly leaning forward, her gaze following the direction she indicated. The late May weather was already quite warm, and she felt a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead under the sun. Nevertheless, there was no sign of impatience on her face. The elderly man nodded appreciatively. Did I explain it clearly? Only then did Xu Yihuan realize she was unsure if the old man understood her. She observed him frown slightly, appearing frustrated. I'm sorry, young lady. I'm getting old, and I still don't quite understand what you said. Could you possibly escort me there? Xu Yihuan fell silent upon hearing this. She had come to find Wang Ma. She couldn't just leave without her. The old man seemed to sense her hesitation and sighed. Never mind. I'll find it myself. This school isn't that big. I should be able to find it. He lamented. It's quite pitiful for an old man like me to wander around in the sun. And if I go to the wrong 6th floor, it would be a wasted climb. Xu Yihuan felt a wave of sympathy wash over her. Why don't you have your grandson or granddaughter come down to meet you? The old man seemed indifferent to his grandchildren, snorting dismissively. He wouldn't come down. Besides, I don't want that brat to come. Xu Yihuan, hearing his tone, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Indeed, age did not diminish his spirit. Perhaps she could ask if he could wait a moment until she found Wang Ma and then bring him along. As she contemplated this, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed Wang Ma. Xu Yihuan answered, "Hello. Have you already gone up?" Okay, I'll be right there." The old man had already taken a couple of steps toward the direction Xu Yihuan indicated, but upon hearing her on the phone, he slowed his pace. Just then, the old man's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID to see Zhixu. Hearing footsteps approaching, he hung up the phone without hesitation. 15 seconds later, a clear female voice called out, "Grandpa, let me take you up. I need to go there too." The old man immediately turned, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "That would be a great help. Not a bother at all. I happen to be going up as well." Xu Yihuan led Tan Grandpa toward class 1 of the science stream. Before they reached the top, they encountered a familiar face at the staircase entrance. "Hey, Huanhuan, what are you doing here?" Xu Yihuan turned around, and upon recognizing the person, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, followed by a polite greeting. "Aunt Shun, hello." Xu Yanze smiled and nodded, her gaze falling upon the elderly man beside Xu Yihuan. The old man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuded a dignified aura, reminiscent of a sage from a Taoist temple. "Who is this?" Xu Yanze donned a chi pao, her figure exquisite, with a gaze that betrayed her confusion. Could it be that someone brought by Xu Yihuan also hailed from a prestigious family? At her age, Xu Yanze scrutinized Grandpa Tan a few times, a fiery light igniting in her eyes. Chapter 43. The young master has come to attend your parent-teacher meeting. This caused Grandpa Tan to instinctively step back. Had he not ventured outside for too long? How had the women out there become like this? He felt a pang of trepidation. He regretted having answered that obnoxious boy's call moments ago. Xu Yihuan noticed Grandpa Tan's subtle movements and chuckled awkwardly, clarifying, "This is my grandpa whom I ran into on the way. He also needs to go to class 1 for science, so I brought him along." Upon hearing this, the spark in Xu Yanze's eyes dimmed, replaced by disdain. She adjusted her meticulously styled long hair and said slowly, "Oh, I see. Well then, I'll take my leave." Since he was not from a prestigious family, she saw no reason to waste her time. With that, Xu Yanze strode ahead. Zhou Yihuan. Mother Zhou had always been of such a disposition, currying favor with the powerful and looking down on the weak. She had long since grown accustomed to it. In her previous life, as a daughter of the Xu family, she had often enjoyed Mother Zhou's preferential treatment, while Qingqing had been utterly scorned by her at that time. This situation persisted until the college entrance examination results were released. She scored 0, while Qingqing achieved 680 points. Mother Zhou's attitude shifted dramatically then, her cold words as casual as eating and drinking. After her results were announced, she immediately sought out Zhou Yanze, only to be obstructed by Mother Zhou, who wouldn't allow her to see him. It wasn't until later, when Beijing University commenced, that both Zhou Yanze and Qingqing attended, and Mother Zhou finally showed some mercy by informing her of this. In truth, she owed Mother Zhou a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for her, she might have remained in the dark. Little girl, what are you thinking?" Xu Yihuan snapped back to reality after a brief moment of daze, smiling as she led Grandpa Tan forward. "It's all right, Grandpa, let's go." She couldn't help but wonder who this grandfather's grandson was, allowing such an elderly man to ascend alone. Xu Yihuan marveled. The staircase was not long, and they soon reached the 6th floor, yet it did little to alleviate Xu Yihuan's fatigue. Out of breath, she leaned against the handrail. "Grandpa, class 1 for science is just ahead. You can go on your own. I need to rest for a moment." She always felt tired climbing stairs, but this time was the most exhausting. Grandpa Tan sighed, lamenting the frailty of youth. "Are you all right?" A cool voice resonated beside her. Just how cool was it? Xu Yihuan felt a chill run through her. The voice was oddly familiar. She looked up to see a vivid red birthmark staring back at her, followed by his deep and roguish features. Zhixu handed Xu Yihuan a piece of paper. He nodded slightly, saying nothing more, turning to observe the old man. The old man appeared less winded than Xu Yihuan, his eyes darting around nervously. Zhixu scoffed, "Your health seems fine. You climbed up to the 6th floor without breaking a sweat. Yet you're hard of hearing?" Grandpa Tan bristled at the remark, glaring at Zhixu. "You little rascal. You're the one who is hard of hearing." "Not hard of hearing? Then may I ask, does your phone have a function to automatically reject familiar numbers? I've called you so many times, only to be hung up on." Grandpa Tan, caught in his own web of excuses, instead grew more defiant. "Mind your business. I'll tell you, had it not been for this little girl bringing me up here, you wouldn't even know where to find me." Tan Fixu merely chuckled, opting to remain silent. Xu Yihuan observed their interaction, utterly bewildered. "Do you two know each other?" she inquired of Zhixu. He closed his eyes briefly, feigning reluctance to acknowledge it. "This is my grandfather." "Grandpa, this is Xu Yihuan, my classmate." Grandpa Tan smile deepened, his wrinkles deepening as he nodded eagerly. Good. Witnessing Grandpa Tan's demeanor, Xu Yihuan felt a peculiar unease, akin to a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws for the first time. "You two carry on. I need to check if the auntie attending the parent-teacher meeting has arrived." "All right, off you go," Grandpa Tan replied warmly. Once Xu Yihuan departed, Zhixu pressed his fingers to his temples in exasperation. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Refusing to answer his calls and insisting on having Xu Yihuan bring you up here. Grandpa Tan ignored Zhixu, cheerily moving forward. ISN to your mother, urging you to find a wife? That girl from earlier seemed quite good. Dan Zhixu, watching his grandfather's retreating figure, felt a headache coming on. At the entrance, Wang Ma stood awkwardly, dressed in her finest attire. Xu Yihuan hurriedly approached. Wang Ma, you arrived quite early. Wang Ma instinctively wiped her hands on her clothing, offering Xu Yihuan a warm smile. I was worried about being late, so I came early. Recognizing Wang Ma's discomfort, Xu Yihuan affectionately took her arm and led her into the classroom. Come, let me show you to my seat. Upon entering, her gaze fell on her designated spot, only to find a tall figure already seated there. Pei Yuli, seemingly aware of being watched, looked up towards the entrance. Their eyes met, and Xu Yihuan's smile vanished. Wang Ma, too, noticed Pei Yuli, gently tugging on Xu Yihuan's sleeve. Miss, it seems the young master has also come to attend your parent-teacher meeting. Xu Yihuan paused, her brows knitting together. Just as she had feared, Pei Yuli's presence was likely to attend Wu Qingqing's meeting. But why was he sitting in her place? Each student's desk bore their scorecard, affixed by her own hand. There was no way she could have mistaken her seat. Meanwhile, Pei Yuli had already peeled off the scorecard from the desk. His slender fingers held the long score sheet. His beautiful eyes, slightly downcast, intently scrutinizing Xu Yihuan's results. Though she could not fathom the reason, she did not assume he was there for her. Gently patting Wang Ma's hand, she urged, follow me. Xu Yihuan led Wang Ma to stand before Pei Yuli. Before she could speak, his voice rang out. Sister, why did you drop so many points this time? Pei Yuli held Xu Yihuan's scorecard, presenting it for her to see, his tone casual, as if merely inquiring. Xu Yihuan, uninterested in engaging, retorted, mind your own business. Pei Yuli lifted his gaze, his gentle face tinged with mild reproach. TSK, why speak so harshly, young lady? Isn't it just concern from your brother? Xu Yihuan's brow twitched, disbelief washing over her as a thought crossed her mind. Don't tell me you are here to attend my parent-teacher meeting? Pei Yuli hesitated, the movement of his hand pausing as he replied, oh, not quite. Chapter 44. The conflict shifts to Wu Qingqing. Xu Yihuan exhaled in relief. Then please step aside. This seat belongs to me, dear brother. Whether it was due to Xu Yihuan's concluding remark or not, Pei Yuli surprisingly complied, standing up obediently and placing her scorecard down. All right, I won sit. Why is your possessiveness over a seat so strong? Pei Yuli murmured before turning and heading out to the restroom. Xu Yihuan recalled what she had originally intended to discuss with Pei Yuli. After settling Wang Ma, she stepped forward, only to nearly collide with someone as she turned around. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lu Zi. Lu Zi had always wished to follow closely behind her, yet for reasons unknown. She felt a disconnect when it came to playing with Lu Zi. Consequently, she chose not to pay her much heed. Upon spotting Xu Yihuan, Lu Zi was momentarily taken aback before promptly seizing Xu Yihuan's arm, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she exclaimed, Huanhuan, has your father arrived? Where is uncle? Following Lu Zi was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, holding a briefcase, his demeanor suggesting he was there for business rather than a parent-teacher meeting. The man, upon hearing Lu Zi's inquiry, fixed his gaze intently on Xu Yihuan, his eyes betraying a sense of eagerness. Xu Yihuan felt rather perplexed. What? My father isn't here today. As she spoke, she attempted to free herself from Lu Zi's grasp. My aunt is here for the meeting. Do you have something to discuss? Upon hearing this, Lu Zi's anxiety reached a peak, nearly causing her to leap. How could uncle possibly be unavailable? Is there anything more important than your matters? Lu Zi made another attempt to grasp Xu Yihuan's hand, but Xu Yihuan stepped back, evading her. Her gaze fixed on the man behind Lu Zi. It was evident from their demeanor what their intentions were. With an uncomfortable frown, she inquired, what exactly do you want? Can't you just say it plainly? I have other matters to attend to. Lu Zi's voice abruptly rose in pitch. What could we possibly want? Huanhuan, can't you just call your father? This isn't a significant request. Xu Yihuan, observing Lu Zi's persistent entanglement, coldly turned her face away. She directly addressed the man behind Lu Zi, stating, I've already said there's no time. If you wish to meet my father, wouldn't it be better to schedule an appointment through his secretary? Perhaps Xu Yihuan's gaze was too direct, as the man's face shifted through shades of green and white. If they could secure an appointment, they wouldn't be here pestering Xu Yihuan. After all, such a splendid opportunity was not one they could afford to relinquish easily. The man subtly nudged Lu Zi's calf with his foot, and she seemed to receive a signal, promptly shaking Xu Yihuan's arm with renewed vigor. Since Uncle can't come, could you do us a favor and help us set up a meeting time? The man behind Lu Zi smiled at this request. Indeed, Yihuan. Look at you and our Z, your classmates. Helping Uncle with this small favor shouldn't be too burdensome, right? Most of the parents here are business people. Upon hearing this, others began to chime in, yes, why not lend a hand? We've all been classmates for 2 to 3 years. Yihuan, you are your father's only daughter. Surely he would listen to you. Don't blame them. Blame Su Rong for never giving them opportunities in business. If they were presented with a chance, how could they not seize it? The man noticed that some classmates were speaking in his favor, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Xu Yihuan, growing impatient, shook off Lu Zi's hand. Are you all out of your minds? I've already said there's no time. If you want to see him, can't you just make an appointment? Is it that difficult? If you were disabled, I might consider helping you. She shot a disdainful glance at them. Take a good look in the mirror. You all act like entitled relics. The individuals present, all prominent figures in the business world, found their composure faltering at being chastised by someone so much younger. How dare you speak to us like that? It seems you're merely saying this because you are incapable of delivering. Exactly. It appears your relationship with Su is quite poor, which explains why you wouldn't even attend the parent meeting. The impeccably dressed individuals spoke words that were as distasteful as if they had consumed something foul. Xu Yihuan felt her anger boiling within her. If these people could manage to extract even a penny from her family afterward, it would reflect her inadequacy. A few mothers, unable to bear the sight of their children being bullied, finally spoke up. Enough is enough. If you want to meet them, arrange it yourself. Why make things difficult for a child? Dressed in their finery, their words were more beastly than humane, truly revolting. Child, you should leave. Ignore these people. They have issues, and it's no wonder their businesses fail. Hearing this support, Xu Yihuan felt a warm wave of gratitude wash over her. She observed the faces of those who defended her and committed them to memory before turning to leave. Yet, after taking just a few steps, she encountered a familiar figure. Wu Qingqing seemed to have appeared from nowhere, having watched for an unknown length of time. As she approached Xu Yihuan, she said, Huanhuan, your father is Su. So arranging a time is not particularly difficult. Just help them out. Think of it as cultivating a good connection. Xu Yihuan lifted her eyelids, casting a cold glance at Wu Qingqing. Yes, it's not challenging, but you could do it too. Qingqing, with your amiable character. My older brother is coming to your parent meeting. It wouldn't be difficult for you to arrange an appointment with my father. Oh, by the way, Huanhuan, my father reminded me yesterday not to forget to come over for dinner tonight. With that, Xu Yihuan turned on her heel, leaving Wu Qingqing in a state of confusion. What is going on with this dinner invite? Before Wu Qingqing could grasp the situation, a warm hand clasped around her arm. Looking over, she found it was Lu Zi. Qingqing, please help us. Meanwhile, as Xu Yihuan stepped out, she found Pei Yuli already waiting at the door, seemingly having observed for quite some time. Sister, you're quite adept at shifting the blame onto Qingqing with just a few words. Pei Yuli's eyes sparkled upon seeing Xu Yihuan, radiating genuine admiration. Chapter 45. The ungrateful wolf. Xu Yihuan recognized as mockery and rolled her eyes. Are you going to follow through on what you promised me last time? What? Pei Yuli was taken aback. He truly had forgotten, as he hadn't made any promises since their quarrel. Xu Yihuan furrowed her brow, knowing he would likely deny it. Thankfully, she had recorded their previous conversation. She retrieved her phone, bringing up the latest recording. Soon, 2 distinct voices emerged from the device. I want you to agree to one condition. Is that acceptable? Sure. The girl's voice was soft yet tinged with grievance, while the boy's voice was clear yet cold. Both easily recognizable. After playing the brief exchange, Xu Yihuan put her phone away, looking at Pei Yuli with an expression that said he had no room for rebuttal. Pei Yuli finally recalled. This was about her redeeming the promise. With a smile in his eyes, he looked at Xu Yihuan fondly. Then, Huanhuan, what do you wish for? As long as your brother can manage it, I shall grant your request. Xu Yihuan pressed her lips together, feeling a knot of anxiety at what she was about to say. She glanced around, ensuring that those passing by were preoccupied with their own affairs. Taking a deep breath, she quietly stated, I know you're already aware that I possess a guaranteed admission slot at Jingda. I have no other demands. I simply wish for this slot to remain mine. Logically, assigned admission slots should not vanish, yet the Pei family held considerable influence in the capital, and Pei Yuli's connections at Jingda were undeniable. Xu Yihuan gazed at Pei Yuli with glistening eyes, perhaps with a hint of feigned vulnerability. Pei Yuli's expression momentarily faltered. He indeed harbored thoughts of transferring Xu Yihuan's quota to Qingqing. After all, given Qingqing's abilities, gaining admission to Jingda would be quite a challenge. If she were not at Jingda, she would be beyond his immediate oversight. However, this notion vanished without a trace upon seeing Xu Yihuan's score report. With her score of 580, without this quota, she would struggle to gain admission to any reputable institution. To better torment Xu Yihuan, he certainly would not allow her to escape the capital. Now, he was curious about how Xu Yihuan had come to know of his intention to bestow this quota upon Qingqing. Although Pei Yuli was perplexed, he refrained from voicing his inquiry. "All right, I understand," he said, his demeanor subtly shifting from his usual gentleness to one that conveyed an underlying seriousness. He pondered how Xu Yihuan had acquired this knowledge. To her, his expression seemed to signify a reluctance to grant her the quota. Yet, she happened to have recorded their conversation. With no other option, Pei Yuli had to acquiesce to her. Xu Yihuan thought, her stomach churning with a suppressed revulsion. Overcoming her distaste, she uttered a casual thanks. "Thank you." With that, she swiftly turned and departed, fearing that any additional moments spent there would lead her to vomit. Meanwhile, Pei Yuli, lost in thought, was momentarily stunned by Xu Yihuan's gaze as she fled. What had he done? He had kindly agreed not to interfere with her quota, yet she seemed to harbor greater disdain for him. For a fleeting moment, the warmth on Pei Yuli's face cracked. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp Xu Yihuan's arm. Regardless of the circumstances, clarity was essential. Pei Yuli would not suffer in silence. How could she not express gratitude for the benefits granted, instead harboring contempt? Was she a heartless ingrate? Just as he was about to grasp her arm, a petite figure dashed out from the classroom. Wu Qingqing had been pulled by Lu Zi to arrange a meeting time for her father and Su Rongyu. How could she possibly arrange that? Su Rongyu was Xu Yihuan's father, not her Wu Qingqing's. The brainless classmates and parents followed Lu Zi's lead, demanding her assistance. What a bunch of fools, destined for failure. Had she not carelessly agreed to appease them, she wouldn't have even found an opportunity to escape. Wu Qingqing tugged at Pei Yuli's arm. "Yi, the parent-teacher meeting is about to start. Come inside with me." With Pei Yuli by her side, they would surely behave better. Pei Yuli barely registered Wu Qingqing's words, which were mumbled and unclear. He was fixated on Xu Yihuan's retreating figure, feeling compelled to clarify matters, lest complications arise later. He shook off Wu Qingqing's grip and attempted to approach Xu Yihuan, but before he could take 2 steps, she had already vanished around the corner. Pei Yuli sighed. Ultimately, he halted, contemplating the necessity of seeking out Xu Yihuan for clarification after the meeting. Casting a glance in the direction Xu Yihuan had disappeared, he followed Wu Qingqing back into the classroom. Many in the class recognized Pei Yuli, and upon seeing him in person, they began to believe Xu Yihuan's claims. If Wu Qingqing did not know Mr. Pei, how could she possibly have him attend her parent-teacher meeting? They glanced at the servant seated in Xu Yihuan's place, further believing the rumors regarding Xu father's disfavor towards Xu Yihuan. If he truly cared, how could he allow his son to attend someone else's parent-teacher meeting while his daughter was represented by a servant? Meanwhile, in the private room 888 of the Intercontinental Hotel, Xu father had just concluded a meal. The successful collaboration would facilitate expansion into the Qingqing market. With this support, Huanhuan would have backing in the capital. After sending off the partners, as the assistant started the car to leave, Xu father suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "What time is it?" The assistant glanced at his watch. "It's 3:20, boss." Xu Rongyu's gaze sharpened. Tiyun, Cheng, Yizhong. He did not elaborate, and the assistant did not inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Understood, boss." The Intercontinental Hotel was not far from Yuncheng Yizhong. The journey would take approximately 15 minutes, a mere 5 minutes late, yet he still blamed Pei Yuli for refusing to attend Huanhuan's meeting. The assistant drove swiftly, arriving punctually at 3:35. Xu father hurried towards the science class. Fortunately, he had attended Xu Yihuan's previous parent meetings, so he was familiar with the layout. Upon entering the classroom, the meeting had only just begun. Xu Rongyu, dressed formally and exuding exceptional charisma, immediately attracted the attention of the other parents. Upon seeing Xu Rongyu, a glimmer of recognition flickered in their eyes. Those who had previously claimed they would not attend were now present. Lu Zi's father, upon spotting Xu Rongyu, felt a surge of pride, convinced that the girl named Wu Qingqing was indeed capable. Xu Yihuan had claimed she was too busy to attend, but it seemed her lack of success was her own fault. Only Pei Yuli, upon making eye contact with Xu Rongyu, felt an unusual pang of guilt. Xu Rongyu straightened his somewhat wrinkled suit from the rush. He politely knocked on the door. "I apologize for being late, teacher." Lin Ji set down the remote control pen, momentarily bewildered, but still managed to say, "Oh, it's fine, Xu Yihuan's father. You're here now. Please take a seat." Lin Ji glanced at Xu Yihuan's empty desk, hesitating to comment. Wang Ma understood and immediately stood to make room for Xu Rongyu. As Xu Rongyu settled next to Pei Yuli, he let out a couple of cold laughs. "You little rascal, didn't you say you were too busy? Sneaking in here for your sister's meeting, were you? If you had mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't have needed to come." Pei Yuli scratched his neck, feeling uncharacteristically shy. The moment Xu Rongyu finished speaking, he noticed the score report on Pei Yuli's desk. Name, Wu Qingqing. Xu Rongyu thought, this little brat. So he came here for someone else's meeting under the pretense of being busy. Xu Rongyu's expression darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan wandered about, knowing the parent-teacher meeting would last only an hour or two. She intended to wait until Wang Ma emerged before leaving with her. As she strolled around Yun Cheng Yizhong, fatigue set in after an unknown duration. Ahead lay a reading pavilion established by the school, providing shade and shelter. Perfectly situated along the tree-lined path, the reading pavilion was nearly enclosed, with only 2 entry points apart from its windows. As Xu Yihuan approached the pavilion, she unexpectedly locked eyes with 2 individuals inside. Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing were seated within, their table cluttered with assignments. Although the specifics were unclear, it was evident that Zhou Yanze was tutoring Wu Qingqing. Both were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xu Yihuan. Wu Qingqing had not anticipated encountering Xu Yihuan here. She blamed Xu Yihuan for her recent embarrassment at the hands of the aggressive parents. Wu Qingqing forced a strained smile. Yet she found herself at a loss for what to do. As the time for the Gaokao approaches, Wu Qingqing cast another glance at Zhou Yanze. She had already recounted the recent incident to him, leaving her uncertain about his thoughts. Zhou Yanze, with his brows furrowed and long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, seemed to display a hint of impatience and disdain, avoiding any gaze towards Xu Yihuan. She had come again. He was merely here to tutor Qingqing, yet she felt the need to intrude. Moreover, she had just put Qingqing in such an awkward position. The moment he recalled his mother's admonitions, Zhou Yanze's disdain deepened. Nevertheless, he lifted his head and asked, "Would you like to join us?" Xu Yihuan was baffled by his feigned compassion. However, with ample time on her hands, she did not mind accompanying them. "Sure," she replied as she took a seat. Before she could utter a word, Zhou Yanze's cold voice cut through the air. "I heard from Qingqing that your classmates are trying to arrange a meeting with Xu. Perhaps you could assist her in setting that up? After all, you are his biological daughter. This should not pose much difficulty for you." Xu Yihuan nearly burst into laughter at his audacity. So this was his intent. She acknowledged having braced herself mentally, yet it was evidently insufficient. Was she summoned merely to be commanded? "Did Wu Qingqing not inform you that those individuals sought her out only after I turned them down?" Xu Yihuan's voice rose slightly. Zhou Yanze finally raised his gaze, perplexed as to why she would escalate such a trivial matter into a quarrel. "What is the issue? Why refuse her? It is clearly a minor issue, and you are making a fuss over nothing." Beside them, Wu Qingqing feigned a look of extreme grievance. "A minor issue? If it is so trivial, why not lend a hand? Are you not familiar with my father?" Xu Yihuan's words were sharp, leaving Zhou Yanze's face shifting between shades of anger and embarrassment. At that moment, in the science class 2, the parent-teacher meeting had just concluded. Xu Rongyu exited the classroom, coinciding with the end of the meeting in the adjacent science class 1. A group of parents, familiar with one another, gathered to chat, and Xun Yanxin approached as well. Xu Rongyu, uninterested in idle conversation, tugged at Pei Yuli's collar. Pei Yuli calmly removed her hand from him and retrieved his phone to display a flight ticket. "Dad, I apologize, but I must catch a flight, so I will take my leave." Xu Rongyu confirmed multiple times that the ticket screenshot was indeed legitimate, reluctantly allowing Pei Yuli to depart. The ticket had been booked by his assistant, and Pei Yuli himself had not anticipated leaving so soon. He had intended to clarify matters with Xu Yihuan, but realized that would have to wait until next time. After Pei Yuli left, a larger group of people surrounded Xu Rongyu, who was disinterested in pleasantries, simply stating he needed to find a child. The crowd, misunderstanding his intent, assumed he was searching for Wu Qingqing and enthusiastically chimed in. What a coincidence, we can go together. Yes, we ought to express our gratitude to Miss Qingqing. A group of well-dressed individuals was unfamiliar with the campus, and, after considerable effort, it was Xu Yihuan who first spotted the group. Oh, the child is not here. Is she? Look at how they have led us astray. Xu Yihuan noticed the individuals inside and took a few steps forward, raising her voice in surprise. Oh, look at this. It seems that our dear A's and Huanhuan have rekindled their bond in such a short time. Xu Yihuan's father couldn't quite manage a smile. He had previously heard that there was discord between Xu Yihuan and Zhou Yanze, yet they appeared to be reconciled now. Xu Yihuan was taken aback by her father's sudden appearance, leaving her expression frozen in shock. To the parents behind her, this expression seemed to indicate fear. They were surprised to find that they could still invite Xu Rongyu without her. Upon seeing Xu Yihuan, they could not help but revel in her discomfort. Lu Zi's father even smirked, stepping closer to Xu Rongyu with a self-satisfied tone. Mr. Xu, it seems your daughter requires some proper guidance. Upon hearing this, Xu Rongyu's expression grew serious. He inquired in a deep voice, what do you mean? How dare anyone speak ill of his daughter so brazenly in his presence? Did they think Xu Rongyu was no longer alive? Lu's father assumed that Xu Rongyu had developed discontent towards Xu Yihuan, his brow raised as he continued. You wouldn't believe how unruly Xu Yihuan was earlier, refusing to help us arrange a time to meet with you. Oh, is that so? Xu Rongyu's gaze fixated on Xu Yihuan. She immediately donned an innocent expression. Xu Rongyu nearly allowed a smile to escape, but restrained himself with steely resolve, opting to ascertain the full context first. Indeed, if it were not for Miss Qingqing, we would not be able to meet you now. One must commend Miss Qingqing for her kindness. Upon hearing this, Xu Rongyu sensed something amiss, narrowing his eyes as he turned his attention to Wu Qingqing. Is that so? Qingqing? Did you invite me here? Chapter 47. The King of Hell summons. Regret intertwined. Wu Qingqing had already stood up, tense, upon hearing the man speak. Now, as Xu Rongyu directed his question at her, she waved her hands vigorously, desperate to shake her head. No, Su. I never said I would help them arrange a time to meet you. Lu's father widened his eyes in disbelief, perplexed as to why she would refuse to acknowledge a compliment. Surely, Xu Yihuan had threatened her. He had heard that this girl came from a poor background, even supported by a classmate, and must be too scared to admit it. Lu Jingde was unafraid. Little girl, do not be afraid. Just speak your mind. We are all behind you. Wu Qingqing wished she could kneel and beg him to stop. I truly didn't, uncle. I merely said I would do my best. My capabilities are not that grand. So they all believed she had brought them here. Upon hearing her father's words, Xu Yihuan's expression turned pitiful as she stepped forward, linking her arm with his and nuzzling against his shoulder. Like a small kitten that had suffered a slight, she gazed up at him with glistening eyes, appearing utterly forlorn. Daddy, they are bullying me. It was this uncle who insisted I arrange a time for you to meet. I told him you were busy, but he wouldn't listen. And this uncle said you didn't like me, that I was useless. Plus, this uncle insisted that the majority should override the minority, deliberately making things difficult for me. Each time Xu Yihuan mentioned an uncle, it was as if the King of Hell was calling the roll, particularly alarming. With each name, Xu Rongyu's gaze lingered on them, exuding an intense pressure. The men who had been so boisterous moments ago were now silent, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Damn it. Who said Xu Rongyu didn't like Xu Yihuan? If he disliked her, would he act this way? This is clearly a protective stance. Reflecting on their earlier actions, no one dared to speak. It was not until Xu Yihuan ceased her complaints that Xu Rongyu finally spoke slowly. Oh, is that so? Mr. Wang from the building materials company, Mr. Liu from the tile company, Mr. Zhang from the jewelry company. Each name he uttered was accompanied by a slight pause, rendering his tone even more ominous than before. By the end of this round, everyone was drenched in sweat. Since you and my child have developed a mutual disdain, I believe it is prudent to reconsider our collaboration. Additionally, for those who have yet to engage in this partnership, it seems unnecessary for us to proceed. No one anticipated that Xu Rongyu would go to such lengths for her child. Some individuals have seen their profits double due to their association with the Xu family, while others have been promoted and received raises as a result of securing contracts with them. Therefore, when Xu Rongyu suddenly declared that the collaboration was off, chaos ensued among the crowd. President Xu, we understand your affection for your child, but that is not our intention, they pleaded. Indeed, President Xu, you cannot forsake such substantial benefits over a trivial matter. Upon hearing these remarks, Xu Rongyu cast a glance at the speaker while affectionately stroking Xu Yihuan's head. With a dismissive scoff, she remarked, "It is but a trifling profit. You were merely the most suitable selection among numerous proposals, not the irreplaceable one." Her voice resonated with unwavering confidence, her gaze firmly fixed on Xu Yihuan, sparing the others a mere glance. Witnessing this demeanor, a sinking realization dawned upon them. This was utterly disastrous. Their anticipated collaboration had evaporated, taking with it their commissions and profits. They blamed Lu Jingde for this predicament, for had it not been for him, they would not have incurred President Xu's ire. The crowd turned to glare at Lu Jingde, who could only manage a bitter smile in response. On the sidelines, Zhou Mu and Shan Yinjin observed with astonishment, though it did not hinder their enjoyment of the scene. Notably, several individuals present were competitors of their family, and they could not resist the urge to revel in their misfortune. What a pity for General Manager Zhang. It appears the exhibition project in the western suburbs will not fall into your hands, Shen Yinjin remarked. Zhang, looking utterly dejected, had no words to offer. As Shen Yinjin spoke, Xu Yihuan's attention shifted back to her, her eyes sparkling with a new idea. Gripping Xu Rongyu's sleeve, she cried out, "Daddy A's is bullying me." Her voice carried a hint of a whimper, reminiscent of a young couple seeking parental intervention after a quarrel. Xu Rongyu, initially focused on the crowd, became flustered upon hearing Xu Yihuan's distress. "What happened, sweetheart? How is he bullying you?" he inquired. "He called me stingy and insisted I arrange a time for him." "Daddy, how could he be so mean?" The sound of Xu Yihuan's wailing pierced Xu Rongyu's heart, prompting him to reach out and wipe her tears away, only to find them dry. Looking down, he noticed Xu Yihuan winking at him from an angle hidden from the others. General Manager Zhang, realizing that Zhou Yanze was Shen Yinjin's son, immediately retorted, "Oh dear, Mrs. Shen, it seems that the exhibition project in the western suburbs will also elude you." Shen Yinjin's expression darkened as she approached Zhou Yanze, seizing his arm and yanking him from his seat. "Get up, go apologize to Huanhuan. How dare you speak like that?" she demanded, lowering her voice to whisper in Zhou Yanze's ear, "If you cause us to lose this project, you know what will happen. Quickly, apologize to Huanhuan." Xu Yihuan sometimes found herself admiring Zhou Yanze. Shen Yinjin showed him no mercy in any situation, yet he had developed a remarkably confident demeanor. What a nightmare, he thought. Zhou Yanze stumbled as Shen Yinjin pulled him, his hands clenched in a fist at his sides, his head bowed, lips pressed tightly together, and eyes slightly reddened. Dressed in his blue and white school uniform, he appeared as a strikingly proud, yet fragile young man. Wu Qingqing, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming ache in her heart. Her A's brother should have been the pride of the school, yet here he was, being chastised by Shen Yinjin. She deserves a fate worse than death, Wu Qingqing thought. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. "I apologize. It was not A's fault. He only said those things to defend me. It's all my fault." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke, her shoulders trembling, looking utterly pitiful. The onlookers could not help but feel that the Xu family was being excessively tyrannical. Yet, what could they do? The Xu family wielded power and influence, rendering them helpless against such treatment. Xu Rongyu glanced at Xu Yihuan, silently inquiring how she felt about the situation. After all, it was a charade, and going too far might not bode well. However, if Xu Yihuan wished to continue the act, he was more than willing to oblige. Xu Yihuan thought to herself, "Those who offer me a fist will also provide me with steamed buns. I remember every detail." Chapter 48. The college entrance examination nestled in her father's embrace. Xu Yihuan blinked her eyes. A little commotion was enough. With just 1 week left for her study break, they surely would not trouble her again. Given Shen Yinjin's temperament, she would undoubtedly send Zhou Yanze to seek her out. With Zhou Yanze's disposition, he would rather spend a night under the overpass than return to bother her. Xu Rongyu successfully grasped Xu Yihuan's signal, his brow furrowing in seriousness. "Enough. This is all child's play. Why should children's squabbles weigh heavily on our hearts? Huanhuan, you two must not be so petty, understand? If anyone wishes to approach me, I will not entertain private invitations, nor should you make things difficult for Huanhuan." With that, Xu Rongyu swiftly led Xu Yihuan away, leaving the others in a state of bewildered regret. Xu Yihuan's intuition proved correct. after the parent-teacher meeting. Zhou Yanze never sought her out again. He even ceased to disrupt her classes alongside Wu Qingqing, which was a monumental relief for her. Yunqing experienced a week of relentless rain, finally clearing as the college entrance examination approached. Roads surrounding Yunqing No. 1 High School, Yunda, affiliated high school, and other examination venues were cordoned off, barring the passage of social vehicles. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Xu Yihuan was assigned to the examination site at Yunqing No. 1 High School. The first exam commenced at 9 o'clock, and by around 7:30, the entrance was already bustling with people. Police cars and ambulances with flashing lights were stationed at the entrance. Parents held umbrellas over their children, their expressions even more anxious than those of the students. At 8 o'clock, they began to queue, gradually passing through security checks before entering the school premises to wait. On that day, Su Rongyu donned a dark red suit, personally escorting Xu Yihuan. Despite knowing that she had been granted admission, he could not quell his anxiety. He had never been this nervous during Pei Yuli's college entrance examination. The heat was stifling, and Su Rongyu draped his jacket over his arm, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, dampening his shirt, while he held a small fan to cool Xu Yihuan. As they stood in line at the entrance, he reassured her, Huanhuan, do not be nervous during the exam. Answer what you can, and let go of what you cannot, all right? Do not place excessive pressure on yourself. Even if your performance is poor, your father can still support you. Su Dongyi Zamba Nevao Xin. Noticing her father's anxious demeanor, Xu Yihuan couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I know, Daddy. Why do you seem more frightened than I am? After saying this, she adjusted the umbrella, which had tilted toward her, back toward her father. Your daughter has already been granted admission, so worry not. Su Rongyu felt a shadow cast over him as he processed Xu Yihuan's words. Just as he was about to respond, he realized that the line had unknowingly progressed to the school gate, and Xu Yihuan had already passed through the first security checkpoint and entered the school. Xu Yihuan waved goodbye to X'Yinge from behind a wall. After saying her farewell, she turned and blended into the crowd. X'Yinge gazed at his daughter's slender silhouette, his eyes moistening with emotion. As he wiped away tears, his daughter had always been his little darling, and now she was finally ready to leave his protective wings and soar on her own. He continued to watch her until she was lost among the throngs of people before he turned to leave, a growing ambition to expand into the Jing circle forming in his heart. Upon entering, Xu Yihuan took a brief look around but failed to recognize many familiar faces. She casually found a shaded spot to sit. Observing her peers engrossed in their intense revision, she couldn't help but reflect. In her past life, she too had been consumed by anxiety during her studies. Yet her results had been utterly disappointing. This time, however, there was no need for her to study again. With this thought, Xu Yihuan comfortably settled into a cross-legged position, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the bustling crowd. Suddenly, a tall figure strode directly past her. Upon recognizing the person's face, Xu Yihuan sprang to her feet. Qingqing. Could it truly be him? Qingqing seemed oblivious to her presence as he continued on his path. Memories from her previous life flashed through her mind like a rapid slideshow. Her breath quickened, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. She fidgeted with her collar, feeling a sense of breathlessness. At that moment, the sound of a bell rang out, signaling the commencement of examination security checks and entry into the examination hall. The campus, usually spacious, was now teeming with people. Students hurriedly made their way to their respective examination rooms. It wasn't until she was seated in the examination hall that the familiarity of the questions on the paper provided her with a tangible sense of rebirth. After completing the basic information on the answer sheet, she began tackling the questions. The paper was densely packed, while the answer sheet remained pristine. This anomaly quickly drew the attention of the invigilator, who glanced at Xu Yihuan's blank answer sheet. Standing at the podium, the invigilator casually reminded the students that 30 minutes remained until the end of the exam and urged them to complete their answer sheets. Xu Yihuan twirled her pen, pretending not to hear. Noticing her lack of response, the invigilator sighed inwardly, realizing that each step of the examination was designed to filter out candidates. After a sufficient break, the exam resumed. This continued for 3 days. On the final day, at 6:15 in the evening, the bell and an announcement echoed in the hall. Time is up. The examination has concluded. The invigilators counted the papers, instructing all candidates to remain seated until the counting was complete. Only after everything was verified did Xu Yihuan exit the examination hall. The last exam remained for a few students taking the biology section. Though the numbers were few, the jubilant reactions were enough to signal the collective joy. Taking a deep breath, Xu Yihuan descended the stairs, but just then, a voice reached her ears. The voice was deliberately lowered, yet she could still hear it. In our examination hall, there is a little girl whose answer sheet is completely blank, having written nothing at all. As soon as she entered, she filled out her basic information and then just stared blankly. TSK, TSK. She must be determined to repeat the year. Another teacher responded with surprise. Is this trend popular this year? In my examination hall, there is a child who completed the basic information but only wrote on the exam paper, leaving the answer sheet entirely empty. The teacher sighed. It's true that every step of the examination serves to filter candidates, perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of their comments. The two teachers fell silent. Xu Yihuan glanced at them from the corner of her eye. One was her own class's invigilator, while the other was likely the invigilator for Qingqing's class. Xu Yihuan couldn't help but smirk. In her previous life, Qingqing had aimed for her to score 0, leaving her answer sheet blank aside from her name and exam number. It was surprising to see the same tactic employed in this life. Unfortunately for Qingqing, everything she orchestrated would ultimately backfire upon herself. Uncertain if any of her readers are from the graduating class of 2025, she would like to extend my best wishes. With a vast ocean, fish leap. With the high sky, birds fly. I wish all students graduating in 2025 great success in the Gaokao. Chapter 49. Estimating scores. As Xu Yihuan stepped out of the examination hall, the sky was ablaze with fiery clouds, casting a red hue upon the people below. She quickly spotted her father among the crowd. Xing held a sunflower and was flanked by 2 employees, one of whom carried a banner that read, "Congratulations to Miss Xu Yihuan for successfully overcoming her trials and embarking on the pinnacle of her life." Feeling embarrassed, Xu Yihuan attempted to circumvent them and leave, but Xing, clutching the flowers, cheerfully approached her. After the Gaokao concluded, a 2-day respite followed, during which the previously silent class group suddenly buzzed with messages. Xu Yihuan glanced briefly at the screen, noting an invitation for an evening gathering. She promptly muted the notification and was about to exit the app when a push notification caught her attention. Recently, the Gaokao has concluded in many regions, and answer keys can be found on the official website. The following provinces have announced. Upon reading this, Xu Yihuan felt a surge of urgency. Yes, the answers. Qingqing would undoubtedly come to her for them. She quickly checked the time, realizing she needed to prepare the answers before Qingqing arrived. Sitting at her desk, Xu Yihuan compared the exam questions with the reference answers, crafting her own responses with a mix of authenticity and fabrication. The answers condensed the effort of 7 exam papers and encapsulated 3 years of learning. Once she had finished transcribing the answers, she estimated her likely score. With such high marks, she thought, Qingqing, feel free to boldly fill out your application. With a smile, Xu Yihuan folded the paper and tucked it under her pillow. She then lay down on her bed and began playing games. Just as the game commenced, a knock echoed from the door. Xu Yihuan paused her activity and called out, "Come in." As the door swung open, Wing appeared. Miss Qingqing is here." Having anticipated this, Xu Yihuan did not bother to look up. "Oh, really? Please let her come up." Wing descended to fetch her, and soon, Qingqing stood at the entrance. "What brings you here?" Xu Yihuan asked without giving Qingqing a glance, engrossed in her game. Qingqing bit her lip, revealing a shy smile. "With the application for the Gaokao coming up, ZGG asked me to help estimate your scores. The applications must be submitted before the results are released, and on the day results are announced, the application outcomes will also be revealed. Thus, on result day, various media outlets eagerly await news from universities to get the latest on the top scores." Hearing the same words as in her previous life, Xu Yihuan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. "Thank you, but there's no need. I've already estimated my scores," she carelessly mentioned, then retrieved the 2 sheets of paper filled with answers from beneath her pillow, raising them toward Qingqing. Qingqing's eyes lit up at the sight of the filled pages, but as she realized what Xu Yihuan was implying, she let out a shriek. "What do you mean? You've already estimated your scores? Qingqing was taken aback. Xu had completed her score estimation without any discussion, jeopardizing her meticulously crafted plans. Completely oblivious to Qingqing's distress. Xu raised her eyebrows proudly. Of course, I just finished estimating my scores, and I performed exceptionally well this time. Conservatively speaking, I should score at least 680. Upon hearing this, Qingqing gasped in astonishment. 680 points? Xu achieved her highest score of 660 points during her school years, primarily due to a significant mathematics problem that her teacher had discussed, which closely resembled the types of questions she encountered. This fortunate occurrence allowed her to compensate for her weaknesses in the subject, resulting in an improved overall score. However, the college entrance examination, unlike her usual academic experiences, yielded an astonishing outcome of 680 points. Qingqing felt a mix of astonishment and irritation, her heart churning with jealousy. Yet, the thought that these scores would ultimately belong to her brought her immense joy. Qingqing bit her lip, suppressing her inner thoughts. Huanhuan, could you show me your answers? What if your estimates are inaccurate? We can still assist you. After all, selecting a university is no trivial matter. Oblivious to Qingqing's unusual demeanor, Xu casually replied, "Feel free to take a look if you wish. However, with this score, I must consider whether to aim for NND. Perhaps I could even strive for JND since last year's admission threshold was 685. Upon hearing this, Qingqing's face contorted with jealousy. How could Xu be so fortunate? Nevertheless, she consoled herself, knowing that soon enough, Xu's aspirations would come to naught. She wouldn't even qualify for a vocational program. A smug smile crept on a Qingqing's lips. All right, Huanhuan, I won't disturb you any longer. Remember to attend the gathering tonight. With that, she departed, clutching Xu's 2 sheets of answer paper. Qingqing hurried away, her pace brisk and unyielding. Hearing her footsteps fade, Xu glanced back at her retreating figure, muttering under her breath about her impatience. Qingqing meticulously copied Xu's answers onto 2 new sheets of paper before knocking on the study door. Since the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Zhou Yanze had been frequently found engrossed in financial literature within the study. His interest was minimal, rather, he preferred this over being sent next door to find Xu, as suggested by SHNYNXN. When he heard the knock, Zhou Yanze approached the door and opened it. Qingqing stood at the threshold, looking up at him with an innocent expression. Could you assist me in estimating my score? I fear my calculations may be inaccurate. Upon hearing her request, Zhou Yanze's brows furrowed slightly. Yet he did not decline. Hand it over. Qingqing joyfully presented her paper, and he took a seat, diligently verifying her answers. From the side, Zhou Yanze's high nose and long eyelashes were evident, and his posture was both straight and dignified. Qingqing rested her chin on her hand, captivated by his focused demeanor. The saying that a serious man is the most handsome certainly held true in this instance. The content on the 2 sheets was not extensive, and Zhou Yanze completed his verification in merely 10 minutes. Lifting his gaze, a subtle smile graced his usually indifferent lips, his eyes shimmering with a gentle light. Qingqing is quite impressive. It calculates to approximately 640 points. Qingqing paused, momentarily taken aback. 640? But Xu just mentioned a minimum of 680. Zhou Yanze's eyes twinkled with amusement. That does not include the essay. Qingqing was momentarily speechless, only to be engulfed by a wave of elation. That's wonderful. This means I can attend the same university as you. Zhou Yanze smiled, but said nothing, though a fleeting discomfort crossed his gaze. Qingqing was eager to continue the conversation when suddenly, the door swung open without a knock. Upon seeing Qingqing, SHNYNXN's expression shifted to one of concern. What brings you here? Andy, I came to ask A's to help me estimate my score. The time for university applications is approaching, and I fear my estimates might be inaccurate. Qingqing, having learned of her potential score, spoke with newfound confidence, her voice resonating. SHNYNXN sensed something was amiss. What score? WQNGQing lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Asia said that not including the essay, I could achieve around 640. SHNYNXN's previously casual demeanor shifted dramatically, her eyes widening. How much? 640. That implies, including the essay, you could potentially score at least 680. SHNYNX nes l'auteur erupted. Et sao, qui ne veut que ne. You've done exceptionally well. Fill out your applications wisely. And when the results are released, I shall host a banquet in your honor, recognizing you as my goddaughter. Chapter 50. The top scorer couple WQNGQing's eyes widened in astonishment at SHNYNXN's words, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile, filled with disbelief and anticipation. Really, Auntie? SHNYNXN bestowed a rare smile upon WQNGQing. Of course. Why would I deceive you? WQNGQing's smile expanded, her joy so immense she felt like bouncing off the walls. Thank you, Auntie. SHNYNXN nodded and redirected the conversation towards Zhou Yanze. And what about you, A's? With a lingering smile, her face glowing with pride, she thought to herself that if WQNGQing could achieve such high marks, then Zhou Yanze would surely not fall short, given his background in a key class. Both SHNYNXN and WQNGQing eagerly awaited Zhou Yanze's response, enveloping the small study in a quiet atmosphere. Zhou Yanze pursed his lips. Approximately. He estimated his score to be around 680. Yet he refrained from stating it too confidently, for fear of discrepancies when the results were announced. Having mentally prepared herself, SHNYNXN was not overly surprised by this figure. Thus, she merely replied, "Fill out your applications wisely. As long as you both behave, I shall organize a grand banquet on results day, inviting the best media to ensure you receive the recognition you deserve. However, you must fill out your applications carefully." Upon hearing this, WQNGQing's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, when the results are announced, the entire YNCHing, or even the entirety of Ugu, will know about me. WQNGQing, if I am with A's, we will be the top score couple. WQNGQing began to revel in the thought. ZHUYNZ's expression remained inscrutable, merely nodding in agreement. SHNYNXN observed the two, satisfied, before turning to leave. She felt she now had something to boast about within the affluent circle of ladies. A's, I am so thrilled. It seems there is a class gathering tonight, involving both our classes. Could you help me choose a dress? Zhyunz was suddenly reminded of the familiar name. He instinctively asked, is Xu Yihuan going as well? Since their quarrel, he had not seen her for over half a month, an unusually long separation for them. Typically, she would be the one to reconcile with him. A feeling of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. WQNGQing's expression faltered, her happiness momentarily frozen. Playfully, she probed, A's, you don't actually have feelings for Xu Yihuan, do you? If you seek her out, isn't that what anyone wants? Without her, I doubt you would even let her get close. With university just around the corner, she sighed, A's, don't you consider giving yourself a break? Zhyunz stiffened, WQNGQing's words piercing deeply. Sensing his wavering resolve, she pressed on, even if you wish to be with her, it should be because you truly like her. Coincidentally, tonight's gathering is for both our classes. I have an idea to encourage her to approach you, allowing us to see just how much she likes you now. Zhou Yanze's eyelashes fluttered as he lifted his gaze towards Wu Qingqing, inquiring about her idea. Wu Qingqing responded with a mysterious wink. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan had already sat up from her bed, perusing a company dossier concerning a European enterprise recently collaborating with Xu Corporation. She diligently flipped through the pages until a knock echoed from the door. Come in, she beckoned. Xu Rongyu entered, impeccably dressed. How are you, Huanhuan? He asked. I have a basic understanding now. Xu Yihuan replied, her calm demeanor instilling a sense of trust. She was engaging with her company's new business, not in planning its execution, but in providing oral translation. Xu Rongyu nodded in satisfaction. All right, change your outfit. We are ready to set off. First, we will head to the airport to pick up our guests, then proceed to the hotel. This is your first time as a translator, so the company's sister will accompany you. A wave of nervousness unexpectedly washed over Xu Yihuan, but she swiftly quelled it. Okay, father. Xu Rongyu casually acknowledged her and exited after closing the door. Xu Yihuan meticulously selected a white shirt and black trousers, completing her look with high-heeled shoes. After 5 minutes of applying light makeup and styling her hair into a low ponytail with 2 strands cascading by her ears, she rolled up her sleeves to her forearms. She appeared polished and intellectual, making it difficult to discern that she was merely 18. Upon descending the stairs, even Xu Rongyu was momentarily taken aback by her transformation. Huanhuan, it's all right. Or whatever you like, even those puffy skirts. Xu Yihuan couldn't help but chuckle. I prefer to enter through the front door rather than the back. Xu Rongyu understood her implication and, after a brief pause, fondly ruffled Xu Yihuan's hair. Our Huanhuan has grown up. By 6 o'clock. The private room 612 at the Champs Lis Hotel was bustling with guests, all youthful faces. Xu Yihuan plopped down in the main seat, menu in hand, enthusiastically calling out, "Come on, let us order." A hint of disappointment flickered within him as he wondered if she would arrive. Suddenly, Qiu Tianyi emerged from nowhere, casually resting a hand on Tan Zhixu's shoulder. "What did you get here? Hey, you look quite dapper today." Tan Zhixu glanced down at his meticulously coordinated outfit, forcing a smile. "Really? If you're as ugly as you, then I'm doomed." Qiu Tianyi playfully punched Tan Zhixu, but soon leaned in closer. "Ah, Su, let me tell you, you won't believe who I ran into earlier. Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing." Tan Zhixu remained unfazed. "Oh, really? How coincidental." Qiu Tianyi paused before lowering his voice. They were wearing matching outfits. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and the subject of the conversation stepped inside. The moment Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing appeared, they captured everyone's attention. "Oh, are you two in matching outfits?" The mention of the keyword elicited a chorus of teasing from the crowd. Wu Qingqing's face flushed as she lowered her head. "Please don't say that." Zhou Yanze stood beside her, his brow furrowed, hinting at his impatience, yet he refrained from contradicting them. His eyes darted around the room, seemingly searching for something. Xu Yihuan cupped his hands in a horn shape, proclaiming, "Wishing my brother, Zhou, a lifetime of happiness." With this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Feeling somewhat suffocated, Wu Qingqing whispered to the side, "I'll step outside for a moment." Was it necessary to inform her of such a trivial matter? They weren't even a real couple. Wu Qingqing nodded, her cheeks still flushed. Zhou Yanze strode purposefully towards the exit. Xu Yihuan, who had once cherished such gatherings, wondered why she had yet to arrive. At that moment, Xu Yihuan and her father successfully met with their collaborative partners. They entered the grand building of the Champs Lis Hotel together. "Yes, this is my daughter. She has been granted admission to Beijing University's English program, and she will be the one conducting the translation throughout this project." Chapter 51. What to do about competing interests. As Zhou Yanze reached the entrance, a group of people brushed past him. Instinctively, he turned but could only catch a glimpse of their retreating figures. The group was clad in black suits, exuding a businesslike aura, and a girl in a white shirt stood to the side, the youngest among them. "This must be the one who was just mentioned as having been granted admission to Beijing University," he mused. The foreign language department at Beijing University is prestigious, with a score threshold that is formidable. It was remarkable that she had secured a spot. Zhou Yanze lowered his gaze slightly, concealing his envy. A curiosity stirred within him. Could she be from Yundefu High School? He had not heard of any students from Qingqing, one high school being granted admission to the foreign language department. Even their class leader had been admitted to the mathematics department. An inexplicable desire welled up within Zhou Yanze to meet this individual, yet he hesitated, daunted by the group's presence. Inside the private room, the lively atmosphere reached its zenith. 18 years of pent-up emotions were finally unleashed. Cases of beer were stacked on the table. Has everyone estimated their scores since the results just came out today? Xu Yihuan, slightly inebriated, asked with a rosy complexion. He turned to the one who had posed the question. "Just a useless person who only got in by bribing." Xu Yihuan chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. "You? 500? I bet you dream of that score." With that remark, laughter erupted from the crowd. "If he can score 500, then I could surely get into Beijing University. Trust him to score 500 or trust that I'm the emperor. Long live the emperor." The room erupted in raucous laughter. The classmate who had claimed to score 500 sat, still inebriated and scratching his head in confusion. "I didn't say anything wrong. I estimated it to be 500. No one paid him any mind." Xu Yihuan turned to Zhou Yanze. Brother Zhou, what did you estimate your score to be? At today's gathering, only Zhou Yanze and Zhixu, who usually ranked among the top students, had shown up. Curiosity sparked among the others regarding their scores, and when they heard Xu Yihuan's question, they all turned to look. Zhou Yanze felt uneasy under their scrutiny, dressed in this peculiar matching outfit. After waiting in vain for Xu Yihuan, he found little desire to speak. Around 670, not particularly high, Zhou Yanze stated nonchalantly, taking a sip from his glass. Xu Yihuan immediately interjected, "No way, Aze. 670? With that score? You're more than capable of getting into Beijing University. That is so modest of you." Exactly. This year's exam was so challenging. With your score, your ranking will surely surpass last year's, and you'll be all set for Beijing University. What if Huanhuan comes? What if they compete for students? As Zhou Yanze was swept up in the crowd's enthusiasm, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. In truth, my score pales in comparison to Qingqing's. I estimated hers to be at least 680. This implied that Qingqing's score could potentially soar above 680. The room erupted in astonishment, everyone turning in shock at his words. A guaranteed score of 680? She was on the verge of claiming the title of top scorer. How could Qingqing, with such impressive results, possibly be in class 2? However, at this moment, that detail was of little consequence. Perhaps she was merely being modest. As the crowd began to lavish compliments upon Zhou Yanze, they swiftly redirected their praise towards Qingqing. Qingqing blushed and cast a glance at Zhou Yanze. She never expected him to mention her in front of so many people. Did he not fear that she might overshadow him? Clearly, Zhou Yanze was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was merely reminded of what Sun Yanxin had said about inviting the media later. If everyone saw that Qingqing outperformed him, he would be left in an awkward position. It was better to provide a heads-up first, making it easier to explain once the results were out. Students at this age are often concerned about their reputation. Having a classmate from Qingbai in their contact list would certainly be something to boast about in college. In no time, acquaintances and strangers alike saw Qingqing's WeChat. Blushing, she displayed her QR code. Xiao Qiani, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of nausea and turned to complain to Zhixu, only to find Zhixu standing up straight. "Where are you going?" Xiao Qiani instinctively asked. "To the restroom." Meanwhile, in box 666 of the Champs, Lis Es Hotel, Xu Yihuan sat beside her father, attentively listening to the conversation between the two men. The European gentleman, Eric, was the business director of a European company who had chosen to collaborate with the Xu family to expand into the Huanhuan market. Xu Yihuan had prepared extensively for this translation, allowing her to navigate several commercial terminologies effortlessly. Eric glanced at Xu Yihuan, his light blue eyes reflecting admiration as he raised his glass to toast her. Xu Rongyu instinctively wanted to shield his daughter from the alcohol, but Xu Yihuan pressed down on his hand. Her role was not merely that of a translator. She represented the Xu family's image. Not to mention, Eric's impression of them was of utmost importance. The bottle on the table was Romani Kani, a wine she had longed to taste, but had never found the opportunity to enjoy. Xu Yihuan poured herself a glass, adjusted her attire, stood up, and lowered her glass to toast Eric. Xu Rongyu observed his daughter, who appeared calm and composed, and felt a twinge of pride. She had indeed grown up. However, no matter how mature she became, she would always be his daughter. Xu Rongyu served Xu Yihuan a bowl of shark fin soup, placing on the table as a gesture for her to drink. Xu Yihuan, not fully aware of her father's action, placed her glass down and turned to inquire about what he had just said. Before she could voice her question, a clatter of glass and porcelain erupted from the table, and suddenly, Xu Yihuan felt a warm sensation on her body. Looking down, she discovered that the shark fin soup had spilled all over her. Fortunately, the soup was not scalding hot. It merely felt sticky and wet against her legs. Xu Yihuan pursed her lips, took a tissue, and wiped the liquid off her legs. Then, standing up with an apologetic tone, she said, "I'm sorry, I may need to take care of this." Eric, displaying great understanding, replied, "Of course, no problem." Xu Yihuan exited to the restroom. The shark fin soup was delicious and not overly oily, but it made her look quite disheveled. The faint stains on her pristine white shirt were noticeable. In the restroom, Xu Yihuan rinsed her shirt with water and soap. After wringing out the hem, she intended to dry it with a hand dryer, only to discover that it was out of order. She sighed. deciding it was best to wear the damp shirt for a little while longer. Thankfully, the spill was on the bottom of the shirt. Xu Yihuan unbuttoned 2 buttons, tied the shirt into a knot, tidied her hair in the mirror, checked the time, and quickly exited. As she reached the entrance, a familiar figure caught her eye. Zhixu stood there, a lit cigarette in hand, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing Xu Yihuan's movement, he looked up. "Xu Yihuan," he exclaimed, his gaze inexplicably intense. Xu Yihuan instinctively flinched but quickly reprimanded herself for being so timid. She lifted her head, smiling as she greeted him. "What a coincidence. Are you here for dinner too?" "Yes," Zhixu replied nonchalantly. "What happened to you?" he inquired, puzzled by her disheveled appearance. Xu Yihuan glanced down at her formal attire and the water stains, explaining with a smile, "Oh, I was attending a business event, and soup spilled on me." Zhixu nodded in understanding. Then, she watched as he extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette in the ashtray, casually removed his jacket, and offered it to her. Xu Yihuan hesitated. "What are you doing?" Zhixu raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you want me to help you wear it?" He did not withdraw his hand with the jacket. Instinctively, Xu Yihuan accepted it. Noticing her lack of reaction, Zhixu lowered his gaze and added, "Consider it a thank you gift for lending me your notebook." After saying this, he discreetly observed Xu Yihuan's response. The small birthmark on his forehead tightened. Hearing his words, Xu Yihuan ceased her reluctance and put on Zhixu's jacket. "Thank you. I'll have it dry cleaned and return it to you next time." Though Zhixu had been smoking moments ago, his jacket bore a little odor, instead exuding a refreshing hint of mint that was quite invigorating. Upon hearing her, Zhixu finally relaxed his furrowed brows. "All right, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Inside, the conversation continued to be lively, with the scent of alcohol almost overwhelming. Suddenly, Zhixu's appearance startled Xu Yihuan. After removing his jacket, he was left with only a tank top, looking as if he had been robbed on his way here. Zhixu retrieved his phone and tucked it into his pocket. "What about your jacket?" "The jacket? Oh, I don't know. It probably got left in the restroom." "Forget it. I don't need it." Qiu Qianni's mind momentarily stalled. You could just abandon the jacket? Wasn't Zhixu's family not very wealthy? Why such extravagance? "Are we leaving or not?" Zhixu asked, noticing Qiu Qianni still pondering. Upon hearing this, Qiu Qianni seemed to trigger something, immediately standing up. "Let us go. I've wanted to leave for ages. If I had known it would be this boring, I wouldn't have come at all." After Zhixu and Qiu Qianni departed, it wasn't long before the classmates in the box also prepared to leave. "Let us go, let us go." Next event. Although they claimed they were leaving, in reality, most of the people in the box had already filtered out, leaving only the leaders of the 2 classes and a few who enjoyed lingering. A group of them chatted as they exited the door. Just as they reached the entrance, a figure sitting on the floor caught their attention. Xu Yihuan. She was heard playing a match 3 game at the hotel entrance. They had already sent off their clients, and Xu Yihuan wanted to invite Zhixu for a late-night snack. But she lacked his contact information, so she decided to wait for him at the entrance. Hearing her name called, she paused her game and looked up, finding her classmates standing not far away, staring at her. Suddenly, a memory of a location she saw on her phone that day flashed in her mind. Champs, Lis ES Hotel. Could it be? What a coincidence. So, Zhixu was actually here for the gathering? Xu Yihuan felt as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. Zhou Yanze observed Xu Yihuan's demeanor with a frown. "What are you doing here, and why do you look like that?" He regarded her attire, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, but unable to pinpoint why. "Huanhuan, why are you wearing Zhixu's clothes?" Wu Qingqing exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Zhou Yanze glanced at Wu Qingqing, then at Xu Yihuan, his expression suddenly darkening. No wonder he found it familiar. It turned out to indeed be Zhixu's attire. Zhixu had only been there for a brief moment today, and yet they had already met in private. Xu Yihuan shot a look at Wu Qingqing, remarking, "If your eyes are unwell, you should seek help." She scanned the crowd, not spotting the person she had hoped to see. Perhaps Zhixu had left earlier. Never mind. She would express her gratitude next time. Xu Yihuan turned to leave. Zhou Yanze watched her retreating figure, his mind inexplicably flashing back to what he had seen earlier at the entrance. The girl who had been granted direct admission appeared to be of similar height to Xu Yihuan. Zhou Yanze felt a sudden surge of anxiety. It couldn't possibly be Xu Yihuan, could it? After all, Xu Yihuan also seemed to possess a direct admission slot. Yet, He recalled that she had participated in the regular college entrance examination since he had seen her post on social media on the day the exams concluded. With this thought, Zhou Yanze felt slightly reassured. Just as Xu Yihuan was about to walk away, he found himself inexplicably stepping forward and grasping her wrist. Their conflict had persisted long enough. It was time to resolve it. Xu Yihuan was startled when her wrist was abruptly seized, feeling the warmth of his grip. She quickly yanked her arm away. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhou Yanze looked at Xu Yihuan in disbelief, clearly not expecting her to push him away. Qingqing noticed Zhou Yanze's reaction and thought to herself that things were not looking good. How had Xu Yihuan become so clever? Was she employing the tactic of feigned indifference? Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward and draped her jacket over Xu Yihuan's shoulders. This was the jacket she had requested from Zhou Yanze earlier due to the chill. It was the same style as Zhou Yanze's outfit. "Huanhuan, it's quite late and a bit chilly. Please wear this jacket." Xu Yihuan had already noticed that this jacket was a men's style while they were wearing matching outfits. She had thought they were nearing a romantic moment, but that was evidently not the case. Otherwise, why would Zhou Yanze be so disgusting as to grab her? Feeling the cool breeze mixed with warmth, Xu Yihuan nearly recoiled from the jacket being draped over her. She felt nauseated and instinctively reached out to push Qingqing away. However, as she extended her arm, Qingqing began to stumble backward. Xu Yihuan, exasperated, forcefully pushed Qingqing away, wanting her and her repulsive jacket to get as far away as possible. Qingqing had only intended to lightly shove her, but the force of Xu Yihuan's push caused her to lose her balance and fall backward. She instinctively raised her arms to protect herself, resulting in a significant scrape on her arm, exposing raw flesh that looked painful. Zhou Yanze's pupils constricted at the sight, and he rushed to Qingqing's side to help her up. "Qingqing, Xu Yihuan, are you out of your mind?" "Apologize to Qingqing." Qingqing tugged at Zhou Yanze's shirt. "Don't blame Huanhuan. I think she must be upset. It's my fault for wearing your jacket." Zhou Yanze felt his blood pressure rise at her words, nearly grinding his teeth as he demanded, "Xu Yihuan, apologize." Chapter 53. Filling in the application, Xu Yihuan crossed her arms and scoffed, "I will not apologize to your mother. Ask your mother if she dares to make me apologize." Xu Yihuan glared down at Zhou Yanze. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. What she said was true. Given Shun Yinxin's character, she would only insist that he apologize. After saying this, Xu Yihuan casually hailed a taxi and turned to leave. The exhaust from the vehicle billowed, leaving everyone speechless. Zhou Yanze took a deep breath and reassured, "It's all right, Qingqing. I'll take you to the hospital." The couple, dressed in matching outfits, presented a stark contrast. The girl, delicate on the ground, while the boy, with his naturally aloof demeanor, could not hide his concern. Xu Yihuan approached, phone in hand, focusing particularly on the gruesome injury on Qingqing's arm. Xu Yihuan would never suspect that he had activated the recording mode while Qingqing was draping the jacket over her. Initially, he had merely aimed to capture footage of Qingqing, hoping to exploit her potential status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination for publicity. Instead, he had inadvertently recorded this captivating scene. He was already concocting a sensational headline: "Wealthy girl injures top scorer out of jealousy." Qingqing's gaze fell upon the phone in Xu Yihuan's hand, her eyes flickering slightly. She then looked up at Zhou Yanze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Qingqing was indeed speaking the truth. Before coming to Yinsheng, she had a younger brother at home, and cooking and tending to the fire were common occurrences. She had burned her arm as a child, and it had been far more serious than this. However, her decision not to bandage it now was intentional. Zhou Yanze took a deep breath and chose not to say more, simply agreeing, "All right then." He effortlessly lifted Qingqing in his arms, not bothering to call for a taxi, instead hailing one from the roadside. Only after they had left did Xu Yihuan put away his phone. "I want to stick around for the rest. I have matters to attend to," he declared before departing. All of this was Xu Yihuan's fault. She had insisted on making a fuss over that trivial love letter, causing him to lose face. The crowd exchanged glances, their earlier intoxication dissipating. No one mentioned going to the next event anymore. In the living room, the lights were bright as Zhou's mother sat with a facial mask on. She paused momentarily, puzzled. What is going on? Qingqing bit her lip, her face pale from the pain. "It's nothing. I don't blame Huanhuan. It was my carelessness." Zhou Yanze thought to himself how kind Wu Qingqing was, still defending Xu Yihuan at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhou's mother rolled her eyes, as if implying that she couldn't understand their conversation. Enough. If your hand is injured, take care of it. In a few days, make sure to fill out your applications properly. Tomorrow, I'll have the family doctor come by to bandage it. The application forms are already in the study. Take some time to review them. With that, Zhou's mother turned and ascended the stairs, a glimmer of dark intent in her eyes. Wu Qingqing's situation would certainly not be overlooked. After all, Xu Yihuan had practically delivered this opportunity to her doorstep. Zhou's mother tightened her grip on her phone, her resolve hardening. The incident at the Shijiao exhibition hall had been a foolish error on Su Rongyu's part. Clearly, collaborating with them would yield the greatest benefits. Yet he had chosen to disregard them. Now, to protect her daughter's reputation, she would have no choice but to allocate this project to them, even if she was reluctant. Once the ball was set in motion, there would be traces left behind. Wu Qingqing, that foolish girl, clearly intended to use her own hands to undermine Xu Yihuan. It was evident that her mind was consumed with trivial romantic matters. One could hardly imagine how she had managed to achieve over 600 points on the exam. Wu Qingqing pressed her lips together, taken aback by Zhou's mother's reaction. The carefully prepared words she had hoped to use were left unspoken, and she felt a vague sense of disappointment. 2 days swiftly passed. The day for filling out applications in Yuncheng arrived. The time allotted for the application process was brief, spanning only June 14th and 15th, with results to be released by June 30th. Coincidentally, this day also marked the commencement ceremony for the collaboration between the Xu family and the European Medical Equipment Research Group. After satisfying both parties' interests, they finally achieved their partnership. The ceremony was not small in scale, with several media outlets invited to cover the event. Xu Yihuan donned a suit and was similarly invited to step forward. This marked Xu Yihuan's inaugural appearance at such a grand event under her own name. Although her role was merely to serve as a backdrop, she found great contentment in it. The media's live video feed was simultaneously broadcasted across major news websites. Xu Yihuan's youthful and exquisite appearance swiftly garnered considerable attention. Who is she? Is she really that young? It seems she is the daughter of the Xu family's CEO. Clearly, she has connections. And look, she even carries a translator's nameplate. I mean, at such a young age, what could she possibly translate? This is hilarious. Soon she'll be relaying messages that make no sense, all orchestrated by capitalists. Honestly, those worrying about her are just being overly concerned. Does she not know how to utilize her own resources? Even if she were to ruin the company, it would be her own affair. In my opinion, there is no need to be so possessive about her assets. She is both beautiful and capable. I suspect some may be feeling a tinge of jealousy. Financial news has often been dull and monotonous, but this sudden twist piqued everyone's interest. Before long, the phrase Xu family's heiress appointed as a translator ascended the trending topics. At that moment, just outside the screen, a man with a pointed chin and gaunt face watched the live stream, grinning ominously. Xu Yihuan, I never thought you would inadvertently thrust yourself into the spotlight before I took action. Xu Yihuan glanced at the video he had recorded on his phone. Originally intended for release after the college entrance examination results, he had planned to leverage Qingqing's status as a top scorer, coupled with the Xu family's financial backing. Capital preys upon the ordinary, while the academically challenged prey upon the top achievers. With this strategy, Xu Yihuan's reputation would certainly suffer. Even if the Xu family had the means to suppress it, they could only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Little did he expect Xu Yihuan would expedite the situation herself. Very well, if he didn't act now, it would be an affront to her. With this thought, Xu Yihuan immediately reached out to several marketing accounts to initiate a campaign. As for Wu Qingqing's status as the top scorer, he would let that slip away either. Even if her results turn out not to be the highest, it would hardly affect him. Meanwhile, inside the conference hall, it was intermission time. Xu Yihuan sat in the lounge, engrossed in her phone. A WeChat message popped up. It was from Wu Qingqing. Huanhuan, have you filled out your application yet? Would you like us to help you strategize? Chapter 54. Trending topics. The moment Xu Yihuan picked up her phone and read the message, she almost instantly grasped Wu Qingqing's intentions. Raising an eyebrow, her slender fingers tapped gently on the screen. Not yet. How many points did you score, Qingqing? Her tone radiated a naive innocence, as if she and Qingqing had never experienced any rift. Yet, Wu Qingqing failed to notice Xu Yihuan's subtle shift, holding her phone upon seeing Xu Yihuan's message. A smug smile crept upon her lips. She knew it all along. Xu Yihuan, the young lady, would never be inclined to exert herself. Previously, Xu Yihuan often copied her homework, yet her exam scores still surpassed Qingqing's. It was utterly infuriating. At one point, she had delicately inquired why Xu Yihuan felt the need to copy her work, given her own impressive scores. Oh, Xu Yihuan, in her typical haughty demeanor, had replied, I could certainly do it all. I simply find these questions too easy to waste my time on. Even now, recalling Xu Yihuan's smug expression made Wu Qingqing want to retch. What was she pretending for? Did she think herself formidable? Indeed, she was impressive, scoring 680 points in the college entrance examination. But what did that matter? Whether by talent or effort, all must yield to sheer luck. Suppressing her emotions, Wu Qingqing remarked, I estimate I scored around 580. Go ahead and boast. Let us see if your results even reach 580. All right, could you share your choices with me? Though a bit low, they're still worth considering. Her tone remained consistently presumptuous and irksome. Wu Qingqing stifled her frustration, repeatedly reminding herself that in 2 weeks, she would witness Xu Yihuan's embarrassment. Hold on. She had to endure. Holding her breath, Wu Qingqing casually searched a few options online and sent them to Xu Yihuan. They were not the kind of civil engineering programs that belonged to 211 universities, nor were they respectable medical or mechanical programs. In essence, none were particularly appealing. However, they shared one commonality. All were located in northern cities, with not a single southern university among them. After sending the options to Xu Yihuan, she suddenly recalled the rumored agreement between Zhou Yanze and Xu Yihuan. If she attended Jingda and Zhou Yanze went to Nanda, their distance would be considerable. Future interactions would become inconvenient. If they ended up together, it would lead to a long-distance relationship between North and South. She needed to speak to Zhou Yanze. Thus, Wu Qingqing knocked on the study door once more. A's, are you filling out your applications? Zhou Yanze had calculated that with his scores. He could choose nearly any major at Nanda. He glanced up at her, a hint of hesitation in his gaze. Observing Wu Qingqing's fidgeting demeanor, Zhou Yanze felt somewhat exasperated. However, he couldn't allow her to linger at the door. What is wrong? He asked, his voice tinged with mild annoyance. Wu Qingqing opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately said, I heard Huanhuan mention that you had made a pact to attend Nanda together. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanze's gaze sharpened, and his tone turned icy. Wu Qingqing immediately realized that he had misunderstood. No, that is not what I meant. I just asked Huanhuan, and she mentioned she estimated around 580 points, and her choices seemed to lack any from the south. As she spoke, Wu Qingqing handed her phone to Zhou Yanze, attempting to convince him of its authenticity. Zhou Yanze glanced briefly at the phone, then looked at Wu Qingqing with skepticism. Setting aside the implausibility of Xu Yihuan scoring only 580 points, he had noticed that not a single southern university was listed among her choices. How could that possibly be Xu Yihuan's preference? She had always admired him. When she learned of his desire to attend Nanda, she resolutely set her sights on it as well. Now, she claimed she wanted to go north? Zhou Yanze found the likelihood of Wu Qingqing lying far more believable. Zhou Yanze's expression remained indifferent, a swirl of conflicting emotions brewing within him. All right, I understand. You may leave now. It was rare for him to be so overtly dismissive, and Wu Qingqing felt awkward remaining. I just worry you might be misled, A's. Please consider it carefully, she said before exiting. Once the door clicked shut, Zhou Yanze found himself alone in the study. He stared at his already filled-out applications, a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. After a moment, he extended his hand, tapping the screen twice. He changed his final safety school choice to a lesser 211 university neighboring Jingda. Meanwhile, in the conference hall's backstage lounge, Su Rongyu reclined on the sofa, perusing a financial newspaper, while Xu Yihuan lay back, reviewing the materials sent by Wu Qingqing. She raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. Without hesitation, she cleared her chat history with Wu Qingqing. What trash could possibly clutter her phone? Just then, a cheerful ringtone chimed, signaling the end of intermission. Su Rongyu set down the newspaper and stood, preparing to escort Xu Yihuan back to the main hall. At that moment, Secretary Rong entered briskly, holding a mobile phone aloft, her expression exceedingly grave. Suzone, something has gone awry. A glance revealed that her phone displayed the trending page of Weibo, with the foremost topic being the recent college entrance examination and its associated top achievers. Injustice. The provincial top scorer brutally beaten in public, her arm grievously injured. The identity of the assailant is appalling. Such sensational headlines swiftly propelled the topic to the forefront of public discourse. Upon clicking, the video revealed a pitch-black scene. With keen observation, one could discern a girl attempting to drape a coat over another, who rejected the gesture and forcefully shoved the former to the ground. The delicate skin scraped against the concrete, resulting in a substantial loss of flesh in an instant. The entire arm appeared gruesomely mangled, a truly horrifying act. The video seemed to have been muted, as no sound could be heard. Xu Yihuan furrowed her brow. This incident had transpired during their gathering a couple of days prior. How could it have been recorded? Judging by the angle, it appeared to be captured from within their group. Xu Yihuan pondered for a moment, as if a realization struck her, her gaze sharpening. She coldly uttered 3 words. Xu Yihuan. Xu Rongyu was also watching the video and immediately recognized his daughter alongside the impoverished student from next door. His brow furrowed deeply. Were he not familiar with his daughter, he might have been misled by this footage. Upon hearing Xu Yihuan's words, Xu Rongyu turned to her at once. Are you suggesting that this was uploaded by Xu Yihuan? He was aware of Xu Yihuan, the youngest son of the Chun family, doted upon excessively by his parents. Xu Yihuan gently affirmed with a hum. Xu Rongyu was about to inquire further when Assistant Zhang hurriedly entered the room. Upon entering, he glanced at Xu Rongyu, his expression notably tense. Suzone, Mr. Eric wishes to see you in Mississippi Chapter 55. Endorsement. Digging a pit. Xu Yihuan exchanged glances with Xu Rongyu. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Rongyu swiftly made a decision. Secretary Rong, please contact the Public Relations Department to suppress the trending topic. If necessary, we might consider releasing some information. Zhang Chun, go outside and inform Eric's assistant that the press conference will be postponed and terminate it without divulging any reasons. Calm and apologize to the media that arrived, but do not utter a single word about other matters. Both Secretary Rong and Zhang Chun expressed no dissent, readily agreeing to proceed. Xu Rongyu then escorted Xu Yihuan to another lounge. Upon knocking and entering, they found only Eric present. Oh, you've arrived. Come, have a seat. Eric occupied the main chair, his expression unchanged, even warmly inviting Xu Yihuan and Xu Rongyu to sit. It was difficult to discern Eric's true attitude, but it was evident that he was already aware of the trending issue. Otherwise, he would not have summoned them. I'm also aware of the situation online, Eric stated, his tone calm and unhurried, reminiscent of their previous encounter in the private room. What do you imply? Xu Rongyu inquired. We believe this trending topic should be resolved promptly. Otherwise, it could adversely affect the market's perception of us. If there are no issues on your end, we were considering suppressing the trend. Perhaps we could utilize some scandal involving a male celebrity to help mitigate the heat? The duo was taken aback by Eric's suggestion to suppress the trending topic. Are you implying that we should continue our collaboration? Xu Yihuan could not contain her curiosity and asked. In the business realm, finding trustworthy partners was exceedingly rare. Eric, surprised by Xu Yihuan's inquiry, responded, you aren't considering backing out now, are you? Xu Yihuan sighed in relief, shaking her head with a smile. No, it's just that the trending issue may carry some negative implications. We were concerned you might mind. Oh dear, you don't think we actually took it to heart, do you? When I saw the video mentioning the top scorer, I knew something was amiss. Besides, that girl is quite unattractive. She must have offended you in some way to have been pushed down. To Eric's unexpected perspective, Xu Yihuan felt relieved as it spared them the need for elaborate explanations. Xu Yihuan glanced at her father, who cleared his throat. Eric, what I hope for is confidentiality regarding our collaboration. Eric appeared puzzled. Why? In such a situation, should we not clarify matters immediately? He was unaware of the reasoning behind letting the dust settle, believing that unaddressed rumors could be detrimental to the Xu family's stock market position and Xu Yihuan's reputation. However, this was of no concern to him. He was merely curious. Xu Rongyu chuckled softly. I have heard that Taxin is also preparing to expand into the Huanhuan market and is negotiating with the Chun family. However, in business, profit reigns supreme. Whoever offers more will naturally be the one to collaborate. Due to this incident, our transaction with your company may not proceed amicably, but we will not hinder your search for better opportunities. Eric comprehended Xu Rongyu's insinuation almost instantaneously. Their group and Ytaxin were indeed rivals. Both were preparing to venture into the Huanhuan market, making it a fair competition. However, should Ytaxin fail to secure the Chun family? This was a perspective Eric had never contemplated. His eyes brightened. I understand now, Su Zong. Thank you. Su Zongyi note that? No worries. Our collaboration will proceed as usual, though it may require some inconvenience on your part. I have already instructed the cancellation of the press conference. At that moment, Eric had little inclination to concern himself with the press conference. He stood to discuss specific plans with his own superior. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family residence, Zhou Mu's expression darkened instantly upon viewing the video. This was the very footage she had sought, yet she had only intended to obtain surveillance footage. Unexpectedly, someone had recorded it. Now, it seemed impossible for her to leverage this video for negotiations with the Xu family. The anticipated funds had vanished, and Zhou Mu's mood soured considerably. She watched the video 2 more times. The muted footage made it challenging to discern the truth. Yet, Zhou Mu could piece together the reality through Wu Qingqing's facial expressions. It was evident that the one who had dug their own grave was a fool. Frustrated, Zhou Mu exited Weibo. Such a trending topic would likely vanish in a couple of days, as the Xu family's public relations team was formidable. The individual who had not capitalized on this opportunity to exploit the video was also a fool. Zhou Mu was about to close her phone to apply a facial mask when a financial news alert popped up. Today, the press conference announcing the collaboration between the Xu group and the Aosu group has abruptly been terminated, with no reason provided by the organizers. Both parties are exceptionally powerful conglomerates, and their collaboration has been highly anticipated by netizens. However, what will the outcome be? Zhou Mu's heart raced, and upon comprehending the content, she could not suppress her delight. Even if she did not profit, witnessing others' misfortunes brought her joy. Just as Zhou Mu contemplated whether there was more news to peruse, a phone call interrupted her. Hello, Yanxin. Is it true that the trending topic involves the impoverished student your family sponsors? Your impoverished student is a top scorer in the college entrance examination? Upon hearing this, Shen Yanxin's expression swelled with pride. Greetings. I am uncertain if the student is indeed the top scorer of the college entrance examination. The child's estimated score is said to be around 680, which surely seems promising. Yanxin, you are indeed fortunate, having such a scholarly son and a sister with remarkable talents. After some flattering remarks, the discussion gradually shifted to the main topic. Yanxin, I have an opportunity for a spokesperson for a learning device I manage, and we are currently in need of one. It is not that we wish to seek talent from the entertainment industry. Rather, the pool is filled with many unsuitable candidates, and their products require a high level of education. Some spokespersons demand exorbitant fees, making it unfeasible. Thus, our focus is turned to high school students. With scores as a selling point, it is unfortunate that their product is set to launch on June 30th, necessitating prior filming and promotional work. Just as I pondered how to find someone, I stumbled upon a trending video that could serve to promote their product splendidly. Upon hearing this, Shen Yanxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even if this collaboration does not yield financial gain, it would be beneficial for Wu Qingqing to seize a chance in the entertainment industry. Absolutely, I will go and speak to her. She could hardly imagine the praise she would receive on the day the examination results are announced. Having nurtured her children to such excellence, the day before the results are released, the internet evolves at a breakneck pace. Following that day, the entire Yun city gradually settled into tranquility. The Chen family was engaged in collaborations, while Wu Qingqing busied herself with endorsements. There was no news regarding the press conference for the cooperation between Aosuo and the Xu family. Everyone tacitly believed this signaled determination of their partnership. This calm persisted until June 29th. In box 666 of the Intercontinental Hotel, Chun Ziyuan's father, Chun Tianrun, was reclining in his chair with a smile, gazing thoughtfully at the door. Aosuo had completely abandoned the Xu family and opted to collaborate with them instead. Although Chen Tianrun preferred to ally with the Aosuo group, he was reluctant to forego the advantages offered by Ytaxin. However, the situation had changed. Aosuo willingly reduced their profit margin by 5 percentage points for their sake. That is a significant concession. Chen Tianrun could already foresee his rising status in Yun City. This was all thanks to that boy Xu Yihuan. Were it not for him posting Xu Yihuan's video online, they would not have secured this opportunity. Once the admission results are released tomorrow, he must reward his son handsomely. Just as Chun Tianrun reveled in his thoughts, the door to the box swung open. Smith entered, holding a proposal. After taking a seat, he slid the document across the table to Chun Tianrun. Mr. Chun, this represents our utmost sincerity. If you do not accept, we will have no choice but to withdraw. His interest in Taxon had significantly waned. Mr. Smith, as you are aware, Aloof has granted us a 5 percentage point concession. If you do not present some sincerity, it simply won't suffice. Smith frowned. Logically, it was impossible to offer another 5% unless they were no longer interested in profit. Observing Chun Tianrun, Smith suspected he had been led astray by Aloof. Yet, recalling Chun Tianrun's audacious demands, he refrained from offering any advice. He merely stated, collaboration is a mutually beneficial process. Regrettably, it seems we may not reach an agreement. Upon hearing Smith's words, Chun Tianrun immediately stood up, extending his hand for a handshake. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Smith ignored Chun Tianrun and, with his briefcase in hand, turned to leave. His time was precious. Without the Chun family, he needed to seek another partner. If memory served correctly, there was a promising opportunity with the Sheng family. Chun Tianrun watched Smith's retreating figure, rubbed his palms together, and laughed heartily. After a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed Eric's number. Meanwhile, within the research department of the Xu family group, Xu Rongyu and Eric were inspecting a massive microscope machine, a product developed collaboratively by their two groups. Originally, this was a semi-finished product from the Xu family, which would have taken approximately 3 more months to complete. However, time was of the essence, and they could not afford to delay Chen's involvement much longer. Through Eric's efforts, the Aloof group had dispatched researchers from their European headquarters to expedite the process, working tirelessly alongside their Chinese counterparts. They ultimately succeeded in transforming the semi-finished product into a fully functional machine. Eric gazed at the exquisite new instrument, nodding in admiration, while Xu Rongyu felt elated. What had initially seemed like an impossible deadline had been met. Since the previous press conference was incomplete, let us hold another tomorrow, coinciding with the product launch. What do you think? Xu Rongyu proposed. Tomorrow would undoubtedly be the most bustling day in Yun City, with the announcement of college entrance exam results and admission statuses. It was a moment filled with tension and excitement, yet Xu Rongyu sought to capture this wave of attention. Although Eric did not fully comprehend, he acquiesced, recognizing their partnership with a reputable institution. Very well, Mr. Xu, I agree. I will contact headquarters to ensure they also make an announcement on Facebook. Xu Rongyu nodded and began coordinating with the public relations department for an official announcement on Weibo. Once arrangements were finalized, Eric prepared to take his leave. However, before he could speak, his phone rang. Upon seeing the familiar name, he promptly hung up. He had a press conference scheduled for tomorrow and could not afford any distractions. Xu Rongyu also caught sight of the familiar name and exchanged a knowing smile with Eric after witnessing him in the call. Just before Xu's official announcement on Weibo, a video surged to the top of the trending charts at lightning speed. In it, Qingqing appeared in her high school uniform, lightly made up, delivering a personal monologue in a soft tone. I've been quite busy lately. Today is the first time I've had a chance to check Weibo. I just heard that Huanhuan's video of me seems to be trending. Let me clarify, she did not push me with much force. I fell because I accidentally twisted my ankle. As for the accusations of my college entrance exam score being fabricated, I will refrain from commenting. The admission results will be announced tomorrow at noon. At that time, I will clarify the matter regarding Huanhuan pushing me to the ground. Justice will reveal itself in time. Who is right and who is wrong will be proven by time. The moment the video was released, it went viral across the internet, surpassing the initial buzz surrounding Xu Yihuan's incident. I can't believe it. It's finally here. I knew Xu Yihuan's actions wouldn't be easily forgotten. Who says the internet has no memory? Can we finally restore justice for our dear sister? What a statement. Justice will reveal itself. Is this what a true leading lady is like? The results come out tomorrow. I will definitely be tuned in for the live stream. Can we at least get an apology? I am truly baffled. Pushing someone and not apologizing? Just because she is Xu Yihuan, does that mean she is exempt from accountability? Xu family, shouldn't you deal with the mess your daughter has caused? In the realm of online discourse, a cacophony of opinions surrounds Qingqing, the illustrious top scorer of the college entrance examination, whose image of beauty and strength has firmly entrenched itself in the public consciousness. Observing the myriad of comments circulating on the internet, Qingqing finally exhaled the pent-up frustration within her, allowing a sardonic smile to grace her lips. What a bunch of fools. My Wort ist Lauf. Xu Yihuan, I sincerely apologize, for tomorrow I shall attain my success. Wu Qingqing murmured to herself, lost in thought, her smile adding an eerie quality to her demeanor. Qingqing, come and try on the dress for tomorrow's banquet, came the voice of Xu Yanze. Oh, I'm coming. However, just as Wu Qingqing put away her phone, a larger wave of discussion erupted on Weibo. The Zhixu Corporation announced, tomorrow at noon, at the Buiuebe Hotel, a press conference will be held. We warmly welcome all media friends to attend. Following the official announcement, a surge of online activity ensued, nearly overwhelming the website. Various discussions began to proliferate. Do you think the young lady will make an appearance tomorrow? I'm betting she will. The Zhixu Corporation is hosting the press conference at this moment to capitalize on Qingqing's popularity. It would be a pity if the young lady did not appear. Can we request an all-English live broadcast? I want to see if the young lady's English can match that of a translator. I have an idea. Can we have a young lady live stream her results check? The chorus of voices amplified, leading many netizens to join in. The momentum of these discussions propelled the Zhixu Corporation's press conference on a trending lists, yet the overwhelming popularity of Wu Qingqing remained unshaken. At that moment, Xu Yihuan was seated at her desk, oblivious to the world outside, engrossed in news about Meng Jian. With the examinations concluded, Meng Lao's apprenticeship banquet would soon be upon them. If memory serves, Meng Lao had indeed visited Yuncheng in private. In her previous life, this esteemed calligrapher had tragically succumbed to asthma on the streets of Yuncheng, overlooked by passers-by until his bodyguard eventually found him. The city had faced considerable backlash following this incident. Xu Yihuan recalled a journalist who, due to their piercing commentary, had garnered significant attention. She contemplated that perhaps meeting this journalist would be fortuitous. Regrettably, this time around, there would be no news of Meng Lao's plight going unnoticed. As Xu Yihuan pondered, she absent-mindedly twirled a pen. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was interrupted by the sound of clothing falling. She glanced over to see a black windbreaker. Not hers, but belonging to Zhixu. Realization dawned upon her. She had forgotten to return it. Smacking her forehead, she quickly sent a message to Zhixu, inviting him to join her at Buiuebe tomorrow and arranging a seat for him at the banquet, which could be considered a treat. If necessary, she could even transfer some money to him. He agreed. Xu Yihuan tucked her phone into her pocket, gathered Zhixu's jacket, and placed it into a bag, ready to be taken the next day. Just as she finished, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered. What's up? Xu Yihuan exclaimed. What else? You'd better check the trending topics, little ancestor. You're being cyberbullied. Xu Yihuan, still unaware, inquired what? As she spoke, she honestly opened Weibo. Her name was prominently featured among the trending topics. Astonished, she noted that even the combined heat of her entries paled in comparison to that of Wu Qingqing. Did they hire water armies? Her slender fingers scrolled through the screen, quickly identifying the intentions behind the comments. Did you see? What are you going to do? Xu Yihuan's voice conveyed concern from the other end. Xu Yihuan instinctively responded, I heard them. Let them talk. What does it matter? Although Xu Yihuan remained worried, she continued, let me tell you, everything online is false. Don't believe it. Xu Yihuan offered a vague acknowledgement before hanging up, gazing at her two trending entries. Xu Yihuan chuckled coldly. Her fingers moved to leave a comment beneath the suggestion for an all-English live stream. She also commented on the results check. After posting, she promptly shut off her phone, indifferent to the ensuing chaos she had stirred. Pulling the covers over herself, she succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Yanze and Wu Qingqing sat on the sofa, as Zhou Mu meticulously outlined the precautions for the results check schedule for the following day. With numerous media outlets attending, it was imperative to avoid any mishaps. Zhou Yanze remained silent, though not typically one to seek the spotlight. He felt compelled to comply with his mother's arrangements. Conversely, Wu Qingqing radiated excitement, her bright eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager for the arrival of the next day. She had endured Xu Yihuan's presence for far too long, and now the time had come to disregard her. I understand, Auntie. Xu Yanqing glanced at Wu Qingqing. Still calling her Auntie? Wu Qingqing quickly grasped the cue, cheerfully exclaiming, Godmother. Zhou Mu replied, just wait. Once the scores are released, I have a grand gift for you. Wu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Great. Thank you, Mom. Zhou Yanze observed their interaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips, surprised to see such a warm side of his mother. The night unfolded slowly, filled with anticipation from both the involved parties and the onlookers alike, all eagerly awaiting the dawn of the next day. Early the next morning, preparations commenced on the 27th and 28th floors of Buyue Bay for the banquet. By around 10:30, guests and media were allowed to take their seats on the 20th floor. The Zhou and Xu families had arranged for welcoming signs in the lobby of Buyue Bay, with the Zhou family positioned to the left and the Xu family to the right. At the entrance to the lobby, a well-dressed young lady in a stylish dress paused, having spotted something intriguing. "Oh, you're here too?" she mockingly remarked. Her name tag identified her as Lu Ran, chief reporter of Qingqing media. Across from her stood a composed individual in formal attire with a low ponytail, accompanied by an intern reporter. "I'm here for the event," the individual stated. This was Qingqing, chief reporter of Qingqing media as well. Lu Ran glanced at Qingqing and then at her standing position, unable to suppress a scoff. "Qingqing, you're not actually attending the Xu Corporation's press conference, are you? Surely you know what the real hot topic is?" Qingqing, having spent nearly a decade in the company to attain her position, responded unhurriedly. "And what of it? Each writer earns their headlines through their own merit." Lu Ran chuckled derisively. Some people, lacking in ability, still dare to speak boldly. Qingqing Zhao's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as she leisurely cast a glance at Lu Ran. "What? Are you questioning how I became the chief reporter? Should I explain it to you?" Lu Ran's pupils constricted, her anger rising rapidly. How dare Qingqing say it so openly? Lu Ran turned on her heel, ready to confront her, but the familiar faces of her fellow journalists choked her words in her throat. She was a reporter, one who covered stories, not someone who became the subject of them. It was better to head to the banquet hall first. As Lu Ran prepared to ascend, she was intercepted by a waiter at the staircase. "I apologize, miss, but you cannot go up at this moment." The waiter's tone was polite yet firm. Lu Ran widened her eyes. "Why not? I have an invitation." The waiter smiled slightly, about to explain when a female voice came from behind. "Did you not notice the time when you arrived, Miss Lu? Entry is restricted to a certain time." Xu Yihuan, dressed in a pale pink host suit, approached. Her outfit bore the translator's name tag once more. Lu Ran scoffed upon seeing Xu Yihuan. "I thought who it was. Turns out it's our Miss Xu. Congratulations on making headlines for pushing someone. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have that privilege." Xu Yihuan, unfazed by Lu Ran's sarcastic remarks, replied, "I understand you're eager for headlines, but surely you can at least keep track of the time?" She gestured towards the welcome sign at the entrance, kindly reminding her. "Entry starts at 11 o'clock. Lu Ran glanced at the sign again. Damn, it really is 11 o'clock for entry, while others had arrived 2 hours early. The Zhou family was an hour ahead. Yet Lu Ran stubbornly retorted, "So what? I'm willing to wait here. It's better than some people who can enter but fail to secure quality news." Lu Ran's words were pointed. Xu Yihuan chuckled lightly, "Then by all means wait. Come along, Miss Gu. If I heard correctly, you were intending to join us, weren't you?" She quickened her pace to catch up with Xu Yihuan. "Indeed, Miss Xu," Qingqing replied, nearly losing her composure at the display of Xu Yihuan's confidence. Xu Yihuan had been exceptionally impressive just now. Lu Ran stood there, flushed with indignation. It was her fault for misjudging the time. Yet why did it feel so humiliating when it came from Xu Yihuan? It was clear that they were simply not meant to get along. Lu Ran's expression soured. Meanwhile, a throng of journalists surged in, all arriving for Wu Qingqing's press conference. The crowd was quite a spectacle. Xu Yihuan led Qingqing further inside. "Feel free to look around. My father will notify you when the press conference begins." Qingqing nodded, regaining her usual demeanor. "Thank you, Miss Xu." Xu Yihuan acknowledged her with a nod and departed. Qingqing watched Xu Yihuan's retreating figure, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She sensed that Xu Yihuan was not quite as she appeared online. There must be more to the story. A spark of excitement ignited within Qingqing. She relished all things challenging. Unbeknownst to Xu Yihuan, her assistance to Qingqing was not born from kindness, but rather because Qingqing was the one she had reported on in the streets. As Xu Yihuan held her phone and noticed a new message pop up, she smiled subtly before turning back toward the entrance, clutching the bag of clothes she had carried with her. Time passed swiftly. Lu Ran and the other journalists waited outside for a long while before finally being allowed entry at 11 o'clock. The disgruntled workers were soon pacified by the opulence of the venue. Is this really the Zhou family's extravagance? It was worth the wait. Some began to feel anxious. Where are the hosts? Is no one here? As they conversed, the central stage suddenly illuminated with a spotlight. Zhou Mu stood at the center, with Zhou Yanze and Qingqing flanking either side. The large screen behind them flickered to life, displaying information from the Qingqing Education Examination Institute's official website. A collective breath was held among the audience, as some had already set up their equipment for live broadcasting. The online viewership surged into the tens of thousands instantly. Wow, I've been waiting for so long. Why did it start early? Oh my, I'm so nervous. Are we about to check scores? Qingqing looks stunning today, standing there like the provincial top scorer. All right, watching the provincial top scorer check scores is as good as me checking mine. I'm so tense. I don't think I was ever this anxious when checking my own scores. Hey, it seems like the neighboring stream has also started. Is anyone watching that? Hilarious. What is the point of that press conference? It can't compare to this. Zhou Mu's voice resonated throughout the banquet hall. Welcome everyone to the promotion banquet for Zhou Yanze and Qingqing. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor, Xu Yihuan stood beside Su Rongyu, donning her translator's name tag. On the stage was a long table, and keen observers noticed another table nearby with a laptop atop it. Could it be that Xu Yihuan's predictions from yesterday would indeed come to fruition? The attending journalists seemed to sense the excitement, eagerly activating their live broadcasting modes. At precisely 11 o'clock, the press conference commenced. The spotlight blazed to life. Seated at the long table were representatives from the Xu Corporation and the foreign AOSA group. In the center, Xu Yihuan's figure appeared elongated under the spotlight. Welcome everyone to the collaboration press conference between Xu Corporation and AOSA group, which also serves as a new product launch. The introduction was in English. The audience was stunned, exchanging glances and murmuring among themselves. Was yesterday's revelation true? Wasn't it said that Xu Yihuan couldn't read? How impressive. I can't understand, but as long as there are others who do, it's fine. What a win. Xu Yihuan's translation skills were evidently not overrated. The audience buzzed with discussions, while viewers in the live stream engaged vigorously too. Wait, she really has some skill. Her pronunciation is so authentic. It's normal for children from wealthy families to travel abroad often. Of course, their spoken language would be good. Yeah, being good at speaking doesn't necessarily mean high proficiency in English. Let us see her Gaokao scores. Look at the expressions of the foreign friends beside her. They seem quite impatient. Aren't they worried about the collaboration failing? I might not understand what Miss Xu is saying, but I can read others' expressions. I seriously suspect they have the foreigners pretending to play along, hence their impatience. Xu Yihuan remained oblivious to the discussions outside, simply providing a brief introduction of the new products in English. After her presentation, the microphone was passed to Eric. Eric had noticed the mockery directed at Xu Yihuan in recent days. He took the microphone and cleared his throat. Thank you, Miss Xu, for your translation. It conveyed the essence of my thoughts perfectly. Although today marks our new product launch, I would like to take a moment to address a side note. Miss Xu is truly remarkable. I hold her in high esteem for her prowess in both academia and her professional endeavors. Nothing could be more straightforward than the denial from the person involved. In an instant, those who had just claimed that the foreign friends were impatient appeared as if they had been soundly slapped, their faces ablaze with embarrassment. It wasn't painful, merely a burning sensation. Chapter 59, 0 points. Following Eric S. words, the venue fell into a hushed silence, while the online community erupted with fervor. The backlash came swiftly. Just a moment ago, they claimed the foreign friends were impatient, yet they clearly admire her. Oh dear, I finally dare to speak up. Does no one else find Xu Yihuan stunning? She exudes such grace. So Xu Yihuan's English must be exceptional, right? What does it matter if her English is good? Let us not forget she practically pushed the top scorer of the college entrance examination aside. Indeed, no matter how capable one is, what good is it without proper demeanor? I'm truly baffled by this world enamored with appearances. Wait, speaking of the top scorer, ISNT at nearly midnight? I must go next door. Mei Bao is saving the world. At this moment, the clock struck 11:58. Qingqing and Zhou Yanze were already seated before their computers, logging in on two machines. The audience was as quiet as a mouse. A group of media professionals rendered utterly silent. Username and password entered. 11:59. The credentials were successfully input. Hearts raced with anticipation. I'm so scared. What should I do? Do not fear. Mei Bao is the top scorer. Never mind, I'll stay here. At least I can witness the birth of a top scorer. A bell tolled, and the second hand of the clock in the banquet hall ticked past 12. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Zhou Yanze and Qingqing pressed the keys simultaneously. The page began to refresh. Yuncheng Educational Examination Institute. A cacophony of scraping chairs erupted from the audience. Some impatient media colleagues instinctively stood up. Upon seeing the scores displayed, online commentators began to express their awe. Wow, wow, wow. As expected, Mei Bao is incredible. I heard this event is also a recognition ceremony. Once today passes, Mei Bao will have a family too. How much do you pay for comments? Your Mei Bao doesn't even have a score, yet she is still amazing? As this comment surfaced, the journalists observing the live broadcast were jolted awake. From the large screen, Zhou Yanze and Qingqing's basic information was clearly visible, including their admission status and records. Zhou Yanze, 645 points, admitted to Beikuda, Group 514, Mechanical and Engineering Applications. Qingqing, 0 points, freely transferable. A media reporter, known for his sharp tongue, began to interview on site. Did you really score 0 points? If that is indeed the case, what is your opinion on the earlier title of top scorer? The crowd, upon viewing this page, fell into a stunned silence. It was only upon hearing this question that they snapped back to reality, rising to their feet, microphones raised, rushing toward the stage. Qingqing was startled, immediately stepping back, inadvertently tripping over a chair, nearly losing her balance. Her face paled as she stared at her score, still unable to comprehend. How could it be 0 points? Xu Yihuan had clearly predicted her score to be around 680. Zhou Yanze felt something was amiss as well. The notion of scoring 0 was too peculiar. One could at least understand scores in the 1 or 200s. Zhou Yanze reached out to help Qingqing exit the system and log back in. Yet, just as he began to input the information, another voice rang out. Cool and tinged with arrogance. Is it possible that Qingqing's score has been concealed? The crowd suddenly realized it could indeed be a possibility. After all, a score of 0 is something most individuals would not achieve. Even trampling on the answer sheet would yield more than that. I was startled. I thought there was no way someone could score that low. It turns out it was concealed. Mei Bao is simply too impressive. But I still feel something isn't quite right. How could it not be? Although I have never been concealed, even if it were. The status of the records and admission cannot be fabricated, right? It's ridiculous. Our Mei Bao's score is merely concealed. Do you not understand? Otherwise, how could it display 0 points? That ranking indicates, I fear being criticized. That ranking of 360,000 matches the number of liberal arts students in Yuncheng. Doesn't it? Debate raged on the internet. A sense of foreboding crept into their minds. Could that little wretch, Xu Yihuan, have truly scored 0? Such a thought emerged only to be swiftly dismissed. How could that be? Xu Yihuan stopped studying. With that, Qingqing managed to regain a semblance of a smile, stepping forward. I believe it must be a glitch in the Examination Institute's system. Otherwise, a score of 0 is far too abnormal. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, others expressed their understanding. Zhou Yanze's score of 645, in this context, evoked no reactions. Zhou Yanze gazed down at his score, his heart heavy with disappointment. He had been accepted by a safety school, thinking he would surely gain admission to Nanda, considering he had estimated 680 points. How could his score be merely 645? Zhou Yanze clenched his fists tightly, his jaw set in determination. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside. Hello, we are from the admissions and teaching teams of Jingda. May we come and take a look? 2 elderly gentlemen, disregarding their image, called out from outside. Because they lacked invitations, the attendant outside prevented them from entering. However, they had matters to attend to and could only shout. Their voices were not soft, and everyone heard them. Instantly, the banquet hall, which had just fallen quiet, buzzed once more. No way, it truly is concealed. Of course. The Jingda admissions team is here. It can't be fake. Wonderful. Front page news. Here I come. Upon hearing the shout, Zhou's mother felt elated and hurriedly ran toward the stage. Teachers, hello. Why are you blocking the way? Why aren't you letting the teachers in? Zhou's mother shot a glare at the 2 clueless attendants. The attendants, feeling wronged, could only comply. The 2 elderly gentlemen soon found themselves in front of the camera for the live broadcast. Viewers online, with their keen eyes, quickly recognized the identities of the 2. Oh my, Professor Lin Ling from Jingda. Ah, it's that little old man from the mathematics department. Good heavens, he has come in person. Ha ha ha. I told you. Mei Bao's score is concealed. After all, the young man beside her doesn't have such a high score. I still feel something is off. Stop feeling off. I think you're just envious. The two elderly gentlemen entered, surveying the room, but did not see the person they were looking for. Qingqing, noticing the elderly gentlemen were not inquiring about her, could only take the initiative to speak. Teachers, are you here to find me? The large screen still displayed the scores of the two individuals. Professor Lin Ling casually glanced at Qingqing and waved his hand dismissively. No, we're here to find a young man. A young man? Zhou Yanze instinctively looked up at them, a glimmer of hope hidden in his eyes. For he was the only male present. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we shall meet punctually. Chapter 60. It is finished, all is finished. Upon hearing these words, the gazes of the crowd converged upon Zhou Yanze. Zhou Yanze pressed his lips together, a bashful expression unconsciously creeping onto his face. Yet, did it not indicate that he had already been admitted to Beijing University? Why would the individuals from Qingda seek him out? Zhou Yanze's heart raced with apprehension. Goodness, is this man truly that remarkable? Has anyone informed me of his mathematics scores? I know, he is from our school, often ranking within the top 3, seldom scoring below 650 points. Yet for some reason, he only achieved 640 in the college entrance examination. Not to mention, he is somewhat handsome. Oh my, he is more than just handsome. In a novel, he would be the epitome of a cool, aloof, academic genius. Soon, news regarding Zhou Yanze surged on trending topics. The cool, aloof, academic genius from novels. Qingda personally seeks him out. The entertainment reporters, keenly monitoring Weibo, noted this as well. They promptly adjusted their cameras towards the two teachers from Qingda and, summoning courage, called out, "Are you here to find Zhou Yanze?" The two Qingda teachers scanned the room, not spotting the individual they wished to meet, currently in a state of bewilderment. Upon hearing the reporter's question, they instinctively replied, "What? Who is Zhou Yanze?" Lin Ling, noticing the collective gaze, followed it and locked eyes with Zhou Yanze. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of anticipation, anxiety, and fear. Lin Ling paused, then instinctively shook her head. "It is not him. We are here to find Zhixu." Only Zhou Yanze, upon hearing that name, felt his smile falter abruptly. Why must it be Zhixu again? Taking a deep breath, he pressed his fingertips into his palm, seemingly oblivious to the pain. The admissions team could not comprehend why others would think they saw Zhou Yanze. Pointing at the large screen before them, they stated, "Is it not clear? The scores and admission results are already available. 645 for Beijing University. What concern is that to Qingda?" The silence that followed enveloped the banquet hall. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, a reporter quickly grasped the situation. "Are you implying that the information displayed is entirely accurate?" This question struck like a thunderbolt, awakening the attendees, their eyes fixed intently upon the two Qingda teachers. The admissions staff blinked, puzzled by their reaction. Surely there could be no mistake. One score reads 645, while the other is 0. Could that 0 score possibly be suppressed? Someone ventured to inquire. The admission staff waved their hands, smiling as they clarified. How could that be? If there were truly a suppression, the ranking would also be obscured, and the file status would indicate which university had admitted the student. Qingqing could nearly discern the implications of the teacher's words, a wave of panic surging within her. She took a step forward, wanting to assert that it could not be true, that there must be a mistake. If they checked again, surely the outcome would differ. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Ling's phone rang. The admission staff instinctively fell silent, awaiting Lin Ling to finish her conversation. Upon answering, Lin Ling's expression transformed into one of excitement. "What? It's not the 27th floor, but the 28th? Excellent. We shall come immediately. Please ensure you retain the individual." After hanging up, Lin Ling joyfully seized the arm of the admission staff, eager to leave. "Li Laosher, let us hurry. They say the person is upstairs." The crowd watched in astonishment as the two departed. An air of silence began to spread, and after an indeterminate time, a weak voice emerged from the gathering. "The 28th floor. Isn't that where the Su family and Aosu are holding their press conference?" The crowd was momentarily struck, realizing the implications. "I truly regret not having gone there. I should have sent my colleague instead of coming here. Alas, it seems my headline is about to slip away." The atmosphere was thick with disappointment over the impending loss of their opportunities, except for one individual. Lu Rant's gaze shifted. recognizing that the situation regarding the zero score of the college entrance examination could serve as a significant draw, though it lacked the positive spin of the upstairs event. Its impact would certainly not be diminished. The thought of having relinquished her chance to Qingqing set her teeth on edge. However, she had no choice but to salvage the situation as best as she could. Lu Ran approached with a microphone. "Miss Wu, may I interview you? Did you receive an incorrect score? How could there be a discrepancy of an estimated score of 680 versus an actual score 0? Wu Qingqing's face paled, instinctively retreating a step. Others, hearing the question, lifted their heads, exchanged knowing glances, and then moved closer, cameras aimed at the stage. Miss Wu, could you clarify why this situation occurred? Did you not take the exam? Surely stepping on the answer sheet would not result in a 0 score? As we understand, Yuncheng boasts a college admission rate of 98. What are your thoughts on this 0 score? Miss Qingqing, what are your plans following this 0 score? Will you choose to repeat the examination? The reporter's inquiries grew sharper, forcing Wu Qingqing to retreat further, her expression one of despondency as she shook her head repeatedly, murmuring, "No, it's not me. I did not score 0. Observing her state, the reporters did not relent, nor did they spare the cold-faced Shun Yinxin, standing nearby. "I hear today is your recognition banquet, Mrs. Shun. Will you still acknowledge this kinship?" Shun Yinxin, taken aback by the question, allowed a well-prepared veil of sorrow to wash over her features. She stepped forward and struck Wu Qingqing hard across the face. The crowd gasped in shock, and then they witnessed Shun Yinxin, heartbroken, address Wu Qingqing. "Qingqing, we have supported your upbringing since childhood, even bringing you to Yuncheng for better education." Shun Yinxin seemed unable to continue, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Wu Qingqing stared blankly, gripping Shun Yinxin's sleeve. "No, it's not like that, godmother, it's not." Upon hearing this familiar term of endearment, Shun Yinxin forcefully shook off Wu Qingqing's hand, her voice trembling as she interjected. "It seems Yuncheng may not be suitable for your lifestyle." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingqing felt her heart plummet, the singular thought racing through her mind. That desolate place is no place for anyone to thrive. Yet, as she pondered, she was suddenly overcome with despair, realizing she had no reason to remain. It had always been Shun Yinxin's desires that dictated her path. She had never possessed agency. Wu Qingqing's arms fell limply to her sides. "It is finished. All is finished." The reporters, witnessing this scene, hesitated to press further. It was unclear who first noticed the anomaly. Oh my, look at the trending topics. Chapter 61, The Pei Family. Trending prominently were several explosive headlines. The college entrance examination top scorer is actually a failed third party. The push incident holds deeper truths. Upon clicking in, they found a surveillance video showing Xu Yihuan pushing Wu Qingqing at the entrance. The source of the footage was unclear, but the quality was strikingly clear with crisp audio. The video depicted Xu Yihuan seated on the ground while a group instigated trouble. Subsequently, Wu Qingqing feigned kindness by draping her clothing over Xu Yihuan. Yet her expression of provocation was barely concealed. The spoken words surrounding the tea culture were recorded with utmost clarity, easily discernible by nearly everyone present. Observing the comments below reveals a fascinating narrative. One commenter stated, "I was in the same class as the protagonist in the video. That day was rather extraordinary. We had always assumed Xu Yihuan and Zhou Yanze were a couple. Yet unexpectedly, Wu Qingqing wore matching outfits with Zhou Yanze." Another affirmed, "I can testify that what was said above is true, and Xu Yihuan is not the type to push others away. She is quite gentle." A third voice questioned, "Where did this hindsight come from? Why wasn't it said at the time?" To which another replied, "Even if it had been mentioned, no one would have believed it." Now, the evidence is laid bare before us. At this moment, the tide of public opinion began to shift dramatically. The reporters present, upon viewing the video, momentarily forgot the events that had just transpired, brimming with excitement like children. "Miss Wu, could you elaborate on how Miss Su pushed you? Miss Wu, may I inquire whether what is said online about you is true? And why did you and Zhou Yanze wear matching outfits that day? Miss Wu, I understand you and Miss Su are desk mates. Does your behavior not qualify as a backstab?" The flashes of cameras continued to illuminate the scene as Wu Qingqing felt her head growing heavier, retreating further and further. "I did not. It was not me." She backed up until she was almost pressed against the large screen, displaying her unsatisfactory results. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure, Wu Qingqing fainted. Meanwhile, On the 28th floor of Huanhuan, the large screen prominently displayed Xu Yihuan's results. Xu Yihuan, ranked 0, has been admitted to Jingda, Group 612 English. The reporters here, armed with their cameras, exhibited a markedly higher level of professionalism, their inquiries less aggressive than those from earlier. Miss Xu, why did you receive a score of 0? How were you admitted to Jingda's foreign language department with such a score? How do you find the difficulty of this year's college entrance exam? What is your opinion on the claims regarding Miss Wu? Questions rained down upon Xu Yihuan, who remained poised in her formal attire. A casual glance revealed Zhixu in the audience, appearing as if he had just awakened, his eyelids drooping as he leaned back, his gaze wandering towards the stage. Xu Yihuan detected a hint of schadenfreude in Zhixu's expression. With a slight bite of her lip, she regretted not inviting Zhixu to check his results as well, for that would have ensured that others were not solely focused on her. The reason for my 0 score and admission to Jingda is that I had already secured a spot through the early admission program before the exam. I reviewed the questions posted online and found them manageable. They did not seem overly difficult. As the reporters below sought further clarification, several on the outskirts suddenly turned their cameras in unison. Xu Yihuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the sudden shift in attention. Two tall, thin, elderly gentlemen stealthily entered the scene. Meanwhile, viewers online were once again astonished. Is that Rin's son? How did the dean arrive? What brings Lin Ling and Rin's son to Yun City? Who else is there? They might collaborate separately. This is hilarious. Is it just me? Or does it seem odd for a physics professor and a mathematics professor to be in the same venue? Upon first sight of Rin's son, Xu Yihuan recognized him immediately. The dean of Jingda's physics department. What could he possibly want? She was not egotistical enough to assume he had come for her sake. Under the gaze of the crowd, Rin Sin's eyes glistened with tears of joy as he approached Zhixu, the only candidate to achieve a perfect score in physics this year. They needed to convince Zhixu to switch majors to physics. Mathematics was not suited for him. Fortunately, when they divided their tasks earlier, Lin Ling was downstairs, allowing Rin's son a slight advantage. Just as Rin's son took a few steps forward, his hopeful words were abruptly interrupted by another voice. Rin's son, be quiet. Lin Ling had sprinted up from the 27th floor, having taken the stairs rather than the elevator. Upon arrival, panting and out of breath, he rushed towards Zhixu, fearing that this promising talent might be snatched away by someone else. Rin's son, visibly displeased, retorted, "What are you rushing for? I hadn't even finished speaking." Zhixu. Rin's son began to address, but Lin Ling shoved him aside. Zhixu, let me explain. I know you applied to Jingda's mathematics department. That old man Ren is definitely trying to convince you to switch. Don't listen to him. Everything he offers, I can provide too. Lin Ling asserted confidently. Beside them, Rin's son grumbled, pushing Lin Ling away. The two esteemed professors from top universities squabbled over a promising student like children in a playground. Xu Yihuan instinctively glanced at Zhixu, who had completely succumbed to sleep, his forehead resting on his hand, leaning back against the chair. Legs slightly crossed in a posture that still appeared dignified. His naturally long lashes cast shadows beneath his eyes, and the small red mole on his forehead appeared even more exquisite. Xu Yihuan tilted her head, observing him for a while, but he showed no signs of waking. The two distinguished professors were engaged in a heated debate before him, while he remained oblivious to the commotion. The cameras continued to flash incessantly, capturing the unfolding drama, resulting in several trending topics online. Xu Yihuan granted admission to Jingda. Jingda's dean personally intervenes. Meanwhile, 2,000 kilometers away in Qingqing at the Pei residence, the 10-year-old Pei family youngest was excitedly bounding out with his phone. "Mom, sister, guess what I just saw?" Lu Yun, fondly looking at her little boy, scooped him into her lap. "What is it?" Pei Lian held up his phone, exclaiming, "It's sister." Yihuan's sister got admitted to Jingda. His joy was palpable. But upon hearing this, Lu Yun's smile faded slightly, a frown forming as she reminded him, "What sister? Little Yin, don't call her that. Your sister is right here." Pei Lian blinked innocently at Lu Yun. "It's just Jingda. Look at you. You didn't seem this happy when your sister got admitted." Pei Yutong, initially indifferent, looked at Lu Yun with a frown. "Mom, please don't compare me to others." Lu Yun immediately acquiesced. All right, I understand. Our Tang Tang is admitted to Jingda's foreign language department. Who could possibly compare to our Tang Tang?" Chapter 62. Shameful expectations as Xu Yihuan was celebrated for her admission to Jingda and Zhixu was being pursued by professors. The trending topics regarding the collaboration between Su's family and the Aosu group emerged at the bottom of Weibo. This momentum reached the Chun family. In the Chun residence, Chen Tianrun paced restlessly in his study. Today marked the final day of his suspension. The decision to abandon the partnership with Wida and pivot towards Aosu was solely his. Although he had acted unilaterally, the board had initially shown support for his decision. Unexpectedly, once the news broke, they cast him aside as a scapegoat. Chen Tianrun's expression turned grim. Without a successful turnaround this time, he would be left with no way back. Memories of the shameless shareholders of the Chun family ignited a surge of anger within him. Fortunately, today he has received some insider information. Smith is set to sign a contract with the Sheng Group at the Champs Lis ES Hotel. He has already dispatched a trusted aide to the location. The outcome hinges entirely on this event. Chen Tianrun thought to himself, quickening his pace considerably. After an indeterminate period, the phone in his hand vibrated, its insistent ringtone piercing the tranquil atmosphere of the study. Chen Tianrun's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He swallowed hard and tremulously answered the call. "Hello," came the despondent voice of his confidant. "Mr. Chun, we did our utmost, but no matter what conditions we presented, Smith is adamantly unwilling to sign with us." Upon comprehending the message, Chen Tianrun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The phone slipped from his grip and clattered to the floor. A flicker of despair crossed his somber eyes. It is all ruined, utterly destroyed. At that moment, the study door was pushed open. A carefree voice rang out. "Dad, I scored 403. You promised that if I reached 400, you would reward me with a car." "I want it today." Xu Yihuan sauntered in, clad in a riot of colors. A surge of anger flashed across Chen Tianrun's face. In a swift motion, he slapped Xu Yihuan across the face. With surprising force, Xu Yihuan's cheek quickly swelled up, tears welling in his eyes. "You dare ask for a car? How could you even mention it? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you sending that video of a Su family girl, how could we have fallen into the trap set by the Su family and Osua? How could we have lost the collaboration with Taxin? Damn you, are you a spy sent by the neighboring faction?" Chen Tianrun was not yet satisfied. He grabbed a nearby vase and hurled it at Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan, caught off guard, barely had time to react before a large vase came flying towards him. Panic surged within him as he scrambled out of the study, feeling the searing pain on his cheek. "Damn, old man, if you can't handle it, don't blame me. Just a few days ago, you praised my video." Xu Yihuan was at home, tidying up her high school belongings. Satisfied with the sight of a wall filled with study materials, she nodded approvingly. She prepared to step out to call Wang Ma, asking her to contact the scrap collectors to come and take the items away. Just as she took a few steps, she stumbled over something on the floor. "What on earth?" Xu Yihuan bent down to pick up the object, discovering a medium-sized box, its contents indiscernible yet surprisingly heavy. A flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes as she plopped down on the ground, eagerly beginning to open it. Before long, a rather unappealing yet oddly cute music box emerged. Though it lacked aesthetic appeal, the craftsmanship hinted at its value. Xu Yihuan silently placed the music box back on the floor. Was this her former taste? Where had she bought it? She had no recollection. Just as she pondered how to deal with the item, Wang Ma appeared before her, holding a brooch. "Miss Huan, while cleaning today, I found this brooch." Xu Yihuan gazed at the golden, diamond-studded Bauhinia brooch, falling silent once more. If memory serves, her taste had always been commendable, hadn't it? Xu Yihuan sighed, taking the brooch, examining it from various angles, attempting to uncover its stunning attributes. Unfortunately, to no avail. At that moment, Wang Ma presented her with a piece of paper. Xu Yihuan lifted her gaze to Wang Ma. "What is this?" Wang Ma scratched her head sheepishly. "I don't know. I found it on the ground and thought it might be useful, so I picked it up." Xu Yihuan took the note. The ink slightly bled through the sticky note, revealing a powerful script, fluid and graceful. The handwriting was exquisite. Xu Yihuan instantly recognized it, glancing at the note's content and then at the nearly pristine items. Realization dawned upon her. She had once treasured these items, but now they appeared to be mere accessories for the bags her mother had purchased. Xu Yihuan's lips twitched, momentarily rendered speechless. "Wang Ma, please find me a larger box. If I remember correctly, Zhou Yanze had gifted me quite a few items like these." It was precisely due to his gestures that she had always believed Zhou Yanze harbored some feelings for her. Now it seemed prudent to pack these items away swiftly, lest they be an eyesore. 10 minutes later, Xu Yihuan surveyed the overflowing box of clutter, lost in thought, as she contemplated whether to discard or return the items. A phone call interrupted her reverie. She glanced at the caller ID. "Oh dear, speak of the devil. Huanhuan, are you free tomorrow? I need to discuss something with you." Zhou Yanze's voice was as cold as ever, his speech measured, lacking the warmth of genuine intent. However, Xu Yihuan was unfazed, not rejecting him and readily agreeing. It was just as well. This pile of junk could return to its rightful owner tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Yanze hung up the phone, his ears flushed, and he gazed at Sun Yanxin with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Is this acceptable now? Upon hearing Xu Yihuan's agreement, Sun Yanxin finally let out a cold snort. "Let me tell you, Xu Yihuan has secured a spot at Beijing University. If it weren't for your coincidental enrollment at Beijing University nearby her, do you think I would consider letting you pass? Do you even think you can score 640 points?" Zhou Yanze's face paled as the redness faded, reverting to his usual indifferent demeanor, remaining silent and refraining from retorting. He knew that any rebuttal would only provoke Sun Yanxin to utter even more disparaging remarks. Sun Yanxin, irritated by Zhou Yanze's wooden demeanor, declared, "Fine, I have a family necklace upstairs. I'll bring it down later to give to Huanhuan. She just bought a new bag and needs some necklaces to match. It's perfect for a girl just graduating." Rolling her eyes, Sun Yanxin turned and left. Zhou Yanze pressed his lips together, saying nothing, though a look of inner conflict creased his brow. Each time he gifted Xu Yihuan something, it brought her immense joy. Even if these items were not gifts he willingly offered, but rather coerced by Sun Yanxin. Watching his mother's retreating figure, a secret yet shameful anticipation flickered within Zhou Yanze amidst the humiliation. In July, many students began their summer vacations. Zhou Yanze arranged to meet at a CAF near their high school, a relatively quiet spot. After gathering her belongings, Xu Yihuan, wary of thieves, carefully placed everything into a large black plastic bag. Upon arriving at the CAF, she scanned the room and, spotting Zhou Yanze in the corner, made her way towards him. It was the school's break time, and many students were enjoying outdoor activities. Zhou Yanze gazed out the window towards the school, lost in thought. His lips pursing as a smile began to blossom. Xu Yihuan observed Zhou Yanze's expression, unable to articulate her feelings. "What do you need me for?" she inquired, decided to hear what Zhou Yanze had to say now that she was there. He leisurely retrieved a small bag from his side, presenting it to her with an air of arrogance. The bag was modest in size, adorned with a family insignia. In an instant, Xu Yihuan recognized it as yet another set of accessories. What unnecessary items is he giving her now? Xu Yihuan appeared momentarily stunned, while Zhixu Yanze mistakenly assumed her expression was one of unrestrained joy, feeling a tinge of pride within. His mother had indeed been correct. Young girls often find it impossible to resist such things. Zhixu Yanze gently curved his lips, speaking to Xu Yihuan in a neutral tone. "I must apologize for the incident the other day. At the hotel entrance, I was too trusting of Qingqing, believing you had pushed her. I simply never reached out to her afterward. I had not anticipated she would remain so composed and not seek me out." Zhixu Yanze sighed inwardly, concluding that it was acceptable to indulge a young girl occasionally. With a confident gaze, he turned to Xu Yihuan, who lifted her head to meet his eyes. However, contrary to his expectations, she remained silent, offering only a cold chuckle. She reached into a black plastic bag, producing items one after another, 1, 2, 3, continuously discarding possessions, many of which had not even been unwrapped. The other patrons in the CAF were taken aback by such an extravagant display, unable to tear their gazes away from the heap of items. This young couple appeared so youthful, yet they could afford to keep horses? Zhixu Yanze's eyes widened as he recognized the discarded items. These were gifts he had given her previously. His expression gradually turned icy. "What exactly were you trying to achieve, Xu Yihuan? I advise you not to go too far." Ignoring his words, Xu Yihuan simply stated, "These items are for you. They serve me no purpose. If you desire them, I will procure my own." Zhixu Yanze was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Before Xu Yihuan could elaborate, a clear voice approached. "What, are we to expect gratitude for gifts that have been given away?" Tianzix entered, a mocking smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with derision. The onlookers, hearing his words, suddenly reconsidered the items on the table, realizing the dissonance. Could these truly be mere accompanying gifts? No wonder they could afford horses at such a young age. Perhaps they had pilfered the items their mothers had purchased. What is an accompanying gift? Zhu Yanze felt a sense of unease, his heart racing. Yet he dared to inquire further. Zhixu stepped closer, his long, fair fingers gently lifting one of the items Zhu Yanze had brought, dangling it in the air before tossing it back at him. The action was not forceful, but laden with insult. There you have it. Typically, just something that comes with a purchase. The crowd suddenly reacted, piecing together the implications. Indeed, buyers often receive accompanying gifts. And this young man appeared to come from a well-off family. Perhaps these were merely items his mother had brought home. How embarrassing for him to present such gifts to a girl. Surely, if they could afford to keep horses, they could offer something more substantial. The murmurs of the crowd reached Zhu Yanze's ears, and he began to comprehend the meaning behind accompanying gifts, recalling the numerous bags at his mother's house. His complexion shifted between hues of blue and white, unable to suppress his embarrassment. Yet he clenched his teeth and declared, "I don't know." Zhix continued to mock. "With this tidy up, your home must feel much cleaner now, right?" Zhu Yanze disregarded Zhix's taunts. Turning to Xu to defend himself, "The gifts I gave you, while not extravagant, were sincere. In my view, the value of a gift is not paramount. So what if they were accompanying items? They still represent my feelings, and I am certain you do not lack the means to purchase a few bags." Zhix laughed. "So you truly believe that the sentiment behind a gift outweighs its value? Your skills in literature must be impressive. How did you fare on the college entrance exam?" Zhu Yanze, unable to contain his frustration, shot a glare at Zhix. "Do you have a problem? Am I speaking to you?" Zhix feigned submission. "My apologies, I shall remain silent." At that moment, Huanhuan unexpectedly burst into laughter. Zhu Yanze turned his gaze to her, his demeanor suddenly calming. "Do you feel the same way? Are they all merely accompanying gifts?" The last two words were uttered with difficulty. What else could it be? "Do you expect me to feel gratitude?" This echoed Zhix's earlier remark. The eavesdropping patrons in the CF, hearing this, shared a knowing laugh. Zhu Yanze's expression darkened once more. He abruptly pushed himself away from the table, standing tall. "Very well. You best not regret this." Huanhuan rolled her eyes behind him, shaking her head with an air of mockery. Once he departed, Zhix occupied the seat Zhu Yanze had vacated, reclining lazily and calling out, "Hey, aren't you taking your things with you? I'll report you for littering." His expression remained furious, glaring at the direction Zhu Yanze had left. Not envious, just purely jealous. Huanhuan glanced at Zhix, taking a sip of her latte. "What brings you here?" Zhix rummaged through his pocket, producing a pink notebook, pocket-sized and easily portable. "Here, returning your things." Huanhuan accepted it, eyeing him with suspicion. "How did you know I was here?" Upon hearing this, Zhix blinked innocently. Before he could concoct a reason. Huanhuan's expression changed dramatically as she suddenly widened her eyes, placing a finger to her lips. "Sure." Zhix obediently silenced himself, his expression feigning confusion, though internally he released a quiet sigh of relief. "What is it?" he whispered. Huanhuan shook her head, remaining silent. Yet her expression was as vigilant as a wary cat. Just moments ago, she had spotted Xing entering the CAF, taking a seat directly behind Zhix. It was crucial to note that in her past life, Xing had interviewed Lo. Chapter 64. J and Xing sat at a table with friends directly in front of Huanhuan. With half-closed eyes, she leaned in, straining to listen to their conversation. "Xing, you're incredible. Just the other day, regarding that top scorer in the college entrance exam. Even our editor mentioned your writing style could serve as a model. It was mere luck. To be honest, it was LRN who sent it to me." Xing's voice was somewhat muted, and Huanhuan could not quite catch every word, leaning further forward. Perhaps her earnestness moved Zhix, who generously offered, "Shall I switch seats with you?" Without hesitation, Huanhuan immediately stood up. Observing her swift action, Zhix raised an eyebrow, reluctantly standing to exchange places. Indeed, from across the table, she could hear much more clearly. Yes, my boss recently assigned me a new task, asking me to shadow Qingqing. I'm going crazy, truly. Zhixu calmly articulated her predicament, appearing resigned, yet it was evident she felt cornered. What kind of person is Qingqing? Do you think I could simply shadow him? Zhixu's friend chuckled at this. Don't be too disheartened. Although he assigned you an impossible task, he also gave LRN something manageable. Isn't that fair? Zhixu's lips twitched, failing to muster any semblance of a smile. That idiot even provided me with a time frame, stating from the 15th to the 18th. I must wander the streets for 4 days, hoping for luck. I suspect his brain has been muddled by LRN. As fellow workers, Zhixu's friends joined in on the lamenting. Heavens, it's already 35 or 36 degrees outside. Not only is he sending you on field work, but also for such trivial pursuits. Xu Yihuan absorbed their conversation, deep in thought. In her previous life, she was only aware of the location where Meng Lao encountered trouble, yet she never paid attention to the timing. Now, it seemed that Qingqing had indeed rendered her a significant service. Today is the 11th, which means that starting from the day after tomorrow, she must accompany Xu Yihuan daily to seek their fortune. Upon realizing this, Xu Yihuan sprang to her feet. She needed to prepare immediately. Otherwise, what if that old dog Jiang Jinan got there first one day? I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. We will meet again. Having barely settled down, she was forced to bid farewell to Zhixu. Xu Yihuan turned and dashed towards the exit with remarkable speed. The man was dressed in a black shirt and white trousers, an unusual combination that surprisingly appeared harmonious on him. His exposed skin radiated an unhealthy pallor, topped with a cap that obscured his brow and eyes, giving him an air of gloom. It's nothing, he uttered in a deep, magnetic voice, a hint of pleasure discernible within. Xu Yihuan, upon hearing this, gave it no further thought and continued on her way. However, Zhixu sensed an anomaly. Pausing his steps behind Xu Yihuan, his gaze suddenly fixed upon the man. For reasons unknown, the man slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of pitch-black pupils hidden beneath the cap that locked onto Zhixu's. A provocative smile curled at the corners of his lips. Xu Yihuan was perplexed by Xu Yihuan's recent whims. Every day, she insisted on taking him to Jiangbin Road for a stroll, especially during the sweltering afternoons. After being dragged out like a pet for the 3rd time, he could no longer endure it. It's been 4 days, Xu Yihuan. 4 days. What on earth do you want? You take me out to bask in the sun every day. Even dog walkers know to do it in the evening. Xu Yihuan raised his hand in protest. Xu Yihuan had not anticipated that, despite hearing Qingqing mention the 15th to 18th, she had yet to encounter anything. Was it essential to wait until the very last day? Xu Yihuan chuckled awkwardly. Actually, I just wanted to exercise a bit, soak up some sun, and get some calcium. Xu Yihuan rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Xu Yihuan swiftly grabbed the back of his shirt, gritting her teeth. Just this once. The last time. If fate permits, it will happen. If not, we can simply ensure he arrives on time for the apprenticeship banquet. Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan instantly turned back, his face lighting up. Good. You said it yourself. Xu Yihuan understood Xu Yihuan's intentions and playfully punched him. Are you trying to trick me? This is clearly your own initiative. As they walked for a while, Xu Yihuan casually glanced down the road. In the distance, she spotted someone lying on the ground. Xu Yihuan's eyes brightened. We've arrived. She hurriedly tugged Xu Yihuan along. What's the rush? Can't you see someone is down? Go help them. Xu Yihuan squinted his nearsighted eyes to take a look. Wow, there really is someone. The two halted in unison. Xu Yihuan, Thou Wen. What's going on? No one was ever there before? Xu Yihuan squinted his eyes in disbelief. Wait, how could Jiang Jinan be here? Xu Yihuan strained her eyes to see better. Although his features were unclear, she could still recognize him. It was indeed Jiang Jinan. How could he be here? This is bad. He got here first. Hadn't Jiang Jinan been accepted into Jingda Art Academy? Why was he here? They should be attending summer camp training during the break. Xu Yihuan scratched his head. Xu Yihuan widened her eyes in disbelief. What did you say? He got into Jingda Art Academy. Xu Yihuan nodded, somewhat confused. Yeah, the same school as you. Yet, by this time, their relationship had become quite distant. Remembering Jiang Jinan's personality, Xu Yihuan suddenly resolved not to meddle in others' fates anymore. She promptly turned to leave. Let us go. We won't approach him. Since someone is already attending to him, let us just leave. Xu Yihuan, however, was reluctant. He grabbed Xu Yihuan's sleeve. Oh, come on. We've come all this way. While pulling Xu Yihuan along, they continued forward. By the time they reached the scene, an ambulance had just arrived. The medical staff descended and began to lift the elderly man onto a stretcher, while Jiang Jinan stood nearby, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if he had no part in the matter. As Xu Yihuan and Sheng Yuhai drew closer, Jiang Jinan seemed to sense their presence, lifting his head to meet their gaze. A broad smile suddenly adorned his face. Yihuan Jia, what a pleasure to see you again. Xu Yihuan recognized the clothing Jiang Jinan wore and nearly blacked out. Wasn't he the same person she had bumped into at the CAF last time? Other than not wearing a hat, he was identical. Chapter 65. Cloning sheep. Jiang Jinan's eyes were fixed intently on Xu Yihuan, his pitch-black pupils brimming with delight. Xu Yihuan, feeling helpless, managed a faint smile. It's been quite a while. Just as she finished speaking, her peripheral vision caught sight of the ambulance's tail lights illuminating, indicating it was about to depart. Recalling the news from her previous life, where Meng Jian's rescue was a harrowing ordeal, Xu Yihuan felt a surge of urgency and immediately hailed a taxi, urging Sheng Yuhai to get in. No matter what, it was worthwhile to check it out. Besides, today was a rare opportunity to encounter Meng Jian. Even if only to establish a sense of familiarity, it was beneficial. After Sheng Yuhai settled inside, Xu Yihuan followed suit. Just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly felt a resistance on her hand. What do you think you're doing? Xu Yihuan et Galim. Her eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Jinan pursed his lips, an inexplicable expression of grievance crossing his face. I want to go too. Xu Yihuan zet ponde. Don't you know how to hail a cab on your own? Jiang Jinan, ever polite, refrained from entering the vehicle without Xu Yihuan's consent. Yet his hand remained firmly gripping the car door. Xu Yihuan fell silent, and Jiang Jinan continued to gaze at her intently. The taxi driver, observing their dispute, grew impatient and spoke in a thick accent. Are you going or not? Don't block the way. I need to pick up other passengers. Xu Yihuan looked at Jiang Jinan, who was filled with determination. After a moment, Xu Yihuan relented first, gritting her teeth and saying, Fine, let us go. With that, she averted her gaze, unwilling to look at Jiang Jinan. Hearing her acquiescence, Jiang Jinan beamed brighter than the driver, his fox-like eyes narrowing in his slits as he opened the door and climbed in. The driver, eager to make money, stepped on the gas, speeding them towards the hospital. Once they arrived, Xu Yihuan inquired about Meng Jian's location, and they rushed towards the emergency room. The red light of the emergency room flickered ominously. Xu Yihuan felt a slight sense of relief. After all, in her previous life, Meng Jian had endured a lengthy rescue without any significant issues. At the entrance, Meng Jian's bodyguard stood stoically in the center. His expression was impassive, yet Xu Yihuan sensed that he must have been dead for some time. Regardless of the circumstances, given the severity of the situation, the Meng family would undoubtedly face consequences. Xu Yihuan cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Suddenly, another thought struck her. Xu Yihuan turned and pulled Sheng Yuhai out of the hospital. Jiang Jinan watched Xu Yihuan's retreating figure from behind, unusually refraining from following her. Every aspect of today was intentional on his part. He had overheard the conversation at the tea shop. With his keen perception, he quickly deduced that Xu Yihuan was searching for Meng Jian. Thus, he had taken the initiative to find Meng Jian first. But sister, why don't you ever praise me? Xu Yihuan hurried toward the fruit shop with Sheng Yuhai in tow. Observing Sheng Yuhai's carefree demeanor, Xu Yihuan unexpectedly felt a headache. Do you know who collapsed today? Sheng Yuhai did not clearly see the person's appearance, as he had mostly followed Xu Yihuan and Jiang Jinan. He shook his head, asking, Who is it? Meng Jian. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuhai's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, Who? The Bai Huajiang Award winner. The inheritor of intangible cultural heritage who has exhibited at the National Art Exhibition, Meng Jian. Su Xiaowan, are you joking with me? Xu Yihuan shot him an eye roll, disregarding his astonishment as she continued walking forward. Believe it or not. Sheng Yuhai hurriedly followed, insisting, Oh, I believe. Meng Jian had already been transferred to the hospital room. Leaning against the wall, Xu Yihuan tilted her head, signaling Sheng Yuhai to knock on the door. Carrying an assortment of fruits and supplements, Sheng Yuhai had to free one hand to knock. Yet, he bore no complaints, appearing as excited as a tail-wagging Samoyed. He approached and knocked on the hospital room door, which Jiang Jinan opened. Upon entering, Sheng Yuhai and Xu Yihuan greeted Elder Meng immediately. Meng Jian seemed unfazed to see them, smiling warmly. I know you both. Xiao Jiang just informed me that you were the ones who saved me, right? I haven't even had the chance to thank you yet. Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan promptly shook her head, saying, No, it's what we ought to do. Zheng Yuhai, stunned, glanced sharply at Xu Yihuan. Did they actually do that? However, Xu Yihuan did not look at Zheng Yuhai, continuing, Even if it were a stranger collapsing on the roadside, we would still lend a helping hand. Zheng Yuhai forced out a chuckle. All right, huh? Elder Meng looked at the group of young people before him with a beaming smile. Jiang Jinan, hands in his pockets, casually chimed in with Xu Yihuan's words, yes. Sister Huanhuan has the kindest heart. Unable to resist, Xu Yihuan glanced at him. Just then, a voice came from the doorway of the room. Elder Meng, I heard that the feng shui in Yunqing is troublesome. You just arrived and something happened? The voice, laced with a lazy yet cheeky tone, bore no hint of jest. Rather, it carried a hint of sarcasm. Xu Yihuan froze at the sound, her expression stiffening as she turned to look towards the door. Tan Zhixu's tall and graceful figure leaned against the door frame, his languid gaze resting on Meng Jian's hospital bed. Elder Meng, angered by Tan Zhixu's words, clutched his chest. You little rascal, how can you speak like that? Amused by Elder Meng's reaction, Tan Zhixu turned his head and smiled. Under Xu Yihuan's piercing gaze, he seemed to sense something, turned to look at her. Upon recognizing her, he instinctively raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Hearing Tan Zhixu's question, Xu Yihuan nervously licked her lips. He was also at the CAF last time. He wouldn't think she had ill intentions, would he? You know Xiao Tan? Elder Meng nodded with a smile. We were classmates in high school. So that's how it is, Elder Meng continued. Today, I had an asthma attack, and thankfully, these young students saved me. Tan Zhixu looked at Xu Yihuan with a knowing expression, as if he had discerned the true nature behind this fortunate coincidence. Xu Yihuan felt a rare sense of embarrassment, her gaze wandering aimlessly, unsure where to settle. However, Tan Zhixu did not press the matter, only smiling as he straightened up. Casually strolling into the hospital room, he sat beside Elder Meng's bed, picked up the apple Xu Yihuan had just bought, and began peeling it nonchalantly. That's quite good. You should really thank them. Elder Meng shot Tan Zhixu a glare. Do I need you to remind me? Then he smiled at the three young people, Xiao Sheng, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Su. You all haven't eaten yet, have you? Look, it's already dark outside. Let Xiao Tan take you out for a meal. Chapter 66. It is said that Tan Zhixu has a crush on a young lady. Tan Zhixu shot a glance at Elder Meng, stuffing the freshly peeled apple into his mouth. You owe a favor. Why should I help you repay it? Is there any sense in that? Meng Jian turned his head defiantly. So what? Between us, there is no distinction of you and me. Tan Zhixu quickly swallowed the apple. No, please don't say that. Otherwise, people might think I have something going on with you. Meng Jian's eyes widened in shock. You little rascal. How shameless. Xu Yihuan couldn't help but laugh. Did you hear that? Go reserve a private room at the Yiping Pavilion next door and treat them to a good meal. Seeing no one respond, the kind-hearted Zheng Yuhai, fearing Tan Zhixu might feel awkward, immediately agreed with a smile. Sure. He was just getting hungry. Jiang Jinan chimed in. I have something to do. Since Xu Yihuan entered, Jiang Jinan had been standing closely beside her, almost wanting to press his entire body against her. When he spoke, his voice rang in her ear, startling her. Tan Zhixu narrowed his eyes, observing the two. All right, since that's the case, it seems it will just be the two of us going out to eat. His tone was leisurely, tinged with a hint of regret. Zheng Yuhai shivered, regretting his hasty words. It seemed Tan Zhixu did not intend to invite him to dinner at all. Truly, how foolish of him to speak so quickly. Elder Meng, with a smile, watched the harmonious scene among the young ones. His gaze flickered among them, lingering on Xu Yihuan for a moment longer. He could see that Tan Zhixu, the little rascal, had always been indifferent to others. After that day, Xu Yihuan hardly visited Elder Meng again. Even when she did, it was only occasionally. This was the first time Elder Meng noticed Tan Zhixu sitting beside him. He would be discharged from the hospital in a week. During these days of hospitalization, Tan Zhixu had come every day. Did he not know Tan Zhixu? With his personality, after seeing he was still alive on the first day, how could he continue to visit? The only possibility was Elder Meng's gaze shifted, stealing another glance at Tan Zhixu, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. After all, Elder Meng had not chased him away. He still had some questions regarding painting, if given the chance. He could ask Elder Meng for guidance. Xu Yuhai skillfully placed the chicken soup on the table and began to pour it out. Meng Jian turned to look at Xu Yuhai, clearing his throat lightly. Xiao Sheng, why haven't I seen Xiao Su around lately? Is she busy with something? Xu Yuhai scratched his head innocently. It doesn't seem like she's doing anything. If you want to see her, I can ask her tomorrow when she's free to come over. Meng Jian's peripheral vision was keenly observing Zhixu, noticing his expression become lost upon hearing a certain name. Meng Jian's eyes instantly brightened with a smile. All right. Thank you for your trouble. Xu Yuhai scratched his head, grinning. It's no trouble. Xu Yuhai was indeed a man of his word. Although Xu Yihuan did not understand why Elder Meng wanted to see her, she agreed nonetheless. The following morning, Xu Yihuan brought the supplements and breakfast fruits she had purchased, confidently making her way to the hospital room. Unexpectedly, Elder Meng, a renowned master of traditional Chinese painting, had such a pleasant personality, devoid of any celebrity arrogance. Xu Yihuan gently knocked on the hospital room door. No one responded from within. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9. Surely, the old man wasn't still asleep? Xu Yihuan felt a twinge of worry and pushed the door open, relieved to find it unlocked. As soon as the door opened, Xu Yihuan spotted a figure lying on the hospital bed, engrossed in a video game. It was not the esteemed Elder Meng, but rather Zhixu. Approaching, Xu Yihuan placed her belongings down and inquired, "What brings you here? Where is Master Meng?" Upon hearing her voice, Zhixu looked up, their eyes locking momentarily. He glanced down at his own state, and a fleeting expression of indifference crossed his face as his fingers subtly tightened around his phone. His voice came out somewhat hoarse. He went out. Before he could finish, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open with force, and an exuberant voice burst in. "I heard Zhixu has a crush on a girl. Who is she?" At that moment, in the capital, within the laboratory of Beijing University, Pei Yuli was softly comforting someone over the phone before hanging up, his demeanor warm and gentle. He swiftly changed into his lab coat, his refined features and tall figure accentuated by the pristine white fabric, lending him an ethereal aura akin to the moonlight. On the reception sofa, Bai Yutong lounged casually, crossing his legs and shaking his head as he observed Pei Yuli. "In my opinion, you've been far too indulgent with that underprivileged student. Even if she helped you back then, spoiling her for so many years is more than enough. Now look at you, working tirelessly on experiments while also managing her studies and daily life. Really, what is the difference between this and being a father? After being kicked out by the Zhou family, she is coming back to you. Just look at yourself, scoring over 700 in your college entrance exam. And yet the child you raised can barely manage a score of 0? Bai Yutong continued his relentless teasing, and Pei Yuli paused while fastening his buttons. As if recalling something important, he replied softly, "It's different. The child I raised did not score 0. She received a recommendation to Beijing University and is quite exceptional." Bai Yutong dismissed Pei Yuli's words as mere excuses, rolling his eyes. "What is the difference? A poor score is still a poor score. She is not even as good as Xu Yihuan." Just as Bai Yutong finished speaking, he abruptly realized the implications of his words, swiftly turning to Pei Yuli, who remained unfazed as he continued, buttoning his coat. "Well, if you have nothing else, you may leave. I need to begin my experiments." At Pei Yuli's remark, Bai Yutong suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit and smacked his thigh. "Oh dear, I completely lost my train of thought. I came to ask you, are you really going to participate in Director Sun's project? That means 3 months, 3 whole months without any external contact. And what about Pei Yutong? She'll be starting school soon. Aren't you going to see her off?" Mentioning Pei Yutong, Pei Yuli's expression softened with affection. "If Qingqing starts school, I'll trouble you to help out." Bai Yutong waved his hand dismissively. "Come on, with so many people in the Pei family, why would it be my turn? Besides, my influence at Beijing University hardly compares to your esteemed position as a professor. But I will take good care of Qingqing. Just make sure to rest when you're tired." A warm current flowed through Pei Yuli's heart, and he thought of another person, Xu Yihuan, who would also be attending Beijing University soon. He cast a complex glance at Bai Yutong. In the hospital room, Xu Yihuan stood beside the bed, her hands still poised as if placing down a gift, her gaze drifting beyond the confines of the ward. Zhixu, feeling her tension, nervously turned his head to glance at her. Noticing Xu Yihuan's lack of reaction, he regained his composure, casually swiping his hand to exit the game. Leaning back against the bed, he crossed his arms and observed the doorway with nonchalance. Under their scrutiny, Meng Hai dashed in with great enthusiasm. Having heard his grandfather mention Tan Zhixu's potential crush, he immediately booked the earliest flight to be there. He was eager for the scoop. However, his excitement waned as he unexpectedly locked eyes with Tan Zhixu. Meng Hai's smile froze. Tan, what are you doing here? Where's my grandfather? It's only 8 in the morning. When did you become so industrious? Tan Zhixu raised his gaze to meet him, a hint of mischief in his eyes. What do you think? Meng Hai took a few cautious steps forward. Grandpa said you have a crush on a girl, and he wanted me to come see for myself. Upon hearing this, Tan Zhixu subtly exhaled in relief. Meng Hai stood at the edge of Tan Zhixu's bed as Tan Zhixu playfully pinched the back of his neck, lowering him slightly. Is that all? Nothing more? Meng Hai quickly shook his head. That is all, I promise. Tan Zhixu released him, giving his neck a gentle pat. All right, go play. His tone was reminiscent of coaxing a puppy. Meng Hai, already accustomed to this dynamic, muttered under his breath, why do you always do this? Xu Yihuan could not help but laugh at the exchange. It seemed Meng Hai only just noticed her presence, lifting his gaze to her. Upon meeting Xu Yihuan's eyes, his admiration was evident. Her striking features, devoid of makeup, and her captivating peach blossom eyes were enchanting. What a stunning girl. However, he quickly recalled his earlier embarrassment, his face flushing crimson. His tone became awkward. Who is this? Xu Yihuan smiled gently. Hello, I am Xu Yihuan, a classmate of Tan Zhixu. Her soft voice and obedient demeanor presented a stark contrast to the earlier interaction. Meng Hai was taken aback, his mind swirling in confusion, struggling to form a coherent greeting when the ward door swung open once more. Oh my, what a lovely day. I'm heading out for a stroll. As the voice trailed off, Meng Jian caught sight of Meng Hai, nearly faltering in his speech. What are you doing here? No way. Has that rascal Meng Hai intruded upon the moment I orchestrated for Tan Zhixu? Observing the boy's flushed face, Meng Jian felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could it be that this brat had developed feelings for Xu Yihuan? Meng Hai forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Yes, didn't you fall ill? I came to pay you a visit. Meng Jian immediately shot him a glare. You're the one who is ill. I'm perfectly fine. Meng Jian then turned his attention to Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan, you should be out of the hospital soon, right? He pushed Tan Zhixu out of bed. Yes, I'll be discharged in another week. I remember you were guaranteed admission to Beijing University, correct? When you come to the capital, I'll have this little rascal show you around. Xu Yihuan took the elder's words lightly, merely responding, sounds good. When does Beijing University start? August 31st. Tan Zhixu interfected comedy. Hearing this, Xu Yihuan's smile dimmed slightly as she turned her gaze to Tan Zhixu, momentarily lost in thought. Was there such a close relationship between Tan Zhixu and Elder Meng? Given Elder Meng's status, it was unlikely that a humble student from a struggling school could approach him. Meng Jian, uninterested in Tan Zhixu's remark, shot back, did I ask you? It's August 31st. He nodded. Once you arrive in the capital, come find me. Let us exchange WeChat. Mentioning WeChat, Tan Zhixu, who had been looking down, lifted his head again, his gaze flickering between Meng Jian and Xu Yihuan. His lips moved slightly as he delivered a sardonic remark. What is so great about adding an old man's WeChat? Meng Jian instantly grasped the underlying sting in Tan Zhixu's words, stifling a laugh as he shot a glance at him. The meaning behind that glance was unmistakable. Do not expect me to share my WeChat with you later. Tan Zhixu tilted his head, deliberately avoiding Meng Jian's gaze. Meng Jian then engaged in conversation with Xu Yihuan for a while before reluctantly letting her depart. You gonna play again next time? Xu Yihuan chuckled, nodded, and turned to leave. As she watched Xu Yihuan's figure fade away, the smile on Meng Jian's face gradually waned. He cast a disdainful glance at the two young men beside him. It is undeniable that a young lady is far more considerate than a group of grown men. Xu Yihuan stepped outside, striding purposefully towards the exit. At that moment, a man clad in a tailored suit, burdened with numerous bags, approached her. The breeze tousled Xu Yihuan's hair, revealing her smooth, radiant visage. Pei Yinji noticed, and slightly slowed his pace until Xu Yihuan passed by him. Only then did he come to a halt, turning to contemplate her retreating silhouette. Just as he prepared to continue his way, a jarring ringtone pierced the air. Pei Yinji set down his belongings, leaned against the corridor wall of the hospital, and answered the call. Hello, Mom. Yes, I have arrived in Yuncheng and am already at the hospital. I have inquired and should be able to see Meng Lao soon. Pei Yinji hesitated for a moment. Mom, I think I just saw Xu Yihuan. She seemed to have just come out of Meng Lao's ward. After a brief pause, he responded softly to whatever was said on the other end. His brows furrowed gently, and a hint of a smile emerged beneath his softly angled features. Yes, I understand. We can wait for the next opportunity. There's no need to rush. After all, my aunt's daughter won't just disappear. After ending the call, Pei Yinji picked up the gift bag he had set down and continued toward the ward. Chapter 68. Who is more suitable to be the closed-door disciple? Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the ward door, and the three individuals inside turned their attention towards it. Pei Yinji stood courteously at the entrance, his voice warm and inviting. Good day. May I ask if this is Meng Jian's ward? Lying on the bed, Meng Jian looked at Pei Yinji, his demeanor a stark contrast to the warmth he had shown Xu Yihuan, as he languidly inquired, I am Meng Jian. Do you have business with me? Pei Yinji's lips curled into a gentle smile. Greeting, Meng Lao. I am Pei Yinji from the Pei family. I happen to be on a business trip to Yuncheng and heard that your old injury has flared up, so I came to pay you a visit. Such a grandiloquent introduction drew a frown from Meng Jian, who thought only places like the capital would employ such formalities. Pei family? The Pei family from the capital? Pei Yinji stepped inside, placing the gifts on the floor. Indeed, my father is Pei Jian. Upon hearing that name, Meng Jian's previously tense expression softened slightly. The eldest son of the Pei family, I see. Pei Yinji remained silent, his gentle smile unwavering. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, Jiang Jinan was seated in the art studio, painting a figure with traditional techniques. He sat on a chair, playfully engaging with a small bird, his face adorned with delight. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that his features bore a striking resemblance to Meng Jian. Without further ado, he removed the painting from the easel and stuffed it into a plastic bag. Young master, everything is ready. A maid cautiously knocked on the studio door. Jiang Jinan, while stuffing the painting into the bag, responded perfunctorily, yes, just leave it there. I will take it down later. On another front, Xu Yihuan had also prepared to head to the hospital, bringing along soup and fruit as usual. Just as he was about to enter the ward, he noticed an unfamiliar group of individuals inside, one of whom was ostentatiously dressed in a suit. Although he did not know them, they exuded an air of undeniable nobility. Xu Yihuan hesitated, his hand poised to push the door, and lightly tapped instead. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Pei Yinji, upon spotting Xu Yihuan, politely stood and bid farewell to Meng Jian. It appears you have a guest. I shall take my leave. Yes, yes, He, please see Mr. Pei out. Meng Jian smiled, instructing Meng He, who had not anticipated such a congenial individual from the Pei family. Reluctantly, Meng He rose. Come on, Mr. Pei. He did not harbor fond feelings for this man, deeming him overly pretentious. Pei Yinji noted Meng He's reluctance, but did not refuse Meng Jian's suggestion, simply nodding in agreement. I appreciate your assistance, He. Meng He thought to himself, what if I suddenly find my name unpleasant? Once the two departed, only 3 familiar faces remained in the ward. Zhixu sat on the sofa, not budging an inch. Meng Jian beamed at Xu Yihuan. You're here. Xu Yihuan nodded, his eyes clear. Just as he was about to speak, the knock at the door interrupted him. Everyone turned to look. Zhixu involuntarily furrowed his brow upon seeing the newcomer, his eyes betraying a reflexive disdain. Jiang Jinan naturally walked in. This marked the first occasion that Xu Yihuan and Jiang Jinan arrived together. Previously, they had always come at different times. Jiang Jinan set down the items he had brought. As lunchtime approached, the aunt had prepared a meal. Meng Lao, sure, it's time to eat. Meng Jian, eyeing the appetizing lunch, felt his stomach grumble. You're quite thoughtful. Jiang Jinan, upon being complimented, did not exhibit any joy, merely lowering his gaze and responding with a soft, Meng Jian found no issue with Jiang Jinan's demeanor. For many days, the young man had maintained this routine, arriving dutifully, completing his tasks, and then departing in a similarly orderly fashion, as if following a command. One might mistake him for being at work. Nevertheless, Meng Jian had observed Jiang Jinan's talent in painting. He was a gifted individual. A little temperament could be understood. Feeling the urge to eat, but conscious of the many eyes upon him, Meng Jian hesitated. He cleared his throat twice. Upon entering, he noticed an additional person in what had initially been a 3-person ward. Meng He blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter, unable to resist teasing. Old man, your ward is becoming increasingly lively. After saying this, Meng He's gaze lingered on the newcomers. Upon recognizing their features, his expression abruptly froze. Huh, wait a moment. Why do these two look so familiar? Meng He circled around Jiang Jinan and Xu Yihuan, suddenly recalling that he had seen their resumes on the old man's desk. Among the many documents, these two had been marked distinctly with a gloomy, handsome young man's resume highlighted. Meng He, lost in thought, began to pace around Meng Jian's bed, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Meng Jian glanced at him. If you can't sit still, go for a run. Meng He waved his hand, dismissing Meng Jian's words as nonsense. Hey, since you two are here, perfect timing. Have you finished the portrait I requested? Meng Jian casually inquired. 3 days prior, he had tasked the two of them with creating a portrait for him. This would also allow him to discern their differing styles and skills. Given the time frame, he did not expect definitive results. However, Jiang Jinan defied expectations. As soon as Meng Jian finished speaking, Jiang Jinan smoothly tossed the completed painting into his arms. It's done. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan, who had the same task but had only completed half, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Meng Jian was somewhat astonished. So soon? He casually unfolded the painting he had rolled up. A vivid image sprang to life on the paper. Yet lamentably, it appeared that the creator had been rather perfunctory, capturing only a semblance of the subject rather than its true form. Nevertheless, it was impressive considering the work had only taken 3 days to complete. Meng Jian could not help but praise internally, recognizing a promising talent in painting, albeit one with an overly impatient spirit. Xu Yihuan, glancing surreptitiously from the side, was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that this cloned sheep would be quite formidable. Resolutely, he vowed to surpass him in artistry. Jiang Jinan remained silent until the sound of his phone alarm broke the stillness. He glanced at the time and promptly silenced it. Disregarding whether Meng Jian had eaten well, he began to tidy up the items he had brought. I must take my leave, he announced. Meng Jian and the others remarked on his punctuality, likening him to a caregiver. After Jiang Jinan departed, Xu Yihuan felt awkward remaining. Teacher, I shall take my leave as well. Please rest well, he said. Meng Jian sat up and waved goodbye to them. See you next time. It was not until the door to the hospital room closed that the two figures vanished completely. Meng Jian watched them depart, then turned to glance at Zhixu, remarking wistfully, one must say, Jiang Jinan, to a certain extent, resembles you. Upon hearing this, Zhixu paused his phone activity, looked up, and retorted without reservation. Shall I get you a pair of glasses so you can see more clearly? Meng Jian felt a surge of indignation at Zhixu's words, but quickly soothed himself. Tell me, if I were to take a disciple, which of these two would be more suitable? Chapter 69. The invitation time swiftly passed, and by the time Meng Jian was discharged from the hospital, it was already late July. Xu Yihuan was at home, organizing translation materials when she received the news. She had been interning at the company, and over the short span of a month, she felt her business English had improved considerably. After finishing her tasks, she stretched her neck and opened her phone. A trending topic on Weibo caught her attention. Translation Department welcomes a new member, the ice-cold translator Pei, Ian promoted to chief at 50. Staring at the familiar name, Xu Yihuan was momentarily taken aback, her emotions swirling. She hesitated for a moment before tapping on the notification. A video began to play, showcasing a solemn conference room with a long table. A woman with a stoic expression sat at the right hand of the main leader. The video captured an atmosphere so quiet that a pin drop could be heard as a calm, emotionless female voice resonated. The light illuminated her face, revealing a serious demeanor with slightly furrowed brows. Time had left few traces upon her visage. The sound continued to play in the spacious study as Xu Yihuan stared at the screen for several seconds, her expression unchanging. She repeatedly attempted to exit the Weibo notification before finally succeeding. The room fell silent once more. Seated in her chair, Xu Yihuan's hand trembled slightly as she held her phone. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. She composed herself and called out, "Come in." As the door opened, Wang Ma appeared. "Miss, a young man is looking for you. He says his name is Meng He, here to deliver an invitation." Upon hearing Wang Ma's words, Xu Yihuan instinctively glanced at her wristwatch. It was already August 10th. She almost forgot about Meng Jian's disciple ceremony. If memory served her, many prominent families from the capital would attend. However, in her previous life, Meng Jian had not invited her to the ceremony. Understood, O Yihuan replied, smoothing her clothing before following Wang Ma downstairs. Meng He sat alone on the sofa, idly toying with the golden invitation in his hands. Sensing someone's presence, he looked up, and his face broke into a smile upon seeing Xu Yihuan. "What brings you here?" she asked with a grin. "My grandfather's disciple ceremony. He asked me to deliver this invitation to you." "Disciple ceremony? Who is it for?" Zhou Yihuan finds surprise. Though it was genuine curiosity, as she was unaware of whom Meng Laoyi had ultimately chosen. Meng He waved his hand. "I'm not sure. It seems to be announced on the spot." Xu Yihuan raised an eyebrow and refrained from further inquiry. "My grandfather insisted I personally deliver the invitation to you." Meng He handed the invitation to Xu Yihuan and added earnestly, "Many people from the capital are likely to attend. They can be quite pretentious, and their conversation may be uncomfortable. Just ignore them." His sincerity was evident. He truly disliked those individuals. Xu Yihuan chuckled softly. "All right, understood." As Meng He prepared to leave, he kindly stated, "If you encounter any issues, just give me a call." Xu Yihuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Okay, I will. Please extend my thanks to Meng Lao Xiansheng." After Meng He departed, Xu Yihuan glanced at the time written on the invitation. August 15th at 6 p.m. 23rd floor of the Intercontinental Hotel. Meanwhile, the Pei family in the capital received the same invitation. Unlike Xu Yihuan's, the Pei family's invitation was a vibrant red. A group of Pei family members sat together, discussing, did Meng Laoyi only give one invitation? Who will go? Pei Laoyi spoke with a serious tone, leaning on his cane in the center of the gathering. The younger generation of the Pei family arranged themselves in order of seniority. Everyone was present except for Pei Yan, who had just been promoted to chief translator, and Pei Yuli, who was in the laboratory. Only one invitation was issued. Logically, it should have gone to Yanze. However, Yanze had been missing lately, and Ali was likewise occupied in the lab, leaving only Tang Tang to attend. The second madam of the Pei family wrapped her arms around her youngest son and spoke slowly, her tone exceedingly calm. The second master of the Pei family concurred. "Indeed, it is not that we do not wish for Yanze to attend, but he seems to be out of touch these days." The eldest madam of the Pei family, her demeanor gentle, remained unperturbed by the provocative remarks. She took a sip from her teacup, a slight smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Our Yanze is currently in Yuncheng and has just received an invitation personally sent by Meng Laoyi. Thus, the invitation representing the Pei family shall be given to Tang Tang." Upon hearing the eldest madam's words, the expressions of the others varied. Pei Laoye's eyes glimmered with surprise, his steady demeanor betraying a hint of doubt. "Is that true? Yanze received a personal invitation from Meng Laoyi?" The eldest madam chuckled lightly. "Indeed. Last month, Yanze mentioned going to Yuncheng on a business trip, and upon learning that Yihuan was there, he decided to meet her. How fortuitous that Meng Laoyi appeared in Yuncheng at the same time, prompting our Yanze to extend his stay." The mention of this unfamiliar name momentarily left everyone in stunned silence. Pei Laoyi was the first to regain his composure, responding with a calm voice. That is indeed fortunate. Master Meng holds a significant position in Huanhuan, particularly with his exceptional disciples. Should Yanze establish a connection with Meng Jian, it would greatly benefit him. The name was conveniently overlooked, as if it had not been heard at all. The eldest madam of the Pei family nodded in agreement with a smile. Indeed. The second madam's expression changed upon hearing this, and she let out a cold laugh. With Pei Yan's recent promotion to chief translator, her own children had also risen in status. They were calculating, having specifically traveled to Yuncheng to seek out Xu Yihuan. But what of it? Pei Yan was of an age where retirement was inevitable. If she wishes to cultivate a successor, then Qingqing is undoubtedly the finest choice. That XY Huan, since being left in Yinching by Pin, has been destined to be a pawn. With this thought, the second madam felt a sense of relief. "Truly, congratulations to my elder sister-in-law, and thank you for allowing this opportunity to fall to my Qingqing." Coincidentally, the elder master of the Tin family will soon celebrate his 70th birthday, and they can seize this chance to see if they might procure a painting from Minglo. The elder master's only publicly known hobby is his fondness for Ngin's artworks. Pit's demeanor was haughty, and as her mother's words fell, she coolly interjected, her voice laced with pride, "Thank you, Aunt." The elder madam P.I. cast a fleeting glance at her, offering a gentle acknowledgement. Chapter 70. Blocked and denied entry before long. The day of M.Lo's apprenticeship banquet arrived. The announcement of the banquet had been quite sudden, as many believed that at his age he should retire. Yet he surprisingly decided to take on an apprentice before stepping down, akin to a woman of advanced age preparing for childbirth. This rare occurrence quickly spread through the capital. Nevertheless, when the invitation from M.Lo arrived, one had no choice but to attend, for his reputation in the art world remains formidable. On the evening of the 15th of August, the YNCH Intercontinental Hotel was unusually filled with vehicles bearing capital license plates. Everyone was eager to witness what sort of apprentice M.Lo had chosen in his later years. Xu Yihuan donned a simple yet dignified dress, her hair styled in a side updo, adding an air of composure to her presence. At the entrance of the hotel, guests flowed in and out, and upon reaching the 23rd floor, the ambience was bright and welcoming. However, at the entrance, guests had already formed a queue. The attendants, clad in black vests and white gloves, diligently checked each invitation, leaving no stone unturned. Soon, it was Xu Yihuan's turn. She had already placed her invitation in her bag beforehand. As she produced the card, its gold embossing was markedly different from those held by the other guests. The attendant inquired, "Miss, are you in the wrong place? We do not admit those without the proper invitation." Xu Yihuan tilted her head slightly, extending her invitation towards him. "Is this not it?" The attendant explained, "This is not our invitation. The cards for this level are red." Xu Yihuan raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the notifications had not been properly disseminated. Peering past the attendant, she noted the unfamiliar faces within. Clearly, M.Lo and his associates were preoccupied. Indeed, this invitation was genuinely from M.Hy, with all relevant details intact. Despite her assertions, the attendant maintained a polite smile, choosing not to respond. What on earth is happening ahead? Why is the line suddenly halted? Those without invitations should not obstruct the path. If you lack an invitation, please step aside, Mississippi. Everyone's time is valuable. Among the attendees were many young scions of wealthy merchants and elite. The previously swift-moving line had come to an abrupt stop, prompting a wave of curiosity among the crowd. They observed a modern-day Cinderella being denied entry while holding something, and a few righteous souls began to voice their discontent. Sharp voices pierced the air, reaching Xu Yihuan's ears. She subtly furrowed her brow and stepped aside, intending to make room for the next person in line. In the next moment, a red invitation appeared before her, accompanied by a warm hand at her waist. "She is with me," a gentle voice declared. Instinctively, Xu Yihuan turned her head to see a distinguished profile. The man, tall and clad in a black suit exuding an air of poise, wore gold-rimmed glasses that added to his refined appearance. Before she could fully process the situation, the attendant had already taken the invitation and confirmed its validity. "You may enter." Behind them, a pair of eyes observed their interaction. Upon seeing the man escort Xu Yihuan inside, that gaze slightly retracted, concealing its disdain. Taking a step back, distancing from the man, Xu Yihuan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sir, but I did indeed receive an invitation and was about to contact someone inside." The implication was clear. "Do not impose moral obligations upon me." The man, recognizing her words, remained unfazed. After all, she certainly could have received an invitation, as the X family held some esteem in YNCHing. He retrieved 2 glasses of wine from the attendant's tray, handing one to Xu Yihuan with a smile. "You may not know me, WN, and might find my actions a bit abrupt. Allow me to introduce myself. I am PINZH, your uncle's son, your brother." The name felt foreign, yet the surname was familiar. Xu Yihuan raised her gaze to him. While she had no distinct recollection of this individual, she understood there was no need for deception. She offered a faint nod. "Hello." PINZH did not expect such a reaction from Xu Yihuan, yet he remained unperturbed, maintaining his warm smile. "What a coincidence to see my sister here. I heard you were accepted into Jingdi, and once you arrive in the capital, I shall present you with a token of our meeting. Anyone can make grand promises." Xu Yihuan nodded. "Yes, once I achieve results. I will certainly treat my brother well in return." PINZH was momentarily taken aback, chuckling as he shook his head. He glanced past Xu Yihuan, his attention drawn to a girl entering the venue. The girl, exuding a cool demeanor, donned a long evening gown, her remarkable figure standing out among the crowd. Despite his reluctance, PINZH could not deny that his sister possessed an innate ability to shine. He waved to Piting, who noticed and approached, her long dress in tow. In contrast to Piting's icy countenance, Pinzh appeared exceptionally accommodating. Xu Yihuan furrowed her brow, preparing to excuse herself when Pinzh spoke up. WN, this is Piting, your second uncle's daughter, your sister. Ting, this is Xu Yihuan, your younger sister. Piting regarded Xu Yihuan with indifference, offering a slight nod, her posture suggesting she held little regard for Xu Yihuan. A hint of condescension lingered in her gaze. She recalled the girl lacking an invitation, having entered using Pinzh's. So this was Xu Yihuan? It made sense. The X family held some influence in Qingqing, but in the capital, they were scarcely acknowledged. Xu Yihuan returned the gesture with a casual nod, ready to devise an excuse to leave when an excited voice called out. Xu Yihuan, you've finally arrived. My grandfather is looking for you. The three turned in unison to follow the sound. Minghy, dressed impeccably in a suit, approached with an eager bounce. He halted before Xu Yihuan, scrutinizing her and then shifting his gaze to the others. Suddenly, he blurted out, "How did you get in here?" Xu Yihuan wore a puzzled expression. Even Pinzh and Piting exchanged glances of confusion. What did Minghy mean? Was Xu Yihuan not permitted entry? Had she been blacklisted? Realizing the misunderstanding, Minghy quickly clarified. That's not what I meant. You see, the invitation I gave you is not gold. You could have entered through the backstage passage, avoiding the queue entirely. Chapter 71. The Dreaded Green Tea. I'm here to make a scene. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Pinzh and Piting's faces. The implication was clear. Xu Yihuan not only possessed an invitation, but one that granted her direct access to the backstage. Thus, it was not that she could not enter. Rather, they had overstepped their bounds. A hint of embarrassment washed over Piting's face as she recognized the truth. Ultimately, it was Pinzh who regained his composure first, smiling as he stepped aside to grant Xu Yihuan passage. To my surprise, your relationship with Minglo is so close. I had thought that you merely left the invitation at home. Since Minglo is looking for you, you should go. Xu Yihuan nodded and responded before leading the way out. Minghy lagged behind, observing the reactions of the two individuals with a perplexed glance before he caught up with Xu Yihuan. He knew it was another matter concerning the Pi family. Upon meeting Minghy's gaze, Piting's expression soured further. What kind of look was that from Minghy? It seemed as if they were the reason Xu Yihuan could not enter. Xu Yihuan followed Minghy to another area where Minglo was conversing with someone. Upon seeing Xu Yihuan approach, he waved her over. Huan, come here quickly. Once Xu Yihuan was near, he introduced her to the other person. This is Xu Yihuan, who has been granted direct admission to the foreign language department at JingD. Huanhuan, this is Professor Ting from the English department at JingD. You should get to know each other. You will be attending JingD soon, and perhaps she will teach your major courses. Dressed in a crisp white suit, Ting exuded professionalism with her short hair and a sparkling diamond earring, radiating an alluring fragrance. Hello, Xu Yihuan, she said, extending her hand. Xu Yihuan quickly bowed slightly to shake her hand, replying, Hello, Professor. I look forward to your guidance. Ting seemed genuinely interested in Xu Yihuan, scrutinizing her closely before suddenly asking, Did you receive your admission through a competition? Yes, through a competition. Ting's expression shifted to one of recognition as she gazed at Xu Yihuan. Do you know where your admission slot originated? Taken aback by the question, Xu Yihuan pondered for a moment before recalling what Minghy had told her. To be honest, your admission slot was secured because of your gold medal in the English competition. There happened to be a professor from JingD on the judging panel who personally advocated for you. Xu Yihuan's eyes widened, and she looked up at Ting with astonishment. Was it you? Ting stepped closer, gently patting Xu Yihuan's shoulder, and whispered in her ear, Work hard, dear. Do not waste the effort I have put in. With that, Ting turned and headed towards the main hall. Minghy stood quietly to the side, akin to a quail, waiting until Ting had left before he asked, Do you two know each other? Xu Yihuan's eyes shimmered with excitement. It was she. She was the one who had granted Xu Yihuan the admission slot. Without it, the best outcome for her might have been to repeat the year. Xu Yihuan opened her mouth and finally managed to stammer out 3 words. Yes, my mentor. Qingqing chuckled. That is splendid. Let us proceed to the main hall. The banquet is about to commence. His intention was to express gratitude to Xu Yihuan for introducing him to ShingYihuan, which is why he had introduced Tw to her, not realizing that they were already acquainted. Qingqing shook his head and sighed as he walked ahead. Xu Yihuan North remained rooted in place, lost in thought. Hy happened to pass by. What are you doing? The banquet is about to start. Come on, let us go enjoy the festivities. Hy's tone was overly familiar, considering they had only met a few times. Xu Yihuan felt a bit helpless. In truth, he felt similarly helpless. How could he prevent Xu Yihuan from socializing and speaking with others? Moreover, who was he to dictate such matters? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure sprinted towards them. Yihuan, where have you been? I have been looking for you everywhere. Qingqing beamed with an innocent smile, a hint of a dimple gracing his cheek, appearing rather charming. Xu Yihuan regarded him with a certain inscrutability as she walked alongside him, inquiring, what do you need me for? Qingqing's gaze dropped slightly, his eyes flickering, oh, it's nothing. I just know you here, and I feel a bit apprehensive. Was it truly such a challenge to support Xu Yihuan? Was that a difficult task? He could surely manage to look out for her. Stupid green tea. I'm coming in hot. Today's disciple reception banquet was unlike any previous ones. This was Qingqing's final opportunity to take on students. And only at the end was it revealed who the recipients were. It was akin to an awards ceremony. All those present had received invitations, indicating they were finalists. Regardless of who they were, being taught by Qingqing was a tremendous fortune. There were 3 main tables, one for peers, one for disciples, and one for family and friends. For some unknown reason, Xu Yihuan had successfully secured a place at the family and friends table. Sitting beside Yihuan. As Qingqing leaned against Xu Yihuan, there was scarcely a palm's width between their chairs. Given the chance, he would have preferred to sit directly on her lap. Hy observed this scene with gritted teeth. No wonder TNZHX had asked him to watch over Qingqing. It was evident that he had a role to play. Qingqing, come here for a moment. The main tables had name cards in place. Hy grabbed Qingqing's name card and moved him to another table, placing him among Qingqing's more seasoned disciples, while he removed his own name card. Come, Qingqing, you can sit here. These are my grandfather's disciples, and you are also an art student. You will surely find common ground with them. Reluctant to stand, Qingqing was forcibly pulled up by Hy. Go on, your seniors are waiting for you. As Qingqing moved to the other table, Hy clapped his hands, chuckling to himself as he placed his name card in Qingqing's previous spot. You thought you could compete with me? At least I have never done anything wrong. Once Hy sat down, Xu Yihuan asked, what was that about? Why did you move him? I was helping him. How rare is it for him to meet so many seniors gathered in one place? Hy replied with conviction. Xu Yihuan nodded, recognizing the truth in Hy's words. Opportunities like this were indeed hard to come by. Yes, that is quite good. Seeing that Xu Yihuan wasn't looking in his direction, Qingqing's expression darkened. He was not pleased. Whoever wants to eat this lousy meal can do so. On the stage, Qingqing was delivering a speech. Xu Yihuan's gaze wandered as she nibbled on the dishes served by the waitstaff. With only half a month left until Qingqing commenced, she felt no anxiety about starting school, only excitement for the new environment. Beside her, Tw sat, and for reasons she could not quite fathom, Xu Yihuan felt a rush of nervousness. To alleviate her anxiety, she kept stuffing food into her mouth. Tw chuckled at Xu Yihuan's antics and offered her a bowl of soup. Eat slowly. There's plenty more. Xu Yihuan's face flushed crimson as she stammered, I'm fine. Casually scrolling through her phone. After a moment, she paused and raised her phone to show Xu Yihuan, grinning as she asked, Is this you? You seem quite impressive. Your business English skills must be commendable. It's all right. I'm still learning. Xu Yihuan replied modestly, not wanting to appear overly proud. Ting W nodded, I see. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, Xingjin cast glances of despair in their direction. Yet sadly, no one took notice. Piyinzh was seated alongside Piying, and the dishes at their table remained largely untouched. Pretended to wipe his mouth with a napkin. Slightly leaning towards Piying, in a casual tone, he remarked, I heard that my sister has been directly admitted to the foreign language department of JNGD. The challenges of JNGD's foreign language department are immense, making it a remarkable achievement for Piying to boast about. Yet, she maintained her laid-back persona and simply replied, Does my sister know Professor Ting W? He inquired. Ting W is an exceptionally renowned business negotiation translator, having secured countless commercial collaborations. Additionally, she serves as a professor in the English department at JNGD, a high-caliber talent for whom the university expended considerable resources to recruit. I've heard of her. Why? Piying's gaze instinctively shifted to Xu Yihuan, who was seated beside Ting W. The two appeared engrossed in conversation, Ting W wearing an alluring smile. Piying clenched her hands. Pinzh chuckled lightly. Xu Yihuan has also been admitted to JNGD. It seems you'll be classmates soon. Moreover, it appears that Professor Ting knows Huan as well. I've heard that Mlo and Professor Ting have a good relationship. She responded nonchalantly, dismissing the significance of Xu Yihuan's acquaintance with Ting W as a mere credit to Mngn. Pinzh observed Ting for a few seconds, seemingly penetrating the unease behind her composed demeanor, and let out a soft laugh. He leisurely concurred, indeed. With that, he turned his attention to the stage, where Mngn had reached the final sentence of his speech. Today, I shall accept my last closed-door disciple in Ynching. The remaining word shall be entrusted to my disciple Zhixu, who will address you all. As his words resonated, applause erupted. At that moment, Zhixu, who I had already spent nearly half an hour preparing mentally, taking a deep breath, he ultimately presented himself with the poise befitting the eldest son of the Zhixu family, calmly stepping forward. Xu Yihuan regarded Zhixu with a gentle smile, her hands coming together in applause, her admiration unmistakable. Eventually, he secured her attention. In her previous life, she had indeed heard that Mlo favored Zhixu for his methodical approach to art. Intrigued by the prospect of nurturing a talent born of diligence amidst a sea of innate gifts. Despite this, Xu Yihuan genuinely felt happiness for him. At another table, Xingjian's gaze was intensely fixed upon Xu Yihuan. Noticing her expression, his resentment intensified and his breathing grew rapid. Did she perhaps have an affinity for someone like Zhixu, a celebrated disciple? Had he known earlier, he would have contested for her affection. His inner voice clamored for him to pursue her, yet he restrained himself, recognizing the multitude of onlookers. While he could afford to disregard his pride, he could not allow Xu Yihuan to become the center of attention due to his actions. It was not until Zhixu's award acceptance speech concluded that the gathering officially came to an end, leaving guests to indulge at their leisure. By the time the banquet fully dispersed, the clock had already struck past 9 in the evening. Xingjian hastily descended from the table, eager to seek out Xu Yihuan. His urgency caught the attention of Mnghy, who quickly snapped a photo and sent it to Tinzhx with the caption, "Intercepted, don't let it go to waste." He then dashed forward to intercept him. "Hey, Jing classmate, don't rush off. My grandfather is looking for you." Meanwhile, in the capital, on the second-floor balcony of the T North family estate, Tinzhx leaned against the railing, a crimson cigarette perched between his lips. A momentary cough escaped him as the smoke caught in his throat, and the mole between his brows flickered in and out of visibility amidst the haze, exuding an enchanting aura. After bed, Tinzhx smiled, transferring 100,000 yuan to Mnghy. Well done. Just as his smile widened, the sound of his grandfather's loud wailing echoed from within. "Oh dear, my heart. It's not feeling well again. If someone doesn't come in soon, who knows if I'll go unnoticed one day?" Tinzhx's expression turned somber. his smile fading as he pocketed his phone and stepped inside. The moment he entered, the old man's cries ceased. Zhixu continued towards him, squatting down to meet his grandfather's gaze. A look of exasperation etched across his face. "What is it that you want?" The old man chuckled sheepishly. "I wasn't lying. I truly was in discomfort back then. But this time, you must believe me. If you meet with that girl from the Ying family, I assure you I will feel better soon." With that, the old man raised 3 fingers in emphasis. Zhixu stood up, looking down at his grandfather with a scoff. "If you fancy her so much, why not just marry her yourself? Who knows? You might even gain an additional heir to your estate before long." With that, Zhixu departed, leaving the old man clutching his chest, fuming with indignation. Chapter 73. The start of school. Half a month swiftly passed. On August 31st, JNGD commenced its academic year. Xu Yihuan had arrived in the capital a day early. By afternoon, her phone had received countless calls. Reluctantly, she finally arose from her bed, tidied herself, and set off for JNGD, pulling along a 24-inch suitcase, with 2 companions trailing behind her. After glancing at the JNGD plaque, she lifted her leg, preparing to enter the school. Just as she crossed the threshold, a warm voice called out, Huanhuan, what a coincidence! Why are you just arriving now?" Following the voice, she spotted Pinzh waving at her from a distance. Today, he was not in a suit but donned a white shirt and blue jeans, making him appear somewhat younger. Pinzh approached with a smile, jogging a few steps closer. Xyhu and nodded slowly. "Ah, yes. Perfect timing. Let me show you around. I graduated from JNGD and am quite familiar with it," he offered. "Have you finished your errands?" Xu Yihuan did not decline. Even without Pinzh, she would have needed a guide, for JNGD was far too expansive to navigate alone. "Thank you, brother." The sudden address caught Pinzh off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, his smile blossoming as he replied, "No problem. Let's head to registration first. What major did you get into?" "The mathematics program." His voice was gentle and soothing, reminiscent of a caring elder, evoking a sense of familiarity. As Xu Yihuan strolled into the campus, she casually remarked, "The English major." "The English major?" Pinzh echoed instinctively. Once he realized, a flicker of intensity glimmered in his gaze. "Is there a problem?" "No, if it's the English major, it should fall under the foreign language department. The admissions are generally conducted on the 2nd floor of the indoor gym. I'll take you there." His tone subtly brightened. "All right," Xu Yihuan agreed, following him forward. They soon arrived at the gymnasium, where the newly assigned class assistants were already seated, awaiting the newcomers. Xu Yihuan approached her designated class, announcing, "Senior, I'm here to register." Her cool voice jolted the 2 assistants, who had been dozing off, into action. They hurriedly retrieved the registration forms for her. "Please verify this information. If everything is correct, kindly sign here." Another assistant then handed her a welcome package. "This is our department's welcome gift. Your dormitory is in Building 7, Room 314. Don't forget to collect your keys from the dormitory supervisor." Xu Yihuan acknowledged with a casual okay, continuing to search for her name on the registration form. Xu Yihuan spent a considerable amount of time without success, only to come across a familiar name, Pei Yutong, directly above her own. Xu Yihuan's hand hesitated momentarily before she deftly signed her name in the designated spot. "Let's go, brother," she said. Pei Yinji naturally took the items from Xu Yihuan's hands. "Is everything ready?" he inquired. "MHM," she replied. The weather in the capital was typically dreary, yet today it was remarkably clear. However, Xu Yihuan had no inclination to appreciate it, as she was sweating profusely while walking. She quickened her pace until she reached the foot of Building 7. After obtaining the key from the dormitory manager, she prepared to ascend. Pei Yinji followed closely behind her, but suddenly paused, as if noticing something. "You all go ahead. I'll grab a bottle of water," he said. Xu Yihuan paid him no mind. She was in desperate need of air conditioning. "All right, you go ahead then," she replied. With that, Xu Yihuan ascended the stairs with her 2 little helpers. Just as they set foot on the staircase, a group of individuals descended from above. Among them was Liu Yun. Pei Yinji caught sight of Liu Yun leaving, which prompted him to continue on to buy water. "Liu Yun is here too? But it makes sense. Pei Yutong is also an English major, so it's reasonable for them to reside in the same building." Reaching room 314, Xu Yihuan pushed the door open to find only 2 people inside. One was seated wearing headphones engrossed in a game, while the other was perusing an English original text, none other than Pei Yutong, whom she had met a fortnight ago. Xu Yihuan chose to ignore her presence and walk straight in. Her bed was number 4, conveniently located near the door. She directed her helpers to commence their tasks. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Pei Yutong paused her page-turning, instinctively looking up. Upon seeing Xu Yihuan's face, her pupils dilated, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. How could she be here? Wasn't she supposed to be guaranteed admission to Jingda's foreign languages department? But how could she have secured a spot? It is well known that there are scarcely any slots available for the English competition unless one has an insider's connection. In the next moment, a familiar face entered her line of sight. Pei Yinji, carrying Xu Yihuan's pink suitcase and a bottle of water, finally arrived. Huanhuan, here is your suitcase, he announced. As he spoke, he also noticed Pei Yutong seated in the chair. He paused for a moment, then a genuine smile spread across his face, radiating joy. Tang Tang, you're living in this dormitory too? That's wonderful. You'll have each other for company. Pei Yutong struggled to muster a smile, her grip on the book tightening unconsciously as the pages crinkled. A sense of crisis enveloped her, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Pei Yutong sprang to her feet, flipped the book onto the desk, and exited the dormitory. Pei Yinji watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Still so childish. Xu Yihuan looked at Pei Yinji and casually remarked, "If you're in a hurry, you can leave. We have enough people here now. It's not like we need you anymore. Let him go if he must." Pei Yinji was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misunderstood something. Just as he was about to explain with a smile, the dormitory door swung open once more. A soft, melodious female voice floated in. "Come on, you make the bed, and you put my things on the desk. As for you, massage my shoulders." Lu Anlin stood at the door, and upon seeing Pei Yinji, her eyes sparkled, causing her to swallow the rest of her words. "What a handsome man. Oh, why have you stopped speaking?" Came a cool, mocking voice after the girl had paused. Xu Yihuan felt an odd sense of familiarity and looked up. At the entrance stood a girl dressed in a trendy, sultry style, her gaze fixed intently on Pei Yinji. Behind her was Tan Zhixu. Xu Yihuan hesitated but still took the initiative to greet Tan Zhixu. "Hi." Tan Zhixu, with his hands in his pockets, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Xu Yihuan's helpers worked swiftly, having organized their belongings. Pei Yinji glanced at Lu Anlin, furrowed his brow lightly, and bid farewell to Xu Yihuan, stating, "I've completed what I needed to do here, so I'll take my leave. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me." Xu Yihuan nodded in agreement. All right. After Pei Yinji departed, Lu Anlin seemed to be freed from restraint, immediately sidling up to Xu Yihuan and warmly greeting her. "Roommate." "Hello. Elu Anlan. What's your name?" Tan Zhixu scoffed, thinking it amusing how she would get friendly before asking for favors. Xu Yihuan felt unfazed. Xu Yihuan. As expected, once the pleasantries were exchanged, Lu Anlin shifted to the main topic. In a hushed tone, she asked, "Was that person your friend?" Lu Anlin had a penchant for attractive individuals and couldn't help but admire Pei Yinji's good looks. Tan Zhixu, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed Lu Anlin by the nape of her neck and pulled her close, warning, "Lu Anlin, focus on your studies in college. Don't make trouble, understood?" Lu Anlin, indignant, twisted her body to break free. "Who is making trouble? I'm not." Tan Zhixu rolled his eyes. "Do as you wish, but if something goes wrong, don't come whining to me." Lu Anlin lifted her head to retort, but, seeing Tan Zhixu's expression, swallowed her words. Xu Yihuan smirked and clarified, "He is not my friend. He is a distant relative." Having just been warned by Tan Zhixu, Lu Anlin had quelled many of her thoughts. Upon hearing Xu Yihuan's words, she nodded in understanding. "All right then." Before long, Lu Anlin's things were neatly packed away. "Just don't cause any trouble. Come to me if you need help." Dan Fixu advised Lu Anlin. Lu Anlin shot him a puzzled glance, wondering when he had become so responsible for her well-being. "Oh." Although skeptical, the young lady complied. Tan Zhixu rolled his eyes. "Xu Yihuan, we haven't exchanged WeChat yet. Let us add each other. If Lu Anlin gets into a mess later, please inform me." Xu Yihuan found the statement slightly peculiar, but chose not to dwell on it. She pulled out her QR code and handed it to Tan Zhixu. Lu Anlin watched anxiously from the side. "What are you guys doing?" With a ping, the QR code was scanned, and Lu Anlin felt a pang of despair. Tan Zhixu, now in a good mood after adding a friend, paid Lu Anlin no mind. "All right, I'll take my leave now. The military training uniforms are being sold downstairs in Building 4. Make sure to buy them. Yeah, we know. Stop being so naggy. Lu Anlin was eager to push Zhixu away. He cast her a sidelong glance before turning to leave. Soon, the dormitory fell silent, leaving only the three of them. As it neared 5 o'clock, with the instructor meeting scheduled for later, Lu Anlin excitedly suggested, "Shall we go to the cafeteria together? I've heard that Jingda's cafeteria is the best in the entire higher education park. Finally, I have a chance to try it." The only other student who in T left the dormitory remained engrossed in a game, not lifting their head. Feeling somewhat awkward being left hanging, Lu Anlin turned to Xu Yihuan, who immediately picked up the conversation. "Sure, let us go now. We can head straight to the meeting after we eat." In Lu Anlin's eyes, Xu Yihuan was nothing short of an angel. She nestled up to Xu Yihuan's arm, nodding enthusiastically. "How delightful. Huanhuan, let us depart swiftly." Kyoto University boasts a total of 13 dining halls, among which the illustrious second dining hall is particularly renowned. It is said that the dishes served there are never pre-packaged. Lu Anlin and Xu Yihuan busily served themselves food, engaging in lively conversation as they dined. Nearby, a cluster of newly enrolled students gathered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. "Huanhuan, have you heard? It seems our military training instructors are short-staffed this year." I was unaware," Lu Anlin remarked gravely, gnawing on a chicken leg. "Su Zihun Kasu not that." "Oh, that's interesting. At least the instructors shouldn't be too old, which means they likely won't be overly demanding." Speaking of age, Lu Anlin began to swoon. Hee. Not just that. I've heard some seniors are particularly handsome. We'll get to see them at the instructor meeting later. Xu Yihuan nodded in agreement. That sounds promising. The instructor meeting was scheduled for 6:30 in the evening, set to take place in their classroom for evening study. Although evening classes had yet to commence due to military training. By the time they arrived, the class assistant was already waiting. "When your instructors come in, they will be overseeing your military training for the next 3 weeks. If you have any concerns, do not hesitate to voice them. Do not suffer in silence. Especially the female students. If you feel unwell, make sure to report it. There is no shame in that." Lu Anlin and Xu Yihuan exchanged glances, unable to suppress their curiosity. "I didn't expect our class assistant to be so considerate. Huanhuan, do you think our instructor could possibly be a senior?" Xu Yihuan pondered for a moment, resting her chin in thought, perhaps. Almost as if to validate her speculation, a figure in instructor attire strode in. He entered with a straight posture and a brisk gait, saluting the class. "Hello, I am your military training instructor for the next 3 weeks. My surname is Bai Yutong. You may call me Instructor Bai." Bai Yutong's appearance did not quite match his name. His skin was a warm tan, and he appeared quite muscular, with pronounced facial features. Lu Anlin excitedly grasped Xu Yihuan's arm and shook it. "Huanhuan, you were right. This man is incredibly handsome." Xu Yihuan chuckled in agreement, though she wasn't particularly enamored. Bai Yutong stood at the podium, surveying the class. His gaze softened ever so slightly upon spotting Pei Yutong. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Now, we need to select the leaders for our military training, ideally 1 male and 1 female. Are there any volunteers?" Silence enveloped the room. "If no one speaks up, I will have to assign them." Still, no one responded. "Let us have her." He pointed to Pei Yutong and the young man by the window. Chapter 75. The gift. All eyes turned to the two individuals. The boy was taken aback. He had hoped for an opportunity to showcase himself, but he had not anticipated such a stroke of luck to fall into his lap, especially not with a beautiful partner. Shyly, he lifted his gaze and stole a glance at Pei Yutong, who remained indifferent, merely nodding in acknowledgement of his selection. Bai Yutong then communicated several important details and discreetly glanced at Xu Yihuan before turning to leave. Once Bai Yutong exited, the tranquility of the classroom shattered, and animated discussions erupted among the students. "Wow, Pei Yutong, do you know the instructor? He even knows your name." The surrounding voices swirled around Pei Yutong, and a flicker of impatience crossed her features. Her tone remained flat as she replied, and added, "But we are not close." Yet this was enough to elicit envy from her peers. After all, enduring military training under the scorching sun for 21 days was daunting, and knowing the instructor might offer some reprieve. With shared sentiments, the students began to flatter Pei Yutong, hoping she might intercede with the instructor on their behalf for a lighter experience. Lu Anlin leaned closer to Xu Yihuan, expressing envy. "I wonder which dorm Pei Yutong is in. Those from her dorm should have an easier time during training." Xu Yihuan tilted her head, She's actually in our dorm. She left before you arrived, so you didn't see her. Lu Anlin's eyes sparkled with surprise. Really? That's fantastic. Xu Yihuan smiled casually and shifted the topic. Shall we go buy military training uniforms after class? We'll need them tomorrow. Absolutely. The class assistant reiterated some instructions regarding ordering water and purchasing medication before dismissing the class. Lu Anlin hurriedly gathered her belongings. Huanhuan, I'm off to shower. It's sweltering outside, and I'm quite sweaty. Xu Yihuan nodded. Sure, go ahead. I'll shower after you. As Lu Anlin entered the bathroom, Xu Yihuan sat on a chair, perusing her phone. Suddenly, a message from Zhixu popped up. Sunscreen, face masks, Huxiang water, chocolate. Xu Yihuan glanced at the list, puzzled about the purpose of his menu. Could you remind Lu Anlin not to forget these items? Realizing it was for his cousin, Xu Yihuan's attention shifted to the bathroom door, noting that Lu Anlin would not emerge anytime soon. She's likely busy. You can bring it to me. I'll give it to her. Zhixu's lips curved upward at her response. Tan, why are you still here? Aren't you going to shower? Roommate Lu Shui, towel drying his hair, was surprised to find Zhixu still lingering. If memory serves, Zhixu had displayed signs of cleanliness obsession upon his arrival. Another roommate, Chun Shi, perched on a chair with a book, adjusted his glasses while observing Zhixu's demeanor. Don't rush him. He has more pressing matters than showering. Curious about the significance of these matters, Lu Shui did not grasp Chun Shi's implication and simply nodded in response. By the way, have you all joined the campus confession wall? I swear, I spotted a stunning girl on my way to school today, but didn't get her WeChat. I wonder which department she belongs to. I'd like to find her. Chun Shi shook his head. I haven T. Lu Shui turned his gaze to Zhixu, who was the face of their dorm and likely knew many beautiful girls. What about you, Tan? At that moment, Zhixu lounged in a chair with his drawers wide open, appearing relaxed. Upon hearing Lu Shui's question, he lazily replied, What confession wall? I don't have one. Having nearly finished packing, Zhixu glanced at his phone, then stood up, grabbing a shopping bag and a pink gift bag from the table before striding out. Where's he going? Lu Shui wondered aloud, watching Zhixu's retreating figure. Chun Shi raised his head from his book and shook his head. I'm not sure. Lu Shui pondered. Is he perhaps in a relationship? I thought he was single. Chun Shi's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he smiled slightly and shook his head. It's hard to say. In the girls' dormitory, 314, Xu Yihuan awaited news from Zhixu, nearly wearing the chair down to a rocking state. With nothing else to occupy her time, she set her phone aside and changed her clothes. In the dormitory, a full-length mirror from the previous senior sister remains. The blue naval uniform accentuates her fair complexion. The waist belt cinched tightly, giving her a remarkably slender appearance. Her long hair cascades casually over her shoulders, while the military cap slightly obscures her brow, inadvertently highlighting the lower half of her face. Xu Yihuan gazes at her reflection for a moment, contemplating, quite pleasing indeed, just as she prepares to change her clothes. Her phone buzzes with a message. Hello, come downstairs. The voice is cool and magnetic, imbued with a subtle yet compelling force that is hard to resist. Xu Yihuan pauses momentarily, responding, All right, I'll be right there. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lu Anlin emerges from the bathroom. Upon seeing Xu Yihuan's appearance, she is momentarily taken aback. Hey, where are you going? I'm just going to grab something. Lu Anlin, seated on a chair, applies lotion to her face while murmuring, Ordering takeout at this late hour? The third floor is not far. When Xu Yihuan descends, she observes Zhixu lazily, standing among a cluster of couples, his tall figure appearing particularly conspicuous. Xu Yihuan can't help but chuckle softly. Upon hearing her laughter, Zhixu's gaze shifts to her, and he raises an eyebrow. As he takes in Xu Yihuan's attire, he unconsciously swallows. Averting his gaze, Xu Yihuan, oblivious, jogs to his side. Looking up at him, she inquires, What do you need me to bring to Anlin? Zhixu extends a plastic bag toward her. It contains something for my mother. Xu Yihuan note. Accepting the bag and preparing to leave, Zhixu calls to her, stuffing a gift bag in her arms, nonchalantly stating, This is a small gift for you. Thank you for your help. Xu Yihuan looks at the plastic bag and the exquisite gift bag, pausing for a moment. After accepting it, she uncertainly asks, Is this correct? Chapter 76, Concerning. Zhixu slightly lifts his brows. Indeed, The plastic bag suffices for her use. Realizing his implication, Xu Yihuan doesn't decline, smiling as she expresses her gratitude. All right, thank you. I will take it to her shortly. Zhixu's lips curve into a slight smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Xu Yihuan turns and swiftly departs. She places the items on Lu Amlin's desk and begins to remove her military training uniform. Here you go. Lu Amlin glances at the crumpled shopping bag, puzzled. What is this? I'm not sure. Zhixu mentioned he couldn't reach you by phone. So this is from your mother. Lu Amlin switches off the hairdryer and checks her phone, discovering that Zhixu had indeed called her. But the call lasted only a second. Why was it just 1 second? Was it because he feared she would answer? As she rummages through the shopping bag, she finds several useful items. It seems Zhixu has a conscience, not misappropriating anything. Just as Lu Amlin is about to resume drying her hair, she notices the gift bag in Xu Yihuan's hands, her eyes widening in surprise. Xu Yihuan, what is this? You're not telling me a boy is already pursuing you at the start of the semester, are you? At that moment, the dormitory door swings open, and Pei Yutong and Lu Jia enter. Pei Yutong maintains her usual aloof demeanor, while Lu Jia wears a bright smile. Hearing Lu Amlin's remark, both instinctively direct their gazes towards Xu Yihuan. Unaware, Xu Yihuan continues to tidy her clothes in preparation for a shower. Upon hearing this, Lu Amlin instantly loses interest. Oh, well, Zhixu is indeed like that. He is careless with his family, yet meticulous with others. It's not surprising he behaves this way. As Lu Amlin contemplates, her eyes widen in alarm. Zhixu better not have his sights set on Yihuan. No, she must find an opportunity to warn him. Playing around is one thing, but Yihuan is such a great person. How could he possibly entertain thoughts of her? Hello, you must be Pei Yutong. I didn't expect us to be roommates. Pei Yutong, with her indifferent gaze, slightly nods before taking her seat to attend to her own matters. Lu Amlin scratches her head, not feeling particularly offended. Perhaps this is simply her nature. She reclines her chair. I went out for a late-night snack with Bai Yutong. Lu Amlin's eyes widen in surprise. All right, Yutong. You know the instructor. Can you ask him to cut us some slack? Tomorrow it's going to be 38 degrees. It's so hot. Pei Yutong pauses momentarily. That's not within my jurisdiction. My words carry no weight. The next day, military training begins at 8 in the morning. Students from the Foreign Languages Department are treated differently. They wear naval uniforms while others don army fatigues. Thus, as Xu Yihuan and her peers step outside, they immediately attract numerous gazes. At 8 o'clock, all students gather at the sports field. They first listen to a speech from the school leaders. The sun blazes down, with the leaders seated in the shade while the students endure the scorching heat standing at attention. The formation is arranged by height. Lu Amlin stands directly in front of Xu Yihuan. Whispers circulate among the crowd, prompting Lu Amlin to voice her annoyance. Yihuan, how long do you think this old man will speak? Xu Yihuan purses her lips, sweat trickling down. I have no idea. It's just too hot. Bai Yutong, with keen ears, notices Xu Yihuan and Lu Amlin's exchange and frowns, striding over. No talking, quiet down. Lu Amlin immediately falls silent, aware she must endure 21 days under his command and cannot afford to offend him. Xu Yihuan feels similarly. However, with the surrounding chatter and the sweltering heat, a wave of irritation rises within her, and she avoids looking at Bai Yutong. Fortunately, not long after, the school leaders seem to realize something and allow them to sit down. The speech continues until after 10 o'clock. Everyone expects a break, but instead, they are instructed to return to their designated areas to commence training. Bai Yutong first organizes the students by height. Coincidentally, Lu Amlin ends up right beside Xu Yihuan. The first task is to assume the basic military stance, with hands firmly at their sides, body straight and slightly leaning forward. The waist belts are tightly secured, causing many to feel as though they are enduring torture. Yihuan, I'm about to faint. It's so hot. Lu Amlin whispers through clenched teeth. Little did she know, her seemingly innocuous remark catches Bai Yutong's attention. Bai Yutong's sharp gaze snaps toward her. That girl, what did you say? We are in military training. Can you not summon some semblance of military resolve? Lu Amlin, caught off guard by such a reprimand, instinctively stammers. Me? Did you hear that? Could her soft voice have been audible? Bai Yutong, looking at Lu Amlin, frowns. Not you. I'm asking the girl next to you. Why are you silent? Have you lost your voice? Xu Yihuan, already feeling uncomfortable from the tightness, frowns and softly interjects. No. However, she is abruptly interrupted by Yutong. Can't you signal before speaking? Xu Yihuan takes a deep breath. Report, instructor. Your voice is too soft. Who are you addressing? Speak louder. Report, instructor. I did not. Haven't you eaten today? Shout report 20 times before stopping. Xu Yihuan, resigned, complies. By the time she finishes shouting 20 reports, her voice has grown hoarse. Yutong scrutinizes her, ensuring she hasn't missed a single one, before continuing to walk among the students. From now on, if there is any issue or action required, you must report to me. Observing Yutong's demeanor, everyone comprehends the gravity of the situation. Xu Yihuan has become the first flame ignited in Yutong's initial days of command. Xu Yihuan did not take it to heart, believing Yutong was merely trying to assert his authority at the outset. Standing at attention for 20 minutes, the chief instructor finally blew the whistle, signaling a break. All right, everyone, sit down and rest. Upon hearing this, the class immediately sank into a chorus of lamentations as they took their seats. Yutong frowned, acknowledging the lack of order, yet recognizing that these youngsters indeed needed a respite, their physical endurance having diminished considerably. First row, get water, move. Following Yutong's command, everyone orderly went to fetch water. Reaching the fourth row, get water, move. Xu Yihuan stood up along with her classmates. At that moment, a voice rang out. The second-to-last girl in the fourth row, do not move. Xu Yihuan glanced around, realizing it was indeed her. Her gaze fixed on Yutong, silently questioning what issue he had now. I noticed you had enough energy to speak earlier and didn't appear too thirsty, so you shall refrain from drinking this time. On what grounds? Xu Yihuan could no longer contain her frustration and retorted boldly. On the grounds that I am the instructor. Yutong glared at her, his frown deepening. Chapter 77. Pleading for mercy. As Yutong's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. All eyes instinctively turned towards Xu Yihuan. She slightly raised her chin, her expression as impassive as Yutong's, as if she were ready to storm off at any moment. This scene caused her classmates to tremble with apprehension. It was only the first day, and already she was clashing with the instructor. Lu Enlin, startled, hurriedly brought the water she had brought to Xu Yihuan's lips. It's all right. Huanhuan, drink mine, don't be upset. Xu Yihuan remained unmoved, her anger swelling, though she had not intended to cause trouble on her first day. Yet, she could not allow this instructor to target her without reason. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with everyone's attention fixated solely on Xu Yihuan, transforming the break time into her solitary ordeal. Yutong felt inexplicably agitated. Instructor given the sweltering heat, why not allow Xu Yihuan to have some water? Our class has ordered bottled water. We had initially planned for everyone to fetch it in order, so let Xu Yihuan go first this afternoon. Yutong's voice was calm, yet speaking at that moment was undoubtedly a plea on Xu Yihuan's behalf. Upon hearing this, the classmates cast grateful glances at Yutong. Fortunately, their leader was acquainted with the instructor. Otherwise, who would dare to intercede in such a situation? Yutong, recognizing Yutong's voice and glancing at Xu Yihuan once more, reluctantly relented. Fine, Xu Yihuan, get water. Move. At this moment, Xu Yihuan's lips were cracked and parched due to dehydration, her complexion pale. Upon hearing his command, she did not resist. With her tongue pressed against her cheek, she lowered her gaze to conceal her thoughts and went to fetch water. Yutong regarded her with derision, a cold smile forming in his heart. He had thought Xu Yihuan possessed a strong will, but was this all she had? The commotion was not overly loud, yet amidst a sea of uninterested college students, it swiftly became the focal point, particularly given Xu Yihuan's striking beauty. During the military training, many had already taken note of her, including Lu Shui. He had not anticipated that the girl he had inquired about just yesterday would appear before him today. Lu Shui felt a rush of excitement and instinctively nudged the person next to him, whispering, Look, that girl from next door is stunning. The person nudged, Zhixu, ignored Lu Shui, subtly shifting to the side while unscrewing his water bottle and gulping down water. Zhixu did not react, but their instructor had noticed Lu Shui's reaction and followed his gaze. A tall girl with exquisite features appeared in sight, her fair skin undeniably beautiful. However, her instructor turned back, realizing Lu Shui was still watching Xu Yihuan, unable to suppress a grin that revealed his pearly white teeth against his tan skin. Like her? Upon hearing the instructor's question, Lu Shui's face turned crimson, and he hastily waved his hands, stammering, "No, no. The girl over there is from the English department. You might as well ask her for her WeChat after training," the instructor kindly suggested. However, their instructor was a bit stern, so it might be better to avoid him. Upon hearing their instructor's words, students who had shown no interest instinctively turned their heads away. Zhixu was no exception. Xu Yihuan's clothes were already drenched with sweat, deepening in color. While others may only notice her fair skin, Zhixu discerned that her complexion was somewhat off. Hearing their instructor's words, he inquired, "Do you know the instructor next door?" The instructor, meanwhile, was tossing a water bottle around playfully. 20 minutes of rest passed swiftly. Bai Yutong resumed leading them in standing at attention, with the day's primary task being to maintain this stance. Throughout the remainder of the time, Bai Yutong did not further torment Xu Yihuan. After another 20 minutes of standing, the chief instructor finally blew the whistle, signaling the teams to exit in order for meals. Lu Enlin took Xu Yihuan's arm as they headed to the cafeteria to pack their meals. The air conditioning in the dormitory was a welcome relief, and Xu Yihuan finally felt somewhat revived. "Huanhuan, do you know Instructor Bai? Why does it seem like he is targeting you?" Lu Enlin inquired while eating. Xu Yihuan shook her head. "I don't know. Perhaps he needs someone to establish authority?" Reflecting on Bai Yutong's actions, Xu Yihuan could not help but frown. While her health was not poor, she had never engaged in sports, and after enduring the sun all day, she felt rather unwell. "What you say could be true, but his behavior is excessive. We are students, not livestock. He can't just train us like dogs." Lu Enlin's irritation grew, her spoon clattering against her food. Just then, Pei Yutong entered the room. Upon entering, she caught a whiff of the food's aroma and instinctively frowned. Upon seeing Pei Yutong, Lu Enlin's eyes brightened. Pei Yutong gave a slight nod, remaining silent. "Tang Tang, don't you know Instructor Bai? Could you ask him to stop making things difficult for Huanhuan? This morning he was clearly targeting her. Please speak to him on her behalf. If this continues, Huanhuan's health will suffer," Lu Enlin tentatively suggested to Pei Yutong. Upon hearing this, Pei Yutong frowned, her demeanor growing cold, as if anger had overtaken her. "I know Instructor Bai, but we're not that familiar, and it is not as if I can simply command him. Today, Xu Yihuan was allowed to drink water because I interceded. That was already a concession on his part. I cannot continually impose upon him." After speaking, Pei Yutong put on her headphones and turned away, ignoring Lu Enlin's attempts to speak. Lu Enlin, taken aback by her outburst, felt embarrassed. "All right then." Saying this, she cast an apologetic glance at Xu Yihuan. "Huanhuan, drink some Huixiang Zhengqi water. You don't want to suffer from heat stroke this afternoon." Xu Yihuan was charging her phone when she heard Lu Enlin's words and casually reached into the gift bag beside her to retrieve the Huixiang Zhengqi water. In a low voice, she replied, "I know, but if this continues, I feel that even 10 bottles of Huixiang Zhengqi water won't suffice." Pei Yutong, even with her headphones on, could hear Xu Yihuan's voice. Upon hearing this, she felt that Xu Yihuan was lamenting her inability to assist. A surge of anger welled up within her. Why should she be the target of someone else's disdain? Refusing to assist is merely a sentiment, while helping is an obligation. Is it not? Pei Yutong took a deep breath and spoke sternly. "This afternoon at 1 o'clock, our water will be delivered to the security room at the south gate of the school. I kindly request that Xu Yihuan come to collect it." At that moment, Xu Yihuan, pinching her nose as she swallowed the herbal remedy, responded casually, "I understand." Chapter 78. Xu Yihuan faints meanwhile in the boys' dormitory. Lu Shui was engaged in conversation with his friends. "Do you think that girl from the English department has a boyfriend?" Lu Shui was eager to know. She glanced at Zhixu, who was on the balcony making a phone call. Adjusting his glasses, he shook his head. "I don't know. She probably doesn't." Upon hearing this topic, another roommate, Zhang Xiang, chimed in. "Did you see that news a while back? There was a girl working as a translator for a company. Is that true?" Lu Shui was astounded. "Why would I lie to you? It was quite a sensational story back then." Unable to resist, Lu Shui began searching for the news. To his surprise, he actually found it. "Yes, she's also from Yunchang. Just then, Zhixu walked in from the balcony. Lu Shui looked up at him. "Asu, I remember you're also from Yunchang, right? Do you know that stunning girl from the English department next door?" Hearing this, Zhixu paused briefly. "Ah, I know her." With that ambiguous remark, he donned his hat and left. Lu Shui looked at Shi and then at Zhang Xiang. "What's gotten into him? It's only 1 o'clock. Don't we gather at 1:30? At this moment, at the south gate of Beijing University, the water for class 1 of the English department had indeed arrived at the security room. Xu Yihuan, clad in her military training uniform and holding a sunshade umbrella, gazed with a furrowed brow at the 15 liters of water, knowing she could not carry it by herself. She rolled her eyes and found an empty chair to sit down. "Excuse me, sir, are you on duty?" "Yes, young lady. Are you a freshman this year? When do you all gather in the afternoon?" "We gather at 1:30, sir. I would like to make a deal with you." Upon arrival, Zhixu noticed Xu Yihuan holding a belt, her military jacket loosely open, revealing her camouflage shirt, looking rather disheveled as she sat in the chair. Not knowing what Xu Yihuan and the elderly man discussed, the man cheerfully took out his phone. Xu Yihuan scanned the code. Afterward, the man put away his phone, pulled out a small cart, placed the 15 liters of water on it, and walked away happily. Just as Xu Yihuan transferred 500 yuan to the man, she looked up and saw Zhixu. She waved at him. "What are you doing here?" Zhixu seemed to have just noticed her and turned to walk toward her. "I'm going to the infirmary," he replied nonchalantly. "Are you sick?" Xu Yihuan looked up at him, somewhat suspicious. "Yes. I had heat stroke, and I'm going to get a medical leave." Xu Yihuan observed Zhixu's energetic demeanor and playfully chided. "Are you trying to fool me? You, having heat stroke? If you have heat stroke, then I must be." Suddenly, Xu Yihuan recalled something, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh my goodness! How could I not think of that?" She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Thank you, Zhixu." With that, Xu Yihuan took out her phone, seemingly searching for something, her expression animated. She remained seated until 20 minutes past 1, when classmates arrived from military training, at which point she finally fastened her belt. Pei Yutong arrived with Lu Anlin and others. They seemed to have been chatting on the way, as Pei Yutong's lips were curving into a rare smile. However, upon catching sight of Xu Yihuan chatting with the security guard, her smile quickly faded, and her expression turned cold. Lu Anlin, thrilled to see Xu Yihuan, rushed over to embrace her. "Huanhuan, what are you doing here? Waiting for me? Did you bring the water to the training area?" Both Lu Anlin and Pei Yutong spoke simultaneously. Xu Yihuan first caught Lu Anlin, replying, "Yes, I've already taken it over, and I owe a debt of gratitude to the security guard." The guard humbly waved his hand. "No need to mention it. It's my duty." Well, he did get paid 500. He would have crawled just to deliver the water to her. Upon hearing this, Pei Yutong frowned but chose not to comment, merely thinking it was a petty trick. The military training supervisor gathered the class at the training venue. Everyone placed their phones and water bottles on the ground, lining up to wait for Bai Yutong to arrive. Xu Yihuan carefully selected a good spot for her phone, ensuring everything was in order before leisurely joining the line. Bai Yutong arrived late today, a smile gracing his lips. While everyone assumed he was in a good mood, he opened with his usual routine, stand in military posture for 20 minutes. During this time, the class assistant, not having classes, monitored the students with some medicine, fearing someone might faint. After 20 minutes, they transitioned to the next exercise, squatting and standing up. Take a half step back with the right leg. Place your hands on your thighs and keep your back straight. All right, squat. As Bai Yutong's command fell, everyone quickly squatted down. Initially, they thought squatting was more comfortable than standing, but after a minute, their legs began to ache. Reports of discomfort arose from the crowd. Report. Adjust. Move. Report. Switch legs. Move. Xu Yihuan felt her balance wavering. Report. Adjust. Bai Yutong shot a sidelong glance at her, pretending not to hear as he continued walking. Military training is meant to toughen your willpower. I hope you can exhibit a bit of proper attitude and refrain from reporting every little discomfort. Report. Adjust. Xu Yihuan gritted her teeth and shouted again. Bai Yutong continued to ignore her. Although your training lasts only 21 days, I hope you can show your dedication during this time. Xu Yihuan's legs were already too sore to endure, and some classmates around her were discreetly adjusting their positions. Sweat dripped steadily from her forehead. Xu Yihuan bit her lip and moved slightly when Bai Yutong turned his back. Little did she know, Bai Yutong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. "Xu Yihuan, who told you to move? Did you report it before moving?" "Report, instructor." "I said it, but you didn't hear me." "If I didn't hear you, why didn't you shout louder?" "That is no excuse. Since you don't like squatting, then stand." Bai Yutong commanded. Xu Yihuan gritted her teeth and stood up straight. Prepare for 20 minutes of military posture. Xu Yihuan had no choice but to stand at attention again. Bai Yutong continued to patrol the group. "Have you all seen this? This is the consequence of moving without reporting. Therefore, regardless of what you do, You must report to me. Bai Yutong proclaimed with authority. Report, instructor. Speak. Xu Yihuan Finet. Lu Enlin's voice trembled as he dared not move, unable to see Xu Yihuan's condition. Xu Yihuan swayed slightly before finally collapsing, and it was the female class assistant who noticed something amiss and rushed to her side, catching her just in time. Upon hearing this, Bai Yutong's pupils constricted sharply. He turned around immediately. What's going on? Bai Yutong clenched his teeth, feeling a wave of anxiety. Chapter 79. A classmate from high school, he had done nothing yet. How could someone's health deteriorate so drastically? Surely, she must be faking it, Bai Yutong thought, unable to comprehend the situation. Although the classmates maintained their squatting positions, all eyes were fixed on Bai Yutong. That gaze resembled that of a schoolmate caught in mischief during class. Bai Yutong inexplicably felt a twinge of embarrassment as he crouched beside Xu Yihuan. Just then, the instructor happened to pass by for a routine patrol and halted at the scene. Bai Yutong spoke in a low voice. I am uncertain. It could be heat stroke or perhaps low blood sugar. He was unsure and could only attempt to frame his words lightly. His fingers, hanging at his sides, fidgeted slightly, revealing a hint of unease. Yet he spoke candidly. She did not report her actions, so I have instructed her to stand in military posture for 10 minutes. Indeed, it was not a severe punishment. In the military, it would hardly qualify as one. However, these were university students with fragile constitutions. The instructor, frustrated, scolded. While the intensity of training new recruits in the military may be justifiable, do you not know how to gauge the limits when training students? Bai Yutong lowered his head, remaining silent. All right, take her to the infirmary. Bai Yutong nodded, but as an instructor, he felt it inappropriate to directly assist a student, especially since he had to continue with the training later. Just as he hesitated, contemplating who should escort Xu Yihuan to the infirmary, a cold and sharp figure approached against the light. Without uttering a word, he bent down, his steady and powerful arms encircling Xu Yihuan's back and knees, lifting her effortlessly. I will take her to the infirmary, he stated, his voice as frigid as ice. Without waiting for Bai Yutong's response, he carried Xu Yihuan away. Lu Anlin stared blankly at their retreating figures, almost losing balance in her crouched position. After steadying herself, she discreetly glanced at Bai Yutong, reassured when she confirmed he was unresponsive. Bai Yutong was still processing the situation. The students were indeed clad in training uniforms, but had they become so audacious? It was not until another instructor jogged up that he realized the absurdity of the situation, though the instructor was too slow to catch up. That brat, training halfway through, and suddenly he runs off. Bai Yutong shot a glance at him. Is that one of your cadets? Zhixu escorted Xu Yihuan to the infirmary. Upon arrival, the medical room was particularly bustling, though fortunately, it was only the first day, and there are not many students present. After the school doctor examined Xu Yihuan, he administered an intravenous saline drip, and then turned to leave. Once the doctor's figure had completely vanished, Zhixu observed Xu Yihuan's tightly shut eyes, still trembling, and could not help but chuckle. He had initially thought Xu Yihuan's gratitude at the entrance was due to his inspiration for feigning illness. Zhixu sat at the bedside, resting his elbow on the nightstand, supporting his forehead with one hand, his gaze coolly fixed on Xu Yihuan. Enough of the charade. The doctor has left. At his words, Xu Yihuan's brow twitched slightly, and she cautiously opened one eye. Upon confirming that no one else was present but Zhixu, she immediately sat up straight, removing her training cap with a hand not connected to the fore, smoothing her hair, and exhaling a long sigh. Finally gone. Why did you bring me here? Although she had feigned unconsciousness, she could hear Zhixu's movements, yet she did not comprehend why he was present in their unit. Zhixu scoffed dismissively. Because I wanted to enjoy the air conditioning too. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Yet for some reason, Xu Yihuan found it somewhat amusing. Where did this pretentious little student come from? A smile crept onto Xu Yihuan's lips as she reached for her phone, but found it missing. Her smile faded. She searched around, nearly knocking over the floor with her frantic movements, causing Zhixu to feel anxious. What are you looking for? My phone. Where's my phone? Xu Yihuan sat on the hospital bed, frowning. Oh no, I left it recording. If Bai Yutong finds out, it's over for me. She would be utterly exposed. Your phone? I didn't grab it when I came because it was inconvenient. It should still be at the training ground. There's no need to panic. Perhaps you can ask Lu Anlin to retrieve it for you? Zhixu casually suggested, not comprehending the significance of a mere phone. Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan turned to Tan Zhixu, her eyes brightening. Could you please help me tell Anlin? Tan Zhixu handed her his phone and added, send a voice message. Xu Yihuan nodded in understanding, realizing it was to prevent Lu Anlin from misunderstanding. Naturally, she accepted Tan Zhixu's phone and recorded a voice message for Lu Anlin. After sending it, she returned the phone to Tan Zhixu. Are you no longer anxious? Xu Yihuan nodded, feeling justified as she lay back down to rest. Her vacation had only just begun. It was not until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when military training was nearly over, that Xu Yihuan lazily got up from the bed. Having rested enough, she needed to set her plans into motion. Upon entering, she found Lu Anlin devouring her meal ravenously. With evening training ahead, Lu Anlin was worried about time and feared not being full. Seeing Xu Yihuan enter, Lu Anlin slowed her eating, her eyes filled with concern. After swallowing her last bite, she asked pitifully, Huanhuan, you finally made it. How are you feeling? I sent so many WeChat messages to my brother, but he hasn't, T replied. Xu Yihuan shook her head. It's nothing, just heat stroke. Lu Anlin suddenly recalled something and retrieved Xu Yihuan's phone from the side. When Xu Yihuan reached out for it, Lu Anlin pulled it back. A smile danced on Lu Anlin's lips, her eyes sparkling. Hi, Xu Yihuan. Tell me how you managed to send me a message using Tan Zhixu's phone. She was fully aware that Tan Zhixu would not easily let anyone else handle his phone. In their childhood, when he had a phone and she did not, she had begged him to let her play with it, and when he refused, she reported to her parents, resulting in a severe scolding. That was when she learned that Tan Zhixu's phone was not easily lent to others. Xu Yihuan leaned forward and took the phone from Lu Anlin's grasp. Don't overthink it. Tan Zhixu is my high school classmate. What? Lu Anlin froze, caught off guard as Xu Yihuan successfully snatched the phone. Oh, it seems that is indeed the case. Tan Zhixu attended Qingqing No. 1 high school, just like Xu Yihuan. Lu Anlin's eyes began to light up. After obtaining the phone, Xu Yihuan's first action was to open the photo album. Upon seeing a dark video cover in the album, her palms began to sweat nervously. She shakily opened the video. Chapter 80, Withdrawal Failure, Lying. The video began with a scene from her military training, lasting 2 hours, which likely recorded everything. Xu Yihuan felt a sense of calm wash over her as she smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Anlin. Xu Yihuan hardly thought twice before replying, Oh, I'm not going. At that moment, Pei Yutong entered and overheard her words. Noticing Xu Yihuan's attire, consisting of only a shirt, she frowned and reminded her. The instructor said everyone must be present tonight and wear the complete military training uniform. Xu Yihuan glanced at her and retorted without hesitation. I have a medical leave note. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Lu Anlin quickly interjected. Huanhuan, just go. The instructor said, aside from making beds, we should do nothing else tonight. Just accompany me. Lu Anlin tugged at Xu Yihuan's clothing, her eyes pleading. Xu Yihuan opened her mouth, about to say something when a knock sounded at the dormitory door. Is Xu Yihuan here? Someone is looking for you downstairs. At the words, Xu Yihuan's expression turned puzzled. Who would come looking for me at this hour? Oh, okay, thanks. Xu Yihuan replied before heading downstairs. A silhouette appeared in my line of sight, half familiar, yet exuding an air of elegance. Xu Yihuan instinctively furrowed her brows and took a couple of steps forward. Are you looking for me? Pei Yinji turned at the sound of her voice, and upon seeing Xu Yihuan, a smile graced his lips, his eyes radiating warmth and concern. I heard you fainted today. Indeed, she replied. Pei Yinji extended a gift bag toward her. This is for you. It contains some useful items, like those for preventing heat stroke, along with skincare products you might enjoy. He was quite confident that Xu Yihuan would find them beneficial, as he had inquired extensively before purchasing them. Xu Yihuan did not decline, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Pei Yinji chuckled softly, ruffling her hair in a casual manner. He then brought up, seemingly in a light-hearted conversation, I heard your instructor has it in for you. It was only the first day of military training, yet Pei Yinji had already caught wind of this, showcasing his keen awareness. Xu Yihuan silently scoffed at the thought, but maintained a composed exterior. I'm not sure. I haven't tea offended him. This was the truth. She herself was puzzled as to why she was being singled out. Pei Yinji opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately sighed. Your instructor is friends with Pei Yuli. Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan felt a jolt of surprise. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes flickered with a hint of mockery, and she couldn't help but snicker. It was no wonder she was targeted. Given how much Pei Yuli despised her, it was only natural that his friends would share similar sentiments. You'll have to endure for a couple of days. I'll request a different coach for you tomorrow, Pei Yinji offered. Xu Yihuan took this lightly, merely responding with a casual thank you. To her, both Pei Yuli and Pei Yinji were not to be relied upon. It was better to depend on oneself. I'm your brother. A brother she had never even met? Xu Yihuan nodded nonchalantly. Sure, thank you, brother. After saying this, she ascended the stairs under Pei Yinji's watchful gaze. During the evening training, Xu Yihuan attended as well, as she needed to accumulate credits for military training. However, due to her medical leave, Bai Yutong was reluctant to impose further difficulties on her, allowing her to sit aside and observe. Coincidentally, the evening's activities involved students learning to fold quilts. Everyone gathered in a circle, and Xu Yihuan positioned herself at a distance, beginning to edit a video. Damn you, Bai Yutong. If I see you here again in a couple of days, it will be a testament to my incompetence. Once the video was edited, Xu Yihuan felt a strain in her neck as she lifted her head. Unbeknownst to her, the instructor in the center had already folded the quilt and was now preparing to find a student to collaborate with for a demonstration. Xu Yihuan put away her phone, leisurely observing the scene, curious about which fortunate individual would be chosen. The instructor waved his hand, pointing to the nearby Tan Zhixu. You, the one strolling around. Tan Zhixu, bewildered, pointed at himself in disbelief. He had merely intended to slip over while their group was folding quilts. Me? Yes, you. I believe in you, come on. Don't be shy. The instructor was quite enthusiastic. Tan Zhixu brushed off the dust from his hands, resignedly agreeing. All right. Xu Yihuan relished the rare sight of Tan Zhixu's flustered expression and couldn't help but snap a photo. As she watched him being encircled, she shifted her spot back to Lu Anlin's side, raising her phone to capture Tan Zhixu. This video is going to be played on repeat at his wedding. Lu Anlin, curious, leaned in to ask, what are you filming, Huanhuan? I'm recording Tan Zhixu. He is definitely going to mess this up. Just capturing a bit of his embarrassing history to send him later. Lu Anlin chuckled heartily. That's true. Tan Zhixu had been raised in a golden cage by his uncle's family. It was a miracle if he could do it right. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tan Zhixu wandered around the quilt, hesitantly folding it. After a lengthy struggle, just as he completed the final fold, the quilt unfolded in disarray. Xu Yihuan burst into laughter, turning off the video. The instructor, observing the heap on the ground, cleared his throat, suppressing a laugh. All right, everyone, let us not mock this student. There are many here who may not fold better than him. Xu Yihuan missed the rest of his words, quickly locating the video she had just filmed in her album. She chose the original image to send to Tan Zhixu, captioning it, capturing the beauty of life, no need to thank me. However, Xu Yihuan forgot that videos recorded sound as well. While she eagerly awaited Tan Zhixu's reaction, her phone vibrated 2 minutes later. Tan Zhixu, are you eager to see me embarrass myself? Xu Yihuan, brimming with delight, glanced at her phone, only to be startled when she read his message. Her eyes widening. How'd he find out? Did I speak so loudly with Lu Anlin? Frowning, she stared at the chat box, utterly perplexed. Dan Fixu Chekil, leisurely exposing her. Did you forget to mute the original sound when you sent me the video? Little Sue, you're lying. Upon seeing the words lying, Xu Yihuan's previously composed demeanor crumbled. The conversation with Lu Anlin replayed in her mind, leaving her expression blank. Yet Tan Zhixu seemed unsatisfied, adding, it's been over 2 minutes. Chapter 81. Why are you such a jerk? Xu Yihuan stared at the wavy line for a moment, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Her ears began to flush as she instinctively glanced toward Tan Zhixu, only to find him looking back at her. Their eyes unexpectedly met, crossing paths in the air. Tan Zhixu's expression was obscured by his military cap, yet Xu Yihuan could sense his amusement, a delightful sort of mockery directed at her. She vowed that next time, she would ensure no evidence remained. Tan Zhixu observed Xu Yihuan's startled reactions, his tongue playfully poking his cheek as he turned away, chuckling. After the evening training concluded, everyone, exhausted from the day, had little energy left for idle chatter and simply collapsed into their beds. After showering, Xu Yihuan lay on her bed, reviewing the video. Ultimately, she sent out just before falling asleep. Xu Yihuan, indifferent to the anticipated reactions, drifted into a deep slumber. The following day commenced at 7 o'clock with military training. Xu Yihuan joined as usual. Today's exercises involved the stop-and-turn method. The medical leave did not exempt her from training, and she was still required to practice alongside her peers. The good news was that Bai Yutong, perhaps intimidated by yesterday's events, did not trouble her today. As the temperature began to rise around 9 o'clock, the instructor blew the whistle for a break. Everyone sat down to rest. Xu Yihuan took out her phone, preparing to check how yesterday's video had fared. Just as she was about to open her phone, a gentle, yet serious voice interrupted. "Is Xu Yihuan from your class present?" Instinctively, Xu Yihuan lifted her head. A middle-aged woman in a suit stood before her, accompanied by a teacher. Xu Yihuan squinted slightly. She recognized this woman from the freshman opening ceremony. She was the party secretary of their college, surnamed Sunday. All eyes turned towards Xu Yihuan as Secretary Sun spoke. Xu Yihuan tucked her phone away and stood up. "Hello, I am Xu Yihuan. May I ask what this is regarding?" Secretary Sun's gaze fell upon Xu Yihuan, and he stared intently for a moment, although he did not utter a word. His eyes exuded a palpable sense of pressure. After a brief pause, Secretary Sun, accompanied by the counselor, turned and said, "Come with me." Xu Yihuan sighed, not expecting to be caught so swiftly after posting the video last night when the school staff had left for the day. However, she had been mentally prepared for this eventuality. Huanhuan, Lu Amlin tugged at Xu Yihuan's sleeve, visibly concerned. Xu Yihuan shook her head, signaling that everything was fine, and quickly caught up with the two. The rapid apprehension could only indicate that the publicity had been remarkably effective. This was a positive development. Xu Yihuan dusted herself off and pursued Secretary Sun's footsteps, leaving a group of onlookers exchanging puzzled glances. What is going on? Why is Secretary Sun looking for Xu Yihuan? It's only the second day of military training. What's happening? Even the secretary is here, they murmured among themselves. Suddenly, one person gasped, drawing everyone's attention. "Oh my! Look at the trending searches." With that exclamation, everyone hurriedly opened their phones. Upon discerning the content, their eyes widened in disbelief. No way. So the secretary called her away because of this? Ah, did she film this video herself? They exclaimed, glancing furtively at Bai Yutong, whose demeanor was now under scrutiny. A myriad of furtive glances fell upon him, prompting Bai Yutong, typically oblivious, to sense something amiss. "What? Why are you all staring at me?" Xu Yihuan followed Secretary Sun and the counselor into the office, where the three seated themselves across from one another. "Xu Yihuan, did you post the video of Instructor Bai online?" The counselor inquired with a serious expression. Secretary Sun sat nearby, his brow furrowed, radiating an icy demeanor. Xu Yihuan nodded and straightforwardly admitted, "I did." The counselor momentarily found himself at a loss for words, exhaling a sigh. "Why did you do that?" The implication was clear. Could he not see that Bai Yutong was targeting her? The counselor seemed to grasp this reality, his expression awkward as he fell silent, turning his gaze to Secretary Sunday. With a frosty and official tone, Secretary Sun remarked, "Xu Yihuan, I hope that next time you make such a decision, you will refrain from being so impulsive. When faced with situations you deem unfair, your immediate course of action should be to seek assistance from a teacher, rather than disseminating videos on online platforms. Such behavior could have a significant impact on the school's image." Xu Yihuan was well aware of this, yet she pondered, if not for this, who would have paid attention to the matter? Growing weary of Secretary Sun's grandiloquent admonishments, she merely wished to know how this situation would be resolved. Observing the resolute expression on the young woman's face, Secretary Sun eventually sighed in resignation. "Fine, I shan't say much more. I have already discussed the matter of changing instructors with the higher-ups. A new instructor should arrive in a couple of days." Xu Yihuan blinked in surprise, not anticipating such prompt progress. She had prepared herself for negotiations, yet this was the outcome? It felt as though she had gained a significant advantage. Had she known the school would adopt such an attitude, she would have refrained from posting the video online. "Is that all?" "Xu Yihuan instinquito inquit." Secretary Sun furrowed his brow. "Otherwise, should Instructor Bai apologize to you? However, he is not from our school. We cannot guarantee that his military unit would acquiesce." Realizing Secretary Sun had misunderstood her intent, Xu Yihuan waved her hand dismissively. No. "All right, I shall take my leave then." Once Xu Yihuan exited the office, the counselor turned to Secretary Sun. "Are we truly replacing Instructor Bai? Just because of that girl's video online?" Secretary Sun shook his head, casually picking up a nearby document. "One video, just delete it. The main issue is that the Tan family has intervened. It seems that girl has had a stroke of luck. Bai Yutong must have offended someone from the Tan family, necessitating his replacement." With the Tan family backing us, we have little to fear in our actions. The counselor nodded in understanding. Lu Anlin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed Huanhuan, instructor Bai is being replaced. Did you intentionally want Bai Yutong to leave? How could you be so manipulative? You're late. Chapter 82. Class merging. Pei Yutong's voice was sharp, the culmination of 18 years of upbringing collapsing in an instant. You can't possibly have the ability. Tell me, is it because of Pei Yinji? Is he assisting you from behind the scenes? She had seen Pei Yinji delivering items to Xu Yihuan downstairs last time. Were the two of them truly in cahoots? Both are despicable. Hearing Pei Yutong's words, Xu Yihuan's gaze turned cold, emanating an aura of intimidation. She looked up at Pei Yutong, letting out two contemptuous laughs. Despicable? Wasn't it he who targeted me first? If you're not despicable, why not stand outside for a bit longer in military posture? The sun is splendid. Go soak up some calcium. Xu Yihuan's eyes glinted with a frigid light, her expression devoid of any emotion as she regarded Pei Yutong. Pei Yutong did not expect Xu Yihuan to dare to retort, leaving her momentarily speechless. I can't be bothered to argue with you. With that, Pei Yutong took a deep breath and turned to leave. Lu Anlin furrowed her brows, observing the debacle. Typically one to mediate, she surprisingly refrained from speaking up. Pei Yutong was indeed being unreasonable. Lu Anlin pulled her chair closer to Xu Yihuan, resting her head against her arm gently. Concerned that Xu Yihuan might be upset, she spoke with a soothing tone. Huanhuan, don't pay her any mind. She is acting that way simply because of her good relationship with the instructor. You have no idea. When you weren't around, the instructor was quite protective of her, always praising her and letting her rest in the shade. As Lu Anlin continued, she became increasingly indignant, realizing the unfairness of the situation. What began as a comforting remark transformed into heartfelt grievances. By the time it was 1:30 in the afternoon, Pei Yutong appeared punctually at the military training grounds. Everyone stood in their usual positions, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the instructor. Unfortunately, even after all the instructors had entered, they did not spot Bai Yutong. Just as the crowd began to fret over the absence of an instructor, a math department professor rushed over with his recruits. To their surprise, the instructor, along with his recruits, halted right in front of them. Xu Yihuan immediately recognized the tall figure among the crowd. While everyone hurriedly jogged, Zhixu ambled leisurely as though taking a stroll. Upon noticing Xu Yihuan's gaze, he raised an eyebrow and tilted his head slightly, as if inquiring whether there was an issue. This young instructor appeared to be several years younger than Bai Yutong, adopting a serious demeanor that felt somewhat pretentious. My surname is Xiao. You may call me Instructor Xiao. As the crowd beheld Instructor Xiao's appearance, they couldn't help but think that good-natured individuals indeed had kind expressions. All right, let's arrange ourselves. Instructor Xiao assessed the average height of both classes and swiftly made a decision. The girls from the English class were to stand behind the girls from the math class, and the boys in front of the boys from the math class. Move. Instructor Zhao's countenance was stern. Xu Yihuan gauged her approximate position. If they moved, she would find herself directly in front of Tan Zhixu. Pretending not to notice his intense gaze, Xu Yihuan lowered her eyes and stood in front of him. Xu Yihuan was obedient, but could not withstand Tan Zhixu's unruly nature. Xu Yihuan? Tan Zhixu believed his voice was soft. What? Xu Yihuan dared not turn around, only mustering the effort to roll her eyes in response. She recalled the pig video he had forwarded to her yesterday, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Today's training session focused on the method of halting transitions, which Commander Bai should have discussed with you this morning in your English class. Let's first review it. Meanwhile, Bai Yutong was emerging from the company commander's office, his expression dark and brooding. It was all because of Xu Yihuan, truly a source of trouble. She had done nothing wrong herself, yet managed to incite others to harass him online. No wonder, despite witnessing Ollie being bullied and choosing to remain indifferent. She had a medal as well. Even after Ollie developed depression, she showed no concern. It turned out she was inherently a beast. And Ollie's older brother was no better. He too was a brute. He had heard from Yu Tang that today, this incident was certainly spurred on by Pei Yinji behind the scenes. Just thinking of Pei Yinji's hypocritical demeanor made by Yutong's anger boil. He took out his phone and messaged Pei Yuli. Ollie, I am exasperated. It's all your sister from Yincheng's fault. Because she dislikes me, she actually had Pei Yinji transfer me away. I heard from Tang Tang that she and Pei Yinji are quite close now, fully aware of the animosity between you and him while still getting chummy. Do you think she is sick? Now I understand why you dislike her. Compared to someone like her, Tang Tang is like a celestial being. No wonder you've endured her for over a decade. Bai Yutong vented his frustrations, not caring whether Pei Yuli would receive the messages. He had known Pei Yuli since childhood, though back then, Pei Yuli would only visit Beijing a few times a year. After Pei Ai divorced Pei Yuli's father, Pei Yuli began residing in Beijing regularly. On the playground, they trained for 40 minutes and then rested for 20. Everyone sat on the ground to take a break. Compared to Bai Yutong, Instructor Xiao was infinitely more gentle, making the rest period much more relaxed. Almost everyone sat in their spots, engaging in casual conversation. Xu Yihuan took her water cup to refill it, but the water jug had no pump. Struggling to hold the water jug, she was caught in a dilemma, fearing it might tip over and spill if she tilted it too little, yet also worried about losing grip and spilling everything. Just as Xu Yihuan was contemplating whether to ask the instructor for help, she suddenly felt her hand empty. "Let me handle it." A magnetic voice sounded from behind her. Startled, Xu Yihuan flinched, letting go of the water jug. Tan Zhixu, with his eyes lowered, said, "Hand me the cup." Instinctively, Xu Yihuan complied and handed him the cup. It was a pink thermos with a capacity of 500 milliliters, which appeared rather petite in Tan Zhixu's hands. Xu Yihuan licked her dry lips and turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Tan Zhixu, oblivious to her reaction, filled the cup with water and handed it back to her. Behind them, the delicate Lu Shuai noticed this scene and rushed over. He had wanted to fill his cup for a while, but hesitated due to the weight of the water jug, fearing he would embarrass himself. Chun Shi, seeing Lu Shuai's eagerness, reached out to stop him, but was a moment too late. Lu Shuai had already placed the cup in front of Tan Zhixu. Just as Tan Zhixu was about to stand up after handing the cup back to Xu Yihuan, a black thermos was suddenly thrust into his view. Looking up, he met Lu Shuai's playful grin. Tan Zhixu paused, his forehead creasing into a question mark. "Thank you, Tan Gu. Even though you haven't filled it yet, I appreciate it." Tan Zhixu chuckled with annoyance, his lips curling into a smirk. "No need to thank me, as I never intended to help you fill it." "Why not, Tan Gu?" Lu Shuai asked incredulously, feeling wronged. "If you were that delicate little girl, I might have helped." As he spoke, Tan Zhixu scrutinized him. "Gaining a couple of pounds give you a bit more strength. Is that so hard to manage?" After saying this, Tan Zhixu walked away. Lu Shuai felt a tightening sensation from Tan Zhixu's gaze and instinctively took 2 steps back. Finally, it was Chan Shi who stepped in to mediate. "Come on, let me help you fill it." Despite wearing glasses and appearing rather demure, Chun Shi surprisingly possessed considerable strength and quickly filled Lu Shuai's cup. Xu Yihuan held her cup and took a sip, overhearing the two chatting from a distance. Upon hearing Tan Zhixu's words, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. "Huanhuan, do you think my brother is acting a bit strange?" After the class merger, Lu Amlin was like a lively squirrel darting around excitedly. Noticing Tan Zhixu's unusual behavior, Lu Amlin approached with keen interest. Xu Yihuan's heart tightened. "What do you mean? You don't think my brother likes you, do you? I've never seen him so eager to be nice to someone, almost like a puppy." Tan Zhixu merely helped someone refill their water, yet in Lu Amlin's words, he became a lovesick fool. Xu Yihuan tugged at the corners of her mouth and cleared her throat lightly. "That shouldn't be the case. Yes, just being friendly because we are old classmates." However, upon hearing this, Lu Amlin became even more excited. "Being old classmates is just right. I suspect my brother enrolled in Jingda, just for you." As she spoke, Lu Amlin began her whimsical speculations. "I remember during the New Year, he mentioned wanting to go to Nanda, but his family insisted he attend Jingda. In the end, he ended up here." Lu Amlin chuckled softly, continuing, "Perhaps it's because you are here." Hearing Lu Amlin's words, Xu Yihuan rolled her eyes. Without a second thought, she retorted, "Come on, my brother and I didn't even know each other in high school." Lu Amlin pouted, clearly unconvinced. She was certain that if Tan Zhixu had 2 candies in his hand, one would surely go to Xu Yihuan and the other to herself, leaving her with nothing. Just as this thought settled in her mind, a strawberry-flavored lollipop fell from above and landed in Xu Yihuan's arms. Xu Yihuan looked up to see Tan Zhixu lazily passing by, sitting down behind her. "This is for you. Eat it before it melts." Lu Amlin narrowed her eyes and turned to Tan Zhixu. "What about me?" At that moment, Tan Zhixu had just popped a candy into his mouth. "Oh, sorry. I only brought 2. and they're gone. Lu Anlin exclaimed, "See, I told you." Nearby, Pei Yutong furrowed her brows, watching the interaction between the two with a contemplative expression. Just then, a voice rang in her ear. "Hey, you think they make a good match, don't you?" It was Lu Shuai, who had approached with his water cup in hand. Although Zhixu had rebuffed him, he decided to respond with a song instead. He had long since realized that Zhixu was interested in Xu Yihuan. Since he had no chance, he might as well focus on that. Pei Yutong glanced at Lu Shuai, her gaze revealing a hint of caution. Lu Shuai quickly raised both hands in surrender. "I mean no ill will. I'm just Zhixu's roommate." Then, with a silly grin, he added, "I think they make a great couple." Furthermore, it seemed they were from the same high school. He had heard the admission rate for Yuncheng No. 1 high school was 90%. And it turned out to be true. Just as he was about to continue, a lollipop was shoved into his mouth by Chun Shi, one that had been snagged from Zhixu. The sunlight glinted off Chun Shi's glasses as he wore a gentle smile. "Just shut your mouth and enjoy your candy." If Lu Shuai didn't stop talking, he would spill all the beans. Lu Shuai obediently fell silent. A heavy look crossed Pei Yutong's eyes as she took out her phone and searched for Yuncheng No. 1 high school online. A plethora of chaotic information popped up. After pondering for a moment, she added the name Zhixu to her search. Qingqing xiao gao dan Zhixu, the most handsome top student in the history of Yunizhong. The appearance of the first entry made Pei Yutong's breath hitch, and she uncontrollably clicked on it. Upon witnessing the richly illustrated explanations within, Pei Yutong's lips gradually curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, they were merely rustic folk from Yuncheng, even in their leisure. They associated with those of lesser means. A faint sigh of relief escaped Pei Yutong's heart. Fortunately, there were no formidable figures surrounding Xu Yihuan, and her insignificant father was hardly of any consequence in the capital. The coincidence of Zhixu's surname added a momentary tension, but once she sorted her thoughts, Pei Yutong resumed her haughty demeanor. The 20-minute break swiftly elapsed. Instructor Xiao resumed training with the two classes, continuing until 4:30 in the evening when the general instructor's whistle pierced the air. With half an hour remaining, they commenced practice on military songs, "Unity is Strength." Instructor Xiao led the way, and upon realizing everyone knew the song, he grew somewhat disinterested. Propping his chin in thought for 5 minutes, he declared, "Since you all know it, why not have you sing in male and female voices? Let's see which group performs better. The one that sings poorly shall stay for an additional 15 minutes of training." His tone was light, yet the statement was laden with despair. Nevertheless, the students appeared quite intrigued, believing they could not possibly fail. As they eagerly prepared, Zhixu approached Instructor Xiao, whispering something that prompted the instructor to nod repeatedly. With a confident smile, Zhixu descended to gather the boys of the class, engaging them in hushed conversation. Xu Yihuan observed, perplexed, as Lu Anlin joined her side, questioning the unfolding scenario. Xu Yihuan shook her head, her gaze fixed on Zhixu, who seemed to have concocted a plan, his eyes glimmering like a cunning fox. When pushed aside by Lu Shuai, Zhixu effortlessly extended his arm outward, smiling as if he were reclining rather than falling. His gaze drifted past a row of girls, ultimately landing on Xu Yihuan. There's always a charming lad trying to entice. Do you wish to know what I discussed with the instructor? I'm truly revealing my emotional side here. Chapter 84. A change of instructors. Zhixu's voice was cool and magnetic, laced with amusement and deliberate seduction. Xu Yihuan made a concerted effort to ignore him, resolutely singing "Unity is Strength" in her mind. However, Lu Anlin was evidently less resolute, leaning closer and eagerly inquiring, "What did you say? Tell me quickly." Zhixu smiled mysteriously, remaining silent while tilting his head, his gaze fixed intently on Xu Yihuan, clearly wishing to hear her response. Under Zhixu's fervent scrutiny, Xu Yihuan found it increasingly difficult to pretend she was oblivious. "What?" she asked, exasperated. Zhixu suddenly burst into laughter, startling Xu Yihuan back to her senses, her cheeks flushing slightly. "It's nothing significant. I merely asked him if we could forego the military songs and sing Tianmi instead." His expression turned serious as he explained. Xu Yihuan regarded Zhixu with suspicion. After a moment, as if realizing something, her lips curled into a smile, her eyes twinkling. "Instructor, Zhixu said we could sing Tianmi too. Is that true?" Instructor Xiao engrossed in reviewing the lyrics of the new song, was taken aback by her sudden exclamation, breaking into a cold sweat. What is Tian Mimi? Who wishes to ruin my career as an instructor? Zhixu hadn't anticipated Xu Yihuan would call out so boldly, nearly losing his composure as his pupils widened in shock. He lunged to cover her mouth, but she dodged just in time. As Zhixu prepared for push-ups, Xu Yihuan watched him assume the correct position. 20 push-ups starting now, called Instructor Xiao. With his command, Zhixu's arms tensed, his body lowering with impeccable form, revealing a strong core. Even Lu Anlin, observing, couldn't help but express admiration. I must say, my brother has a splendid physique. Those legs, that waist, those arms. Whoever becomes his girlfriend will be fortunate. Xu Yihuan nodded in agreement. Once Zhixu completed his push-ups, the time approached when they could disperse. Instructor Xiao permitted them to leave after one final rendition of Unity is Strength. As Xu Yihuan gathered her belongings, ready to depart with Lu Anlin, a languid voice interrupted. Xu Yihuan, you've landed me in trouble. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Turning to see Zhixu and his entourage approach with a fierce demeanor, one might assume they were there to collect a debt. Xu Yihuan's lips twitched. All right. Lu Anlin followed closely behind. Pei Yutong watched Xu Yihuan and Zhixu depart, her expression devoid of any emotion, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. She mused on how Xu Yihuan managed to secure a place in the prestigious Beijing University's foreign language department, seemingly only indulging in frivolities. Pei Yutong felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that her aunt had not brought her into the Pei family at that time. Given the present circumstances, all resources from the Pei family would inevitably be directed solely towards her, including those of her aunt. After dining with Zhixu and his companions, Xu Yihuan found that Lu Jia was often absent, leaving only her and Lu Anlin in the dormitory. After freshening up, they lay in bed and began to chat. Huanhuan, I heard we're starting to practice marching tomorrow. I'm quite anxious. I've heard from the seniors that our English major's military training will eventually lead to the selection of an exemplary battalion for marching. Those who fail will have to focus on physical training, and I'm rather apprehensive. Xu Yihuan, exhausted from the recent military training, merely hummed in response, yes. It's fine. Let us sleep. Her words came out as if she were half asleep, uttering whatever came to mind. Lu Anlin's lips twitched, but ultimately, she dutifully covered herself with a blanket and fell asleep. The next day, their instructors had not changed, and they continued training alongside the mathematics class. They began with the foundational training for marching, and from the outset, there were constant calls of report. Instructor Xiao had long grown accustomed to this. Xu Yihuan took longer than most to establish her stance, and given the previous incident with Zhixu, he bore a deeper impression of her. Time flew by, and soon it was time for a pre-lunch song. The combined voices of the two classes resonated, drowning out the sounds from neighboring classes, their voices remarkably powerful. Amidst the commotion, it was unclear whether it was due to the influence of Bai Yutong, but several students from both the English and mathematics classes formed bonds of camaraderie under Instructor Zhao's guidance. Expecting a new instructor to arrive the following day, they were surprised when, during the afternoon training, they saw Instructor Xiao leading his troops directly towards them. Panic ensued. Instructor Xiao, we're over here. Where are you going? Only Pei Yutong stood with her arms crossed, feeling as though her springtime had finally arrived. At last, this troublesome instructor is leaving. Let us see how they revel now. Squatting on the ground, Xu Yihuan followed the crowd's gaze towards the mathematics class, only to lock eyes with Zhixu, who was gazing down at her with a commanding presence. Her ears began to burn, and she knew her cheeks were flushed. Silence, you deaf ears. It's all Zhixu's fault. Training is one thing, but what is he doing? Instructor Xiao, from a distance, heard the call and waved to the crowd, then pointed at them. The group was puzzled until a robust figure in military attire emerged before them. Even clad in such training garb, they could discern the man's impressive physique beneath the thin fabric. A collective gasp escaped their lips, and they quickly aligned themselves to the right. Could this be their newly appointed instructor? How many could he take down with a single punch? Even Pei Yutong, who had been secretly amused moments ago, could no longer muster a smile. What kind of absurdity is this? They replaced one person with another like this? Meanwhile, in Pei Yinji's apartment, is everything taken care of? Pei Yinji polished his gold-rimmed glasses with cloth. Without the spectacles, he appeared more formidable than usual. It's done. The new instructor has already been sent over. Chapter 85. Mockery. Pei Yinji meticulously folded the cloth and placed it back in its case before donning his glasses, returning to his refined yet roguish demeanor. I hadn't anticipated Huanhuan to be so clever. Before I could make a move, she managed to use public opinion to oust by Yutong. He remarked with a smile, a hint of fondness in his tone. His subordinate stood silently beside him. By the way, ISNT, they're a military training performance at Beijing University on September 22nd. Inform the school to reserve a spot for me. Pei Yinji lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs, speaking languidly yet exuding an oppressive air. Yes, sir. Additionally, have someone speak to the Dean of the Foreign Language Institute at Beijing University, requesting Pei Yan to give a presentation. The subordinate hesitated at these words. Will this be approved? Pei Yan has now advanced to chief translator. It seems unlikely she would be easily persuaded to come for such an absurd engagement. Pei Yinji's lips curled slightly. She will agree. Her daughter and beloved niece are both there. I will discuss it with her. His subordinate nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and promptly set off to execute the task. Aunt, have you forgotten about your daughter for so long? It is time to remember, Pei Yinji mused, gazing out the window. The skies above the capital were clear and blue, the expanse stretching endlessly. On the military training grounds at Beijing University, the English class was enduring the agony of maintaining their stance on tiptoes. As time passed, they trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Xu Yihuan clutched her belt, unsure how many times she had requested a break. The burly instructor Zhang paced amongst them. His tone was serious, yet not harsh. Hold on a bit longer. It's manageable now. Later, the company commander will assess the battalion and eliminate those who struggle with a marching drill. Those students will be filtered into the physical training camp. It is exceedingly demanding, and I hope not to see any of you there. Upon hearing this, the group could only grit their teeth and persevere. They certainly did not wish to encounter another instructor like Bai Yutong. At that moment, a series of gunshots rang out from the front. Without needing to look, they knew it must be the mathematics class. During the afternoon training, the mathematics class had originally been behind them. However, as targets and a cache of firearms were brought in, they were moved to the front due to insufficient space. While they were struggling to maintain their stance, the mathematics class had begun practicing shooting. The sound stirred feelings of envy among them. Why could there be such a disparity between people? They too longed to fire a gun. As the gunfire echoed, the enthusiasm for maintaining their stance waned, and they could not lower their heads, each letting their eyelids droop. Wow! A collective gasp broke out as the students of the English class uncontrollably lifted their gazes. Following the sound, they saw Zhixu standing casually, 10 meters from the target, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a firearm. With the sound of gunfire, the bullets struck the bullseye with precision. More shots rang out, with a few bullets piercing through the hole created earlier, while others found their marks in the 8 and 9 rings. It is known that maintaining accuracy with a handgun while firing consecutively is quite an achievement, let alone achieving such high accuracy. The crowd was left in awe. Even the nearby instructors fixated their gazes upon him. Xu Yihuan looked at Zhixu, her eyes glimmering with envy. Shooting seemed exhilarating, yet she was confined to standing there. After countless toe points, Xu Yihuan could no longer endure and placed her feet flat on the ground. Instantly, the soreness in her legs surged, a tingling sensation overwhelming her. Just as she prepared to request a break, a commanding stop echoed through the air. At that moment, as Xu Yihuan was stretching her hand to massage her leg, Instructor Zhang approached her directly. You, and you along with you three, step over here. Instructor Zhang scanned the group, pointing to 2 boys and 1 girl. Instructor Xiao is short on personnel. He mentioned that your marching is commendable, so go over and give shooting a try. The words were like a melody, striking them with unexpected delight. The 3 eagerly gathered their belongings, while the others looked on with envy. Instructor Xiao had been guiding them through military training for several days. I remember you 3. Your marching is quite good. Go grab a gun and show me how it's done. If they could march steadily, surely they could shoot straight as well. Xu Yihuan grasped the somewhat heavy replica firearm, unable to resist exclaiming in admiration at its realism. Recalling how impressive Zhixu had looked while shooting, she felt a surge of excitement. In her previous life, she had never even touched a gun. Standing before the target, she listened intently to Instructor Zhao's instructions. Grip the handle firmly, keep your thumb aligned, and your index finger should naturally rest on the trigger. Remember the 3 points in a line. With the gun in her hands, Xu Yihuan stood sideways, patiently awaiting the instructor's cue. As soon as his words fell, she fired the bullet. Bang! The bullet shot forth, and the recoil caused her to stumble back a few steps. The chatter among the students abruptly ceased as they instinctively turned to see the target. Upon realizing the situation, silence enveloped them. Ah, she missed the mark. 2 seconds later, whispers began to circulate, accompanied by barely contained laughter that swelled like a tide. What is this? I expected more. She barely listened to the instructions before starting. And this is the result? How amusing. With such skills, perhaps it's better to stay hidden. The ridicule intensified as they observed that the subject of their mockery did not intervene. Malicious comments spread like vines, piercing deep into their hearts. Most of those speaking were from the mathematics class. After an afternoon of training, they were at least not so easily off target. Pei Yutong, hearing the remarks, pursed her lips, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. What a foolish person, unable to even manage this. Xu Yihuan remained unfazed, having never tried before. She felt no shame regardless of her performance. Thus, she tilted her head, pondering how to improve her shooting technique. Meanwhile, Instructor Xiao, upon hearing the laughter, wore a perplexed expression. What are you all laughing about? It's completely normal to miss on your first attempt at shooting. He gazed around the room. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of your text in English. Behold, these 10 targets. If my memory serves me correctly, each of you has had the opportunity to shoot at them twice. Initially, a few bullets pierced through, easily counted by both hands. This session serves as preparation for the upcoming military training performance. Should your aim falter, your participation in subsequent training will be rendered moot, and you shall merely be spectators at the event. Furthermore, the title of exemplary marksman will only be conferred upon those who partake in the performance. Reflect on this. Can you still find amusement in the situation? Since the commencement of training, Instructor Xiao has seldom spoken to them in such a grave manner. The group, momentarily taken aback, exchanged awkward glances. Instructor Xiao silently observed their expressions. He recalled his own first experience with shooting during his military service, when he too missed the target and faced ridicule much like Xu Yihuan did now. Back then, Bai Yutong had uttered similar words and even penalized others with additional physical training. Thus, when confronted with a similar circumstance, Instructor Xiao instinctively adopted Bai Yutong's approach. His demeanor lacked intense fury. Rather, his calm and inquisitive tone struck the group like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Tan Zhixu, you shall instruct Xu Yihuan. Tan Zhixu was the finest marksman in the entire class. Thus, it appeared that Instructor Xiao intended to retain Xu Yihuan for the final performance. Otherwise, he would not have invested such time and effort. After hearing the advantages articulated by Instructor Xiao, the group found themselves regretting their earlier mockery of Xu Yihuan, lamenting their own lack of diligence in practice, and consequently missing this opportunity. The training grounds, once again enveloped in an unusual silence, echoed only with the voice of the instructor, now resembling a duck's quack, as he commanded the troops. Xu Yihuan stood before the target, and thanks to the earlier ridicule, she and Tan Zhixu found themselves with their own designated target. Xu Yihuan stood before the target, while Tan Zhixu positioned himself directly behind her. Their height difference was precisely half a head. Xu Yihuan's fluffy head rested just in front of Tan Zhixu. Stand straight and tense up a bit. You fired before and must have felt the recoil, so grip tightly, Xu Yihuan. Tan Zhixu stood beside her, adjusting her stance. Xu Yihuan felt a surge of eagerness, ready to unleash her potential. Yet, Tan Zhixu sensed something was amiss with her demeanor. Can I shoot now? Xu Yihuan blinked innocently. Tan Zhixu furrowed his brows, stroking his chin as he circled around her. Finally, his gaze fell upon Xu Yihuan's handgun, and his eyes lit up as he snapped his fingers. He had an idea. Xu Yihuan looked at him, bewildered, unsure of his intentions. Meeting her gaze for a few seconds, Tan Zhixu suddenly smiled. Under the blazing sun, his eyes twinkled, the slight upward curve at the corners accentuating the allure of the beauty mark on his brow. Xu Xiaowan, did you just peek at me shooting? The question struck a nerve with Xu Yihuan, causing her to instinctively avert her gaze, oblivious to the way he addressed her. What nonsense are you spouting? I didn't see you shoot. A perfect score? Big deal. Not everyone would take notice. Tan Zhixu remained silent, merely smiling at her. Xu Yihuan felt a surge of guilt as her thoughts spiraled into confusion. Upon uttering her denial, she recalled that he had indeed shot right in front of her, and she had seen it clearly. Regret washed over her. She wished she hadn't denied it. Observing the animated expressions on her face, Zhixu could easily discern her internal struggle. She was vexed by her own performance. Then tell me, how well did I shoot just now? Dan Fikwan is Mirkiv. Xu Yihuan bit her lip in silence, her posture suggesting she wished to press the gun against his forehead. Zhixu noticed her discomfort and cleared his throat, ultimately softening his demeanor. All right, he said, his expression turning serious and earnest. During your first time shooting, you cannot rely solely on one hand. The recoil is substantial. Until you become accustomed to it, it is best to use both hands. As he spoke, he adjusted her stance, placing her other hand on the gun. However, he did not withdraw himself, his hands enveloping hers around the trigger, his legs positioned shoulder-width apart, creating a protective cocoon around her. The summer heat was stifling, and the warmth radiating from him felt akin to a moving magma flow. Any closer, and one would break into a sweat. Xu Yihuan's heart raced uncontrollably. She licked her lips, instinctively glancing up at Zhixu. He slightly bowed his head, his eyes raised, sharply focused on the bullseye. Noticing her gaze, he urged, "Concentrate." His voice, deep and husky, resonated in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her. Xu Yihuan felt a tickle in her ear, her heart pounding faster. Frowning, she tried to suppress her body's strange reaction, striving to maintain her focus on the handgun before her. Sensing Xu Yihuan was ready, Zhixu guided her to pull the trigger. The gun fired, and the bullet pierced the target's center, creating a hole in the 10-ring. She hit it. A perfect score. Xu Yihuan, caught off guard by her own unexpected reaction, quickly looked up at Zhixu, her face lighting up with joy. He grinned, generously offering praise. "Xu Xiaohuan, you've done remarkably well." Xu Yihuan's eyes sparkled with pride. Had she had a tail, it would surely be wagging with delight. Yet, she remained modest in her response. "Oh no, it's all thanks to Teacher Tan's excellent instruction." Watching her resemble a playful little fox, Zhixu struggled to suppress the urge to ruffle her hair. He responded casually. The afternoon passed swiftly under the training, where Xu Yihuan made rapid progress, at least managing to hit the 5-ring when shooting solo. After a song concluded before dinner, the group dispersed. Lu Anlin approached like a fluttering butterfly, gazing at Xu Yihuan with starry eyes. "Huanhuan, you're amazing. Initially, you missed, but now you hit the mark every time." Xu Yihuan smiled humbly. "It's all thanks to your brother's excellent teaching." Lu Anlin stifled a laugh, thinking to herself how well Xu Yihuan and Zhixu complemented each other. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Zhixu walked past them, stirring a gentle breeze. He stood amidst the crowd, while others loosened their belts or removed their hats. Only Zhixu remained impeccably dressed, exuding an aura of nonchalance that surpassed anyone nearby. Even when he occasionally struggled to hear what others were saying, he would merely tilt his head slightly in their direction. Xu Yihuan felt her heart race once more. The unbidden sensation was disconcerting, causing her to instinctively frown and press her hand against her chest. Lu Anlin was startled. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She recalled how Xu Yihuan had fainted on her first day. Xu Yihuan shook her head. "I don't know. Perhaps I'm just tired today. My heart seems to be racing." Lu Anlin, convinced, quickly offered her support. Xu Yihuan nodded. The subsequent days of training followed a similar pattern. Aside from shooting, they were assigned crawling drills. Xu Yihuan was fortunate not to be selected, allowing her to focus solely on improving her shooting skills. This continued until the day before the performance. Outstanding students from the foreign language department were designated as the leading soldiers for the opening ceremony, and Pei Yutong was among them. "Huanhuan, I have heard that a company can only have 2 exemplary soldiers. Who do you think Qingqing will choose?" "Qingqing?" Upon hearing Xu Yihuan's question, Lu Anlin suddenly smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten that you had been training with the adjacent unit. "Qingqing is our instructor. That's what everyone calls her. In my opinion, one of the spots will undoubtedly go to Li, considering she is the leading team captain of our exemplary soldiers. But the other..." Before Lu Anlin could finish her sentence, the dormitory door swung open. Pei Yutong entered with a stern expression. Upon seeing Pei Yutong, Lu Anlin paused for a moment and instinctively closed her mouth. The dormitory sound insulation was not very good, and Lu Anlin's words could be heard clearly at the door. Pei Yutong scoffed inwardly. The other exemplary soldier slot would certainly belong to her. She was confident that, aside from the captain, she was the best performer. Chapter 87. Military Training Performance. After a 20-day interval, the military training journey for the students of Beijing University finally reached its conclusion. However, since military training was not conducted in class, the students in the classroom regarded her with indifference. Only Liu Anlin cheerfully circled around Xu Yihuan, exclaiming, "Wow, you look so handsome in this outfit today. Huanhuan, are you going over to the 2nd Battalion later?" Liu Anlin, who was not particularly adept at kicking, had long been eliminated to the physical training camp. Yet it was only by going there that one would realize it was not as terrifying as imagined. It was simply ordinary training. Compared to remaining in the company, it was even somewhat easier. Hearing Liu Anlin's words, Xu Yihuan smiled and replied, "Yes. I will have to head over when the performance begins." Just as Liu Anlin was about to continue her compliments, a jarring voice interrupted. It is perplexing how some people think, clearly part of the English class, yet they insist on serving the math class. Indeed, for the sake of their own honor, they seem to have forsaken the honor of their class. Xu Yihuan and Liu Anlin turned to follow the gaze. A few individuals stood beside Pei Yutong, appearing to be on good terms. However, without exception, these individuals were all those who had been eliminated to the physical training camp. Upon hearing this, Liu Anlin immediately felt an urge to confront them. Xu Yihuan held her back. With a disdainful glare towards that direction, she coldly stated, "Let us not concern ourselves with class honor or personal honor. If one cannot even remain in the company, how shameful would that be for the unit?" Then, Xu Yihuan exaggeratedly remarked, "Those who constantly prattle on about honor surely wouldn't embarrass the class, right? You." The students over there were exasperated by her words. Liu Anlin was thoroughly amused. She had long been displeased with them. Although they were all in the physical training camp, these few always formed cliques. She did not need to play with them. She simply found them irksome. Following Xu Yihuan's words, Liu Anlin chimed in, "Oh, I admit that going to the physical training camp has brought shame upon our class, but at least I dare to admit it, unlike some people." Liu Anlin glanced at that group while feigning a dramatic sigh. The few girls were infuriated and wanted to retort, but Pei Yutong silenced them. "All right, it's futile to argue with the unappreciative. The performance is about to start, so let us not create a ruckus here." As her words fell, the sports march began to play on the field. The school leaders commenced their entrance. The proceedings moved swiftly. Once the leaders were seated, the host began to speak. The sky above Jing City was cloaked in dark clouds, obscuring any trace of light, and the atmosphere was heavy with the impending storm. In such conditions, to ensure the military training performance proceeded smoothly, the host spoke with increased urgency, and the leader speeches were cut short. Finally, let us once again extend a warm round of applause to our distinguished alumnus, Mr. Pei Yinji. Due to the weather, the schedule was simplified, and I hereby announce that today's military training performance has officially commenced. As the host's voice faded, each company began to disperse. The foreign language department was the first to perform, while the other battalions awaited their turn. The performance proceeded in an orderly fashion. At this moment on the podium, Pei Yinji sat to the left of the principal, the military training instructor occupying the other side. Pei Yinji leaned back in his chair, one hand propping his forehead, his posture slightly tilted. Even in a relaxed position, it was far more upright than those beside him. He smiled and chatted amicably with the principal. "Mr. Pei, what brings you here today?" "I came to see my sister. She enrolled at Beijing University this year." His gaze was not as gentle as his voice, appearing indifferent to the performance unfolding before him. The principal nodded, aware that the Pei family's daughter had been directly admitted to the foreign language department. But he had not anticipated that despite rumors of discord within the Pei family, such claims were not entirely credible. As the conversation concluded, an awkward silence fell over the atmosphere. It was uncertain how many performances had transpired when finally it was time for the mathematics department's turn. This performance was a collaborative effort from various classes, pieced together into a skit. It vaguely illustrated the theme of rescuing hostages and defeating the Neon Nation. The students were required to execute high-level movements. Gunfire echoed continuously on stage, with some actors pretending to be shot. By the end, several targets appeared suspended in midair, each adorned with balloons. A performer stood below, aiming to shoot and burst the balloons, letting the shimmering sequence fall in a successful finale. This undoubtedly marked a tense conclusion. The person standing below was Xu Yihuan, her expression icy and serious, her gaze fixated solely on the targets. Everyone anxiously watched her. The success or failure rested on this decisive moment. On stage, Pei Yinji observed the scene with keen interest. "Principal, do you think she can hit them all in one shot?" Upon hearing Pei Yinji's inquiry, the principal confidently replied, "I believe she certainly can, despite her petite stature. If she has made it to the performance after training, she must possess considerable skill." It was absurd to belittle the quality of his students on his own turf. After all, Pei Yinji regarded him with a knowing smile, remaining silent. For a moment, the principal felt a bit anxious under his gaze, eagerly watching the stage, hoping this young lady would not bring him embarrassment. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. All the balloons burst, and the golden glitter successfully cascaded down. The finale was executed flawlessly. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The principal immediately beamed. "Mr. Pei, I told you so." Pei Yinji lightly acknowledged this, a hint of mirth lingering in his throat. Indeed, quite impressive. The principal felt that Pei Yinji's reaction was somewhat peculiar, yet he could not pinpoint why. He turned to glance at him, just in time to see an instructor approaching with a stack of papers. The instructor walked directly to the chief instructor. "Commander, here is the list of exemplary soldiers submitted by each company. Please take a look. If everything is in order, you can instruct us to fill out the certificates accordingly." The list was a thick stack of papers, and there had been no time for systematic organization, as each name occupied a separate page. The chief instructor took the list, casually flipped through it, and was about to hand it back to the instructor with an affirmation. Meanwhile, Pei Yinji's voice rang out. "May I take a look?" Pei Yinji inquired politely. "Of course, please take it." Even the principal spoke to him in a respectful tone, so the instructor naturally would not refuse. Quickly, the instructor respectfully handed the list over with both hands. Pei Yinji took the list, his long eyelashes casting shadows as he casually flipped through it. The gloomy sky of Jing City was already dark when suddenly a strong wind swept through, causing the exemplary soldier list in Pei Yinji's hands to rustle and threaten to fly away. Chapter 88. The exemplary cadet quota. Had the situation not been so tightly controlled, it is likely that the individuals involved would have vanished by now. At that moment, the instructor, who had just arrived, suddenly recalled something and raised his voice to inquire. "Instructor, it is as follows. A student from the 8th Company of the 1st Battalion has gone to train with the 1st Company of the 2nd Battalion, and coincidentally, the exemplary cadet selected from the 2nd Battalion is that very student from the 1st Battalion. Whose quota does this count as?" The chief instructor, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Naturally, it counts as the 2nd Battalion's quota, as it was reported by the company commander of the 2nd Battalion and is attributed to that commander." The instructor nodded in agreement. The gusts of wind subsided. Pei Yinji also lost interest in perusing the list of exemplary cadets and turned to the instructor, asking, "Who was that person you mentioned earlier?" The instructor, taken aback by Pei Yinji's engagement, momentarily struggled to respond and, in a state of surprise, replied, "Oh, that person is Xu Yihuan from the 8th Company of the 1st Battalion." Xu Yihuan had been reassigned to practice their demonstration projects by the instructors of the 2nd Battalion, and, subsequently, she was nominated as an exemplary cadet. The instructor provided a detailed explanation. Upon hearing this name, Pei Yinji raised an eyebrow, returned the list to the instructor, and said, "All right, I understand." The instructor accepted the list, exchanged a greeting with the chief instructor, and departed. The principal noticed Pei Yinji's reaction and, with keen perception, asked, "This Xu Yihuan, if I recall correctly, should bear the surname Pei, as she is the daughter of the Pei family. Although I seem to have forgotten her first name. It cannot possibly be Xu Yihuan." "Xu Yihuan is my sister," Pei Yinji explained. Wealthy families certainly have their ways and enjoy claiming sisters from all corners. Meanwhile, no one present noticed that just a short distance away, beneath their feet, lay a list with names facing downwards, mingled with some discarded trash. In the upper right corner, it boldly stated, 8th Company, 1st Battalion, although the weather remained overcast. It did not rain until the conclusion of the demonstration. "Wonderful, Huanhuan. This grueling military training has finally come to an end. We are finally free," exclaimed a voice. "Surely, there can't be anyone who genuinely feels reluctant about the instructors leaving, right? Are there truly such people in this world? After tormenting you for over half a month, you still feel a sense of loss?" As this was said, a sobbing girl passed by. "Whoa, I didn't even see when the instructor left. Whoa, Will I be able to see him again next year? I will miss him so much, she cried, her voice echoing. Xu Yihuan could not help but glance at her, while Lu Anlin appeared rather embarrassed. It turned out there really were such individuals. Observing Lu Anlin's expression, Xu Yihuan could not help but chuckle. All right, let us hurry along. We need to get everything packed up and prepare to collect our books this afternoon. Classes commence tomorrow, she urged. The pace of courses at Jingda is quite brisk, especially after 3 weeks of military training, which necessitates an immediate jump into the curriculum. All right, I almost forgot to ask, has the class schedule been released? As she spoke, Lu Anlin pulled out her phone. Suddenly, Xu Yihuan halted in her tracks, causing Lu Anlin, who was linked to her arm, to look up as well. Huanhuan, what a coincidence! Xu Yihuan turned to see Pei Yinji standing before her, impeccably dressed. She blinked. Ah, it is quite a coincidence. It turned out that the name mentioned by the host earlier really belonged to him. She had thought it was merely a name coincidence. This is for you. Congratulations on the conclusion of military training, Pei Yinji said, extending a bag adorned with a brand logo towards Xu Yihuan. The item was not particularly valuable, merely an ordinary luxury, a trifling matter for Pei Yinji. Xu Yihuan, recognizing this, opted not to decline and simply expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Pei Yinji gently ruffled Xu Yihuan's hair, replying, You're welcome. Consider it a reward for your exemplary performance during military training. Pei Yinji spoke candidly. Both Lu Anlin and Xu Yihuan turned to him in unison, asking, What exemplary performance? Pei Yinji elucidated just now at the podium. An instructor brought over the list, and I happened to glance at it. Your name was on it. Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan remained largely unfazed, while Lu Anlin nearly leapt with joy. Really? Huanhuan, you are about to receive a certificate, she exclaimed. Wow, wow, wow. Now let us see how those fools boast about individual honors and collective accolades. Looking foolish. They must be envious of you now. Lu Anlin struck a triumphant pose. Xu Yihuan shook her head in amusement and turned to Pei Yinji, politely stating, Thank you. I understand. I shall take my leave now. Until next time. Pei Yinji smiled and nodded, watching Xu Yihuan depart. It was only after her figure disappeared from view that Pei Yinji shifted his gaze, preparing to leave. Just as he turned, he unexpectedly met the indifferent gaze of Pei Yutong, who stood at the entrance of the indoor sports arena, approximately 10 meters away. It was unclear what Pei Yutong had overheard, yet her expression remained devoid of emotion. Pei Yinji maintained his gentle demeanor, nodded at Pei Yutong, and turned to leave. Rain pattered on the balcony, creating a cacophony. The two hurriedly gathered the laundry. On the table, the incessant ringing of mobile notifications filled the air. Xu Yihuan waited until the clothes were collected before checking her phone. It was a message from the vice class leader. They had already chosen a class committee during a late study session a couple of days prior. Apart from subject representatives, the remaining committee members had been determined. Pei Yutong had argued her way to become the Youth League secretary, while Xu Yihuan, having no desire to compete in university, chose not to pursue any positions. Today, the military training demonstration has concluded. If anyone has received an exemplary cadet certificate, please send it to me, and I will award everyone additional quality points. The vice class leader's message stated. Beneath this, several students had chimed in. Is the exemplary cadet award being issued so soon? Is it selected by Heixiong or by Yutong? Regardless of who selects, it should be those who remained until the end practicing their marching, right? I believe there will be a youth league secretary. They're quite impressive. Wasn't it said that one has already been confirmed as Li Li? The other one might also be the youth league secretary. Wow, how enviable. To receive points right after entering, what a heavenly start. Regretting now, if only I could train again, I would practice diligently this time. The chatter among classmates was incessant. Upon seeing the messages, Lu Anlin reacted as if she had discovered treasure. Huanhuan, that remaining spot must be yours. You have no idea. You were so impressive during shooting today that even Heixiong praised you repeatedly. Lu Anlin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Xu Yihuan tilted her head in contemplation. Really? But if it is indeed mine, should I be associated with the 1st or 2nd Battalion? She then earnestly analyzed. If I were the instructor, I wouldn't select someone like me. I'm not under their command, and it would waste their quota. Chapter 89. The exemplary cadet list. Lu Anlin pondered for a moment after hearing this. But didn't that relative of yours just say you received the exemplary cadet award? Xu Yihuan chuckled lightly. Do you really believe everything he says? All right, stop thinking about it. Let's get our things packed. We need to collect our books shortly. The rain in September arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. By the next day, the rain had ceased. However, after a half-day of rain at Qingda, the air was thick with humidity and warmth. Lu Anlin stood outside the dormitory building, books in hand, lamenting how her hair became greasy the moment it touched this kind of air. Xu Yihuan and Lu Anlin, eager to avoid tardiness, arrived early at the classroom and claimed seats in the front row. Classmates gradually trickled in, most of whom, upon glancing at the front row seats, promptly opted to move to the back. Even in the gaze directed towards Xu Yihuan, there lingered a hint of disdain, as though they perceived their presence in this position as a deliberate attempt to attract attention. The crowd congregated, engaging in conversation until Qingqing entered. Adorned with an exquisite makeup and clad in a sleek black vest ensemble, she exuded an aura of decisiveness and authority. Among the attendees were those of considerable discernment, who inhaled sharply upon catching sight of Qingqing. Whispers erupted in hushed tones. "Oh my, it's her, Qingqing, the renowned business translator. I heard she shares a sisterly bond with that politician, one in politics, the other in business. I wonder if it's true. What a coup." JNGD truly spared no expense in inviting her. Qingqing seemed oblivious to the murmurs. Placing her book on the table, she commenced her self-introduction. "I will be your business English instructor. My surname is Tiang. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out via my email or WeChat. Here are my contact details." With chalk in hand, Qingqing inscribed a series of numbers on the blackboard. Students below began to snap photographs. After all, retaining contact information was undoubtedly prudent. Now, let us select a class representative. Qingqing's esteemed credentials were evident. Associating with her would surely open doors to numerous opportunities for events, awards, and competitions. Consequently, hands shot up in eager response. Xu Yihuan, too, was invigorated. Raising her hand high in front, her encounter with Qingqing had revealed the potential she could offer. Qingqing scanned the room, her expression one of satisfaction, before finally pointing to Xu Yihuan. "Let us choose that student from the front. Xu Yihuan, if I recall correctly, you were admitted through recommendation. Yes? Do your best." Xu Yihuan beamed with confidence. "I will, teacher." Qingqing nodded. "All right, let us commence the lesson." Qingqing observed Qingqing effortlessly calling out Xu Yihuan's name, her expression momentarily stiffening. It seemed Qingqing was indeed familiar with Xu Yihuan. At the apprenticeship banquet at Ngn, she had spotted Qingqing from afar, never anticipating that Xu Yihuan would forge such a connection in such a short span of time. Upon realizing this, Qingqing felt a wave of disdain wash over her. The lesson passed swiftly. N, somewhat bewildered, listened for an hour, ultimately finding the content incomprehensible and succumbing to fatigue, resorting to her phone for half an hour. Her enrollment was not based on merit. Thus, her inability to grasp the material felt entirely reasonable. Her expectations were modest. Graduating was her primary goal. When the bell signaled the end of class, N was engrossed in her phone, chuckling to herself. Without lifting her head, she organized her books and turned to call out to Xu Yihuan beside her. Yet upon glancing, she found her absent. Surely she hadn't abandoned her to occupy the back row alone? Win. N called out, scanning the room. Her gaze settled finally on the podium where Xu Yihuan was conversing with Qingqing, likely discussing some matter of importance. Relieved to see Xu Yihuan, N returned to her phone, patiently awaiting her friend. Meanwhile, on the podium, Qingqing leaned against the desk, her demeanor weary, her captivating eyes narrowing at Xu Yihuan. Huanhuan. On September 25th, the college has invited a lecturer to give a presentation. If you're available, would you be able to assist? Xu Yihuan answered without hesitation, of course. You agreed rather swiftly. Unlike others who scramble at the mere hint of work, it seems I truly made the right choice in selecting you as the representative. Qingqing's teasing tone rendered Xu Yihuan somewhat flustered. "No, I just happen to be free." "Then let us exchange WeChat. I'll send you the specific time, location, and tasks later." Although the college had not disclosed the details, I suspect your role will involve liaising with the lecturer, reviewing materials, and adjusting the microphone. Qingqing's somewhat verbose manner fostered a sense of closeness with Xu Yihuan. Xu Yihuan nodded. I understand. Ln, with keen ears, caught this exchange and eagerly approached Xu Yihuan, notebook in hand. Let us go. Xu Yihuan couldn't help but laugh. All right, teacher, we shall take our leave now. Goodbye, teacher. Qingqing smiled at the two girls, her tone reminiscent of one coaxing children. Yes, goodbye. As they exited the classroom, Ln could contain her curiosity no longer. What did Teacher Ting want with you? Nothing much. She mentioned that a lecturer would be coming to give a talk on the 25th, and I'm to assist. The 25th? ISNT, that is Saturday? Are we required to attend? Yes, we in the English department are expected to be present. Upon hearing this, Ln let out a dramatic sigh. With the National Day holiday approaching, why must this happen now? I hope the lecturer is decent. Otherwise, I shall have a word with him. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other two roommates were still absent. Having attended several classes, Ln felt much more alert. She sat down to browse her phone, when suddenly a ding-talk notification chimed. She quickly tapped it open. It was a form titled English Department Military Training Model Soldier List, organized by class, featuring students from the English department, 2 representatives per class. Ln's eyes brightened immediately. She swiftly opened the document and located her class. There, she found 2 names, LL and Xu Yihuan. Ln gasped in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Huanhuan, what did I tell you? The other spot is indeed yours." Xu Yihuan, having changed into her pajamas and tied her hair up, was perusing the materials Qingqing had provided. Caught off guard by Ln's exuberance, she instinctively turned her head and asked, "What?" Chapter 90p. Iwayan Xu Yihuan was taken aback by the news, momentarily forgetting her phone was within reach. She leaned closer to Ln, peering over her shoulder. Her name was conspicuously listed. Furrowing her brow, Xu Yihuan remarked, "Wait, there are only 2 slots per class. So, I truly am a model soldier, and I count among our class's representatives?" Though puzzled, Xu Yihuan sensed Ln's jubilance. "Yes, Huanhuan, you are quite remarkable." Just then, a message popped up on the screen. "Is there no issue with this slot? One of them hasn't even trained with our unit. Can that count?" Meanwhile, at the PI residence in the outskirts of the capital, a stately yet antiquated mansion nestled halfway up a mountain exuded a heavy historical ambience. Oppressive yet captivating. The modern design elements, inadvertently woven into the decor, detracted from the overall historical aesthetic, lending an impression of artifice. In the living room, Piying lounged on the sofa while the television broadcasted pivotal governmental news. The camera focused on a prominent government official, accompanied by a composed translator, exuding an undeniable presence. Suddenly, the notification sound from her phone broke the silence. Piying reached for it, only to find a class representative list forwarded by the class monitor in their Ding Talk group. She felt almost certain of her position, deeming it unnecessary to check her phone further. Yet the WeChat class group was abuzz with activity. Scanning the messages, Piying gleaned that they were largely about the model soldier list. Dismissing the notifications at the top of her phone, she opened Ding Talk. After a prolonged search through the list, Piying felt a rising annoyance as she could not locate her class. Scrolling down feverishly, she finally found their class, buried among countless others. Joy surged within her as she read the names. LL and Xu Yihuan. Where was her name? Pei Yutang's expression suddenly darkened as she activated the search mode on her tablet and began typing her name letter by letter. The number of matching results dwindled until it reached 0. How could it be 0? So, the position had been awarded to Xu Yihuan by the instructor? What was the justification for that? Xu Yihuan wasn't even participating in their class's military training. Why should she be granted the title of exemplary student? No, she had to clarify this matter. What belonged to her could not simply be relinquished to another. Pei Yutang abruptly stood up. In the next moment, the woman who had just appeared in the news materialized before her. The woman wore a beige silk nightgown, her long black hair elegantly tied back, exuding a gentle yet composed demeanor. "Qingqing, where are you off to? Dinner will be ready soon." Pei Yan's voice was warm and caring. Pei Yutang halted her steps and turned to look at Pei Yan. "Aunt." Pei Yan descended the stairs, took Pei Yutang's hand, and seated her on the sofa. In a soft voice, she inquired, "What is the matter, Tang Tang? Has someone bullied you?" At Pei Yian's question, Pei Yutong felt a wave of grievance wash over her. With a slight nasal tone, she explained the situation to Pei Yian. After hearing the full account, Pei Yian's expression turned icy. "In that case, it seems your classmate is indeed in the wrong. Generally speaking, even if that classmate were to earn the title of exemplary student, it should not be under your instructor's authority." As Pei Yian spoke, a fierce light flickered in her eyes, and her demeanor became notably more serious, exuding the gravitas of her presence in political circles. Pei Yutong, upon hearing this, nestled her head into Pei Yian's embrace, seeking comfort, and murmured softly, "Aunt, you're so good to me." Hearing this, Pei Yian's eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile as she pulled Pei Yutong closer. "In our Pei family, you are our only precious girl. Who else should I cherish?" Pei Yutong lowered her gaze, her lashes fluttering gently. It was an indescribable feeling. Pei Yian's kindness was devoid of any ulterior motives, purer even than her mother's affection. "All right, don't be sad. On the 25th, I will be giving a presentation at Jingda. You must come and help me, okay?" Pei Yutong nodded slightly. "All right. If you cannot resolve this matter, just tell Aunt. And I will have a word with that girl to clarify things, all right?" Upon hearing this, Pei Yutong's mind immediately became alert. "Have a word? No, absolutely not." This reminded her that she must not allow Pei Yian and Xu Yihuan to meet so soon. Pei Yian had only just managed to forget about her. If she were to remember again, grandfather would surely be furious. Pei Yutong suddenly felt regretful for confiding in Pei Yian. She quickly withdrew from Pei Yian's embrace and said, "It's all right, Aunt. I can handle this matter myself." At Jingda, in the girls' dormitory 314, Lu Amlin gazed at the class group chat filled with discussions and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are they out of their minds? If there is an issue, wouldn't it be better to approach the counselor directly? Why air it out in the group? Xu Yihuan shook her head, biting the tip of her pen as she continued reviewing translation materials. "Never mind him. I'll just swing by the administrative building to collect the award certificate before class. You head to the classroom first." "All right." Having finished her last translation note, Xu Yihuan began to relax by scrolling through videos on her phone. Just then, a message popped up. "Are you going to collect the award today?" It was from Tan Zhixu. Since military training concluded, Xu Yihuan's heart had not raced as it once did. Thus, she attributed her previous anxiety to the stress of military training. Seeing Tan Zhixu's message, Xu Yihuan felt no emotional stir. She casually unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it in her mouth. "Yes, I am. Could you grab one for me too? Is that okay?" The last three words seemed to be an awkward addition, as if he feared Xu Yihuan might decline. Xu Yihuan shifted the candy from one cheek to the other. "No problem. It was just a simple task." Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, one of the roommates was deeply engrossed in a gaming session. Tan Zhixu sat back in his chair, a smile lighting up his face as he stared at his phone. Lu Shui noticed, but unlike Chen Shi, lacked the insight to read the mood. He shouted, "Tan, who are you messaging? Hurry up and confirm. Let us get on with the next round." Only then did Tan Zhixu slowly put away his phone, his mood evidently brighter than before. "Oh, they're coming. By the way, do you guys know what girls like to drink?" Chapter 91. Mistakenly collected award certificate. Upon hearing this, everyone in the dormitory perked up, turning in unison to stare at Tan Zhixu. They asked in unison, "What is going on?" Tan Zhixu calmly pressed the confirmation button in the game. "Nothing much. Just asking casually. This couldn't he possibly be just a casual inquiry?" In such a brief time, they had not seen Tan Zhixu close to anyone. And now everyone was eager to gather around him for clarification. Classes started at 2 o'clock, and with a 20-minute journey ahead, Xu Yihuan needed to hurry to the administrative building to collect her award certificate. Consequently, she left the dormitory at 1:20. Upon reaching the administrative building, Xu Yihuan noticed a considerable number of people coming and going. The foreign language department's counselor's office was on the 6th floor, while the mathematics department was on the 7th. Xu Yihuan first went to the 6th floor office to collect her award certificate. Perhaps due to the start of the semester being busy, many counselors were on calls or handling various matters. Xu Yihuan knocked and entered. Only a few senior students glanced her way and casually asked, "Here to collect your award certificate?" The certificate was on the desk. After retrieving it, she simply needed to sign her name on the adjacent notebook. "Xu Yihuan note that, sklau." "All right." After finding the certificate, she squatted beside it and signed her name with a pen. Glancing at the list, she confirmed that only she and Li Li were listed. However, The certificate she held was legitimate. After securing the award certificate, Xu Yihuan turned and headed to the 7th floor. The 7th floor counselor's office was noticeably quieter than the 6th floor. Xu Yihuan knocked on the door. Inside, a counselor glanced at her and repeated the same phrase. "Here to collect the Exemplary Student Award Certificate? It's on that desk over there. Just sign for it." Xu Yihuan nodded, searching through the pile of certificates until she found Tan Zhixu's name. She then signed her name on the adjacent list. As Xu Yihuan's slender fingers glided over the list, she located Tan Zhixu's name in the last few lines. Upon seeing the name, her hand holding the pen paused slightly. What could this mean? Was Tan Zhixu the only one selected from the mathematics class? Did the instructor only report one name? Xu Yihuan lowered her gaze, her mind filled with questions. She signed her name at Tan Zhixu's position with a flourish. After signing, Xu Yihuan turned to leave, took out her phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to Tan Zhixu. "I've got it for you." Xu Yihuan hesitated for a moment before asking. "Isn't there's supposed to be one exemplary student from each class? Did Instructor Xiao only report you?" If Instructor Xiao found out that the exemplary student he personally selected was mistaken about who their father is, he would probably be crying in the army. The students from the mathematics class had already inquired with Instructor Xiao upon realizing there was only one exemplary student from their class. Instructor Xiao had clarified that there were 2 exemplary students, one being him and the other Xu Yihuan. Given Xu Yihuan's impeccable performance during military training, coupled with the guilt of mocking others, it was understandable why she was chosen. Regarding this distribution, everyone accepted it with a sense of satisfaction. However, it soon became evident that it was not the mathematics class that had reported fewer participants, but rather the English class that had one less. Upon returning to the classroom, it was nearly time for the lesson to commence. The class was already quite full, and Lu Amlin had secured a seat in advance. Upon seeing Xu Yihuan enter, she waved enthusiastically. As soon as Xu Yihuan stepped through the door, all eyes instinctively gravitated towards her. Upon noticing the cream-colored certificate in her hand, some couldn't help but sneer in disdain. It was truly shameless to flaunt an achievement obtained at the expense of another opportunity. Someone uttered this sentiment, and the previously quiet classroom erupted like boiling water. Indeed, everyone had their own thoughts about who the opportunity rightfully belonged to. It was rather disheartening to see such underhanded tactics at play. Who knew how she had come by her spot? Perhaps she had some clandestine rapport with the instructor. Poor our class representative, working so hard, yet receiving nothing in return. If I were the class representative, I would certainly seek clarification. One cannot allow others to usurp what is rightfully theirs. These venomous words floated lightly from lips, yet they stung deeply. Xu Yihuan remained unfazed. To argue at this juncture would only serve to heighten their interest. Not to mention, even if Instructor Zhang had registered 2 spots, the other one might not necessarily belong to Pei Yutong. It would be wiser to wait until she had clarity on the matter before addressing it again. Listening to the murmurs around her, Pei Yutong seemed to draw encouragement from the conversation. She stood up and walked over to Xu Yihuan's side. "Xu Yihuan, I have questions regarding this opportunity. Could you accompany me to the counselor's office after class to confirm?" Despite her request, Pei Yutong's tone remained haughty. Xu Yihuan lifted her gaze, regarded Pei Yutong for a few moments, and nodded in agreement. The onlookers stared intently at the two, and upon hearing her words, erupted in applause. "Wonderful! We shall see to whom this opportunity truly belongs." Indeed, a thief is still a thief. Stolen possessions can never truly be one's own. Some gazed at Xu Yihuan with hesitation, wondering if it was appropriate to speak out. Could she really be so brazen? Perhaps it was not her fault at all. Moreover, since the certificate had been issued, any discrepancies should have been noticed earlier. While some classmates shared this belief, they were quickly drowned out by others. In truth, most were not genuinely convinced there was a problem. After all, who could forge a close relationship with Pei Yutong in the brief span of military training? Many were merely eager to watch the spectacle unfold and vent their frustrations over their own dissatisfaction with life. Xu Yihuan, uninterested in their antics, discreetly sent the photograph of the certificate to the vice class representative from beneath her desk, maintaining a demeanor devoid of malice. Upon witnessing Xu Yihuan's compliance, Pei Yutong felt a swell of satisfaction. Lu Anlin leaned closer to Xu Yihuan. "Are you truly going to the office with her?" Xu Yihuan pinched her cheek playfully and replied, "Of course." Just as they descended the stairs, they encountered the class representative descending from above, holding a certificate. It appeared that the class representative had left the lesson unexpectedly. "What brings you here?" Xu Yihuan inquired casually. "Oh, this? It belongs to Liang Chun." The instructor had registered 2 names, but only Lili showed up. "The counselor just informed me that there was a mistake with our class S allocation, and I came to collect it," the representative explained. Realization dawned on Xu Yihuan as she exclaimed, "So, this means that the 2 names registered by Instructor Xiao were Li and Liang Chun?" The class representative nodded, elaborating, "Indeed. Your spot was registered by Instructor Zhang from the neighboring class. Thus, Mathematics Class 1 has only 2 representatives, while we have 3. You have truly brought us honor." The representative's voice brimmed with joy, while Pei Yutong's complexion paled with each passing word, her expression growing increasingly rigid. She realized that there was no opportunity for her at all. The representatives chosen from her class were Li and Liang Chun. Pei Yutong found this difficult to accept. After the class representative finished speaking, she departed. Xu Yihuan turned to Pei Yutong and intentionally asked, "So, I suppose we needn't visit the counselor's office after all? I wouldn't mind going for another inquiry, but it's you I'm concerned about." Xu Yihuan surveyed her with a scrutinizing gaze, the meaning behind it unmistakable. Pei Yutong's expression shifted through shades of embarrassment and anger, her indignation palpable in every syllable as she replied through gritted teeth. Having spoken, Pei Yutong turned to leave, but Xu Yihuan called after her, grasping her sleeve. "Are you just going to walk away? Did your mother not teach you to apologize for slandering others?" Upon hearing this, Pei Yutong's eyes brimmed with tears, and she responded, "I'm sorry. Is that enough?" With that, she hurriedly turned away, covering her face as she fled. Xu Yihuan stood with arms crossed, watching Pei Yutong's retreating figure, scoffing softly. Mimicking her, she said, "Oh, is that all it takes? Please. You think I'm easy to intimidate?" Just then, a clear, resonant voice chimed in beside her, accompanied by a light chuckle. Xu Yihuan jumped slightly and turned to find Zhixu standing behind her, having approached unbeknownst to her. "What brings you here?" she asked. Zhixu effortlessly took the items from Xu Yihuan's hands and offered her the milk tea he had brought. "Looking for you," he replied succinctly, not mentioning how he had obtained the class schedule from Lu Anlin, searched for her in the classroom only to find her absent, and finally tracked her down here. It dawned on Xu Yihuan that she had agreed to help Zhixu collect the certificate. Blinking, she looked at him earnestly, asking, "Since you're already at the administrative building, why not collect the certificate yourself?" Taken aback by her question, Zhixu's expression momentarily faltered. He hesitated, then finally admitted, "Social anxiety." Xu Yihuan burst into laughter, clearly unconvinced, but replied, "All right, fine." Zhixu placed his hand on the back of Xu Yihuan's neck, saying casually, "Enough of the laughter. Let us grab a meal together." "My treat." The remark startled Xu Yihuan, causing her to instinctively recoil. She reacted quickly, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I'll treat." She hadn't even thanked him for teaching her to shoot during military training. Sending a message to Lu Anlin to inform her that she was dining out, Xu Yihuan felt a sense of ease as she accompanied Zhixu. The restaurant was one chosen by Zhixu, a hot pot establishment. Xu Yihuan adored hot pot, but preferred a quieter ambience. This particular hot pot restaurant, located in a nearby alley, was beloved by students for its affordability and quality. It was not a chain, but rather a family-run establishment with a legacy. Zhixu had discovered it during a previous visit to Jingda, guided by older students who had taken him there. At dinner time, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, many dining in groups. The two selected a corner table. After sitting down, Zhixu glanced around and suddenly chuckled. "Xu Xiaowan, was this intentional? Did you deliberately choose to sit among all these couples?" At his words, Xu Yihuan's heart raced, and she dared not look around. With a look of bewilderment, she lifted her head from the menu and exclaimed, "Huh? I have no idea. I just came here because it looked quiet in the corner." Subsequently, Xu Yihuan handed the menu back to Zhixu. "Here you go. I've made my selections. The rest is up to you." Observing Xu Yihuan's expression, Zhixu tilted his head and chuckled, but he still accepted the menu, casually doodling on it. Watching Zhixu's serious demeanor, Xu Yihuan subtly exhaled a sigh of relief. Slowly sipping her lemonade, she truly couldn't understand why young couples always preferred to sit in corners. After ordering, Zhixu returned the menu to the waiter. Xu Yihuan opened her mouth, racking her brain to change the subject. Just then, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out from the entrance. Tan Zhixu, what are you doing here? Oh, Xu Yihuan, you're here too. Hearing the familiar voice, Tan Zhixu's expression darkened instantly, and he couldn't even be bothered to turn his head. Xu Yihuan leaned over, peering past Tan Zhixu. It was Tan Zhixu's 3 roommates, Chen Shi tugging on Lu Shui from behind, while Zhang Xiang stood off to the side. Lu Shui, like a dog that had spotted a bone, excitedly darted towards them. Xu Yihuan's eyes brightened. She waved enthusiastically at Lu Shui. You guys came too? Want to join us for a meal? She felt that dining with just the 2 of them was awkward, so it was a relief to have a familiar face. Tan Zhixu instinctively furrowed his brows. Turning away where Xu Yihuan couldn't see, he desperately signaled to them. Aren't you all busy? Lu Shui, unable to decipher the signals, replied bluntly, what business could we possibly have? Chen Shi insisted, yeah, we do have something to attend to. We haven't finished the assignment from our calculus professor, have we? Lu Shui waved his hand dismissively. Isn't that due next week? Why rush? Let's eat first. That's the priority. Chen Shi wanted to say more, but Zhang Xiang, with his hands in his pockets, observed Tan Zhixu with a glimmer of interest, disregarding Tan Zhixu's hints. He stepped forward, declaring, Lu Shui is right. Eating is important. After all, one should get closer to enjoy the gossip. From a distance, one can't see anything clearly. Xu Yihuan suppli zi la set, smiling as she called the waiter for additional utensils. Fortunately, they were already seated at a 4-person table. Adding 1 more chair was no trouble at all. Once the 3 of them were seated, Tan Zhixu had completely lost the desire to speak. However, Lu Shui was in high spirits, even deliberately pulling a chair beside Tan Zhixu's. He nudged Tan Zhixu with his elbow. Hey, what is wrong with your eyes? Do you need to go to the hospital? Tan Zhixu lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a sidelong glance at him without uttering a word. Lu Shui continued to explain. What were you blinking for earlier? Did something get in your eye? Chen Shi felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively kicked him, then raised his gaze towards Xu Yihuan. Only upon noticing that Xu Yihuan's expression remained unchanged did he relax. He placed the freshly cooked dishes into Lu Shui's bowl. Eat your food and talk less. Xu Yihuan appeared unresponsive, but her eyelashes fluttered gently. It seemed that Tan Zhixu only wanted to dine with Xu Yihuan. She felt that something was slightly off but dared not dwell on it. Chapter 93. How did Tan Zhixu end up here? On Saturday, September 25th, the weather in the capital was clear, with an air that bore the unique dryness of a northern city. After a cold autumn rain, the temperature had risen to 20 degrees by Saturday. The day before, Xu Yihuan had already received a message from Tang Huanhuan regarding the lecture scheduled for the next day. It starts at 9 in the morning and ends at 11:30 in the 3rd floor lecture hall. Make sure to arrive an hour early to wait for the teacher. The lecturer this time is the chief translator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Pei Yan. Be sure to seize this opportunity. You need to wear your school uniform. And the school doesn't allow jackets, but I think you can bring one. Don't mind the school rules, just wear it if you get cold. Regardless of whether Xu Yihuan had received this information, Tang Huanhuan bluntly sent all the important points. Along with it, there was also an email containing an English original. Harry Potter had been her favorite movie back home. Xu Yihuan's heart stirred. Sitting on her bed, she earnestly read Tang Huanhua's message, her gaze fixated on the familiar name. And her heart skipped a beat. Her lovely lips instinctively pressed together, a blend of anticipation and nervousness swirling within her. Meanwhile, the class group chat also buzzed with related announcements, notifying English majors that attendance at the lecture was mandatory, with no exceptions. Complaints filled the chat. On the 25th, Tang Huanhuan mentioned that she would arrive at 8 o'clock, but to ensure she had enough time, Xu Yihuan decided to leave half an hour earlier. At 7, she finished getting ready, leaving 10 minutes to buy breakfast and 20 minutes to travel. Upon arriving at the lecture hall, a responsible teacher was already on stage. Directing the setup, Xu Yihuan sluggishly swallowed the last bite of her bun, sipped some soy milk, and discarded the unfinished food into the trash. Wiping her mouth casually, she approached the teacher in charge. The teacher, surnamed Zhou, was organizing students to arrange name cards. Upon seeing Xu Yihuan, he immediately called her over. Ah, you must be the student brought by Teacher Tang. Here, take this work badge, he said, handing her a disk. You need to copy the documents from this disk to the computer and prepare them. When Professor Pei arrives, remember to verify the procedure with her. As he spoke, he handed Xu Yihuan a schedule for the day. She accepted it, replying, okay. Has Teacher Tang mentioned that Professor Pei will have a role-play session today? Yes, she has. Make sure to memorize the lines and express the emotions. Show Professor Pei the capabilities of our English majors. Xu Yihuan felt a subtle thrill at the prospect, her lips curving into a smile as she replied, "All right, teacher. Then go to the backstage to copy the documents." Nodding, Xu Yihuan made her way to the back. She plugged the disk into the computer and began copying the files to the desktop. The transfer was steady, but required some waiting. During this time, Xu Yihuan carefully reviewed the schedule given by the teacher. In total, there were 2.5 hours, with a half-hour rehearsal for the host. Calculating the time, Professor Pei would likely arrive by 8:30 at the latest. Xu Yihuan's hands trembled slightly as she held the schedule. Taking a deep breath, her gaze shifted to the computer screen. The copying progress reached 99%. That final 1% always felt excruciatingly slow. Xu Yihuan stared at the screen, and finally, the progress hit 100%. She quickly clicked the mouse, ejected the disk, and set it aside before attempting to open the files on the desktop. Confirming that everything was in order, she picked up the disk, preparing to return it to Teacher Zhou. Just as she took a couple of steps out of the backstage, a cold voice drifted in from outside. Xu Yihuan Baoset. Sensing who was approaching, she hesitated to move forward, unsure of what was being said outside. "Dan Zhixu responded. All right, I'll go check now. You're in the backstage, right?" Just then, Tan Zhixu's face unexpectedly came into Xu Yihuan's view. They locked eyes from across the doorway. Dressed in a white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, Tan Zhixu's elegant collarbone caught Xu Yihuan's eye, causing her to avert her gaze in confusion. She opened her mouth, taking the initiative to ask, "What are you doing here?" TNZHX observed XY, who ends changing expressions, ultimately managing to utter a single phrase after a prolonged silence, which nearly made him chuckle. His gaze drifted past XY, who in as he scanned the backstage area, suddenly feeling a wave of calm wash over him. Leaning lazily against the wall, he made no effort to let XY who in leave, a playful smile gracing his lips. "What is wrong? Are you not aware that this auditorium is temporarily under the jurisdiction of the mathematics department?" "Oh," XY who in responded, her voice tinged with confusion. "The microphone here is malfunctioning. The senior responsible for this auditorium had a prior engagement. So I came to address the issue," TNZHX explained. XY who in's demeanor evoked a bemused smile from TNZHX. How is it that such a timid person possesses such an impressive talent for vexation? Without hesitation, he playfully pinched her cheek. "Can you not conjure up any other words?" After a moment of silence, XY who in met his gaze and, under his expectant eyes, promptly uttered a single syllable, "Oh." TNZX looked at her in exasperation, feeling utterly helpless. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to leave. "Go on, hurry up." A mischievous smile crept onto XY who in's lips as she nonchalantly walked past him. Upon exiting, she noticed Teacher Zhixu observing her with a serious expression, causing her smile to vanish, and she refrained from speaking. Teacher Zhixu beckoned her over. Seeing the stern look on Teacher Zhixu's face, XY Huan mentally cursed TNZX 1,000 times. It was all his fault for wasting her time. Now, she had to face the consequences as well. With her eyes shut, she approached Teacher Zhixu, offering the prepared materials. "Teacher, I have made the copies." Teacher Zhixu nodded, accepting the disc. "Good." Noticing that Teacher Zhixu had no intention of saying anything further, XY Huan let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Teacher Zhixu added, "Y Huan, do you know the boy in charge?" XY Huan swallowed nervously and turned around, forcing herself to respond, "Yes." "Teacher." Teacher Zhixu smiled approvingly. "Great. Since you know him, please assist him. The microphone in the auditorium malfunctioned unexpectedly, and it feels rather bad to have summoned him so early in the morning." "Understood, teacher." Teacher Zhixu continued, "You may go now. I will call you back when Teacher Pi arrives. Make sure to familiarize yourself with the process." XY Huan acknowledged his instruction, and at that moment, TNZHX emerged, connecting the microphone and wires. "XY Huan, come here for a moment." XY Huan blinked and approached him obediently. "What is it?" "You will test the sound shortly while I adjust the volume in the background. Just let me know when it sounds good." XY Huan did not refuse, as TNZHX guided her to the center of the podium. "Stand here." TNZHX gesture. And XY Huan tested the microphone, her clear voice resonating through the speakers, slightly crackling yet remarkably enchanting. TNZHX paused momentarily, quickly regaining his professional composure, and continued to make adjustments. Fortunately, the second attempt proved successful. just as TNZHX announced the completion of the adjustments. Teacher Zhixu waved Xu over. She hurried toward him, and soon enough, a figure that was all too familiar appeared in her line of sight. Chapter 94. Why make it difficult for someone so young? Xu gazed at the silhouette framed against the light, unable to discern the features, but feeling her heart race with anticipation. Instinctively, she lowered her head to assess her attire. When her fingers brushed against her neatly styled hair, a frown of regret creased her brow. Had she known, she wouldn't have adhered to the school's hairstyle regulations. She should have left a few strands loose. Would she appear unattractive like this? Teacher P.I., you have arrived, she greeted, as Teacher Zhixu promptly approached and shook hands with P.I. Yihuan. P.I. Yihuan wore a composed smile, nodding gently as she exchanged pleasantries with Teacher Zhixu. Hello. Thank you for coming so early. It must have been quite a hassle. Teacher Zhixu beamed, unable to suppress his smile since laying eyes on P.I. Yihuan. Today, the process will be verified by one of our exceptional English majors, Teacher Zhixu announced, drawing Xu closer to introduce her. Originally, Tang W. Nu was supposed to handle the verification personally, but her temper had led her to delegate the task to her students. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to trust Tang W. Nu's judgment. P.I. Yihuan's gaze fell upon Xu, a hint of unfamiliarity in her eyes. Xu first thought was that P.I. Yihuan seemed not to recognize her at all. A pang of bitterness surged within her, and she felt tears welling unbidden in her eyes. Noticing Xu's silence, Teacher Zhixu grew anxious, having just observed her lively demeanor. Furrowing his brow, he gently urged, Yihuan, what are you doing? Hurry and greet your senior. P.I. Yihuan observed the girl before her, a wave of familiarity washing over her. For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of dopamine and endorphins at the sight of Yihuan, a deep-seated joy blossoming within her. However, when she heard Teacher Zhixu's reprimand, an uncomfortable feeling settled in her heart. Don't speak to her like that. She is only a freshman, still young, and doesn't he understand much. It's better to teach her gradually. Moreover, I'm not overly concerned about such trivial matters, P.I. Yihuan interjected. Realizing the inappropriateness of her words, she frowned slightly. Ordinarily, no matter how fond she was of Yihuan, she wouldn't undermine a teacher's authority in a public setting, especially as the teacher was the true host of the event. Feeling a headache coming on, P.I. Yihuan rubbed her temples and attempted to clarify. I apologize, Teacher Zhixu, but was swiftly interrupted as Teacher Zhixu quickly apologized. No, it's my oversight. You're absolutely right. She just entered university and is participating in her first event. It's my fault for not guiding her properly. It was evident that Yihuan had caught P.I. Yihuan's attention, and she felt elated. Yet, despite being defended by P.I. Yihuan, Yihuan felt a pang of discomfort. Such protection could easily be afforded to any unfamiliar junior, devoid of any special significance. Pressing her lips together, Yihuan sensed that her mother must have endured something substantial to forget her. This thought took root in her mind, proving challenging to dispel. It's all right. She has come to the capital now. They have plenty of time ahead. Thus, Yihuan composed her expression, lifting her head to smile at P.I. Yihuan. Hello, Teacher P.I. I am a freshman from Class 1 in the English department, and I will be verifying the process with you today. Please, this way. Though P.I. Yihuan felt that the name was overly familiar, she dismissed it as mere coincidence, assuming it was a common name. Following Yihuan, they reached the first row in the center of the auditorium. Yihuan guided P.I. Yihuan to her seat and began discussing the event's process. P.I. Yihuan leaned back in her chair, legs crossed and arms folded, exuding an air of relaxation as she attentively regarded Yihuan with a smile. As Yihuan highlighted key points, P.I. Yihuan nodded in agreement. Initially feeling a bit anxious due to Tang W. Nu's failure to explain the process to her, Yihuan soon realized that it was manageable. As long as she verified it with P.I. Yihuan, any discrepancies could be addressed on the spot. Gradually, under P.I. Yihuan's attentive gaze, Yihuan's initial nervousness dissipated, allowing her to speak with increasing fluency. So, that encompasses the entire process for today, Teacher P.I. Do you see any issues? P.I. Yihuan shook her head. No. After that, will there be an interactive segment, and will you be leading it? Ian inquired, her heart subtly filled with anticipation. Tang Huanhuan had mentioned that Xu Yihuan was likely the one to take the stage, should no unforeseen circumstances arise. A clear and melodious voice interrupted Xu Yihuan's words. "Aunt, I'm here." Upon hearing the voice, Pei Yian's eyes instantly sparkled. She lowered her legs from the chair and stood up. "Tang Tang, you've arrived. Come here quickly." Pei Yutong hurriedly ran over to Pei Yian. She was supposed to have come much earlier, but due to oversleeping, Pei Yian had advised her not to rush and to come just before the event began. Pei Yutong had not applied any makeup, feeling too lazy to do so. As she approached, she called out, "Aunt." Finally noticing Xu Yihuan beside her, Pei Yutong's pupils abruptly constricted in fear, as if a tidal wave of anxiety enveloped her. "What are you doing here?" Her tone was significantly sharper than before. Xu Yihuan maintained a neutral expression, replying, "I am here to verify the process with Teacher Pei." A flurry of thoughts raced through Pei Yutong's mind. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Pei Yian as she clung to her hand and pouted, "Aunt, you promised that this time I would cooperate with you." Pei Yian, upon seeing Pei Yutong, revealed a rare and genuine smile, radiating warmth. She grasped Pei Yutong's hand in return, gently patting it to soothe her. "I know, but I am currently discussing matters with the staff. They are representatives from Beijing University, and we must not cause them any trouble, correct?" Each word was imbued with a sense of detachment. Turning back to Xu Yihuan, she continued, "All right, Yihuan, I'm aware of the process. Regarding the matter I inquired about earlier, I've already made my choice for the individuals who will interact on stage. So there is no need for your arrangement. If there's nothing else, you may take a break." Though her words sounded light-hearted, Xu Yihuan felt a heaviness in her heart. After speaking, she turned to leave. Behind her, Pei Yian affectionately tapped Pei Yutong on the forehead. "You, when have I ever failed to fulfill my promises to you?" Pei Yutong hesitated, gripping Pei Yian's hand, seemingly at a loss for words. Sensing her uncertainty, Pei Yian inquired, "What is it, Tang Tang? If you wish to say something, just speak." Pei Yutong glanced at the departing Xu Yihuan, bit her lip, and after a moment of internal conflict, finally said, "Aunt, that girl is the one I mentioned before, the one who took the exemplary position." Pei Yian's smile immediately faded, her gaze darkening as it fell upon Xu Yihuan. She recalled how long Pei Yutong had been upset over this position, only to discover that it had indeed been taken by her. Observing Xu Yihuan leaning against the wall, head bowed as she reviewed the process, a pang of anguish struck Pei Yian's heart. Before she could comprehend her own emotions, her lips had already uttered Xu Yihuan's name. Huanhuan. Hearing her name, Xu Yihuan's brow twitched as she immediately turned her gaze toward Pei Yian. When their eyes met, she assumed Pei Yian had a request. Adhering to the organizer's sense of duty, she rushed over, asking, "What is it, teacher? Do you need anything?" Pei Yutong, initially thinking Pei Yian was about to trouble Xu Yihuan for her sake, felt a flicker of intrigue as she watched the exchange. Pei Yian opened her mouth, ready to request a cup of coffee, but swallowed her words and instead asked, "Nothing, just bring me a bottle of water." Xu Yihuan believed Pei Yian was genuinely thirsty and quickly ran to fetch her some water. Watching Xu Yihuan's retreating figure, Pei Yian felt an indescribable ache in her heart. Did this foolish child behave like this with everyone? Was she obedient to every request? Pei Yian pursed her lips and turned back to Pei Yutong. "Tang Tang, have you spoken to the counselor regarding the exemplary position? I don't think this child is as she appears. Could there be some misunderstanding?" Pei Yutong was taken aback, her heart racing. Her expression stiffened. This could not continue. Her intent had been to instill a dislike for Xu Yihuan and Pei Yian before they even met. Yet things felt amiss. Biting her lip to conceal her anxiety, she added, "But I believe I may have been mistaken. Xu Yihuan did perform quite well during military training, just not in our camp." As she spoke, Pei Yutong observed Pei Yian's reaction. That might be the case. Remember to seek clarification later. Pei Yutong, upon hearing this, was unsure of how to respond and could only force a smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Xu Yihuan approaching and hurriedly went to meet her, taking the water from her hands. She could not allow Xu Yihuan to interact further with her aunt. Xu Yihuan paused for a moment, but did not refuse, handing over the water. Observing the two laughing together, Xu Yihuan felt a sharp pang in her heart. In the backstage area, Zhixu had yet to leave. He was seated at the computer, lazily reclining against the back of the chair, fingers poised on the keyboard as if lost in thought. Xu Yihuan took a seat beside him, despondently asking, "Why are you still here?" Zhixu, half-lidded, lifted his gaze upon hearing the unusual tone in her voice. "What's wrong with you?" Xu Yihuan shook her head, replying, "It's nothing." Zhixu scrutinized her for a moment, then tilted his head with a teasing smile. "Nothing? Your nose is as red as a clown's." At his remark, Xu Yihuan instinctively touched her nose, explaining, "I'm really fine. It's just cold today, and I'm not dressed warmly enough." "Is that truly the reason?" Zhixu furrowed his brows in disbelief, glancing at his own attire. He too wore short sleeves, but felt no chill. "Why would I deceive you? Just step aside and don't hinder my work." Xu Yihuan, rarely in a petulant mood, pushed him aside. Zhixu did not argue and complied, standing up to give her space while settling onto the stool she had moved. "Whatever you say goes," he quipped. "All right, I have matters to attend to. I'll be off. If anything comes up, message me on WeChat. I'm responsible for the auditorium today." His words indicated that she should not hesitate to call upon him if needed, for it was his duty. Xu Yihuan understood and nodded in agreement. As Zhixu departed, she found herself alone, staring blankly at the computer screen. Disappointment washed over her. She felt utterly unhelpful. A rare sense of confusion enveloped Xu Yihuan. However, her bewilderment was short-lived as a bright voice broke through the silence. "Xu Yihuan." Turning towards the sound, she saw Tang Huanhuan, clad in a black halter neck gown and wearing sunglasses, standing at the door. Instinctively, Xu Yihuan rose, asking, "What is it, teacher? Why are you sitting in here? Aren't you supposed to be rehearsing lines with Pei Yin?" Tang Huanhua queried, taking a seat beside her. Upon hearing this, Tang Huanhua's brow furrowed. "Has someone been selected? Who? Did she bring them herself? Damn it, they had already chosen someone, and didn't he inform us? I wasted my time giving you notifications. It must have been Pei Yin's intention all along." Xu Yihuan observed the familiarity between Tang Huanhua and Pei Yin, recalling the rumors she had heard in class about their shared mentor. She refrained from elaborating and simply mentioned a name, Pei Yutong. Upon hearing that surname, Tang Huanhua's anger flared. "Damn, I knew she would give this opportunity to someone from the Pei family." Nevertheless, it is indeed true that the Pei family has been in commerce for many years, and it is a rare opportunity for someone like Pei Yin to engage in government affairs, thus necessitating the cultivation of a successor. Tang Huanhua harbored no inclination to avoid any associations with Xu Yihuan and expressed her thoughts candidly. She continued her tirade. "It is all that old coot's fault. Day in and day out, he stirs up all sorts of trouble." The old coot she referred to was Pei Yin's father, the elder of the Pei family. The Pei family has historically been involved in commerce, with each generation aspiring to penetrate the political sphere, yet they have invariably met with failure. Finally, in the elder Pei's generation, Pei Yin emerged, having achieved a certain status in the field of translation. This old man has not hesitated to cling to others for support. It is evident that he now desires Pei Yin to lead the family into this realm. The outside world is aware that Pei Yin is her senior, yet few know that their relationship is not particularly amicable. This discord is largely attributable to that old man. He blatantly disdains her, insisting that she keep her distance from Pei Yin, claiming she is tainted by ink fragrance and copper stench. How dare he? His own family is so far from pristine. Tang Huanhua took a deep breath in frustration. "Very well, since you are to oversee things here, you shall remain in charge today. If they ask you to do anything else, simply disregard it. If questioned, just say it was my directive." Xu Yihuan seemed to perceive Tang Huanhua's displeasure. Though unaware of the cause, she obediently nodded. "Understood, teacher." Tang Huanhua responded nonchalantly, then turned to depart. Indeed, it was a matter of energy. Wherever Pei Yin was present, she felt stifled. She needed to exit. After Tang Huanhua left, the once spacious backstage was left solely with Xu Yihuan. Yet, the atmosphere outside grew ever more vibrant. At that moment, a fuzzy head peeked cautiously around the doorframe. Chapter 96. Do you like Xu Yihuan? Huanhuan, Huanhuan. The voice was soft, laden with a sense of secrecy. Xu Yihuan glanced over to see Lu Anlin peering through the doorframe, clutching a stack of items. Xu Yihuan stood up. "What is it?" "These are for you." It was her coat, draped over the back of a chair, along with a steaming cup of ginger tea. It must have been ordered from a delivery service, as the cup bore a tracking number. Perhaps sensing the doubt in Xu Yihuan's eyes, Lu Anlin explained, "When I left, the temperature had dropped. So I ordered a cup of sweetened water for myself, and thought to get you one as well. When I arrived, I noticed you hadn't taken your coat, so I brought it along." Xu Yihuan looked at the tracking number, recognizing the contact's name beginning with Tan and the number 11 for the cups. In an instant, she discerned that Lu Anlin was being untruthful. Still, she nodded and replied. All right. Lu Anlin, concealing her own guilt, responded hastily. I'll head out now. Upon exiting, her tall figure leaned against the wall. Lu Anlin was startled, but quickly regained her composure. I've delivered the items. Don't forget to transfer my delivery fee. Zhixu casually tapped his phone. Lu Anlin's phone chimed with a notification. Holding her phone, she smiled broadly after counting the 5 zeros. Zhixu, uninterested in lingering, turned to leave. Yet, after taking just a few steps, Lu Anlin abruptly grasped his sleeve. Don't go just yet. As if she had unveiled a great secret, Lu Anlin leaned closer to him, sniffing curiously like an eager puppy. Finally, she halted and squinted at Zhixu. Do you like Xu Yihuan? If not, why would you have me bring her things? And why did you order for her without getting something for yourself? Lu Anlin crossed her arms, adopting a scrutinizing demeanor. Zhixu cast her a fleeting glance. As Lu Anlin's excitement mounted, Zhixu gently pushed her aside. This is adult business. Children should not meddle. Though somewhat impolite, Lu Anlin was invigorated. Don't think I'm unaware. If you don't deny it, it's tantamount to admitting it. Having grown up alongside him, she knew that whenever trouble arose, Zhixu would skillfully redirect the conversation, crafting a facade of innocence before adults. When she would confront him, he would merely say, I never denied it. Now was surely the same. Observing Lu Anlin's naive expression, Zhixu rolled his eyes and began to walk away. However, Lu Anlin suddenly recalled something, her eyes lighting up. I remember you and she both attended Yincheng No. 1 High School, right? So, you've liked her since high school? Upon hearing this, Zhixu paused mid-stride. His phoenix eyes narrowed, his tone rising. Who told you I went the same high school as her? Lu Anlin was aware of her own school in Yincheng, but had never bothered to inquire further. She didn't dwell on it, puffing out her chest proudly. Of course, Huanhuan told me. Don't think I'm oblivious. You've definitely liked her since high school. The corners of Zhixu's lips curled into a smile, betraying his delight. He calmly remarked, I didn't catch that. If you don't take your seat soon, you'll be relegated to the front row. At these words, Lu Anlin instinctively looked toward the audience. Indeed, the seats near the entrance were nearly full, and the back rows were dwindling. In a flurry, Lu Anlin dashed toward the stage. She had no desire to end up in the front row without a chance to escape. Zhixu cast one last glance backstage, confirming that Xu Yihuan had donned her coat before departing. Xu Yihuan remained unaware of how long she had lingered backstage. It wasn't until the lecture concluded that teacher Zhou arrived to inform her. Yihuan, come quickly. The lecture has ended, and we should send off teacher Pei together. She had not forgotten that Pei Ian had spoken on her behalf earlier. It would be beneficial to make an impression on her fellow students in the profession. Upon hearing this, Xu Yihuan felt a surge of excitement and quickly rose, ready to leave, even forgetting to remove her coat. However, moving too hastily, her legs, having fallen asleep from sitting too long, caused her to stumble as she caught her foot on the chair. Pain shot through her leg, and she gasped, leaning against the table for support. Just as she felt a semblance of relief and prepared to exit again, voices from outside penetrated the room. It's fine. Let the child rest. It's early on a weekend. After all, it's been hard on her. I'll take my leave now. Upon hearing this, teacher Zhou had no choice but to relent, smilingly bidding farewell to Pei Ian. Take care, teacher Pei. See you next time. As the voices faded into the distance, Xu Yihuan's heart, once buoyant, began to sink. Slowly approaching the door, she peered outside, but the figures had vanished. Teacher Zhou, observing Xu Yihuan, mistakenly assumed she was disappointed at not having had the chance for a close conversation with Pei Ian. Xu Yihuan gazed toward the direction Pei Ian had departed. Her reaction to teacher Zhou's words muted, simply nodding in a daze. Lu Anlin, disinterested in the lecture, would not have bothered to rise from her bed if not for Zhixu urging her to deliver the items. Lu Anlin prepared to check her phone for the time. Half awake, she noticed an unread message. Upon reading its contents, Lu Anlin shot upright, running her fingers through her hair. Huanhuan. Xu Yihuan had just settled down, sipping some hot water when she heard Lu Anlin's voice and looked up. What is it? Let us go shopping tomorrow, Lu Anlin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Tomorrow? What if it rains? No worries, the mall is indoors. Lu Anlin fervently persuaded her. Another generous soul is coming to treat us. We mustn't turn it down. All right, when shall we go tomorrow? Huh? What? Who are you asking? Xu Yihuan sipped hot water in small amounts, failing to comprehend the meaning behind Lu Anlin's words. Chapter 97. Encountering Pei Yan while shopping for clothes. Lu Anlin paused her typing, nervously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Oh no. What I meant was to check the weather forecast and choose a time when it won't rain. She was concerned that Xu Yihuan might overthink it. As she spoke, Xu Yihuan got up again to wash some fruit. Lu Anlin swiftly scrolled through posts on the forum. Although it was merely a post she had casually clicked on to change the subject, it now seemed rather intriguing. Noticing something, Lu Anlin became excited. Wow, Huanhuan. It seems there's a handsome guy at Beijing University. His little face is cold, but quite good-looking. Look, Lu Anlin said, raising her phone to show Xu Yihuan. Huh? What did you say? Xu Yihuan's voice came from the bathroom. It was better not to tell Huanhuan just yet. Seeing it in person would surely excite her even more. At that moment, Xu Yihuan happened to emerge with the fruit and overheard Lu Anlin's words, responding accordingly. Sure. The weather in Qingqing had not warmed up since it dropped. The next day, even in the afternoon, the air remained chilly. Xu Yihuan wore a long-sleeved shirt underneath and had tightly wrapped herself in a coat. Let's go, Anlin. Lu Anlin glanced at Xu Yihuan, unable to help but laugh. All right. The two walked to the school gate. Just as Xu Yihuan was about to pull out her phone to hail a cab, Lu Anlin stopped her. It's fine. Someone is coming to pick us up. Upon hearing this, a sense of unease washed over Xu Yihuan. She stiffly turned to look at Lu Anlin. It wouldn't be Zhixu coming, would it? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a car with letters on it came to a halt before them. Through the window, Xu Yihuan could vaguely see the figure in the driver's seat. Zhixu casually rested one hand on the steering wheel. Noticing their gaze, he lazily turned his head to look outside. Just as their eyes were about to meet, Xu Yihuan's heart raced, and she immediately turned away, furrowing her brows and subtly shaking her head at Lu Anlin. Lu Anlin seemed oblivious to Xu Yihuan's hint, smiling as she opened the car door for her. Zhixu is coming along. He can drive and help us carry things. By the way, do you get car sick? If so, you can sit in the front. Lu Anlin was thorough in her service. Hearing her question, Xu Yihuan instinctively explained, I don't get car sick, but before she could finish, a cool, magnetic voice emerged from the car. Get in. We can't linger here. Xu Yihuan, feeling helpless, could only comply and get into the car. Sitting in the back seat was certainly preferable to the front. It happened to be the weekend, and Wuxiang City was bustling with people. As they entered the mall, a strong scent of perfume enveloped them, a typical aroma found in high-end shopping centers. However, Xu Yihuan found it somewhat stifling. Lu Anlin immediately pulled Xu Yihuan toward the third floor, which was predominantly filled with clothing stores. Amidst the array of high-end brands, the smaller, niche boutiques stood out prominently. To thrive in such a large mall required either strength or backing, and home was one such store. The clothing here was predominantly niche and original, deeply favored by female university students. Lu Anlin had visited several times and was impressed enough to bring Xu Yihuan along. Upon entering, Lu Anlin felt right at home, leisurely browsing the surroundings. A girl's wardrobe is never complete without a new piece. Xu Yihuan initially lacked interest in shopping, but once inside, her instincts kicked in, and she spotted numerous attractive outerwear. She had a habit of having nearly identical styles for her inner garments, but she particularly adored outerwear, especially in various styles and colors. Just as Xu Yihuan was engrossed in selecting a coat, Lu Anlin's eyes lit up upon spotting something. Huanhuan, you would look stunning in this dress. Xu Yihuan followed Lu Anlin's gaze at the garment in her hand, which was a very casual dress in a soft pink hue that exuded a youthful charm. It was the type she would have adored as a child. Xu Yihuan chuckled. This is the kind of dress I liked when I was younger. But now that I've grown up, it doesn't quite seem fitting. Though she mentioned it was unsuitable, she did not express dislike. Lu Anlan, de politely uget Xu Yihuan. Come on, just try it. I've never seen you in a dress before. You would look absolutely beautiful in this one. Xu Yihuan has tita. Lu Anlin intensified her playful persuasion. Perhaps it was Lu Anlin's charm, or Xu Yihuan's lingering fondness for such styles that led her to eventually relent, taking the dress into the fitting room. While Xu Yihuan changed, Lu Anlin turned to find Zhixu on the sofa. Remember, you promised to cover all expenses today. No backing out. Zhixu lounged casually, his gaze fixed on his phone. Upon hearing Lu Anlin's words, he blinked not once and transferred another 500,000. Gazing at her phone's balance, Lu Anlin couldn't help but smile giddily. Just then, a familiar figure entered. The woman exuded elegance and confidence, her presence seemingly innate. Lu Anlin's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, isn't that the big shot who just held a presentation for us yesterday? Is she here to shop for clothes? Hearing this, Zhixu glanced at Pei Yan, then quickly looked down as if he hadn't seen her. It was no wonder Lu Anlin was shocked. Pei Yan, nearing 50, was not someone one would expect to see in such a place. Pei Yan's gaze swept past the two of them before swiftly moving on, clearly not recognizing them. The sales assistant was helping Pei Yan select clothes. She was quick and decisive in her choices, almost exclusively picking outerwear, with a few pink dresses mixed in. I wonder who these clothes are for? Lu Anlin's gaze remained fixated on Pei Yan, stroking her chin in confusion. At her age, it seemed unlikely she would wear such garments. Chapter 98, Brain-like Intelligence. Zhixu appeared indifferent to the situation, fiddling with his phone and casually responding. How do you know? Having a youthful heart is a good thing. Lu Anlin's lips twitched, too exasperated to engage with someone so oblivious. At that moment, the fitting room door swung open. Xu Yihuan emerged into the light. Having not worn such a casual dress in ages, she momentarily didn't know where to place her hands. Resorting to holding the hem like one would with a gown, she turned in front of the fitting mirror. Her gaze landed on Lu Anlin, her eyes forming a lovely arc as she asked, "What do you think?" The soft pink dress accentuated Xu Yihuan's already fair skin, and the circle of tiny diamonds around the neckline added a touch of elegance to the otherwise simple style. The hem reached her thighs, revealing two slender, fair legs that enhanced her figure's proportions. To make the dress appear more harmonious on her, Xu Yihuan let down her tied hair. The pure black hair created a stark contrast, intensifying the visual impact. Zhixu pursed his lips, quietly resting his legs on the sofa. Lu Anlin's mouth watered at the sight. "You look absolutely stunning." She rushed over to Xu Yihuan, circling around her. "Huanhuan, I think you should wear more of these cute little dresses. No one suits them better than you." Xu Yihuan's smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth. Unabashedly sweet. "Has your little mouth been smeared with honey?" After speaking, Xu Yihuan prepared to change out of her clothes. Although the outfit was visually appealing, it was rather chilly. Just as she took a few steps, she lifted her gaze and spotted a familiar figure. Xu Yihuan's footsteps halted abruptly. "Teacher Pei." Pei Yan stood by the cash register, her gaze openly resting on Xu Yihuan, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Upon hearing Xu Yihuan's voice, Pei Yan nodded. "Huanhuan looks lovely in that." An inexplicable nervousness surged within Xu Yihuan. "Really? Thank you." Unsure of how to respond, she decided to head to the changing room first. She swiftly passed by Pei Yan and entered the changing room. Pei Yan's steps followed Xu Yihuan's movements until the door to the changing room closed. Only then did the smile on Pei Yan's face gradually fade, her eyes concealing an emotion that was difficult to decipher. Was it merely her illusion? She felt an uncanny connection with Xu Yihuan in many aspects. In truth, she herself was uncertain as to why. At her age, she had wandered into this store. Yet, every seasonal change, she would come here to purchase a myriad of items, especially in the autumn. Even if she bought them, there was no one of the appropriate age at home to wear them. The items she purchased could only be gifted to Pei Yutong, even though she knew Pei Yutong's favorite style should be the classic Chanel tweed. She could not help but indulge in her purchases. Now, encountering Xu Yihuan here felt as though those garments had finally found their rightful owner. "Madam, shall we proceed to check out?" Pei Yan collected her thoughts and raised her head to say, "Yes, let's settle the bill, including that young lady's outfit as well." The sales assistant had long since prepared the selected garments, and it was merely a matter of settling the payment now. The cashier calculated the total and inquired, "Does this include the piece the young lady is wearing?" The garment draping Xu Yihuan appeared simple, but was, in reality, intricately embroidered. Every pattern on the hem and every embellishment on the collar had been painstakingly stitched by artisans, making it 3 to 4 times more expensive than ordinary clothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Yan nodded in affirmation. "Very well, ma'am. Your total comes to 186,542. Pei Yan handed over her card. While waiting, Xu Yihuan emerged from the changing room, having changed her clothes. Lu Anlin excitedly approached and linked her arm with Xu Yihuan. "Huanhuan, you look stunning in that outfit. Let us settle the bill." "All right." As they reached the cash register, Xu Yihuan was pleasantly surprised, her gaze landing on Pei Yan. Pei Yan smiled and explained, "This dress suits you remarkably well, so I decided to cover the cost." If I recall correctly, you and Tang Dang are in the same class, right? Consider it a request for you to look after her. Pei Yin thought she had found a splendid excuse, but upon hearing her words, Xu Yihuan's eyes dimmed slightly, a sense of disappointment brewing within her. She merely responded with a soft okay. Noticing Xu Yihuan's visibly diminished spirits, Pei Yin furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of regret for her words. Lu Anlin, observing from the side, widened her eyes in disbelief. What on earth? Is this some form of moral coercion? Pei Yutong is perfectly capable of taking care of herself. Yet, under Pei Ian's calm and resolute demeanor, Lu Anlin refrained from voicing her thoughts. At that moment, a languid voice interjected. Director Pei, if you insist on saying it that way, we might hesitate to accept this garment. Tan Zhixu strolled over with a nonchalant gait, his tone weary, showing no sign of intimidation by Pei Ian. As Tan Zhixu's words lingered in the air, all eyes turned to him, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Pei Ian, listening to Tan Zhixu, could clearly discern that he was aware of her identity. To still converse with her in such a manner after recognizing her status was intriguing. Pei Ian's gaze swept over Tan Zhixu, her eyes reflecting a hint of subtle admiration. She chuckled lightly and remarked, I apologize for my oversight. This dress shall be a token of our fateful encounter, a gift to her. Is that acceptable, Huanhuan? Pei Ian turned her gentle yet apologetic gaze towards Xu Yihuan. Tan Zhixu remained silent, merely observing Xu Yihuan, silently seeking her opinion. Xu Yihuan responded, Then I sincerely thank Director Pei. Pei Ian smiled and nodded. You're welcome. It truly suits you. She did not hesitate to express her fondness. I genuinely like you. I would like to invite you to my birthday celebration this month. Would you be able to attend? The attention of those present shifted between the two, with those aware of Pei Ian's identity feeling a mix of shock and excitement. Xu Yihuan paused before replying. Of course. It would be my honor. Pei Ian smiled and nodded, then took her purchased items and departed. Only after Pei Ian's figure vanished from sight did Xu Yihuan turn to Tan Zhixu, her eyes carrying an inexplicable meaning. He seemed adept at sensing the subtle thoughts of others, whether it was regarding yesterday's jacket or today's unexpected encounter. Xu Yihuan bit her lip, a peculiar sensation swelling within her. Aware of Xu Yihuan's gaze, Tan Zhixu raised an eyebrow. What else with that look? The watch was located on the first floor of the mall. Just as they exited the store, the large screen in the mall flickered to life. The screen, typically showcasing celebrities, now displayed news content. The brain-like intelligence research studio at Beijing University has made new advancements. It is rumored that this technology will eventually be applied in the realm of human cognition. It is expected to have significant implications for memory, mental health, and neurological functions. Meanwhile, within the Beijing University brain-like intelligence research laboratory, Pei Yuli leisurely unbuttoned his lab coat, wearily collapsing onto the sofa in the lounge. Picking up a phone he had not checked in a long while.